Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 201. The Ocean is. 1. Tap tap. Cal was quickly walking down the stone steps. His brother, Basin Henitus, was walking next to him while continuing his report. The whale tribe discovered the enemy ships at the first boundary of the northeastern ocean. The northeast, Region C route's first boundary. This location was the border between the Norland Kingdom and the Forest of Darkness. They are moving pretty quickly and should arrive at the Rhone Kingdom in 2 to 3 days. Basin continued to observe his Hyung Nim as he reported out. He hadn't even wiped away the blood. Cal was walking while being covered in blood. Basin clenched his teeth after seeing Cal moving around without rest, even though the battle had just ended, as he quickly continued his report. The Ubar Liege and the representative of the Gilbert Liege are currently requesting reinforcements. Cal listened to Basin's report before starting to speak. Your Highness. Yes. Basin still had the video communication device in his arms. It was directly connected to Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. His father, Count Deruth Henitus, was currently dealing with the nobles of the northeast region and the rest of the kingdom. Alberu looked toward Cal, whose tired and dirty face expressed that he had been at the center of the battle with a stiff expression. Cal did not care about any of this, as he only had one thought in his head as he started to speak. I'm hungry. This gluttonous shield wanted even more food after fusing with the vitality of the heart. Cal was quickly taking care of business so that he could go eat something. Please send the 1st Mage Brigade and the 1st Brigade of the Royal Knights to the Ubar shores. Again, what are you thinking about doing with the whale tribe? I am still debating whether to have them fight with us or to still hide their identity. Cal stopped walking. Your Highness, I know you probably have a lot of things you are curious about, but I will contact you later. All right, I understand. Basin, you go help father. Shouldn't Basin learn a lot of things now if he was to become the future lord of the territory? Cal looked toward Basin, who was not moving, with an odd expression. Basin looked at where they had arrived as he started to speak. Hyang Nim, why are you trying to do all of the difficult and strenuous tasks? This area had been closed off for tens of years. It was the underground prison. He could see a faint light inside. Basin found it hard to understand this Hyang Nim of his that was trying to send him away. Why? Why does he always try to do all of the hard things on his own? He found it hard to understand. However, Cal was having the opposite thought and found it difficult to understand Basin's point of view. Difficult and strenuous tasks. I didn't want to deal with the other territories or the temples, so I came here to do the easy task. Cal just said whatever came to mind, as he could not understand Basin's point of view. It is not hard. This type of task is more suited for me. You should head back up. Basin opened and closed his mouth a few times without being able to say anything. What kind of person is suited for torture? Cal was currently going to interrogate and torture someone. Basin was thinking that this warm-hearted Hyung Nim of his, the man who worked so hard to save the citizens of the territory, could not like nor be suited for such a task. I will do so if that is your will. Basin turned around. A thought was going through his mind. He understood why his Hyung Nim would choose to personally handle this kind of task when both he and his father were available. At least he thought he understood. I am still young. Basin Henitus, the 17-year-old young man. He realized that he still had a long way to go in order to be like the people surrounding his brother. He needed to grow in order to not become baggage. Basin did not look back even once as he headed up and out of the underground prison. Cal started to speak once Basin was no longer visible. Apple pie. A small paw appeared in the air, along with a piece of apple pie. Cal started to frown once he received the apple pie. What the? Why is the apple pie so moist? The apple pie felt as if it had been wetted by water. Cal heard mumbling as he started to frown. I did not cry. Ha! Cal let out a sigh at Rayon's response. I will go get you a new one if you do not like it. Human, don't eat it if you don't want to. An apple pie from a not great and mighty dragon like me is not great. Egu. Cal let out a sigh and took a bite of the apple pie. He couldn't just throw away something given by a child. Furthermore, he was too hungry. His stomach felt completely empty. I could even pick up the dirt and eat it at this point. He really meant it. The hunger became worse after the vitality of the heart and the indestructible shield fused together. The two ancient powers didn't necessarily fuse together. They were still separate powers. However, there was now a connection between the two powers. If the indestructible shield was a person, the vitality of the heart had become that person's heart. Munch, munch. Cal ate the apple pie as he opened the door to the underground prison. Screech, he then stopped eating. He heard the sound of a whip. Fleek. Ah, blood was being splattered onto the walls. A lot of blood must have been on the walls already, as you could not even tell that the new blood had landed on it. Ah, young Master Nim, you're here. Ron gently greeted Cal, however. He had a cold gaze as he looked at Cal from head to toe. Why is this old man's gaze so cold? Cal felt small as Ron looked at him that way. He then became anxious. Ron took out a dagger and then threw it. Stab. Ah. The dagger stabbed the man being tortured in the shoulder as blood splattered once again. Cal avoided Ron's gaze and looked toward Beecrox. The chef and torture expert Beecrox was wearing 4 pairs of white gloves as he flicked the whip with a stoic expression. The father-son duo, who did not have a drop of blood on them, introduced Cal to someone. We are chatting with him, as you instructed. Ah, gasp. The sound of someone gasping for air could be heard as Cal saw that the man's white hair had turned dark red from dry blood. The guardian knight Clope Seca. He had fallen into Cal's hands. The father-son duo had immediately captured him and moved him to the underground prison when Choi Han had defeated him on the battlefield. Ron continued to speak with a benign smile. We kept him alive. Yes, as long as he is alive. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his head. Good job. Ron and Beecrox really are smart. Cal could not respond. Clope Seca's legs were finely minced. Yes, they were minced like meat. He also had no arms. He was just alive. This was a scary sight that looked to come straight out of a nightmare. It was probably better to be dead. Ron casually continued after approaching Cal. Young Master Nim, seeing as how he does not even know how to control the wyverns, I didn't think we had much use for him, so I just left him alive enough to chat with. Did I do well? Cal answered honestly. Good job. Ron had done a good job. He's still conscious, right? Yes, sir. Cal nodded his head at Beecrox's stoic answer and approached Clope Seca. Huff, huff. Clope Seca was having trouble breathing. He felt pain throughout his body every time he took a breath. However, the pain was slowly disappearing as well. That was why a different fear was filling his mind. I'm going to die. I might actually die like this. It did not matter to him anymore why this rural territory had a torture expert and an assassin. All that he could think about was getting away from this scary place. It was at that moment. Guardian Nightnim. It was a very gentle voice. However, Clope did not dare to raise his head. This bastard, the owner of this gentle voice. This bastard was the true head of this territory. Cal Henitus, the man who had used the shield. He would have never expected a young master whom he considered to be good and just to do such a thing. Clope could not say anything. At that moment, his body that had lost all sensation suddenly felt a different type of sensation. His cheeks started to shake, fear and suppression. It was as if someone was suppressing him. He had not felt this from anyone other than that person. He heard the gentle voice once more. Please lift your head. Clope slowly raised his shaking head. He was dominated by Cal after being hit by the dominating aura. However, he saw a smiling Cal Henitus when he raised his head. It's been a while, hasn't it? Is he talking about meeting at the castle wall earlier? Clope Seca nodded his head subconsciously in fear. However, he had to stop nodding his head. His entire body froze as if time had stopped. The red hair of the man in front of him was slowly turning white. Then his reddish-brown eyes turned blue. Clope's mouth opened and closed multiple times without being able to say anything. It was a familiar face. It was a face that was distinct in his mind. That face and Cal's current face overlapped perfectly. The priest, the magical priest he had met in January, the smile on the priest's face disappeared. Clope could not breathe again as the pressure suppressed him once more. The white-haired priest slowly started to ask, "Has it been fun running around on top of my palm? Did you have fun thinking you were going to be a legend?" That was what Clope heard in his head. He then thought about the past month. He had met a magical priest at the beginning of the year, and then a pillar of fire shot up in the guard's Tears Lake. He had believed he would be the main character of the legend based on the priest's words. But all of those things were lies. The man who had wanted to become a legend slowly started to break down. I will give you another prophecy right now. Cal had a lot of things to hear from Clope Seca. That was why he was being honest with Clope. I will tell you what will happen to you. Clope could not stop his chin from shaking as he looked up at Cal. He had believed the priest was there to present the will of a god. That priest, Cal, now acted as the guard for Clope's life as he started to speak. I will tell you what will happen to you. Everything is on the top of my palm. Clope could feel it in his bones. This person in front of him held his life in his hands. So, tell me everything. That was what Cal said as he looked toward the shaking Clope. Of course, there was something that Cal had left out. Clope had two options in front of him. One was to die peacefully. The other was to die after being tortured some more. Those were his only options. Being able to live was not one of them. Cal sat down on the chair in front of Clope and looked down at him. Clope continued to shake and avoided Cal's gaze. However, he could not lower his head. All he could do was look under Cal's eyes around the chin area as he continued to shake. Cal remembered what Choi Han had said before he went off to be treated. The Seca household is a white snake household. Cal opened his mouth to speak. White snake. Clope was the white snake. This white snake that was covered in blood gasped at Cal's words. What is the legend that you were trying to fabricate this time? Clope realized something. There really is nothing this person, this esteemed sir, did not know. He knew everything, including the fabricated legend. Fear started to fill his body. He then slowly started to speak. The man who had been silent throughout Beecrock's and Ron's torturing finally started to speak. Cal then heard everything. You are smiling. Cal touched the corners of his lips after hearing the comment Albaru made as soon as the call connected. He could feel the smile on his face. I guess it makes sense, since I learned about a lot of things. Cal had learned a lot of information from Clope. Some of that information included why a strong bastard like the Helmeted Knight had not revealed himself until now on the Western continent, as well as why Arm had gone to the Western continent. He also realized the problem that was assigned to him. There was only one conclusion. I changed the story. All of this had happened because the war and Arm had been revealed too early. However, it was not time to think about that problem right now. There was one more thing. I feel like I'm a pretty lucky person. Cal thought about the crown in his bag as he leaned on the couch and casually responded back to Albaru. I seem to have gone crazy from fatigue. He thought that the crown prince would scoff at him. However, Albaru started to frown while remaining silent, making Cal think this was an odd situation and continuing to speak. I plan to go to the Ubar territory tonight. With that body, what's wrong with my body? He felt full and fine after eating a couple of apple pies. The regeneration abilities of the vitality of the heart had gotten even stronger. He may be covered in blood right now, but his skin had become smoother, and he felt as if he would be fine even if he did not sleep for about 3 days. Cal responded to the Crown Prince without a moment of hesitation. Yes, sir, I will be going with this body. Ha! He could hear the Crown Prince sighing. Cal felt upset for some reason. However, he needed to move quickly. The Mark Rayon left continued to send signals to them. The Helmeted Knight was coming back with the ships. They needed to kill that bastard this time. That was the reason he was taking Ran and Beecrox with him. He had no plans on letting the knight die a peaceful death. He also left a message with the ancient dragon, Eruhaben, through the video communication device. Eruhaben would probably call him back soon. Cal had quite a lot of things to do, so he was in a rush. That was why he got right down to business. Your Highness, what is it? The whale tribe. Albaru was still debating whether to have the whales fight with them or to hide their existence. What about the whales? Let's hit the Perun kingdom. Silence filled the room. Albaru started to laugh after a while. Ha, 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 he laughed for a long time. Albaru then looked at Cal Henitus's mess of a face. He could also see Cal's sharp gaze. This punk really is amazing. The Crown Prince started to smile. I like it. I like it very much. He then said one last thing before hanging out. Take care of your body. Click. He hung up without even waiting to hear Cal's response. Cal just called for Ran with an expression that seemed to be saying this was normal behavior for Albaru. Ran, yes, sir. He pointed to the corner of the room as he gave Ran the order. Go bring Mueller. On and Hung as well. You want the cats to come up from the training ground as well. Yes. Cal had thought that this battle would not be difficult, and as such had On and Hung continued training instead of taking part in the battle. There was something for the two of them to do now, however. Ran soon brought the three over to Cal. The mixed-blood dwarf Rat Mueller was shaking while keeping a distance from the cats, while On and Hung immediately rushed toward Cal. However, they flinched at his blood-soaked appearance and just roamed around him. Cal asked the two of them a question. "Are you ready?" "Ready. We're good to go." Cal got up after hearing those responses. He was heading toward the U-Bar territory. The ocean was somewhere that Cal had nothing to protect. On and Hung. The ocean would soon be covered in a poisonous fog. The name of this operation was Ghost. They will all die without realizing what happened. That was most suited for the quiet night ocean. Chapter 202. The Ocean is 2. The U-Bar territory that is located on the Roan Kingdom's northeastern shoreline. The liege of the U-Bar territory, Poplina U-Bar, looked around while taking in the cold ocean breeze. Young Lady Amaru, her future successor, was cautiously watching her. Splash, splash. This was the spot where they could best hear the waves that were crashing against the naval base. This usually dark and quiet port was still dark, but not quiet today. Parat. The teleportation magic circle flashed once more. Poplina reached her hand out in order to ask for a handshake. "Welcome, Viscount." "Ahem, nice to see you again, Ubar Liege." The person awkwardly shaking the Ubar Liege's hand was a Viscount who used to be a part of the Southeast Region's Marquis Aelan's faction. He was currently trying to blend in with the rest of the group while wearing his armor. He left Poplina's side and moved to where the other nobles were standing. None of them had bright expressions on their faces. The Viscount didn't even greet the other nobles from the Southeast faction as he looked around the naval base. He then put his hand over his shaking heart. A person's voice was still echoing in his mind. The shield did not break. He recalled that intense battle. The Viscount, who had watched that battle from his castle office, could not help but run over here right away. That person would come here. The Northeast region's military commander, Cal Henitus. He would be coming here tonight. The Viscount recalled what Cal Henitus had said as he walked away from the oval table the last time they had met. If it is the noble's way to attach themselves to the strong, then you will soon have to decide who you need to attach yourselves to in order to survive. He needed to stick to Cal if he wanted to survive. This was his only chance to do that. His, as well as the other nobles', eyes were all continuously looking around. They could not hide their shock. They could barely make things out in the darkness. However, the numerous ships and the soldiers standing in perfect formation let them know just how long they had been training for this battle. "We've been left behind." The nobles realized that they had been left behind and that their strengths were puny in comparison. They also realized that they were not even in that person's eyes. That was why they were here, waiting for the strong to arrive. The video communication device in young Lady Amorous' arms flashed at that moment. She turned toward her mother and started to speak. "He's coming." The nobles all became nervous at her statement. "Is it Cal?" The teleportation magic circle started to activate. Ooh-wang. It seemed to be larger than any other time it had been activated. This meant that it was transporting a large number of people. The nobles standing around could not help but gulp. Parat. The teleportation magic circle flashed before silhouettes of people appeared on top of it. The Ubar Liege started to speak once they completed their transportation. "Welcome, Knight Captain Nim and Mage Captain Nim." The first brigade of the Royal Knights could be identified by the royal crest on their armors. And then there was the other group that was being revealed to the world for the first time. The nobles had heard what the Ubar Liege had said. Mage Captain. They could see tens of people wearing robes that were covering their faces. Mage Brigade 1 was composed of the best mages that Crown Prince Albaru Crossman had gathered. The Mage Brigade was revealed for the first time since its creation. The Mage Captain shook the Ubar Liege's hand. "Nice to meet you." The face that was covered by the hood was that of Albarus Ant, the dark elf Tasha, in her human form. She was an elementalist, and not a mage, however. She was still leading the Mage Brigade. However, the Mage Brigade's true leader was Rosalind. Tasha was taking the captain's spot instead of Rosalind because Rosalind was currently at the Breck Kingdom. "Will he come soon?" The Ubar Liege nodded her head at Tasha's question. Tasha then silently led the Mage Brigade to a side of the room. The Royal Knights stood next to them. The first brigade of the Royal Knights was not very talkative. Tasha understood why they were almost speechless right now. The Mage Brigade naturally had a video communication device on them. She had shown the mages and the knights the battle at the Hennetus territory as she led them here. They had seen that electrifying battle. It was a battle of existences that even Tasha had never expected to see. That battle between the Dragon Slayer and Cal's group had shaken her up. Tasha was so worried about the Necromancer Mary and the rest of Cal's group that she almost went crazy. Although it seems that the knights went crazy for a different reason. Tasha peeked toward the knight captain. He had a face that looked like he was a stubborn man with a strong sense of responsibility. The knight captain, who seemed to be in his 40s, was quietly observing the teleportation magic circle. The rest of the knights were doing the same thing. They had seen a sword master. It had been a long time since the Rhone Kingdom last had a sword master. However, a new sword master had suddenly appeared. He had also been riding on a bone dragon. Tasha understood there. No, actually, she understood the thoughts going through the minds of every person who had watched the battle. That was why she quietly waited as well. Splash, splash. The teleportation magic circle started to vibrate once more through the noise of the splashing of the waves. Ooh, 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 they had been waiting for this. The nobles turned their gazes that had been on the royal knights and the mage brigade back toward the teleportation magic circle. The white light flashed as people started to appear one by one. Ah, someone let out a gasp. The first person who became visible had one of his shoulders bandaged up. Someone from the crowd let out his identity. Sword Master. They did not even know his name. They saw someone wearing a black robe next to him. People could guess who she was even though she had been invisible throughout the entirety of the last battle. That person must be the necromancer. They were followed by Ron, who was wearing an assassin's outfit, including a mask, Beacrox in a swordsman outfit with a greatsword, and the mixed-blood dwarf Rat Mueller, who was surrounded by two kittens. Cal's group was appearing one by one, and the last to appear was Cal Hennetus. He appeared on top of the magic circle and the crowd gulped. One of the nobles could not help but mumble, "Blood, the blood." Cal still looked the same as he did at the end of the battle. Cal was standing there in the same bloodied outfit that he was wearing during the battle earlier in the day. His gaze was looking around at the group. However, the nobles did not think that Cal looked dirty or shabby. In fact, they felt the pressure of someone who had survived on the battlefield. Furthermore, it helped them realize that the war was just beginning. It was at that moment. The Ubar Liege started to speak. Salute. The nobles flinched at her statement. However, loud voices started to shout from behind them. The soldiers who had been standing at attention this whole time shouted in unison. Chung. The entire navy saluted Cal so loudly that the entire shore seemed to shake. Their salute was toward the Northeast region's military commander, Cal Hennetus. Their voices shocked the nobles until they heard a different noise. Click, click. Sword that shined under the moonlight started to be drawn one by one. The knight captain took out his sword and lifted it up. The rest of the knights soon followed his actions. They had moved their swords instead of speaking. Clang. The swords pierced the air in a salute. This was the knight's salute. This was the way they greeted the people they needed to obey. The mages then started to create small orbs of light and sent them above the nobles and the soldiers. The dark shores slowly started to light up. Cal silently watched all of this before slowly starting to speak. Now I can see. He was not using the respectful way of speaking right now. However, nobody thought that this was awkward. It was so natural that nobody even realized it. No, they did not have the time to realize it. There's a lot of people. Cal said just one thing while looking at the nobles. The nobles could clearly see the way Cal was looking at them. They could tell that Cal was looking down on them. However, the nobles still did not dare to speak. The strength of Cal's forces was at the level of the crown. In some aspects, it was even stronger than the crown. Furthermore, he was currently a hero. The entire Rhone kingdom was still buzzing about the battle from earlier in the day. Cal's name was on everyone's lips, but most importantly, Cal was giving off a different vibe. They could feel the aura of a ruler that was worlds apart from what they had felt in the banquet hall. These nobles, who were the most sensitive to who was strong, bowed their heads. Funny punks. Cal did not pay much attention to the people trying to suck up to him in order to survive as he turned in order to look at the soldiers. Their faces showed nervousness and concern, but also hope. Cal started to speak. His low voice reached the hundreds of people standing there. Prepare to leave. That was the beginning. The atmosphere around the shore quickly changed. They had been expecting this order. Nervousness was on the minds of everyone here. However, Cal was not done speaking. Tomorrow night. He spoke in a calm voice without any hesitation. We will obliterate the enemy. Obliterate. Kill them all. That word was etched deep into the minds of the soldiers. Someone shouted in a loud voice at that moment, "We will follow your order." It was the knight captain of the Royal Knights. He raised his sword and placed it over his chest as he shouted. His voice seemed to be full of confidence in his ability to carry out the order. The Yubar liege motioned as if to respond to his shout, and the soldiers started to shout as well. "We will follow your order." The people on the shore started to quickly move during this dark night. There was a sense of thrill and excitement along with the nervousness. Obliterate. They would carry out that order. Cal's order was echoing in all of their minds. Cal was standing on the deck of a ship in a clean outfit the next night as he listened to Ran's report. His hair was fluttering in the ocean breeze. The ships are mainly mid-sized ships, with a total over 300 ships. The information sent by the whales were finally reaching Cal's ears. He paid attention to each piece of information. He would not let his guard down anymore. This battle would be the expression of his will not to do that. Originally, there were some ships in shapes that have never been seen before. We suspect that those ships were what they used in order to break through the ice up north. They are probably something made by the dwarves. Cal lowered his head. Explain. Mueller seemed so shocked to the point that he would faint before he quickly starting to speak. I believe it is a ship made by the flame dwarves. I've heard that they are weak when it comes to magic devices, but quite famous for their mechanical devices. Weak, to be honest with you, it is closer to that they cannot make them at all. A dwarf that could not make magic devices was like an elf that could not handle an elemental. That was why Mueller did not look very good as he explained about the flame dwarf tribe. He felt a bit sorry for them. However, Cal was thinking that their sorrows were none of his business. I can blast them away with magic. If they are terrible with magic, the magic brigade could kill them. However, he thought about the magic scrolls that the helmeted knight and the bears had in their possession during the battle. The fact that they had such magic scrolls meant that the enemy's level of magic was strong as well. The reason that the helmeted knight was teleported to the ship was almost certainly because mages and healers were on board. In that case, he needed to get rid of them too. Beep, beep, commanded him. Young Lady Amaru ran over to Cal while wearing leather armor. A video communication device was shining red in her arms. Cal saw a small boat approaching their ship at that moment. He heard the following noises coming from the boat. Meow, meow. Cal started to smile at the sounds that he had been waiting for. On and Hung were in Choi Han and Beecrock's arms. The small boat that they were on was heading toward Cal's ship. The eerie noise of the wind brushed by Cal's ear. However, he managed to hear young Lady Amorous report as well. The enemy ships have passed the third boundary. This was the third of 4 total boundaries. The enemy would soon approach the 4th boundary. Cal looked down from the deck of this ship that was currently located at the 4th boundary. All done. The masterpiece made by the children averaging 9 years old. Shhhhhhhh. The sound of leaves rustling in the air, something that was difficult to hear out in the ocean, could be heard. That noise started to surround the ocean around the 4th boundary. Fog. Fog was covering the ocean. The only boundary with an actual mark could no longer be seen because of the fog. This 4th boundary would be an invisible boundary of death for the enemy. Cal gave the order. Get rid of all noise. The name of this operation was Ghost. The entire fleet of the Roan Kingdom's navy started to go quiet, starting from Cal's ship. Silence filled the ocean. The ghosts were waiting for the arrival of their enemies. 1. Not sure why they are not referencing a title for her. Maybe she doesn't have one. 2. The Korean military says Chung Sung, which means loyalty when they salute. It is a sign of respect. If you've watched K-dramas like Descendants of the Sun, you may have heard it. I'm thinking Chung may be used when it's a large group and they say Sung, when the person the group is saluting salutes back. Don't take my word on this part, though. Chapter 203. The ocean is. 3. It looked like the migration of seasonal birds. The approximately 300 ships cutting through the water were moving in a triangle formation. This fleet of ships had started from the Indomitable Alliance's Norland naval base. At the center of the formation was the largest of the icebreaker ships that broke through the frozen northern shores. The helmeted knight was currently being healed at the highest cabin on this ship. How pitiful. The dragon slayer started to frown after hearing the healer's comment. However, he could not speak properly right now. The healer sighed before casting a healing spell onto the dragon catcher's heart. Approximately, of the heart was destroyed. It would take at least a week to restore this damage. Even after that, it would take at least another month for it to heal back to normal. He also came back without an arm. However, the arm should be easy to restore once they informed the organization. The healer scoffed at the dragon slayer and started to speak in a mocking tone. Looks like you need to be locked up for a while like old man Tamer. Shut. Ah. The dragon catcher could not finish speaking. The magic claw that had clenched his heart at the end of the fight was still causing him a lot of pain. A third person who had been watching the helmeted knight and the healer started to speak. The aged mage's voice was cold. A sword master just below your level, a necromancer, and someone with an ancient power that can block your sword once all exist in that small territory. Yes, the helmeted knight's attitude was slightly rude. However, the mage did not care as he continued on. And there is also a mage who is stronger than you. The helmeted knight flinched internally, but did not let it show on his face. Yes, it is a mage who was able to imitate my sword of disasters and almost destroy my heart. The helmeted knight had seen a dragon's eyes. However, he did not mention that. I need to take that for myself. These bastards would take the dragon for themselves if he mentioned it. Thale give him the dragon's snood while taking the rest of the dragon. That was the original deal that fell through when the dragon they had in mind suddenly disappeared. The helmeted knight recalled the pair of dragon eyes that had looked at him. It wasn't an ancient dragon based on the size of the eyes. He was certain that it was a young dragon that had not even had its first growth phase yet. The helmeted knight suppressed his heart that was beating wildly. It was not that the dragon didn't use dragon's breath, it was that it could not use it. That fact brought the helmeted knight some bliss. If he worked this properly, he might get the opportunity to get stronger without the head of this organization, that crazy bastard, knowing about it. I will eat the second dragon. The helmeted knight was thinking about this beautiful future. He heard the mage's voice once again as he did that. The sword master that is not at your level. How is his plate? Plate referred to a body that could hold ancient powers. Ancient powers were known to be weak, however. That was just something that the stupid people who did not know anything had determined. Ancient powers that were created in nature and have natural affinities that came directly from nature and not from humans. How could these powers be weak? They just thought that they were weak because they did not know how to use them. Of course, the human-generated ancient powers were weaker than the ones with natural affinities. The helmeted knight flinched at the mage's question, but answered with a calm expression. Not much. He didn't have a big plate. The helmeted knight lied without any issues. The sword master with the black aura actually had a plate that was about the same as his own. That was why he could not tell them the truth. If he did, they wouldn't have a reason to heal him. They would just go find another person with a similar plate instead. The old mage started to frown as if he was contemplating things. We will need to head for the Henitus territory as soon as we conquer the Roan kingdom's shores. We need to get rid of them. The helmeted knight clenched his hurting body as he urgently added on, "That damn noble, I will kill that red-haired bastard. He's the one with the dragon's protection. I can take the dragon if I get rid of him." It was possible to take that noble down with just one arm. He was someone who only had a shield and human regeneration powers. The mage answered back to the dragon catcher, who seemed to be getting angry at the person who had multiple ancient powers, just like he did. "Whatever, it shouldn't be difficult if you, the healer, and I go together." The dragon catcher did not disagree. The old mage and the healer were both useful, even though they were both also weaker than him. The mage looked at the healer and dragon catcher for a moment before opening the cabin door. There was someone bowing to greet him outside. "Sir, we are almost at the Roan Kingdom's northeastern shoreline." It was the magic spearman, the same enemy that Cal's group had faced the most in the past. This was also the person who had used magic and spear arts together in order to betray the sword master and fake holy maiden Hannah. He bowed while looking at the three people inside the cabin. They all held a rank higher than him. These three were pretty much part of the organization's core. That was easily visible through the red star on the mage's robe. Unlike the white star and 5 red stars on the magic spearman's outfit, they all only had a single red star on their outfits. Only 5 people had these outfits with just a red star. These were the 5 that served the White Star. Well, head out soon. I'll be heading to the front ship. Yes, sir, I will escort you there. The mage bowed his head at the old mage as the healer started to grumble. Didn't you say that the Roan Kingdom's naval base was shabby? Why do we need so many ships when they barely have any? We're trying to conquer the Whipper Kingdom's shores at the same time. Plus, it's good that we did since the Roan Kingdom was stronger than we expected. The old man casually brushed it off as he headed toward the door. More importantly, shouldn't we get them back since they landed the first hit? The healer smiled in a twisted manner as he nodded his head. I suppose so. The Roan Kingdom is probably only expecting the Indomitable Alliance. They probably have no idea that we are on the ship. This should be fun. They were all used to the healer licking his lips, as if this was extremely exciting. None of them argued against the young child's words. However, there was actually someone else who was having the most fun right now. Deep in the waters underneath the 300 ships, a humpback whale was swimming very deep in the ocean. This humpback whale with an X-shaped scar on her back, Witira, the future whale queen, looked toward the south. They are almost at the 4th boundary. The humpback whale started to smile. She recalled what Cal had said last night. Witira, please take the whales and destroy the Perun Kingdom's shores. He then continued to speak. In return, we will obliterate the enemy fleet. This is going to be fun. Witira became certain after seeing Cal's confident expression. He was someone who kept his word. That was why she didn't need to see it with her own eyes to know what was going to happen. Her large tail moved in order to change her direction, toward the north. The humpback whale turned away from the fleet of ships and started swimming in the opposite direction. Many whales and whales started to move toward the north along with her. These forgotten creatures quietly moved up to the north. At that same time, a very quiet noise reached Cal's ear. Click. It was a signal sent by a mage. It was the signal that the enemy had arrived. Cal started to smile. The fog covered the enemy's sight, but it had done the same for their allies. Cal had no reason to hide any of his cards anymore. The rest of the Roan Kingdom's people other than Cal's group all thought that Cal only had the shield. Cal did not try very hard to correct that mistake. It was easier that way. You did not need to show your strength in order to live a peaceful life. However, there was no need to hide it within the fog. Wind started to blow over the ocean that was quiet once more. The fog started to spread farther as Cal started to move. The fog stealthily spread like a cat's footsteps. Ha! Fog! The old mage who had left the ship with the cabin and moved onto the deck of the ship at the front of the fleet started to frown. The white fog was almost covering the entire ocean. Did the Roan Kingdom's shores usually get foggy? The magic spearman next to the old man started to get an ominous feeling. The mage started to speak at that moment. It is not magic. Ah, is that so, sir? Yes, this fog was not made with magic. Since the fog was not magic, it must be a natural occurrence. What else other than magic could create such a fog? The magic spearman was relieved and gave the order as the ship started to enter the fog. The waters are calm, but we are entering a foggy region, so raise the warning level to 1 to be cautious. Yes, sir. A Norland soldier bowed and followed the magic spearman's command. This ship mainly had arms people, while the 2 ships behind this one had people from the Indomitable Alliance. The Norland soldier picked up a horn flute and took a breath in order to announce the magic spearman's orders to the rest of the fleet. Yes, he took a breath. He saw the fog in front of his face as he took this breath. I thought it was farther away, but are we already in the foggy region? That was his thought as he put his mouth on the horn flute. All he needed to do now was to blow. It was at that moment. The wind made the fog start to spread. The mage started to speak loudly in order to be heard over the wind. This wind is made by magic. They heard a different noise on the deck at the same time. Clang! The horn flute fell. The magic spearman urgently turned his head. Arg, ah! The soldier who had taken the breath was bleeding from his mouth. The magic spearman who was still breathing in the fog as he watched this suddenly flinched as his body started to shake. Poison, enemies. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. However, the wind was already roaring around them. The wind rushed the fog toward them. Their surroundings were covered by the white fog in an instant. The magic spearman subconsciously opened his eyes wide as he started to shout. What the? Red fog. The fog was starting to turn red. It gave off an ominous feeling. This fog that was the color of blood slowly covered the ocean. Rayan on and hung. The red fog that was the combination of the three of them working together started to seep into everywhere that air was present. Heck, what kind of fog? Ah, unfortunately, the fog hit the weakest people first. The soldiers of Norland and the Perun kingdom all had their hands at their necks. All they could see out of their eyes was the color red. The magic spearman quickly created a magic shield and picked up the horn flute. Boo-woo-woo, boo-woo-woo-woo, war. The noise that signaled for war instead of a warning echoed across the ocean. That noise reached the middle of the fleet. What the hell? The healer, the young child who was at the central ship, jumped up and looked out the window. He could see the red fog, as well as arms-foot soldiers falling down while coughing blood. Poison. The child's eyes changed. This was the healer's forte. I'm heading out for a bit. The healer reached for the cabin door, but the dragon catcher grabbed the child's wrist. Stay here. What? Stay here because I'm not healed yet. The healer was in disbelief. The emergency healing was completed, and all he needed to do now was rest. How could someone be so selfish? The people coughing up blood outside and dying were all a part of the same organization. However, the dragon catcher's condition was a bit different. I have a bad feeling about this. The dragon slayer had an ominous feeling. He had rested a bit, but his body was still not back to normal. It was still injured, and he still did not have his other arm back. That was why he felt better having the healer next to him, even if this healer was the weakest fighter. He'll be back after taking a look at the situation outside. The healer sighed and pushed the dragon catcher's hand away. Come back in 1 minute. The healer nodded his head at the shouting person as he turned the doorknob. Click. The door opened, and the healer immediately left the room. The dragon catcher peeked out the window once the door closed. It was his intuition. His intuition after being defeated at the Roan Kingdom's Henitus territory once already was telling him something. The kingdom that had hidden a sword master, necromancer, and a dragon probably had something else up their sleeves. He tried to focus in order to be able to fight even though his body was not healed yet. It was at that moment. Click. He heard the sound of the door as well as the healer's hair. The dragon catcher started to smile. This middle-aged healer who looked like a child was sly but listened well. Hey, hurry back in. It didn't matter to him if the foot soldiers died. He urged the healer who could be of some assistance during battles to hurry back in. Screech, the door opened. Plop. The healer who looked like a child fell to the ground. The dragon catcher could see something red. Fog. The healer was covered by red fog. It then registered in his head. Shoot. The dragon catcher immediately stood up from the bed. Bang. However, his body was soon stabbed into the wall by a black aura. Ah! The dragon catcher let out a groan. He heard a very quiet noise at that moment. He then saw a white glove. The dragon catcher had no choice but to take out the sword of disasters once again. This is the last time I can use it right now. It was difficult to maintain the sword of disasters for a long duration with his current injuries. A loud noise boomed in front of helmeted knight again. Boom! The black aura. The sword master who had challenged him at the Henitus territory. He had appeared again. Choi Han was quietly launching his black aura at the dragon catcher. The dragon catcher barely managed to dodge it. However, he needed to step back once more after barely managing to dodge the first one. Something suddenly appeared at his back as he did that. A white glove. The white glove that the person next to the sword master had put on had appeared behind him. This person had the stealthiness of an assassin and skills at the level of a sword master. Choi Han was in front and the assassin was in the back. The moment the dragon catcher started to frown, the white glove immediately grabbed his neck. Ah! A dagger was stabbed and twisted into the stub that was left by his shoulder. It was an extremely painful attack. Choi Han stabbed the dragon catcher in the stomach with his black aura before jumping up into the air. Bang! The ceiling of the cabin was destroyed, and the sky that was covered by red fog became visible. Ah! The dragon catcher was dragged up above the ceiling while still being held by the neck. His mind was currently in a mess. How did they suddenly appear like this? How did they also know that I was here if they appeared just now? Although Kel knew this thanks to the whale tribe's information and Rayan's magic, the dragon catcher and the old mage who were not at Rayan's level of magic had no way of knowing this. Ah, ah. He glared at the man who was slowly choking him tighter and tighter. It was an old man in his 60s. Ron smiled back at the dragon catcher. He, who had borrowed his son's white gloves, stood in front of his young master. They were currently at the top of the ship at the center of the enemy fleet. Cal looked toward Choi Han and Ran, who had dragged the dragon catcher here, and started to speak. This was the first time the dragon catcher heard any of them say something. Let's get started. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The silence was broken by what sounded like the cries of a ghost. Something that sounded like hundreds of souls crying started to rise up from the ocean. The dragon catcher had no choice but to see everything because he was at the highest spot. No, he could feel it. Tap. The dragon catcher turned his head after feeling someone tapping on his cheek. Cal Henitus was smiling brightly at him. The helmeted knight started to speak. Why, you had another ancient power. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the dragon catcher's cheek and started to speak. Take a good look. Ooh, ooh, oh, the noise that sounded like ghosts crying was coming up from the bottom of the ocean. Cal whispered to the dragon catcher. The cries of the ghosts are scary. The bottom of the ocean started to roar. Ooh, ooh, oh, the noise stopped and a tornado shot up. Bang, bang. Cal's ancient power and Rayan's magic worked together in order to create this tornado in the middle of the red fog. Cal's eyes that were no longer smiling were focused on the dragon slayer. He remembered his promise to everyone, obliterate the enemy. Cal Henitus, no, Kim Raksu, was someone who kept his word. Now he just needed to keep that promise. Chapter 204, The Ocean is. 4, of course, this method of keeping his word was Cal's personal philosophy. Bang! The tornado shot up and crashed into the ship. The mast started to shake and tilted to the side. And then, it broke. The indomitable alliance was being attacked on two sides from the sky and the ocean, however, there was no visible enemy attacking them. Only one person, the dragon catcher, had enemies in front of him. The dragon slayer, the helmeted knight, looked toward the ocean and became at a loss for words. He heard continuous noises of things breaking. He also heard people screaming. There were people using magic against the red fog and the tornado, even though no enemies were there. There were also some knights blankly slashing their swords at the air. Turn the ships. We need to get away from the fog and the tornadoes. The few people who managed to come to their senses avoided the fog and started to shout from inside magic shields. The dragon catcher, who was watching this, suddenly thought about someone. Why isn't the old mage doing anything? Why isn't he coming to save me? He didn't like the damn bastard, but the old mage was good at differentiating people based on their rank. It was weird that such a person was still quiet. He should have done something by now. Perhaps. The dragon catcher heard someone's voice in his ear. Looks like you have time to think about other things even when someone is choking you. It was Cal. Of course, Cal had intentionally given the dragon slayer an opening to think about other things. Only then would he truly understand his present situation. They were out on the open sea. For Cal, the ocean had to be somewhere that the enemy had nothing to rely on. Cal explained the situation to the helmeted knight in a friendly manner. What is it? Is it weird that the mage has not responded? How do you know about the mage? It was before the knight could even finish his sentence. Boom! There was an explosion that was much stronger than the others. The dragon catcher's face turned toward it. He saw a pillar of water and a bright light clashing at the ship at the front of the fleet. It was not that the mage had not done anything. He could not do anything. He was currently under attack. Cal whispered into the dragon slayer's ear once more, "You know that I have a dragon." Cal's voice sounded happy. On the other hand, the helmeted knight felt chills on the back of his neck. His eyes turned toward Cal. Who would think of this guy as a just hero? And how could this person have 3 different ancient powers in his body? Cal's plate was the worst that he had ever seen. It was maybe as big as a fly's plate. So how was this possible? Even if he had regeneration abilities, the wood and wind would clash in a few years, and he would eventually die in pain. Perhaps extraordinary. An unbelievable thought crossed through the dragon slayer's mind. There was a sensation suddenly surrounding him. Boom, boom. An ancient power inside his body was reacting to something. The sword of disasters was sending him a warning. His gaze headed downward. To be specific, it headed toward Cal's hand. He could see the small red thunderbolt crackling on top of Cal's palm. Fire. It was a fire that was even stronger than the volcano within the sword of disasters. Such a power could be felt coming from this small red thunderbolt. The strongest destructive power could be felt in it as well. Fire and thunder. These were the strongest powers that could shoot up from the ground and strike down from the sky. The two gathered together in order to amplify the strength of the fire. The helmeted knight's mouth started to shake. Extraordinary, an unbelievable situation had become a reality. No, no way did he gather all five elements. Is that why his body is not exploding? Are the regeneration power and a balance of five elements keeping this glass egg of a plate stable? He could see that Cal was looking down at him. How could you gather so many ancient powers because I am different than you? Cal's calm voice asked in response. You are an artificial dragon slayer. Am I right? The dragon slayer's pupils started to shake. On the other hand, Cal was calm. He recalled one of the facts that Guardian Knight Clope Seca had told him. Cough, he is supposedly a fake dragon slayer. Furthermore, the rest of ARM's high-ranking members that are accompanying the Indomitable Alliance are a mage and a healer. He is said to have grown after eating the latest ancient dragon that died about 200 years ago. Ancient dragons right before their death were said to be better to eat than adult dragons. Especially for this knight, who had the Sword of Disasters, dragon corpses were said to be the best medicine. However, this fake dragon slayer needed the Sword of Disasters and something else to become a complete dragon slayer. He needed a relic that had been passed down through generations. A crown. The dragon slayer needed the crown that drinks dragon blood in order to have a dragon-like body. Cal remembered how Clope had snitched to him in anger. But some bastards, ended up stealing it. Beacrux had struck Clope's head with the whip once more when he said that, because I'm the bastard who stole it. Cal had held back his laughter. Boom, boom, something inside his body was currently going wild. The glutton priestess started to speak to Cal. Am I eating this too? The ancient power that was currently the most active in Cal's body right now. The sound of the wind. The shield was lusting after that power right now. She continuously showed her greed and gluttony to Cal. Unfortunately, Cal could not help but shake his head no at the priestess' question. Why? My greed is pretty strong as well. Ancient powers move themselves to a special spot or an item once the owner of the power dies. The indestructible shield landed in a tree. The vitality of the heart was in the rock tower. The fire of destruction was in the pig sculpture. The sound of the wind was in the spinning top that was underneath a boulder. They quietly wait there until the next owner comes around. You didn't automatically gain the ancient power by killing the current owner. If that was the case, there would be no reason for ancient powers to disappear for long periods of time. The glutton priestess started to speak inside of Cal's mind again. I really can't eat this. The sound of the wind, another ability. The shield's greed for other powers was endless. However, Cal shook his head internally. No, not today. My plate is still lacking. I can't overdo it anymore. Most importantly, although he did not have anything to give to the shield today, there was something to give himself. If ancient powers don't get transferred and moved to a special place or item, it was simple. All I have to do is pick it up. Then it would be mine. Cal's eyes focused on the dragon slayer. The hunter who had found his prey started to speak. He recalled what he had planned on doing with this prey. Beat him to death. Unfortunately, Cal lacked the strength to do that. This body had become even weaker and less muscular than originally. These were the times he thought about the muscles he had when he was still Kim Rock-Soo. However, wasn't the reason he looked for ancient powers so that he didn't have to do such difficult physical training. Cal's finger pointed at the dragon slayer. That action made the dragon slayer flinch. Cal started to speak at that moment. Throw him. What? The dragon slayer felt his body being lifted up before he could even question what was going on. Yes, young Master Nim. The dragon catcher was thrown into the air along with Ran's response. His eyes opened wide. No, Ruyumble, something was beyond the red fog. He could hear the sky rumbling. The dragon slayer's eyes opened wide. Flash. It was the moment he had thought the night sky flashed in the color of blood. Barang. He had no choice but to be hit by the red thunderbolt striking down at him. He activated the Sword of Disaster's volcano attribute, but it was useless. An even stronger power had gulped up his body. How does that bastard have such a power? His body started to burn black. The thunderbolt had accurately attacked only him. Boom! His body fell back down to the ship. The dragon catcher's body started to twitch. He looked like a worm, or maybe a snake, as he twitched on the ground. Cecil, The remains of the red thunderbolt were not going out. Instead, they continued to dig into his body. Just as he was twitching on the ground, the thunderbolt became like a snake and slithered through his body. However, the dragon catcher who had eaten an ancient dragon that someone had gotten for him still had a strong body. He still had his sight, his hearing, and his sense of smell. He could also speak. Tap. The dragon catcher could see a shoe in front of him. His twitching body suddenly stopped moving. He could hear someone's voice through his ears that were still able to hear. It was Cal. Cal thought about the ancient powers that the dragon catcher had in his body. 1. The sword of disasters. 2. The power to control wyverns. Furthermore, he remembered what the world tree had told him. The person who is collecting ancient powers has collected a total of 3 ancient powers. The dragon catcher could hear Cal's voice. Why aren't you using your last ancient power? You have one more. The helmeted knight felt a sense of fear. How much does he know? The dragon catcher's body twitched for a different reason. He had thought that the guardian knight bastard Clope Seca had snitched about everything. However, the fact that he had 3 ancient powers was something that only he and that crazy bastard knew about. How does he know? His face that was burnt black slowly looked toward the sky, however. The only thing that he could see was the smiling Cal's face. Hurry up and show me. Cal was speaking quite gently, so I can have that too. Since his eyes were still fine, the dragon catcher could clearly see the way that Cal was looking at him. He shouted out in astonishment at the same time. How could I, to you? The burns made his mouth rip and bleed every time he opened his mouth. However, he could not keep his mouth shut. He felt something suddenly overwhelming him. It was an aura that seemed to only belong to someone who rules over everything. The person who dreamed of becoming a complete dragon slayer immediately realized the true identity of this aura. The dominating aura. The useless scam of a power. However, that power was currently making it difficult for him to breathe. His body that was currently crawling on the ground could not even handle such a hallucination. This is something I cannot keep to myself. That was the thought going through his mind, the dominating aura. There was also the regeneration ability and the ancient powers of 5 different elements. This was someone who ignored the fact that his plate was weak. This was something that broke all of the rules. However, the dragon catcher knew that it was possible because he too was someone who had overcome the limits of the human body. There were always existences that were an exception to the rules of nature in the world. Furthermore, nobody knew what those exceptions were capable of doing. He was thinking that he needed to share this information with Arm, however, that thought quickly disappeared as he started to think about something else. Will I even be able to survive? The crazy Cal Henitus. This person had hidden his ancient powers from other people and acted like a good and just noble, hiding the fact that he could do such a vicious attack. Could he survive and escape the hands of such a person? Since he was a smart person whose mind moved quite well when it came to doing bad things, the Dragon Slayer could accurately identify Cal's personality. I've been tricked. He had been tricked by Cal. He didn't know how he had been tricked, but his instincts were telling him that the reason everything had gone awry was because he had been tricked by this bastard. I'll tell you everything. That was why he was quickly trying to find a way to survive. This will be useful to you. The crown will be beneficial to you if you have the dominating aura. You know about the crown, right? I will bring that to you. I will also tell you all of the secrets about Arm as well. I swear. He could not even feel the pain in his body as he urgently shouted out. At the same time, he felt relief after seeing Cal's reaction to his statements. It was at that moment. Whether you speak or not, Cal slowly took the crown out of his magic bag, whether the dragon catcher talked or not. I'm the one who will decide that. The dragon catcher's eyes opened wide as he looked at the crown. He was shocked and had a blank expression on his face. His mind turned white as fear filled his body. He's worse than that bastard, Arm's White Star. He had met him only once, but Cal was even worse than him. Why? Siram, you've seen the face of the head of the organization, right? That bastard did not know about Cal Henitus's existence. However, Cal knew about him. That difference was huge. The dragon catcher quickly nodded his head to show Cal, who called him by his name, that he had indeed seen the head before. He was wearing a mask, so I don't know his face, but I've seen him. Your body is too weak right now to show me the final ancient power, right? Ah, right. But I'll show you if you want. The dragon catcher Sarum tried to continue to conversation with a smile as it seemed to be going well. However, the burns on his face, as well as the fact that they were still burning, made it impossible to see the smile. Ah, barang. He could still hear the sound of people screaming and things breaking. However, there was no noise of the Roan kingdom, the enemy, within those noises. The only noises were those of his poisoned allies and their ships breaking. Siram looked toward Cal with desperation. Cal opened his mouth to speak. I don't need it. What? I don't really need to see your ancient power. Cal turned away from Siram. I'm going to pick it up anyway. I just need to go figure it out at that point. Cal walked over to the people behind him. Ran, make it so he is only capable of talking. Ran touched his son's white glove as he started to smile. Cal had no plan on letting the dragon catcher Siram die peacefully since he dared to harm his people. He was not the only one who felt this way. Cal then added on, leave something for Rayan, Choi Han, and Mary as well. I'll be there after them. I understand, young Master Nim. Ran walked past Cal toward the dragon catcher. Cal walked over to Choi Han's side and observed the night ocean. He started to speak. We're here. The right moment had arrived. Cal started to move using the sound of the wind. Ah, move the ship just a little more. We're almost at the end. A mage from the Indomitable Alliance used a magic shield in order to defend against the poisonous fog as he shouted toward the navigator. The navigator heard the mage's voice, as well as the sounds of soldiers falling off the broken ships. Ah, ah. He also heard his fellow shipmate dying next to him. His hands started to shake as he continued to navigate the ship. I need to survive. That was the only thought in his head as he avoided the roaring whirlpools and barely managed to steer through the poisonous fog. Yes, just a little more. The mage was protecting the navigator, the elite knights, and himself as he continued to urge them onward. There was the slightest chance of hope if they could get out of this poisonous fog. He could see the red, poisonous fog started to turn fainter. Just a little more. There was a smile of relief on his face. However, he could not help but speak in shock in a moment. Ha! There was something dark red in the distance beyond the red fog. We avoided the whirlpool. The navigator shouted with joy. However, he had to soon greet the red ship at the other side of the whirlpool. There were numerous ships surrounding the area at the end of the poison fog. These red ships resembled the red fog. They could also see a golden ship at the front of these red ships. Cal, who had returned to his original location at some point, was standing on the golden ship's deck as he touched the sculpture of the Henitus family crest, the golden turtle, and started to speak to these people who barely managed to escape from hell. I was waiting for you. The enemy who had barely managed to get past the poisonous fog had to now meet a real ghost. The people who wanted them dead were the ghosts. Cal gave the order, obliterate the enemy. Numerous arrows and spells flew over the night ocean. Chapter 205. The ocean is 5. It was not easy to cross through the rough winter ocean. That was why the navigators who sailed through the Northern Ocean were all experts. The Northern Alliance had only recruited the best of these experts. However, none of that mattered. Bang! The true ocean of death revealed itself to the navigators who had barely managed to wade through the whirlpools in order to get out of the red fog. Maintain your formation, launch the cannons. The soldiers of the Indomitable Alliance finally got back to their senses and started to move. There was fear in their faces. Tap, tap. Their comrades' corpses got in their way as they tried to quickly move around, however. They did not have time to notice this issue. Ugh, there was a soldier on the ground who was poisoned, but not yet dead. His body was stepped on by another soldier, however. The soldier just glanced toward this poisoned soldier before moving on. He was thinking that he too would die if he took the time to stop to help. The soldier just continued to move while stepping on corpses. Some of them had been paying attention to where they were walking until just a moment ago. However, they could no longer do that. Move quickly if you don't want to be buried at sea. One of the knights shouted toward the soldiers. Start rowing if you want to be able to take your friends' corpses back home. They needed to survive in order to care for their friends' bodies. Otherwise, they would all die out here, and nobody would be able to find any of their bodies. It had not been like this when they had first headed out with a fleet of 300 ships. They thought that they could destroy anything and everything at that point. However, the result was the opposite. It was their enemy who seemed ready to destroy anything and everything. Refill the gunpowder. Where are the archers? The deck was chaotic. The knights got in formation while the mages started to fire off spells. Bang, bang. Many of the arrows bounced off of the mage's magic shields and knight's shields. One mage from the Perun kingdom could not help but swear after seeing the rain of arrows. Damn it, when did they prepare such a thing? They could see a fleet of red ships almost comparable to their own in number. How could the Roan kingdom? The Roan kingdom's proclamation in response to their own was full of confidence, however. The majority of the Western continent's kingdoms did not put much attention on the Roan kingdom. This was because there had been nothing special about them for decades. So how could they suddenly have such strong forces? How could they possess such powerful naval capabilities? If a single kingdom had such an immense naval presence, why didn't they dominate the sea? This mage from the Perun kingdom created an even bigger shield with magic, as he ordered his subordinates. Immediately activate fire or lightning Artar. He wanted to tell them to do that. However, he had to urgently change his command. He could see fire orbs in the distance. Tens of magic orbs flew up into the sky at the same time. How could the Roan kingdom put forth such a magic attack? The navy, the magic. The mage used magic on his eyes in order to broaden his viewpoint as he urgently shouted. Shields. Tens of fire orbs attacked the ships that had just escaped from the whirlpools. Ah! The mage, who barely managed to defend with shield magic, looked toward the front of the fleet of red ships with his magnified viewpoint. He could see a large number of red ships. Some members of the mage brigade were on each of the ships. The Perun Kingdom's mage looked toward the robed individuals and was unable to close his dropped jaw. Crazy. How does the Roan Kingdom have so many mages? What is going on? The mage's gaze shifted. He could see a robed mage floating up into the air. However, he was wrong in his assumption, as this was not a mage. This was someone floating up using a wind elemental. The dark elf Tasha focused her attention on the voice coming from below her. One more time. Cal gave the order. Tasha raised up both of her arms. The tens of mages in Mage, Brigade 1, cast their magic at the same time. Crackle, crackle. Orbs infused with lightning power shot up into the sky. Tasha used the wind to amplify her voice in order to deliver the military commander's order. Attack! The orbs shot toward the ships once again. Cal watched the attack before starting to speak. Move the ships. That order was shared with a few of the red ships via a magic communication device. The knight captain, who was on one of those red ships, took out his sword. Clang! The moment the rest of the knights took out their swords in response, the ship moved to stop in front of a mid-sized military ship belonging to the enemy. Cal's voice reached the knight captain's ear through the communication device. Slash the enemy's necks. Tap. The knight captain heard the sound of someone charging forward before him. He could not stand still after hearing that. He started to speak. Follow. The knight captain started to move. He only needed to give a simple order. They just had to follow the person in front of them. The knight captain jumped up and landed on the deck of the enemy ship. The other knights followed behind him, some using their physical abilities to jump, while others used ladders to climb onto the enemy ship. They were all moving without any hesitation while looking at a single person's back. They could see the injured shoulder that was wrapped in bandages. However, the Roan Kingdom's royal knights could see the black aura in the person's other hand. The first sword master of the Roan Kingdom in a long time. Choi Han was taking action even though Cal had told him to rest. His blood was boiling. He could not sit still. In the end, Cal ended up giving him permission to act. Do whatever you want. I'm sure Yao'll take care of yourself. However, just know that I will not take you around with me if you get any more injuries. Choi Han knew that Cal meant what he had said. That was why he remembered this order as he continued to move. The first brigade of the Royal Knights followed behind him. Sword masters were known to have reached the apex of the sword. There was nothing for the Roan Kingdom's knights to fear as long as that black aura was in front of them. Bang! The black aura destroyed a cabin on the enemy ship. Cal was standing on the strongest and safest golden ship at a distance as he watched Choi Han destroy the enemy ship. That guy really is amazing. Cal was thinking that Choi Han definitely deserved to be the main character as he leisurely looked around the battlefield. Choi Han was starting to develop his identity as a hero. I can relax a bit now. The large golden turtle sculpture was next to him. Cal's red hair stood out on the golden ship, drawing everyone's attention toward him. There were many nobles on this ship that was the largest and strongest ship in the fleet. The nobles, who needed to get on Cal's good side, could not hide in the cabins, so they put on their strong armors and stood behind him on the deck. These were the Northeast region's nobles who had once followed the Southeast region and Central region's powers. They could not say anything while watching what was going on in front of them. Ships were getting destroyed. People were dying. But it was not their ships or their people. The nobles sighed in relief as their minds became complicated at these new facts that they had just learned about. One of the nobles who had been pushing for the Southeast region to take control touched the back of his neck. The Rhone kingdom had such a strong navy. The crown prince was said to have prepared the naval base. Seeing the size and strength of the navy, as well as the mage brigade that was sent to assist them, this noble quickly realized why the crown prince would be succeeding the throne. But there was also another piece of information that shocked them all. I didn't know that the Henitus family contributed 1/3 of the funds required to build the naval base, the Yuba territory by the Rhone kingdom's shoreline, the Rhone kingdom's crown prince, and the wealthy Henitus territory. The nobles feared the Henitus territory the most after the partnership was revealed. Cough. The noble heard a quiet voice at that moment. He looked back toward the front. The person standing in front of him was Cal Henitus. The Northeast region's military commander was wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He could see a bit of blood on the sleeve. However, the noble could not say anything. At first, he had felt fear about the Henitus territory. He was scared of this territory in the corner that had quietly been growing their strength. However, a different emotion other than fear had taken over. He could hear Cal giving the mage brigade an order. Activate the shields. Protect the soldiers. The mages immediately created magic shields in order to protect the soldiers from the enemy mages' attacks. The enemy was being obliterated without hurting their allies. It was a one-sided battle. Nobody would have expected that the Rhone kingdom would have dominated the indomitable alliance like this. The nobles who had personally experienced this unexpected situation had a different emotion stirring in their minds. The nobles heard one of the nobles speaking at that moment. The Henitus household was originally the Northeast region's guardian household. They had forgotten about it because they had been at a time of peace for a long time. Although the Henitus household was now known as a wealthy household, they were originally known as a martial arts household. Ever since the Rhone kingdom had been founded in this land, the Henitus household had guarded the entrance to the Forest of Darkness, defending the Northeast region and the entire Rhone kingdom underneath. Marquis Aelan's household was currently known as the greatest martial arts household in the Rhone kingdom. While the Aelan household had chosen the best land in the Rhone kingdom's southeast region, the Henitus household had chosen to go to this remote corner even though they were a famed household at that time. They had chosen to go toward the Forest of Darkness where the strongest monsters were known to roam. The nobles seemed to realize something at this point. Their gazes all headed toward Cal's back. Their hearts were filled with thrill and anticipation now that their fear was gone. The nobles could see Cal Henitus frowning in the front. He could not even properly clean the blood on his sleeve as he focused on the battlefield in front of him. However, there was no hesitation as he gave the orders to the soldiers and mages. He seemed reliable. At the same time, they felt a sense of regret. They had gotten on this ship, but it was too late. The real people were not on this strong ship, but on the battlefield. The people who had the qualifications to go down in history were already making history on their own. This one noble bit down on his lips. He wanted to say something to Cal, but he could only frown as he did not dare to approach Cal. That was why the noble was suppressing his excitement and remaining quiet. All of the nobles were almost staring at Cal's back. However, Cal did not feel any of their gazes right now. He started to frown even more. I'm hungry. He was not bleeding much because he had controlled the fire of destruction's fiery thunderbolt, however, he was still hungry. It wasn't like he could just sit down and eat a steak in the middle of the battle. This was making him annoyed. Cal heard a voice in his mind at that moment. Not as weak human, we caught the mage. Cal started to smile. Rayan had captured the old mage. The healer and the dragon catcher were already captured by the father-son duo of Ran and Beacrox. Rayan's voice continued on in his mind. But I'm sorry, sorry. The corners of Cal's lips that had been going up stopped moving. Rayan explained himself in Cal's mind. Not as weak human, you told me to bring him alive, but he is barely hanging on. He's right about to die. He is still alive. I fed him a potion, but he will still die in about 2 days. Ah, doesn't matter then. Cal started to smile again. We also captured the magic spearman. He is fine. Let's throw him to Sword Master Hannah. Cal was very satisfied. The magic spearman was the one who had been close to the sword master and fake holy maiden Hannah. When Cal's group had clashed against Arm during the whale's battle with the mermaids, the fake holy maiden was itching to get her hands on the people who had stabbed her in the back, so she would be very happy if they handed the magic spearman to her. Cal raised his hand with satisfaction. The nobles all flinched after seeing him suddenly raise his hand. However, young Lady Amaru, as well as the dark elf Tasha, the two people right next to Cal, understood his order. Cal started to speak, prepare for a full assault. The order for the final attack was delivered to all of the ships. At that moment, the nobles felt the atmosphere starting to change. Shah-ra-ra, the wind started to blow. The wind was gathering inside the red fog. The mage captain shouted out an order. Larok 7. Uwuang, the mages all raised their hands up in the air. Numerous smaller strands of mana gathered together into 7 orbs. One of the formations for the former Whipper kingdoms, mages with Rosalind at the center, slowly revealed itself over the ocean. Furthermore, the royal knights that had been running rampant on enemy ships returned to their own red ship at that moment. Fire, do not give them any openings. The soldiers were still shooting endless volleys of arrows at the indomitable alliance. Splash, splash. The red ships slowly started to retreat. Ubar territory's coast. The Rhone Kingdom's navy that had trained alongside the whirlpools that Cal had left behind was much more talented than the northern navigators. Splash, splash. The rowing soldiers put more strength into each row. The ships slowly retreated in formation. Hundreds of ships all retreated from the poisonous fog at once. It was a grand spectacle to watch. The nobles watching this did not find it odd that they could see all of this clearly even though it was night time. They did not have time to focus on the fact that it was starting to get brighter. Cal looked toward the retreated knights and the mages who had prepared their attack. He then heard Rayon's voice. Finished. Cal started to speak. Attack. Cal's hand was lowered. The red fog changed at that moment. Swoosh. The calm fog started to change. The red, poisonous fog started to roar. It resembled the snowstorm that covered the lake surrounding the World Tree. Ah! The harsh wind made the nobles and soldiers cover their eyes. It felt as if they would be swept up by the poisonous fog at any moment. It was at that moment. The mage captain's quiet voice could be heard through the wind. Fire, fire. It was as if they were firing weapons. The 7 orbs of mana in the mage's hands, these orbs of 7 different attributes, flew toward the red fog and the enemy. It was the moment the 7 orbs touched the poisonous fog tornado. Boom! A large explosion occurred. The entire ocean roared. Even the nobles and soldiers on the golden ship had to hold on because of the shock from the explosion. Ah! Eek! So strong. Already unable to see because of the blast, they struggled to stand still once the waves started to roar. They heard people screaming and ships breaking as the explosion continued on. The enemies were dying. They all sensed it in their hearts. The noises started to disappear as the water calmed back down. See, Commander Nim. The nobles slowly raised their heads after hearing young Lady Amaru, who was in charge of communications on her mother's behalf, calling for the commander. The commander? Did something happen to the commander? The shocked nobles urgently raised their heads. They could then see the calm ocean. At the same time, they could also see Cal, who was looking at young Lady Amaru. Looks like I kept my promise. One of the nobles stood up, as if he had been possessed, after hearing that statement. He staggered a bit because he could not yet regained his balance, however. He could soon see Cal and the ocean beyond the ship. Something he had not realized until now finally clicked. The ocean was getting brighter. The sun was rising. The red fog was no longer covering the ocean. All he could see were dead bodies and broken debris. Something caught the soldiers' and nobles' eyes at that moment. They all looked toward the direction of the rising sun. It was the spot that the rays of the sun were currently focused on. The archers lowered their bows. The navigators let go of their ropes, and the rowers let go of their rows. Clang! An archer's arrow fell to the ground. They heard their leader's voice at that moment. Inform the kingdom. The soldiers slowly started to raise their arms. They heard their leader, Cal's voice. Cal was looking into the video communication device in young Lady Amaru's arms as he continued to speak. We are victorious. Inform the kingdom. We are victorious. There are no more enemies on the ocean. The soldiers raised their arms into the air and started to cheer. Ah, woo-woo-woo. Relief, joy, and excitement. These shouts that were full of all three of these emotions echoed across the ocean. We survived and were victorious. We kept our promise. The soldiers started to shout these things as well. The sun rose up in order to welcome the day for the Roan kingdom. The red ships started to move once again. They were heading toward the golden ship. They were heading toward Cal Henitus. They all cheered as they gathered around their leader. Chapter 206. You're back, one. The red ship surrounded the golden ship. Choi Han and the knight captain jumped aboard the golden ship and stopped behind Cal. The dark elf Tasha and young lady Amaru were also standing behind Cal. Calnim. Choi Han called out toward Cal as the representative. He could see the ocean that Cal was currently looking at. There were corpses floating up next to the debris. Choi Han slowly approached Cal. He could see the frown on Cal's face. He really has a soft heart. Cal started to speak. How peaceful. His voice sounded tired. Fatigue was evident in every word he spoke. Everybody became quiet after hearing Cal's tone. Although he had said something nice, the weight and sorrow in his voice made them all shut up. One of the nobles suddenly thought about something after hearing the word peaceful. He was able to recall this information because he had been thinking about the Henitus household this entire battle. He subconsciously said it out loud. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness. The unexpected voice made everyone turn their gazes toward the noble who spoke. The nobles tilted their heads at this statement that sounded somewhat familiar. They felt as if they had heard it before, but they could not remember clearly where they had heard it. Cal responded to the noble at that moment. I guess you know of our family motto. The Henitus household's motto. The expressions on the faces of the nobles quickly changed. Figuring out the source of this statement made them unable to speak. They could see the look of sorrow on Cal's face even as he started to smile. The people on board could tell how much weight the phrase, peace and happiness, had on the Henitus family. Ho! One of the nobles let out a gasp. He had been jealous of how Cal had played a pivotal role in a historic battle. However, the person who made that contribution preferred peace and happiness rather than fame. The noble who had gasped realized something. Having that mindset probably allowed him to be able to do this. He had heard that Count Henitus had opened up their wallets in order to provide food and farming tools to the citizens. He had also spent money on the naval base and the castle wall. The Henitus household's mindset, the reason they had stayed out of the fight for power until now. They had only moved for the peace and happiness of the Roan kingdom. Silence filled the deck once again. At that moment, Cal was also thinking about his family motto. There is no reason to be recorded in history. Live for peace and happiness instead. The people of old truly were wise. Cal was in awe of his ancestors' mindset. Forget history, being full and warm was the best. Thinking about that made Cal think that he was suffering right now. He started to frown even more. He was not just suffering now, he was starving. What did I ever do to deserve this? Cal started to speak to console himself, knowing that he was suffering now in order to have 50 years of peace. Cal's desire to go home and lay around in bed was relayed to the red ships surrounding them. Let's go back. Everybody heard his voice. To our land. Let's go back to our land. The Roan kingdom's citizens bit down on their lips instead of cheering. They had somewhere to return to, and they were alive and able to go home. They were feeling at peace for still being alive, instead of joy for their overwhelming victory. The 300 ships that resembled the migration of birds were gone, while the golden ship and red ships returned back home. Of course, not all of the ships were returning. The few ships that did not return under Cal's command remained on the peaceful ocean. These ships were left here in order to find the enemy corpses that were either floating or sinking into the ocean. Although he should be cold and cruel for their enemies, Cal knew that there were many people who were sinless and happened to become soldiers in order to survive. Cal watched the remaining ships finish surveying the area before turning around. The golden ship made its way back to shore. This was the thought on Cal's mind as he touched the golden turtle sculpture. I am so hungry. I'll eat as soon as I get back. To speak of the results, Cal did not get to do that when he got back. There was too much for him to do. Cal could not help but laugh. Ha, 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 his laughter was echoing inside the underground prison. He brushed his face with both hands once he was done laughing about it. He had not felt like this in a long time. I shouldn't have trusted them. Cal lowered his hands to see someone on the ground. It was an old man wearing a robe with a single red star. It was the old mage from Arm. Cal looked at the old man and shared his sentiments. He really is barely alive. Rayan had said that. He is alive, but barely breathing. He's right about to die, however, he is still alive. The old man truly was right at the edge of death's door. His entire body was injured. His skin was blue as if he had been hit by all sorts of magic spells and poison. His mana circle must have also broken during the battle, as the skin in front of where his heart would be was black. Cal turned toward Rayan, who was not invisible as they were the only ones there. Rayan slowly avoided his gaze, as On and Hung slowly walked away toward the corner of the underground prison with Rayan. Rayan started to mumble. Our Nata's weak human bled. They needed to not only bleed, but their blood needed to pour out. They shouldn't be allowed to have an easy death. We need to rip them to shreds and then cut off their necks. I agree. Our youngest did a good job this time. We did too. Cal decided to let it go since even the silver kitten, On, agreed with the other two. The children averaging 9 years old. What could he really expect from such children? It seemed that having a discussion with the old mage was not possible. That was disappointing. That was why he turned toward the other two people who had only one red star on their robes. He could also see Beecrax taking off his previously white gloves and throwing them aside. Plop. The gloves landed on the table with the torture instruments. The gloves had long turned black from dried blood. Beecrax brushed back his hair as he reported to Cal. They are currently unconscious, but they should be able to talk once they wake up. They would only be able to speak. Cal looked away from the fake dragon catcher and the healer who were currently approaching the gates of hell. He could then see someone else. Gasp! That person gasped as soon as they made eye contact. The magic spearman. It was the person who used both magic and spear arts, the same one they had frequently met while fighting against Arm. He gasped as soon as they made eye contact and tried to turn away, however. He could not do that. It is not respectful to turn away when our young master Nim is looking at you. Ran, who grabbed the magic spearman by the hair, made it impossible for the magic spearman to look away. The magic spearman could not even look at Ran as he started to shake in fear. Cal found this to be odd. The magic spearman is not injured at all, so why is he the most scared? The confused Cal looked toward Ran. Ran smiled back at him, which was enough for Cal to understand why. I guess the scariest old man is next to him. It would be abnormal if he was not afraid. Cal looked back toward the shaking magic spearman. He then casually asked, "This is your first time meeting me, right?" The magic spearman could not say anything. All sorts of emotions were in his eyes right now. This response made Cal smile. On and Hung's poisonous fog, Choi Han's black aura, and Ran's stealth and assassination skills. The magic spearman had definitely seen these before. It was at the 10-Finger Mountains. The magic spearman had seen these experts at the valley with the elf village. Of course, what he had seen were these people wearing the fake Arm outfits, the same people who had always got in Arm's way. Arm was angry about these people, but had no way of knowing their identities. The magic spearman had faced those same people in this last battle. The magic spearman looked up at Cal Henitus. No, he looked up at the leader of the group that got in Arm's way numerous times. That leader then slowly crouched down and made eye contact with the magic spearman. "You know who I am, don't you?" It was a gentle question. However, this gentle question made the magic spearman's eyes shake even more. In the end, he lowered his gaze toward the ground. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. "You seem to be at least a bit smart. You know when to speak and when not to speak." That statement made the magic spearman's back turn cold. It was as if Cal was saying that this was not the first time they had met, and that he would not live to see another day if he told anybody about Cal's identity. Ron tried to pull on the magic spearman's hair in order to make him make eye contact with Cal, however. The magic spearman did not raise his head to look at Cal until the end. He kept his gaze focused on the ground. He knew the difference between people he should look at and the people he should not look at. "You really are smart." The moment he heard Cal's voice, the magic spearman felt a sense of relief. He could still feel Cal Henitus looking at him. What could their true identities be? He had heard that Cal was a just young master who needed to recover, so what was this cold appearance? The magic spearman did not have such thoughts. It would show on his face if he did. He just chose to look down at the ground and think about nothing. Cal quietly observed the magic spearman, the fake holy maiden Hannah. He had told her to treat him like her own older brother. Although Hannah had truly considered them to be siblings, the magic spearman had only been acting. The people who stabbed people in the back were always the wittiest. Cal opened his mouth to speak. I should keep you separated from the others since you know who I am. Flinch. The magic spearman closed his eyes. He was in big trouble. He had just done whatever he needed to do to survive. So how did he end up in such a mess? Everything had gone wrong ever since the fake holy maiden got away. The magic spearman lowered his head, and Cal gave Ran an order. Keep him separated, but don't torture him. Just make it so he cannot run away. Block his mana and aura as well. Don't torture him. Those words made the magic spearman relieved. This was the noble who had kept his identity hidden as he caused havoc for Arm. He was safe from the scary methods of this noble for the time being. However, the magic spearman could not see the look in Cal's group's eyes because his head was down. Ran moved the magic spearman to a different prison. Choi Han, who was looking at the magic spearman's back, subconsciously started to speak. It looks like he will have the most painful death. Of course, Hannah is going to kill him. The magic spearman would be handed over to the fake holy maiden Hannah and would probably beg to be tortured by Ran or Beacrox instead. Cal left Beacrox and Choi Han in charge of watching over the three armed members. It should not be difficult as their auras and manas were sealed and there was poison in their bodies. Watch them properly. Beacrox confidently responded back to Cal. If I make a mistake, it will be that I accidentally killed them. There will be no other types of mistakes. He really is Ran's son. Cal blankly stared at Beacrox before noticing Choi Han nodding in agreement and turning away from both of them. Those two would probably be more thorough than him. The White Star. I need to have them describe his appearance. These three were the only ones within Cal's grasp who knew what the White Star looked like. He needed to wake them up at least once in order to get that information. That would be very painful for the three of them, but that was none of Cal's business. Why would he care about people who tried to kill him? What about the people in his territory that were hurt because of them? Cal headed toward another underground prison. He went to see someone whom he had secretly brought over. Hiya. Guardian Knight Clope Seca started to shake as he moved his chained arms in order to bow down to Cal. He looked as if he was serving a guard. Clope seemed to have healed a bit. The person who was responsible for healing the Guardian Knight started to speak. Young Master Nim, a GPS-like voice. Cal started to speak to the necromancer Mary, who was not a part of the naval battle. Let's go. Yes, sir. Mary was guarding the Guardian Knight. Clack, clack. The skeleton pieces she had been putting together stopped moving. Cal pointed toward the Guardian Knight as Rayan arrived in his invisible form. Pack him up. Pack the bags. That's the type of tone Cal seemed to be using as he pointed at Clope. The whale tribe went to attack the Perun kingdom. Then what should I do next? Cal knew what he had to do. The whale tribe had no thoughts about conquering the Perun kingdom. They were just doing this to get their revenge. Cal had made up his mind after watching them. Let's hit their backs. He was going to plant a mole in the Indomitable Alliance. The same Perun kingdom that had fabricated a legend in order to monopolize everything for themselves. How would it feel to have that kingdom underneath the Roan kingdom's feet and use them as spies? Cal's gaze slowly headed toward Clope. The plan would take place when the Indomitable Alliance least expected it. They would hit them from the back. Chapter 207. You're back, too. Cal slowly approached Clope. Clope, who was currently tied up with Rayan's magic, was dominated by fear. Clope stiffened up like a person that was cursed as soon as they made eye contact. Cal confidently started to speak. Clope, let's go to your hometown together. Doesn't that sound great? Clope nodded his head a few times. He looked as if he was looking at a guard. Cal's hair looked white to Clope even though it was red. Cal looked toward Clope, who would die in his hometown, without any emotion before leaving the underground prison. He did not have any mercy to show for people who touched the people within his territory. He started to walk up the stairs to the surface. Mary and the children averaging 9 years old followed behind him. Cal started to speak. Let's eat. Yes, young Master Nim. Mio, mio. Sounds great. A steak for me. Mary and the children all responded back. Cal thought about the piece of steak and the glass of wine that he was going to have as he quickly started to walk. It was a walk toward a happy meal. He walked past the prison and could now see the door leading up to the surface. Cal quickly turned the doorknob. Screech, the door screeched as it opened. Beep, beep, beep. He then heard the video communication devices going off. The alarms could be heard even through the slightly opened door. Cal stopped opening the door. It sounded as if young Lady Amaru and the communications mages were standing right outside the prison door waiting for him. Should I not go out? Cal seriously considered this option before choosing to open the door. His annoyed face reappeared on the surface. Young Masternim. It was young Lady Amaru. She seemed to be in such a hurry that she even forgot to call him Commander. Her expression showed signs of that urgency. All of them had been waiting for Cal with video communication devices in their arms. Their expression did not look good. Beep, beep, the emergency signal continued to ring. However, the royal video communication device in young Lady Amaru's arms was silent while the others were going off. The communication had not come from the Roan Kingdom's palace. Furthermore, it had not come from the Alliance either. They were coming from the extra ones they had kept with them for the what-if situations. What is it? Young Lady Amaru peeked toward Mary, who was standing behind Cal, before she started to speak. Her expression was urgent and full of anger. We are getting messages from many different churches on the Western continent and all of the churches within the kingdom. Churches, temples. We are getting the most from the temples related to light, with the Church of the Sun God contacting us the most. The necromancer Mary's black robe slightly flinched. The hood of the robe turned toward Cal. Beep, beep, the reappearance of a necromancer. The reappearance of a being that used evil powers, such as dead mana. The fact that they had rid the world of necromancers was a source of pride for the Church of the Sun God and the other churches associated with light. However, that cursed existence reappeared on the Roan Kingdom's battlefield. It looks like the different churches used their network churches within the Roan Kingdom to directly contact us, as the Crown is not willing to take their calls. We are getting messages from all over the Western continent. The churches were using their priests in order to send all sorts of messages and video communications requests to the Northeast region's naval base. Cal reached his hand out to young Lady Amaru. She hesitated before taking out a message from her pocket and handing it over. Cal read the first sentence on the message. The Roan Kingdom and Cal Henitus, who has revived the evil existence of the Western continent, must repent. They must also hand over that cursed being. Amaru, the communication mages, and the other important individuals at the naval base had all seen this message. That was why they had urgently rushed over. They were waiting for Cal to speak. The black robe slowly walked up next to Cal in order to read the message. It was the moment she stopped next to Cal. Reep, reep, he had ripped it up before she had the chance to read it. The ripped pieces of paper fluttered down to the ground. Ignore the bullshit. It was a simple and calm order. He started to speak again. People who ignore the person who has saved their lives are not human. Keep that in mind. Those words made Mary flinch. Cal then put his hand on her shoulder. Cal continued to speak to those who were looking at him. I don't need to tell you who our savior, the hero from the battle is, right? Mary clenched her fists underneath the black robe. Another sharp noise sounded off at that moment. Beep, young Lady Amaru urgently read the short message that was left in the direct communication device to the Crown in shock. It was urgent news, so they had left a short message as they could not wait until they were able to chat. She immediately started to speak. Commander Nim, the Indomitable Alliance is said to be heading toward the Caro Kingdom's shores. Cal's expression changed. Caro Kingdom. It was located underneath the Breck Kingdom and to the west of the Empire, making it the closest kingdom to the Empire. The Indomitable Alliance skipped the Breck Kingdom and its Gorge of Death and started to invade the Caro Kingdom. Based on their location, it seemed as if they had launched a fleet toward the Caro Kingdom before they had even launched a fleet for the Roan Kingdom. They seemed to be about a week's distance away from the Caro Kingdom, and according to the Breck Kingdom's information mage, the number of ships is almost impossible to count. Commander Nim. Young lady stopped talking and looked toward Cal. Cal was smiling. Cal looked down at the message that he had ripped to shreds. He recalled who had sent this message. The Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God. The Caro Kingdom was the current location with the highest influence of the Church of the Sun God. Young Lady Amaru, who could not ignore them, had given Cal that message as a representative. Cal thought about the person he had met in the Caro Kingdom's auction house while wearing a white mask. The Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God's Bishop. It was the person who had agreed to pay 23 billion pounds while waiting for Cal to return with the Sun Guard's divine item. The bishop probably did not know about the Indomitable Alliance's fleet when he had sent the message. Furthermore, that person does not know of my identity. Cal turned his head to the side. He could see the black robe. Caro Kingdom. They had more than just the Church of the Sun Guard there. Cal thought about the people he was planning to turn into heroes. His existence would fade away once they become heroes. The Dark Elves were one of those heroes to be. They lived in the underground city because people loathed them. Their underground city was located in the Caro Kingdom. Furthermore, Mary had become a strong necromancer thanks to the Dark Elves. In addition, the fake Holy Maiden and the Half-Saint were currently in Cal's super rock villa. Cal's smile became thicker. His foot stepped on the ripped-up pieces of the message. Looks like they won't need to live in hiding anymore. Excuse me. Amaru and the others did not understand what he was saying and looked toward him with confusion. However, Mary and the children averaging 9 years old clearly understood. Tap, tap. The kittens tapped Mary's black robe with their paws while Mary unclenched her fists. Cal gave an order to Amaru. Connect me to His Highness the Crown Prince. Commander's office. They had created this space for an office and strategic planning sessions. Cal was sitting at the head of the long oval table. He sat there waiting for two communication mages and young Lady Amaru connect him to the Crown Prince. The communication mages peeked over at Cal multiple times. They saw his stiff expression. His stiff expression as he sat there without his usual subordinates made them continue to peek at him. Neither soldiers nor nobles were currently in this room. Is that stiff expression Commander Cal Henitusnim's true expression? The mages could not help but peek at him, thinking that they had seen a hero's hidden appearance. However, this was the thought going through Cal's mind at that moment. I have to work without even having any time to eat. I'm supposed to be the commander. I have the highest rank here. So why am I suffering like this? Cal was very upset about this fact. Weak human, aren't you hungry? Should I give you an apple pie? It is no longer moist. He ignored the 6-year-old dragon's comments. Commander Nim, we are connected. Cal casually lifted his head up and looked toward the screen after hearing young Lady Amara's statement. Albera's face slowly started to appear. Amaru and the communication mages bowed toward Cal. We will be heading out now. We will take care of the rest if you let us know that the call is over. Cal and Alberu, the commander and the crown prince, were to have a private conversation. Amaru and the communication mages quietly and quickly started to leave the office once Cal nodded his head. Young Lady Amaru opened the door to head out. Click. The video communication device finished connecting at that moment. Pat. The Crown Prince's handsome face appeared on the screen. His voice echoed throughout the office. Our kingdom star, Cal Henitus. Amaru nodded her head as she closed the door. He's right. Young Master Cal is our kingdom star. She needed to get out before they started discussing official business. Amaru quickly stepped through the open door. However, a statement reached her ear before she could exit. The grand nobles at the meeting talked about giving you a first-grade Medal of Honor. What do you think? The grand nobles meeting. This was the largest meeting of the marquises and higher nobles in the Rhone Kingdom. The king or the king's representative usually attend these meetings, so Alberu now led the meeting as the king's representative. The Rhone Kingdom's first-grade Medal of Honor. It was the highest-grade Medal of Honor in the Rhone Kingdom. The war was not even over yet. They had not defeated the Indomitable Alliance either. The fact that they still wanted to award him that medal showed that the grand nobles looked extremely favorably on the Northeast region's victory. That was why they were thinking about giving their commander, Cal, a significant reward. It was a Medal of Honor that nobody had received for the past 200 years. He would also be the youngest person to ever receive it. Starting with this Medal of Honor, Cal would grow to become an influential member of the Rhone Kingdom's nobles. Amaru and the communication mages did not realize that they were smiling. They were thinking that it was only obvious that Cal should receive this medal. Cal had the most merit during the battle and would probably have the most merit throughout the entire war. The fact that he would receive this medal made Amaru and the communication mages cheer internally. The person that you approve of being approved by others. The joy a person gets from that was significant as well. Amaru and the communication mages looked at each other before smiling and heading out the door. They then carefully and quietly closed the door so that they would not disturb the conversation. However, they heard Cal's voice once more before they closed the door. "I do not need it, Your Highness. Don't need it." Amorous hand that was closing the door stopped moving. "The war is not over yet. I do not need such empty compliments." Cal really did not need it. A medal of honor. It would be bad if he received it. He would not be able to rest. He may even have to work for the rest of his life. That would be a terrible disaster. He didn't need it. He didn't need such an empty compliment. He also did not need land or money. He's probably the wealthiest person in the Roan Kingdom already. He needed time to fool around and spend that money instead of receiving such a reward and being held hostage in order to help out with the kingdom's issues. Cal could speak with a scowl as nobody other than the Crown Prince was able to see him right now. "Please just make it so I can make sure the soldiers have time to eat. Make it so that I have time to eat." That was Cal's request. Click. Young Lady Amaru closed the door with shaky hands. She then looked at the closed door before slowly removing her hand from the doorknob. She was frowning at that moment. She wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands. Cal's words echoed in her mind. How could someone be? She could see that the communication mages had the same expressions on their faces. The three observed each other's emotional expressions for a minute before starting to walk with determined expressions. A commander is always worried about our health. A commander does not want fame nor power. He cares more about our every meal more than things like that. Thinking about that filled them up with an unexplainable emotion. Amaru and the communication mages quickly moved to take care of their responsibilities. At that moment, Crown Prince Albaru was looking at Cal as he started to speak. "Forget the soldiers' meals. Why don't you take care of your own?" Albaru commented at Cal's pale face that looked as if he had starved for a week before stopping himself. He felt as if he would sigh. "Your Highness, I am also one of your Highness' soldiers." Cal meant what he said, but Albaru could not believe it. It'd be one thing if he wasn't so good with words. How could he be so stupid about his own health? This punk who seemed sharp and witty enough to make sure that he wasn't at a disadvantage was oddly dull about his health. No, there is no way this smart bastard is so stupid about his own body. He is probably pretending to be so dull. Albaru put on a bitter smile. War. As the Crown Prince, as the current highest commanding officer of the Roan Kingdom, Albaru could understand why this bastard could only ignore his own health. That was why Albaru pretended not to see Cal's condition as he continued to speak. "You must have a headache from the temples contacting you." He was about to say something else. He was about to say, "I will cut off the priest's communications soon, so don't worry about it." However, Cal responded before he could do that. "No, it's not that bad." He could see that Cal had now leaned back so far into the chair that he was almost laying down. He was smiling as if he had never had a stiff expression in his life. Albaru was filled with an odd sensation. It was a sense of intuition for him, and Cal started to speak as if he was responding to that intuition. "The Caro Kingdom is rich, right? Indeed." The Crown Prince recalled how the Indomitable Alliance was heading toward the Caro Kingdom's shores. The Caro Kingdom also does not have the strength to defend against the Indomitable Alliance. Indeed, the Roan Kingdom was able to do so because they were prepared and because they had Cal Henitus. The Crown Prince was fully aware of this fact. Cal's voice reached Alberus' ear at that moment. "I also presume that our victory will spread throughout the continent in the next day or so." The Crown Prince could not say anything, however. Cal was not waiting for a response. He continued to speak. "The Caro Kingdom has many churches associated with light. Tell me more." Cal wondered if he had to say anything else. He looked toward the Crown Prince and casually commented, "Your Highness, you are smiling right now." The Crown Prince was smiling. The Caro Kingdom, which was rich from the auction house and the famous sightseeing landmarks, did not have the strength to fend off the Indomitable Alliance. This was the case for the temples associated with light, as well within the Caro Kingdom. They would want to live as well. Then who would they reach out to? They would think about how the Roan Kingdom had recently achieved victory. The Caro Kingdom would definitely reach out to the Roan Kingdom for help. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his head. "Weak human, you are smiling even more than he is." Cal did not care about a 6-year-old's comparison. He looked toward the Crown Prince as he continued to speak. "Your Highness, the Caro Kingdom is weak. I assume that they will reach out to us for help." Cal nodded his head and opened up his mouth to speak. "If the Caro Kingdom asks them for help." At that point, Cal remembered his promise to Mary and the dark elves that he wanted to turn into heroes. He observed the crown prince who probably had similar thoughts as he did. The Rhone kingdom will earn an even greater strength. The trashed beings are returning to the world in order to give approval to the Rhone kingdom in the kingdom and on the continental level. The trashed beings, the land of death. The dark elves lived underneath that land of death. Albrew Crossman was a quarter dark elf. He, who had to live while hiding his true appearance for all his life, could not help but scoff at Cal's comments. The trashed beings will be accepted. Those words made the human Alberu, and not the Crown Prince Alberu, get emotional. However, he had to think first as the Crown Prince and make the decisions. It would end up being a gain. The Indomitable Alliance may have lost to the Rhone Kingdom, but they would definitely try to win against the Caro Kingdom and the Breck Kingdom. They will be aiming for the Gorge of Death after the Caro Kingdom. That meant that the future events would definitely be gains for the Rhone Kingdom. Alberu started to speak. You are a really good crazy bastard. Cal did not say anything to refute that statement. Let's try it. Those words made the Crown Prince nod his head. Cal closed his eyes and then reopened them. Weak human, are you cold? Cal was hit by the winter ocean breeze as he fell backward and laid down. He could feel the slippery back of a whale. Killer whale, Archie, are we almost there? Yes, Rayan him. Cal peeked after hearing Rayan's question and the killer whale Archie's response. He could see the shores of the Perun Kingdom, the northernmost part of the western continent. The whales would soon destroy the Perun Kingdom's Coast Guard post. Chapter 208. You're back 3, on top of a small iceberg, a distance away from the Perun Kingdom's shore. Cal heard an excited voice while standing there. Weak human, are we busting things up again? Rayan fluttered his wings as he asked with excitement. Cal wrapped the scarf tightly around his neck and responded back. Probably. He could see the shore that was still frozen as it was still February. Cal observed the 5 patrol stations around the area. They were currently at the Perun Kingdom's northernmost border. Their defense against the whale tribe had once been stronger than any other location in the past. However, with the whale tribe being forgotten about now, the number of guards at this frozen shore was now dismal. Cal heard the black dragon's voice in his ear. Are we taking this thing too? This thing? Those words made the whales next to Cal on the small iceberg flinch. These whales were naturally the killer whale Archie and the humpback whales, Witira and Paziton. The 3 of their gazes slowly turned to the side. They saw a white-haired man sitting on a wheelchair with a blank expression. The guardian knight Clope, he seemed completely out of it as he sat on the wheelchair. Cal's gaze headed toward Clope. At that moment, focus returned to Clope's gaze. Cal started to ask in a friendly tone. Clope, you'll go with us, right? Archie flinched at Cal's friendly demeanor before almost falling over after seeing Clope's response. Clope raised his limp arms to the air. He then clasped his hands together and bowed deeply toward Cal while still sitting on his wheelchair. It looked as if he was bowing to a god. What is going on here? Archie's gaze headed toward the half-blooded whale, Paziton. However, Paziton had no information as well. Paziton shook his head with a confused expression. They heard Cal continuing to speak to Clope. You know what you have to do, right? I will do as you command. Ha! Archie's expression turned odd. But Cal did not care as he observed the fear in Clope's eyes and turned away. Choi Han had cut off Clope's arm. Ran had cut off his other arm, and his 2 legs were turned into minced meat. However, all of his limbs looked normal right now. He had his legs back even though they did not move, while his 2 arms at least moved slowly. Witira started to speak. Young Master Cal, everything's okay, right? She was not asking about Clope's condition. She was not the type to feel sympathy for the enemy. She was just asking to see if this plan would progress smoothly. Don't worry. Witira did not ask any more after hearing Cal's confident response. It would be fine if he said that it will be fine. Cal turned away from Clope and snorted. Cal knew that Clope was looking at him like a god. There's no way it's real. He was thinking that Clope was acting this way out of fear. Why? The necromancer Mary was the one who had made his legs and arms for him. Cal had told her to recreate his limbs while telling her to do something else as well. The new limbs are bombs. Mary instantly understood what he wanted. Do you just need me to put dead mana in there? Dead mana was a deadly poison for the living. Even the sword master Hannah only survived thanks to Mary's help. That poisonous power was currently in all 4 of Clope's limbs. Cal recalled what Mary had told him. All of his limbs will explode once I send the signal, or if someone tries to heal him. He will die right away once that happens. Clope's life was in Cal's hands. He would do anything in order to stay alive. That was the reason that Cal could look at Clope and snort. This was the guy who had tricked the continent into thinking that he was the Wyvern Knight. What wouldn't such a person be willing to do to save his life? Cal would never trust his enemy and had no plan to let go of this weakness that he held in his hands. The black dragon Rayon peeked at Cal and Clope before flying over to Watira. He then quietly whispered to her, "That white-haired guy is a bit crazy, but he can still play his part. I understand, dragon him." Watira finally let go of her concerns about Clope. With both Cal and Rayon saying it was okay, there was no reason for her to worry. However, Watira did not know the full extent. "He's a bit crazy." She didn't know what Rayon really meant by that. The 6 years old Rayon sighed while seeing that Clope was still looking at Cal's back. Clope continued to look at Cal's back. Cal's red hair looked white to him. The Guardian Knight still had not forgotten about the legend. He recalled the voice of the necromancer who created these bomb-infused limbs on his body. The voice that was so cold that he questioned whether she was truly a human spoke in a monotone voice. You cannot get in the young Masternim's way. Of course, there was actually a good amount of emotion in comparison to Mary's normal voice. However, it was so faint that only those close to her would be able to notice it. The young Masternim is an amazing person. Mary informed the Guardian Knight about Cal in a mechanical voice. To Mary, Cal was someone she was thankful for. He was someone who was pitiable and good, always doing things for other people. Chatter, chatter. She shared her honest thoughts about Cal. She said it in an innocent way because she was an innocent person. That person is always looking at everything. He was meticulously caressing all of his group's pains. He may come off as indifferent, but it was always done in a gentle way. His heart seemed to be as tall as a mountain. He had healed Mary's pain that way as well. However, Clope heard her words differently. That person is always looking at everything. The moment he heard his words, Clope felt as if his mind had cleared. That person really does know everything. That is why he appeared in front of me. The image of the red hair turning white was still on his mind. Clope thought about the legend, the real legend, and not the one that the Seca household had fabricated. Guard's tears. The guard of the lake disappeared to the south. This was the truth. Then that guard that went to the south, Clope's heart started to beat wildly. At that moment, he heard the voice again, which cleared up his mind. Only Mary's voice could be heard inside of the prison. That person never strays from the good and always works for justice. Clope realized something. That is why it had to be this way. In the end, the world moves according to his will. Mary was just complimenting Cal on preparing for the war in advance and doing what he could to protect everyone. However, Clope understood that compliment differently. In fact, Clope misunderstood it in a significantly exaggerated manner. Cal did not know of this as he got up from his seat. "Let's go." Splash. The winter ocean was causing rough waves. The ocean underneath the iceberg. The water was dyed darker than usual. It was because of the whales. Large whales were slowly approaching the Perun Kingdom's shores. Ah, why is it so cold today? Seriously. The Perun Kingdom's northern shores. A soldier at the central patrol station handed the grumbling mage a cup of warm tea. The communication mage took a sip of the tea before pushing it off to the side. "Ah, much better. Why do we need to guard this place when nobody is going to invade from this direction?" "I agree. There is no way a southern kingdom would be able to break through the ice here. The south may be busy with the war, however. This northern patrol station did not need to worry about that. Who would really invade through here?" The mage leaned on the chair and looked out to the ocean outside the window. He could see the water moving in the distance, however. The area near the patrol station was completely frozen. It was a completely useless point of entry. Who would come through here? "Is the next check-in in an hour?" "Yes, sir." This damn life. The mage sighed at his unfortunate situation of having to pass time without the chance to gain any merits. However, he still had to do his job properly. They were in a time of war. There were the Central Forces who were focused on checking in more than ever. The Central Forces. The Seca household's current head, Duke Rock Seca. He was leading the Central Forces. He put a lot of emphasis on information and security, to the point that he created his office as the Central Information Communication Room to use with the communication mages. Sigh, we can't make a generic report because the Duke Nim is listening in. The mage let out a sigh. Since Duke Rock Secker would be there was no way that he could give a mediocre report. I agree. The only thing we would be able to report is if the whale tribe comes to attack. Ha! The mage let out a scoff at the soldier's comment. The whale tribe. You're thinking about a tribe that has been long forgotten about. But there is no way something like that would happen. Why would that quiet tribe come to invade us? We haven't done anything wrong to them. That's true. I thought so myself after saying that. The soldier awkwardly nodded his head. Even he thought that something like that would never happen. The soldier, who had grown up by the shore, had heard stories about the whale tribe from his grandfather. However, they were just a mysterious existence from folklore. The soldier flinched after looking out the window at that moment. Magenim, what is it? The mage, who was drinking tea, looked up at the soldier with a grumpy expression. However, the soldier's gaze did not move away from the window. What is it? The mage sounded annoyed as he looked out the window as well. The soldier was pointing to something in the distance. What is that in the ocean? There was a spray of water shooting up into the air in the distance. The ocean that had been grey was now completely black. He could also see waves. No, they were not waves. Large beings were pushing forward across the ocean. Ha! The mage's shocked voice could be heard as well. The soldier, who realized what they were, shouted in almost a shriek. Whales. Magenim, they are definitely whales. Barang. The soldier could not finish his sentence. The patrol station was shaking. Something was slamming onto the ice from the bottom. Boom, boom. Ha, ha, the mage subconsciously took a step back. Something was coming up from the bottom of the ocean from underneath the ice. Bang, bang. More cracks appeared on the ice with every bang. The soldier grabbed onto the mage and continued to shout. Whales, it's the whale tribe. Magenim. It was the moment he said that. Barang. A bang that was louder than any other previous bangs could be heard as the ice on the water cracked completely. The frozen ice cracked away as a large whale appeared. It was a humpback whale with an X-shaped scar on her back. This large whale's body rose above the water. The soldier and mage made eye contact with the humpback whale. They felt their whole body freezing up after seeing the cold gaze in the whale's eyes. The humpback whale's large tail moved at that moment. The tail that looked as if it was going to strike the heavens headed back down. Bang! It then slammed down in order to get rid of the ice. That was the beginning. The whales surrounded the patrol stations. They then started to proceed to break up the ice frozen above the ocean, the power to break through nature. This berserk and brutal strength was overwhelming. This, just what? Magenim, we must hurry up and send a message. We must let the others know that the whales have invaded. The soldier urgently shouted, and the mage finally managed to come back to his senses. The invasion of the whales. The mage felt fear from these forgotten existences. They were destroying the ocean. The whale tribe was known as the rulers of the ocean. His hand was shaking as he urgently grabbed onto the video communication device. A loud noise could be heard at that moment. Bang! The soldier reported the situation. The Eastern Patrol Station. The Eastern Patrol Station was destroyed. The mage poured mana into the video communication device and nodded his head. He could see the Eastern Patrol Station being destroyed with his own eyes. At the same time, he could see vapor rising around the humpback whale with the X-shaped scar. And then, once the vapor disappeared, flick, a female whale beast person appeared while flicking a long water whip. This whip made of water was moving around and breaking up the ice. The humpback whale beast person stepped on pieces of broken ice as she made a beeline for the central patrol station. She was far away, but the mage was certain about something. That whale is looking at him. Fear filled his body. Crackle, crackle. The sound of the video communication device connecting could be heard. The mage quickly lowered his head and looked into the video communication device. It is not time to check in. What is going on? He could hear the voice of the communication mage of the Central Forces on the other end. The mage urgently started to shout. The whale tribe has invaded. What are you talking about? The unexpected report made the mage think that he had heard incorrectly. The whale tribe has come. The whale tribe is causing a ruckus in the ocean. The mage was scared. He thought that he might die. That thought made him shout loud enough for the video communication device to break. His voice that was full of despair turned the information communication room into chaos. One person responded to the shout. "What are you talking about?" Duke Rock Seca, Clope Seca's father, and the person known by the Perun kingdom as the Guardian Knight. He appeared on the screen. The mage spoke with even more urgency after seeing his face. The whale tribe has invaded, and they are destroying the ice. The mage then turned the screen toward the ocean. The already destroyed patrol stations, the patrol stations currently being destroyed, and the mess that was the ocean could be seen. When did the attack start? What is the current situation? He could hear the urgency in Duke Rock's voice as well. However, the fact that he was still composed made the mage calm down as he responded back. The attack started 5 minutes ago. The Eastern Patrol Station is destroyed, while the others are under attack as well. As for our Central Patrol Station, the mage stopped talking. Ha! He noticed the weirdness outside the window. What happened to the whale? What happened to the whale that was heading toward us? He could not see the humpback whale beast person. What is it? Why aren't you saying anything? The mage could not continue speaking. He realized something else at that moment. The soldier. The soldier that was next to him was quiet. Why is he being quiet? Plop. He saw the soldier fall down by his foot. He seemed to have fainted without a single injury. The mage's eyes slowly started to turn. He had seen the blue-haired woman who had been heading toward their patrol station. This whale had blue hair similar to her hair, however. It was a man this time. The mage could not do anything even though he saw the blue-haired man's hand heading toward his back. Plop! The mage was easily knocked unconscious by the half-blood whale Paziton's hands. Tang, tang, the video communication device fell to the floor. What is going on? Are you unable to make a report? Duke Rock's voice could be heard from the still-connected video communication device. A person picked up the video communication device. Cal Henitus. He passed the video communication device to someone else. Here, Clope received the video communication device from Cal with shaking hands. Duke Rock continued to speak while the screen was shaking. Communication mage. Are you unable to continue the video? What is the number of whales? Urgency and a sense of emergency seemed to be in Duke Rock's voice, however. Cal was completely calm on the other side. You remember my order? Clope's pupils shook after hearing Cal's voice. Cal's order. Make the Perun kingdom become our spy. Cal pushed down on Clope's shoulder as he pointed toward the video communication device. It was him telling Clope to do as he was ordered. He'll do it if he doesn't want to die. Cal quietly observed Clope, whom he thought would pick his life above all else. Clope's hands were shaking as he turned the screen toward his face. What is going on, huh? Duke Rock Seca flinched. He could see white hair. He became at a loss for words after seeing hair as white as his own. My son, Clope Seca. It was recorded that his son was missing in action after the battle against the Roan Kingdom a few days ago. Duke Rock could not understand what was going on. However, as someone from a quick-witted household, he raised his hand and motioned to the mages. Security Level 1. The people inside the information communication room quietly started to proceed according to his signal. The Duke did not look at them as he continued to look at his son. It was at that moment. Hello there. The Duke saw someone else through the screen. You are. The Duke was familiar with this person. He was the reason that their plan to take down the Roan Kingdom had failed. The red-haired man. He could see Cal Henitus on the other side. He was smiling brightly with a hand on Clope's shoulder. Duke Rocksecker looked as if he had seen something that was hard to understand. The whale tribe at the northern border with his son and Cal Henitus. What the hell was going on? Rock's pupils started to shake at that moment. Father, his son Clope was smiling brightly. Cal quietly observed him from the side. Clope would follow his order in order to survive. Since the Roan Kingdom seemed stronger than the Indomitable Alliance, he would want to stick with Cal in order to protect his household. Cal confirmed that in his mind as he looked toward Clope. Guard. Cal flinched. Clope responded brightly to his father. This esteemed sir is a guard. What the hell? Cal looked toward Clope with true disbelief. Clope spoke with an expression that seemed to be saying that he had achieved his dream. Father, I have escorted the legend here. Did he really go crazy? Cal was at a loss for words. Chapter 209, You're back 4, Cal heard Rayon's voice in his head. He's really lost it. Cal could not say anything in response to the 6-year-old dragon's sighing tone. He saw the odd way Paziton was looking at him. as well as the stiff steps of Watira and Archie, who had just walked into the patrol station. But he could not show any response to Clope's words. The killer whale Archie especially looked shocked. Wow, damn, what I mean, what amazing thing you did again. Archie quickly changed his words to those of a compliment as he looked toward Clope. The killer whale Archie could not help but close his mouth after hearing Clope's next words. This esteemed sir's words are all correct, and he knows about everything. We can go down the right path if we follow this, sir. Archie could not believe the way Clope was praising Cal. However, the thing that shocked him even more than that was the truth behind those words. It's actually true. Clope's words were actually true. Although that nuance was a bit different, hasn't young Master Cal always been a step ahead of everyone in order to do the right thing? I guess it's true. The killer whale Archie saw Watira nodding her head and shut up. Watira was smiling with an entertained expression on her face. What a scary human. The killer whale Archie was thinking that Cal was scarier than the whale King Schickler who had beaten him to a pulp. He then pretended not to see anything even though his eyes were still shaking. However, there was someone here who could not ignore what was going on. What the? The Guardian Knight's father. Rock Secker, the head of the Secker household. He could not comprehend what was going on right now. God, legend. He was aware of how his son was always obsessed with legends. However, that was because he himself wanted to become one, not because he wanted to serve someone else who was a legend. Duke Rock's gaze headed toward Cal Henitus. Cal had been making an odd expression while looking at Clope all this time. However, the shock on his face had disappeared after a few moments. New thoughts filled his mind instead. Oh, how interesting. Contrary to Cal's mind that was moving quickly, a shocked voice filled the patrol station. Captain Clope Secker, what nonsense are you spewing right now? The Duke called Clope, Captain, instead of son in order to try to make him come to his senses. Cal wanted to applaud the Duke, who was somehow able to maintain his calm. Even he had been shocked by Clope's words, so how shocked must the Duke have been? His mind was probably complicated right now, thinking about whether his son had gone crazy or if he was being threatened. Do I need to step in? Cal was debating whether he needed to step in to steer this in the right direction. Clope started to speak at that moment. Duke Nim. His voice sounded normal. Just 3 days. Clope was rationally thinking that Cal was a legendary figure. He had simulated many different scenarios in his head while in the underground prison. The necromancer had shared how they were able to achieve an overwhelming victory out in the ocean with innocent purity. That was why he was able to come to his own conclusions. 3 days. The Duke responded to his son while sending many signals to the mages. This conversation could not go out of this room. It definitely could not be sent to the Indomitable Alliance. The Perun Kingdom's influence in the Indomitable Alliance had been falling because Clope Secker was captured, and the armed member who had been controlling the Wyverns was missing in action. The Bear Tribe and the Dwarves, as well as the Norland Kingdom and the Askasen Kingdom, which both had a navy, had more influence than the Perun Kingdom. Why is the Roan Kingdom invading at a time like this? The Duke felt a headache as things were not going well. It was okay because the Perun Kingdom had a larger than average number of soldiers and knights. Otherwise, their influence would be even smaller. Duke Rock was about to sigh. It was at that moment. Yes, just 3 days. That is how long it would take for the Roan Kingdom to conquer the Perun Kingdom's capital. Both Cal and Duke Rock flinched. Clope confidently started to speak about the forces that could not help but become legends. Adding on the Whale tribe, they can take down the Perun Kingdom in just hours if they really wanted to do so. Clope slowly continued to speak. This has enough forces to decimate the remaining wyverns, and although they may have been at the lowest level of strength, all 3 of Arm's red stars that helped us have been captured. Clope believed that he was still perfectly sane. He also has the strength to instantly destroy 300 ships at once. He had thought about it and had come to a conclusion that he was certain about. He has a sword master, a necromancer, and many sword experts. There are also other people at about the Whale tribe's level of strength protecting this, sir. Clope had not gone crazy. He was just moving in the best way in order for him to maintain his life. Father, no, Duke Nim. Clope was also a sword master. He had started this war in order to become a legend. He too was someone who had spent hours to reach the apex of the way of the sword. That was why he could see it. I wish to live. The future that Clope simulated was explained to his father. The indomitable alliance will not be able to take any of the southern lands. Duke Rocksecker could see the certainty in his son's eyes. The originally blank eyes of his son were now sparkling. These were the eyes of the Secker household, the eyes of the white snake that never missed the opportunity to find a way to live. Clope did not hide this gaze from Cal. We must follow this esteemed sir. The white snake wanted to follow the legend, even if it was at the coattails. Then we will at least be able to follow the path of a legend. The Henitus territory was a small territory in an average kingdom. It would be the story of how Cal started from such a small territory and shook up the entire western continent. Wasn't that the perfect start that was similar to the heroes of legends? Clope spoke to his father and the Perun kingdom behind him. Duke Nim, at least we need to survive. They could get rid of the indomitable alliance in order to survive. Duke Rock subconsciously gulped. His son, Clope Secker, had accepted Arm's help while saying that he would become a sword master and create a legend. Although Arm was now the center of the alliance, the original Northern Alliance was focused around his son. The look in his son's eyes right now looked even more determined when he had told the alliance that they should head for the southern lands. An unknown source of uncertainty started to fill the Duke's complicated mind. All right, now then. Cal Henitus, the man who had been standing there with a hand on his son's shoulder, looked toward Duke Rock and continued to speak. It was with a very official tone of voice. I will now teach you how you can survive. However, the words he was saying were things that he should not be confident about. Cal patted Clope on the shoulder as he explained himself. It will allow the Perun kingdom to not fall and to continue to be the strongest power in the Western continent's northern region after the war. Duke Rock was focused on how they will continue to be the strongest power in the northern region. How could there be such a method? Just what if you wish to know? Duke Rock looked toward Cal, who had cut him off. He did not seem to have any hesitation, even while addressing a duke like himself. He just had a look that seemed ready to take care of business. Please come on over. I do not enjoy chatting while standing up. Cal Henitus was telling Duke Rocksecker to come to him. However, it was more of a threat than a request. Duke Rock could see the destroyed patrol stations through the window behind Cal. Cal's relaxed voice reached his ears at that moment. Ah, by the way, if more than 5 people show up, we will take that as a declaration of war and immediately start our attack. The whale tribe will probably destroy the entire coastline. Duke Rock could see Cal's gentle smile. Cal Henitus gave off the serious vibe of a noble as he opened up his hand. Since it should be possible for you to teleport, he opened his hand to show 5 fingers. 5 minutes. Bring a maximum of 5 people in the next 5 minutes. It was his way of saying that he would not give them any time to think. Forget a guard, Cal seemed more like the devil in the Duke's eyes. The devil continued to speak. Let the Alliance know if you want. Nothing will change for the Perun kingdom nor the Secker household either way. Of course, I will take it as you rejecting our offer if you do that. It was the truth. Would the indomitable alliance that was heading south turn back to help the Perun kingdom that had neither wyverns nor a sword master anymore? Cal's voice reached the Duke's ear once again. 1 minute has passed. He then ended the call. Duke Rock closed his eyes for a moment. Hurry up and get it prepared. He quickly shouted an order as he reopened his eyes. Screech. The door to the old communication room in the central patrol station opened. Duke Rocksecker had his subordinates standing behind him as he observed the situation behind the open door. Welcome. There was a man sitting on a chair with his legs crossed and drinking tea. Cal welcomed the Duke, who was standing by the door as if he was frozen. The Duke could see his son sitting on a wheelchair while drinking tea. He could also see the people that he presumed were the whales. Duke Rocksecker, who was both a duke and a father, subconsciously started to speak. Clope. However, Duke Rock could only hear Cal's voice. I will create a new legend for the Perun kingdom like your son wants. The Duke's movement stopped. Clope's expression changed as well. The teacup in Clope's hand was shaking. Duke Rock's gaze focused on Cal after seeing this reaction. He could see that Cal was smiling. 3 things. Cal gave the Duke some proposals. I will request 3 things for you. I will also tell you 3 truths. Their conversation and their deal started with those words. Cal shared his 3 conditions. He then told the Duke the 3 truths for those conditions. It did not take long to say all of those things, just 1 hour. Although the tea in their cups was now cold, it was just a short amount of time. Cal and Duke Rock's conversation ended after that time. He stood up from his seat and ended the conversation. You have 1 week to prepare. Cal did not say anything else before turning away from Duke Rock's Seca. 1 week. Duke Rock could see the vicious gazes of the whales still in the ocean. 1 week. Although he had been given some time, some of the whales and whales stayed behind. The whales' movements would be determined based on Cal's decisions in a week. Duke Rock could not leave the central patrol station for a long time. On the other hand, Cal needed to receive Rayan's questioning after leaving the patrol station. Weak human, why did you give him time to prepare? Is there something happening in this week? Cal laid down on Archie's back as he answered back, just a bit of the world turning chaotic. Yes, yes indeed. How could they not be shocked after seeing dark elves revealing themselves for the first time in hundreds of years? Cal imagined that scenario as he casually answered, however, someone else understood this a bit differently. The large killer whale's back twitched as he started to sweat. Rayan did not care as he responded to Cal. Ah, I see. The black dragon casually answered before laying down next to Cal. Archie was swimming faster than he had ever swum before in his entire whale life. Human, we got a call from the Crown Prince. Rayan approached Cal with a video communication device shining red in his arms. Bedroom. This was somewhere that only the children averaging 9 years old and Ron were with him. Connected. Rayan connected the call and moved to a corner of the room with On and Hung. The children averaging 9 years old had sauce on the sides of their mouths. Pad. The video communication device was connected and Alberus' handsome face appeared. Young Master Cal Henitus, the star of our kingdom, are you eating meat? Yes, your highness. Cal put a piece of beef steak in his mouth as he nodded his head. Shhhhhh. The wine cup next to Cal was being filled with red wine. Cal picked up the cup that Ron had handed over and took a sip. He then started to speak. I'm sorry, your highness. I am hungry as I have just returned from the Perun kingdom. That is why I am eating right now. I apologize for picking up your call like this. Cal responded back with whatever came to his mind. He expected Alberu to say, crazy bastard, or you're driving me nuts, before getting down to business. He then stabbed a piece of steak with his fork. Although Alberu may say things like that, he was not the type to complain about his eating during the call. However, Cal felt that something was off today. He held the fork with the meat in his hand as he looked back toward the video communication device. The Crown Prince was smiling brightly. Yes, you should eat when you are hungry. Our young master Cal should definitely eat when he is hungry. This is weird. Cal was thinking this was very weird. He then realized the reason for this feeling. Ego, is only 1 plate of steak enough? Even a fancy table full of food would not be enough for our young master Cal. Why is he like this? Cal felt something from what the Crown Prince was doing. A glib tongue. Cal started to frown. That change made Alberus' eyes shake for a moment, but he continued to smile just as brightly as he spoke. Yes, I should treat our young master Cal to a delicious, no, the best meal the royal kitchen can make. Don't you agree? Steak and wine are not enough. Cal's blunt voice responded back. Do I need to go to the capital? The Crown Prince put away his bright smile after seeing that Cal understood what he needed, as usual, and continued to speak with his usual expression. I called to discuss something with you. The Crown Prince was aware that Cal was his partner in this war. That was why he delivered honest information about what was going on at the capital. He thought that was the respectful thing to do. In the end, the Caro Kingdom is seeking help from us and the Empire. They seem to have gotten scared after hearing about the Indomitable Alliance's ships. Cal realized something after seeing the Crown Prince's calm expression. And this problem is difficult for the Crown to handle on its own. The Roan Kingdom was still at war. It would be hard to defend their own kingdom while helping out the Caro Kingdom as well. Do it wrong, and the nobles could spread rumors to the citizens that the kingdom has thrown away its own citizens in order to help foreign kingdoms for benefits. Cal took another sip of wine. His face started to flush red. Are the nobles against helping the Caro Kingdom? There are always people who oppose things, however. Marquis Alan made the atmosphere weird. Marquis Alan. His family was known as the Roan Kingdom's greatest martial arts household. Cal felt an odd sensation. The Crown Prince continued to gently speak. I wish to hear your opinion. Cal brushed his eyes with his hands. Marquis Alan's faction and the Central Noble faction want to officially hold a Grand Nobles meeting in order to hear your opinion. the northeast region with the Henitus household, the Stan household with the formerly pushed-aside firstborn, Taylor Stan, the Jaira household with Antonio that guards the southwest region that borders the empire. There were factions in the southeast region and the central region as well. They said that it would be best to listen to the thoughts of our northeast region's commander-nim that is protecting our Rhone kingdom. The nobles wanted confirmation that the Rhone kingdom would continue to be safe and that it was okay to assist the Caro kingdom. They did not want to hear this from the crown prince, but from the person who had achieved victory in the war. This was to Cal's expectations as well. That was why he had prepared documents and was ready to chat through a video communication device. However, the problem was that it was not such an innocent request. Whether it was because they were wary or because it was out of their goodwill, some of the nobles wanted to see this upcoming power for themselves. It was the actions of people who did not want to lose power even during a war. Cal slowly started to speak. What bullshit by the southeast region and the central region. Indeed, but they aren't wrong. It is still annoying. Cal could see the crown prince's face. He could sense the annoyance on his face. The crown prince would not be annoyed like this if they were calling Cal over simply because they were truly worried about their own kingdom and not because of this faction battle. In some aspects, it made sense to listen to the opinion of the Northeast region's military commander. However, their intentions were not good. Tap, tap, tap. Cal tapped his finger on the table. They also want the sword master and the necromancer to accompany you. They claim it is to praise their abilities. Tap, tap. The finger that was tapping on the table stopped. They probably did not have good intentions for wanting to see Choi Han and Mary either. That was why the crown prince had called Cal. However, I will take care of that, so do not worry about it. You can ignore all of the useless calls from the central region. That is okay. The crown prince flinched before starting to smile. He understood Cal's intentions by looking at the expression on his face. You really do have a tendency to take good care of your subordinates. The look of annoyance that was on Cal's face had changed to something else. The crown prince looked at the cold gaze on Cal's face as he added on. The citizens of the capital wish to see you as well. The most popular weapon that they are selling in the capital is apparently the shield right now. Ha! Cal let out a deep sigh, however. That sigh soon turned into a smile. It was time to show the citizens a new hero. I guess I need to cause a ruckus at the capital first. The capital. The crown prince looked toward Cal, who had decided to come to the capital, before adding on. The entire kingdom will become chaotic. However, he didn't know whether it would be because of people cheering or because of people fearing. Chapter 210. Now do you get it? 1. Cal gathered people to the commander's office the day after his chat with the crown prince. He opened the closed door to the office. Click. The door opened with a quiet noise, and Cal could see inside the office. Commander Nim, you're here. He could see the long oval table in the office. All of the people sitting at the table got up to greet Cal. The Ubar Liege, the Knight Captain of the 1st Knights Brigade, Mage Captain Tasha, young lady who was responsible for the video communication devices and record keeping, as well as many others who were the core of the Northeast region's naval base, were in the office. Their expressions did not look good. They lightly lowered their heads as Cal motioned to them with his eyes as he headed toward the head of the table. Commander Nim, did you eat? Did you get to eat, Commander Nim? What the? Cal felt odd after hearing people greeting him like this with serious expressions. Why are they caring about my meal so much? Is this the new trend these days? Cal casually nodded his head and sat down at the head of the table. The Ubar Liege started to speak as soon as he sat down. Commander Nim, will you be going to the capital? The question made the atmosphere in the room become sullen. They had received the message at the naval base this morning. It indicated that they were requesting Commander Cal Henitus's presence at the Grand Nobles meeting. That was why the naval base was chaotic since the morning. Yes, I am going. Cal's confident response made them not ask any questions. Commander Cal Henitus. He was an extremely smart person. They didn't know how to refute a decision made by such a person. The mage captain, Dark Elf Tasha, hid her head inside her robe to hide her annoyed expression. These nobles, however, before she could even finish her thought, someone started to speak. All these noble bastards always do the same thing. Gasp. Tasha gasped internally. She then turned her head to the side. The captain of the 1st Knights Brigade. That stoic human was sitting there with a stoic expression, as if he had not said anything. He responded stiffly after seeing the eyes fall on him. Ah, of course, the proper nobles are exceptions. I'm talking about the noble bastards who care so much about their factions. Wow. Tasha was amazed to hear these words that she had wanted to say as well. The fact that the knight captain had no issue saying these things meant that he considered everyone here, especially Cal, as being on his side. The knight captain closed his mouth as if he had not said anything at all. Other people started to speak after he had opened up the floodgates. The war is not over, and the Northeast region's naval base is still busy with the cleanup. How can they order our commander-in to come and go as they please? These fools who don't know how cruel and scary war is just sit there and try to boss him around. They are probably trying to suppress you, Commander Nim. One of them shouted in anger. And they are not just calling you Commander Nim. They are calling Choi Han Nim and the Necromancer Nim as well. Just what tap? Cal's palm lightly tapped on the table. The person who was talking looked toward Cal before shutting his mouth. A calm voice started to speak. That is why I am going. The people around the table remained quiet. Cal was not showing anger, annoyance, or any emotion at that. However, the fact that he was showing no emotion made the people at the naval base know what he was thinking. Cal continued to speak to those who were looking at him. They will not be calling people from our naval base in the future. Amaru, who was in charge of records, hesitated for a moment before her hand quickly resumed taking notes. People from our naval base. She knew the reason Cal was quietly going to the capital this time. It was not because he was angry at the nobles, or because he was afraid of their suppression. Amaru and the others were thinking that the nobles may call people from the naval base in the future as well. In fact, this might be the start of them demanding more of them to show up in the future. It wouldn't be as bad for the Northeast region's nobles, but the ones with lower titles were bound to be dragged around left and right. It was highly likely that they would be bait in the chaotic fight for power. That was why they were worried. However, their commander spoke in a confident voice to instantly rid them of this concern. Of course, I will make sure to get some information, and I'll reward. Amaru clenched the pen in her hand. This person truly was always a step ahead of others and shocked people. She let out a deep sigh before moving her pen again. She heard Cal's voice again at that moment, making her raise her head to look at him. The reason I gathered all of you here was to let you know about the fact that I am going to the capital. However, there is also another reason. Cal wouldn't have gathered them here for no reason. It was easy to move around because he could teleport. However, it was difficult for him to always be at the naval base in the future. While I am gone, he made eye contact with each of them before continuing to speak. I trust that the Rhone Kingdom's shores will be safe. The room was quiet. The only person who had been talking asked to the others. Well, Amaru started to speak to respond to his question. However, there was someone who was one step ahead of her. The knight captain started to speak. You can trust us. Good. Cal gently smiled back. They have enough strength here to take care of things. I can take a relaxing trip. Cal started to smile, thinking that he had one less baggage to carry with him. However, the others could not smile back at him, which each of them doing their own things to resolve themselves. Let's protect this place until our commander-in gets back. That thought was on all of their minds. Of course, Cal did not know it would be to this extent. Then let's end this meeting here. I feel like I called you all here for no reason since there wasn't much to discuss. Cal ended the meeting as there was nothing to discuss. However, this meeting was one that the people in the office with him would not forget. Cal watched everyone bow and leave before sitting down on the couch in the office. He then waited for new people to arrive. Screech. The door opened slowly a bit later and two people entered. It was Choi Han and Mary. Sit. Cal pointed to the couch across him. Since they were going to go with him this time, it was important to keep them in the loop. Calnim, did you eat? I guess it really is a new trend these days. Cal casually responded to Choi Han's greeting. No, not yet. The mechanical voice chimed it at that moment. Young Master Nim, you must eat to be healthy. The only time you don't have to eat is when you are dead. Why is she saying such vicious things? Cal nodded toward the black robe with a blank expression. Only then did Mary quiet down. There was a story running rampant throughout the naval base right now. The story was naturally one that a loud-mouthed communication mage, who was full of admiration, had shared with the others about Cal's comment regarding the soldiers' meals. But there was no way Cal would know about this. That was why Cal pushed aside this new trendy way to greet people before trying to get down to business. However, Choi Han was a bit faster. I heard that you are going to the capital, Cal Nim, us as well. Choi Han gulped after seeing Cal nodding his head. Amaru and the Knight Captain had explained the purpose of going to the capital. The Knight Captain, who had gotten slightly closer to Choi Han due to their shared choice of weapon, had told him with a serious expression on his face. The noble bastards are probably gathering in the meeting room and plan on making Commander Nim stand in the center while trying to drag him to the ground. Those bastards have nothing other than their titles and enjoy doing such things to people. They tried to do the same to me when I went to report about the Knights Brigade at year-end. Choi Han and Mary, who had heard this, imagined Cal being surrounded by people and being questioned. The Knight Captain had said something else. I heard Choi Han Nim and Mary Nim are going as well. You will face that together. It will be difficult, but just let it in one ear and out the other. Choi Han thought about the Knight Captain's suggestion and started to speak. Will we be standing in front of the nobles as well? How should I act in such a situation? Mary clenched her fists underneath her robe and looked toward Cal. The two of them were waiting for Cal to speak. What is it? Excuse me. Cal was looking at Choi Han in a way that seemed to be asking what he was talking about, and Choi Han blankly answered back. Cal started to frown after seeing that blank expression. It is more uncomfortable if I have the two of them with me. He was plotting something with the Crown Prince. What good would the terrible actor Choi Han and the innocent Mary do for that? Maybe Beacrox or Ran might be helpful, but these two were more likely to be hindrances. You two don't need to go to such a place. I alone am enough. Yes, yes, indeed. It was definitely plenty since the Crown Prince would be there as well. There were also many people to use in that gathering as well. Cal continued to speak to the two people who remained quiet. Of course, there may be times in the future where you will need to be in front of the citizens for parades or whatnot. Those are the places you need to be at, since they are going to be heroes. He was planning on letting them be seen by the citizens so that they could replace him and become true heroes. Cal started to smile, thinking about how people would forget about him. He heard Choi Han's voice at that moment. Are you saying we should be present for things that will be full of cheering? Well, something like that. Just be advised that the cheering might be quite loud. Choi Han started to frown. Mary clenched onto the sleeve of her robe. Choi Han hesitated a few times before finally starting to speak. We want to follow you to the Grand Nobles meeting. We want to go, Mary added on. However, the two did not expect much even as they asked. The Cal Henitus that they knew was a stubborn person. No, he was someone who kept his word and someone who did not change his mind once he made up his mind to sacrifice himself for others. Choi Han started to speak. Then I will be waiting outside the meeting room door. I want to do that as well. Cal casually nodded his head. It should be fine at the entrance since they will not influence what happens inside. Weak human, I will follow you inside. An invisible dragon should be fine, he thought. Cal opened his mouth to answer all of them at once. Whatever you want. The eyes of all three individuals sparkled. However, Cal did not care about it as he finished his preparations and left for the capital with Choi Han, Mary, and Rayan. The only wooden building in the Roan Kingdom. This was the hall for the Grand Nobles meeting. The hall was configured with seats in a circle, and it had been many years since this large number of nobles were present. The circular seats were divided into 5 sections. 4 of them were centered around the head of each faction. The Central Region's Duke Orsina, the Northwest Region's Marquis Stan, the Southeast Region's Marquis Alan, the Southwest Region's Duchess Jaira. One of those individuals, Marquis Alan, who was the head of the household known for being the greatest martial arts family in the Roan Kingdom, was already present. He quietly looked down at the circular hall. Marquis Nim. One noble approached him and started to speak. His voice was full of scorn. It looks like the Jaira household has moved as well. The noble looked toward Duchess Sonata, who was at the center of the Southwest Region's faction members. The old Duchess was sitting there with her mouth closed. Although she had said she was handing the position over to her grandson, it did not seem to have happened yet. She claimed to lock the gates after the slave trade was discovered, but still showed up here in the face of benefits. This was the reason for the scorn in the noble's eyes. Although it was hush-hush, many of the nobles knew about the Jaira household's vassals' involvement in the slave trade. That was why they had all mocked the Duchess when she said she was going to lock the gates with her tail tucked between her legs. However, Duchess Jaira had shown up to be involved in the central politics again. Another noble interjected into the conversation this noble was having with Marquis Alan. Would she want to relinquish this chance to earn another source of strength? They probably could not sit still knowing this war will be the door to the emergence of a new power. The noble continued to speak. Look, even the new head of the Stan household, who had been quiet, is here at this grand nobles' meeting. The man he was pointing to looked gentle and weak. Although he had once lost the position, Taylor Stan had returned to take control of the household. He was sitting in a side with the Northwest region's nobles. All of the central faction's nobles are here as well. It's been a while since we've all gathered together like this. The noble, whose face was full of greed, almost whispered to Marquis Alan. We must take control of the northeast region at all cost this time. We absolutely must suppress that commander. We need to do it now before he gains more strength. The noble said that as he observed Marquis Alan's expression. It was stoic as usual. That made the noble relieved. The Marquis started to speak at that moment. It doesn't look like anybody is coming from the northeast region. All of the factions had gathered together. There was a visibly empty region in this circular room. Those were the seats of the northeast region's nobles who were not here. None of the northeast region nobles had shown up at the grand nobles meeting. However, the noble was not fazed by this. Do not worry about it, Marquis Alan. I was able to speak to the northeast region's nobles associated with our faction earlier today. They said they still wish to be a part of our faction. The corners of the noble's mouth twitched. They should all appear soon, and they will take our side. I'm sure they want to take control as well. Nobles lived for power in the end. They will pick our side if they want to live a long and peaceful life even after the war. I am certain of it, of course. Even if the Henitus household looks strong right now, they are just like a castle on top of the sand. Since they are a newly rising power, they have no stable foundation. Why would anyone choose to stick to such a side? The nobles discussed all sorts of things. At that moment, Marquis Alan's gaze headed toward the nobles of his faction for the first time. He asked with a stoic expression, "Are you certain of it? Excuse me." It was at that moment. Screech, the doors to the hall opened. Ha! The noble who was looking at the Marquis turned toward the door before his eyes opened wide. Tap, tap, tap. The sounds of many people walking could be heard. These people walked in with serious expressions on their faces. They were all walking in while following behind a single person. That person was Deruth Henitus. They were following behind the current head of the Henitus household. Behind him were all of the northeast region's nobles who were qualified to attend. Hey, that person. What the hell? Some of the southeast region and central factions nobles looked toward them with shocked expressions. Didn't these people bow down to them this morning? Why would those people not look at them or any other factions? They were just walking with their gaze straight forward. And where were they headed? They were naturally headed for the open area beside the four factions. Ho! One of the nobles let out a gasp. He then realized something. There was now a faction in the northeast region as well. The Henitus household was at the center of that faction. However, there was something they were mistaken about. Count Henitus did not create a faction. Deruth Henitus had no desire to be the leader of a faction. They had all gathered together because of one person's request, no, one person's command. They all just looked straight forward without saying anything. The nobles of the other factions started to whisper. However, a voice could be heard to put an end to those whispers. The knight at the entrance who had not said anything when the nobles were entering finally started to speak. His Highness, the Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, is now entering. The nobles flinched at this statement. One of the nobles next to Marquis Alan couldn't help but speak. But Cal Henitus is not even here yet. It didn't make sense for a noble to enter later than the Crown Prince. It went against the proper etiquettes. Ha! They created a faction in the northeast region and think they can do whatever. No, Marquinim. The noble who had been raising his voice looked toward his leader, Marquis Sand Alan. The Marquis started to speak with a stiff expression. That's not it. What did he mean? The moment that the noble had that question, the Marquis turned his head. His gaze headed toward the closed door. Screech. The door slowly opened. All of the nobles stopped whispering to each other and stood up. However, they could not help but start to whisper once again. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. He was wearing a fancy outfit that was fancier than ever before. He then asked the knight a question as he entered the door. Why are you not introducing my close friend? The knight stood at attention and shouted once again. His Highness, Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, and the Northeast Region's military commander, Cal Henitus, are now entering. Tap, tap. The two of their footsteps echoed inside the hall. The smiling Alberu Crossman walked in with Cal Henitus next to him. Cal, who was wearing black to symbolize the Rhone Kingdom's Northeast Region's navy, walked into the hall with a stoic expression. Cal and Crown Prince Alberu. The two of them were heading toward the same spot. This was telling the nobles of Cal's status. He was someone who could stand on par with the next king of the Rhone Kingdom. Cal Henitu stood there beside the Crown Prince. Chapter 211. Now do you get it? 2. The two of them stopped at the center of the hall. All of the people in the circular seats were looking at them. Crown Prince Alberu was wearing a fancy gold and white outfit, while Cal Henitus was wearing a black uniform that showed off his red hair. The two of them were so different that it was so visible. The whispers slowly died down, and silence filled the hall. Alberu Crossman started to smile after looking around the hall. Crazy bastard. He says he doesn't need power. Hell, let go of everything after the war. And he was even willing to swear on it. He lightly clenched and then unclenched his tingling hand. He always does things beyond my expectations. Cal was giving off an aura that was making his palms tingle. He could not see it, but he could feel the oppressive aura coming off of Cal. It was affecting everybody in the hall. This is the true Cal Henitus. The person who never wanted to put any attention on himself and only wanted money was finally showing his true self. The Crown Prince could not help but smile. If he is being serious, I just have to be serious to match it. The Crown Prince gave up a part of his role for the day. He decided to play along with whatever Cal decided to do. It would not be hard to do that. On the other hand, there was someone who was facing a difficult situation. Marquis Sand Alan. He let out a groan. The man who was known for having a stoic expression did not seem to be doing well. He did not expect that his expression would change, not because of the smiling Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, but because of Cal Henitus. I thought he would still be a child even if he received that position. He was not a child. Then what was he? Marquis Sand Alan was more sensitive to a person's aura because he was a martial artist. He believed that a person's aura gave off their life story. However, Cal Henitus was giving off a king or a ruler's aura that was stronger than Alberu Crossman, who had grown up primed to become king. He was giving off an aura that made the Marquis believe that Cal would not cower even against a dragon's dragon fear, which was known to be the strongest aura in the world. I feel like I am being dominated by his aura. As a highest-grade expert, his extremely sensitive intuition was going off. Of course, Cal would have applauded if he knew what the Marquis was thinking about. This was because Cal was using the dominating aura to its fullest after eating a feast in the palace. The Marquis, who did not know this, focused his gaze on Cal. Alberu started to speak at that moment. It's been a while since so many people have gathered together. He was no longer using the formal tone to speak to them, as it was confirmed that he would be the next king. Marquis Alan saw the brightly smiling crown prince and pushed his temple with his finger. He had an ominous feeling about this. The crown prince only smiled like this when he had the advantage. Alberu started to walk. I should go to my seat as well, however. He stopped walking and turned around. It doesn't seem like there is a seat for our commander. There was no seat for Cal in here. This was done by Duke Orsina's central faction. It was a petty move. The nobles would sit, while the person being interrogated would stand. You could even call it the beginning of the fight for power. Ahem. Duke Granak Orsina could not hide his discomfort. He observed the crown prince who knew he had done this, but had not said anything until now. He then made eye contact. Cal Henitus was directly looking at the duke. I don't have a hobby of chatting while standing. Cal's gaze slowly looked around the hall. The nobles understood his intent after looking at his gaze. He was looking down at them. But this isn't bad. Cal started to smile for the first time as if he enjoyed looking down on them like this. One of the southeast region's nobles made eye contact with Cal. He started to shout as soon as Cal's gaze left him. I heard you were trash. I see that your personality has not changed. Shut up. Excuse me. The noble looked toward the leader of his faction. Marquis Sand Alan had a rare frown on his face as he glared at the noble. I told you to shut your mouth. Marquinim. The Marquis turned his gaze away. Can't you see the look in the eyes of the northeast region's nobles? Excuse me. The noble had never seen the Marquis talking so much. That was why he also looked toward the northeast region's faction. He could hear the Marquis' voice. All of their eyes are focused on Cal Henitus. Do you think they are scared? Like me? He did not say that part out loud. He could see the Marquis starting to sigh. It seemed as if the Marquis was saying that this noble still had a long way to go. The Marquis started to speak once the noble cowered after seeing the Marquis gaze once again. It is not fear but respect. Excuse me. Marquis Sand Alan realized that the northeast region did not gather around Count Deruth, but actually around his son, Cal Henitus. They seemed to be gathered together by something tighter than power or greed. Looks like we need to give up on the northeast region. He slowly calmed himself and started to speak. I'm just glad it ended with the northeast region. It was extremely lucky that only the northeast region gathered around Cal Henitus. If he had not realized it through this incident, the entire kingdom may have been eaten up by him. Someone with that type of atmosphere around them are bound to draw people in. Even if they don't mean to do so, they will draw in more and more people. He's either going to gulp up another faction or increase his influence. I'm certain of it. Marquis Sand was thankful that he was now aware of it, giving him a chance to stop it before it got too severe. However, there was an issue with his line of thought. Then let us get started with the meeting. Crown Prince Alberu started the meeting with a happy expression. He then looked toward a noble. One of the nobles next to Duke Granik Orsina quickly stood up after seeing Alberus gaze. He was the count responsible for the progression of this grand nobles meeting. He stood up and opened up the agenda of things to discuss. He coughed a few times before starting to speak. Ahem, we are unable to start the meeting as not everyone is present. The count turned his gaze away from the smiling crown prince and continued to speak. Commander Cal, why did you come alone? The notice requested the attendance of two others as well. The count peeked toward Duke Orsina, the leader of his faction, who nodded his head to tell him to continue. The count opened up his shoulders and looked at Cal after seeing the stubborn duke giving him the go-ahead. He then flinched. How could a person? He felt as if he was an herbivore in front of a carnivore. The count started to sweat after seeing Cal's gaze that was directed at him. There was not much a human could do after getting hit by this aura that even the killer whale Archie found difficult to handle. Tap, tap. Cal started to walk from the center. He stopped walking once he got near the count. The count was avoiding Cal's gaze and slightly lowering his head. It was a subconscious gesture. He felt as if he would suffocate if he did not do that. He could hear Cal's voice. I don't know who I should respond to since you have lowered your head. The count bit down on his lips and lifted up his head. However, his gaze quickly headed back down. It was at that moment. The crown prince who was seated facing the entrance of the hall twitched his eyebrow. Screech. A very quiet noise could be heard as the entrance opened just a bit. The knights should be guarding the door. The door that still opened just a tiny sliver did not open or close and remained exactly as is. Alberu knew that Cal's people, the sword master and the necromancer, were the ones to do that. That would be why the knights allowed them to touch the door. Alberu was correct. Choi Han had a hand on his scabbard as he stood right in front of the slightly opened door. He then leaned in to listen. Cal's voice soon reached both Choi Han and Mary. Cal looked toward the only other person who was standing, the count responsible for the progression of the meeting that was unable to make eye contact with him, and started to speak. I had asked them to make the Navy uniform black. It was an unrelated story. His comment made some of the nobles wonder what he was trying to do. However, they could only gasp after hearing his continued words. The voice of the man standing in the center of the large hole could be heard. That way you would not be able to tell even if you got blood on it. His emotionless face looked out toward the nobles. The blood on the northeast region's castle walls have still not dried. The northeastern ocean is also overflowing with blood. They listened to the words coming out of the northeast region's commander's mouth. It made them recall the site of the battle at the Henitus territory they had seen through the video communication device. They had been unable to hide their amazement and shock while they watched it. But now, whose blood do you think it was? The image of the battle that came along the low voice of the man who had been at the forefront was a bit different. Whose blood? Cal asked the question and then answered it. The enemy. These nobles had not experienced war. They realized that the person in front of them was not a noble. The weight of the title of commander slowly started to seep into their minds. The Rhone Kingdom's enemy, the Northeast region's enemy, my enemy. Cal's gaze then headed back toward the Count, as well as my people's enemy, my enemy, but more importantly, my people's enemy. Those words stabbed into the Count's ears like nails. The Count holding the agenda felt his hand starting to shake. It was a warning, my people. It was a warning not to touch the sword master or the necromancer. Marquis Alan, who was watching this, started to speak almost as if he was gasping. He's a tree, a sturdy tree, one that never falters or bows as it maintains its spot. He should have realized this back at the capital's Plaza Terror incident. The Marquis realized that Cal Henitus truly was an upright hero. That was why he was relieved. He was relieved that Cal was not a schemer. What a relief. It was at that moment. The Rhone Kingdom is strong. Cal did not care for the order on the agenda, whether or not they would agree to the Caro Kingdom's request. He got down to business and said what he needed to say to the people who had called him here today. Agree to the Caro Kingdom's request. That doesn't seem one of the nobles by Duke Orsina urgently started to speak. However, Cal did not look at them as he looked at the person at the highest spot. Your Highness, Crown Prince Albaru, what do you think? He responded back to Cal's question without any hesitation. Based on the report from the Northeast region's naval base, the Rhone Kingdom is able to maintain its current Northeast region's defense while still being able to provide support to the Caro Kingdom. Some of the nobles by Marquis Alan and Duke Orsina stood up from their seats. They seemed ready to say something as soon as the Crown Prince was finished. These were people who would not let go of their gains even if they were scared. However, the Crown Prince did not care for them as he continued to speak. We also have a lot to gain if we help out the Caro Kingdom. It is worth it if you consider the future. But the other regions beside the Northeast region don't have the extra manpower. One of the nobles urgently started to speak. However, he could not finish his sentence. The Crown Prince casually added on, as if he had expected this response. The capital and the central region have the Mage Brigade. We also have our Royal Knights as well. The Crown Prince's gaze then headed toward Marquis Alan. The southeast region has the Rhone Kingdom's strongest martial arts family. The Marquis flinched for a moment. One of his loyal nobles who saw him flinch started to speak. He avoided Cal's gaze as he urgently started to shout. But the west side needs support. We need to send the northeast region's extra forces to the west. It would be a way to reduce the forces in the northeast region while giving the other nobles a reason to support this decision. Of course, this was not what the Marquis wanted. This would only be beneficial to the southwest region and the northwest region. The original plan was for the southeast region to gobble up the northeast region's forces. However, this noble wanted to take the flow of discussion back toward the nobles. Some of the nobles nodded their heads in agreement as if he was correct. This made him certain. He thought that the southwest region and the northwest region will now go wild to take the support for themselves. If they start causing a ruckus, they may be able to work some things in so that the central and southeast regions get some benefits as well. At least that was what he was thinking. It was at that moment. An old voice echoed in the hall. This was the first time this person was speaking today. The southwest region is strong enough to defend our gate. It was the old noble, Duchess Sonata. She opened her mouth to speak. Your Highness, the southwest region does not need any reinforcements. Her voice was full of certainty and anticipation. Damn it. Both Marquis Alan and Duke Orsina's expressions changed at the same time. The two of them had known Duchess Sonata for a long time. They could read her gaze. That old woman has something up her sleeve. That old noble never said something she did not mean. In fact, she was someone who kept her word. Marquis Sand Alan started to frown even more. I heard she needed to lock the gates because of Cal Henitus. Weren't they enemies? He thought that the two of them were supposed to be enemies, but that was not the end. Someone else started to speak as well. The northwest region is safe as well. It was the gentle-looking man who was known amongst the nobles as a vicious man, Taylor Stan. He had not involved himself in the central politics since he took over, making the nobles think that he was busy enough dealing with the northwest region. However, that was not it. He had been lying low at Cal's request and the Crown Prince's order. They kept him hidden in order for him to be a well-sharpened blade today. Taylor, who was in charge of the Stan household that oversees the northwest region, added something else. I agree with the commander's proposal. The northwest region and the southwest region. These two leaders were the only ones to speak among the Western faction members. The other nobles just sat there with their mouths shut. This. Marquis Alan could not pay attention to a different noble calling his name. Duchess Sonata Gyra, Marquis Taylor Stan. The Marquis looked at the two of their outfits. He then looked toward the outfits of the Northeast region's nobles. Black. They were all wearing black. The same black that the Northeast region's navy supposedly selected so that you could not tell when you got blood on it. They had come to get blood on it today. They were here to take down their enemy and their side's enemy before returning back. Marquis Alan turned his head. He could see that the Crown Prince was still smiling. He was wearing a black dress shirt underneath his white coat. His gaze moved past the Crown Prince and stopped elsewhere. The Marquis could see Cal Henitus smiling at him. He'd been had. Cal was no hero. This was someone who knew about power and domination. Duke Orsina and Marquis Alan heard Albaru's voice. We are strong. We. The definition of that word was clear. They could see Cal responding back with a smile. You are correct, Your Highness. We are strong. We are strong enough to destroy anything in our way. That was how strong they were. Fear started to creep up the bodies of those who were not part of this. Chapter 212. Now do you get it? 3. The fear that crept up starting from their ankles slowly filled the nobles' entire bodies. The Southeast region and Central region's factions realized that something was wrong. Crown Prince Albaru started to speak at that moment. If we look through history, the citizens who survive a war cry thinking about how they managed to survive, while the people in power start a new battle to fight for power. The Crown Prince's gaze headed toward the nobles of the Southeast region and Central region. People easily get delusional. He was sitting with his chin in his hand as he looked right at the Marquis and Duke. They think that they will survive even though the war is not yet over. It's quite funny yet pitiful. Marquis Sand Alan avoided the Crown Prince's gaze and closed his eyes. Deep wrinkles appeared on his face. He had been had. He thought that he had set up a trap to suppress Cal Henitus, but it was the opposite. This was a trap to choke him. Marquis Sand Alan opened his eyes back and looked around the hall. Why would the Southwest region and the Northwest region take the Crown's side? I guess Taylor Stan makes sense. The eldest son of the former Marquis Stan. It was said that his legs were healed thanks to the Crown Prince. It was a good enough reason to develop a bond with the Crown Prince. However, the Gyra household had been against the Crown Prince. Marquis Alan made eye contact with Duchess Sonata Gyra. Smirk. The old noble smiled toward the Marquis. She then turned her head to look toward Cal Henitus. That old hag. Marquis Sand Alan bit down on his lips. That old woman was supporting Cal Henitus and not the crown. The Marquis let out a deep sigh. He heard the Crown Prince continuing to speak. You'll have to do something if you want to survive. The Crown Prince called out to Cal for support. Isn't that right, Commander? Cal slowly nodded his head. Yes, Your Highness. Although it sounded as if only the two of them were chatting, not many other people could speak right now. With that being said, I don't think there's any reason for me to be here anymore since I am finished with my report. Marquis Sand Alan flinched before looking toward Cal. He's leaving. Already. He's not going to stay to see the results. The Marquis could not understand why Cal would leave without hearing about the results of the Caro Kingdom business. He observed Cal's face to see if he could notice anything until Cal's next words clarified it for him. The rest is up to the nobles, and I do not have any say as I am not a noble. Cal was a commander, but he was still just a young master who had not received his father's title. However, his gaze was still looking down at them while he said that he did not have the qualifications. The Marquis let out a groan. That was a warning and a treat. It was a warning that he would be waiting to see what kind of decision the nobles ended up making. The Marquis could feel a headache brewing inside. Then, goodbye. Cal casually said goodbye. I am leaving now in order to survive. The nobles were quiet, and the Crown Prince gave him permission to leave. Cal leisurely turned away from the nobles and headed for the entrance. The dominating aura truly is best to scam or scare people. His footsteps were light as he managed to take care of this annoying business earlier than he had expected. Of course, only he knew the lightness of his footsteps. I will remember the faces of that Marquis and Duke. Cal almost flinched at Rayon's mumblings, but just let it go as he stood in front of the door. He then happily pushed the door open. Screech bang, the door opened with a loud noise. Eek! Cal gasped, but made it so nobody would notice. Choi Han and Mary were standing right outside the door. He had told them to stay outside the door, but he did not expect they would be right outside of it. Cal had to calm his heart. He then started to move quickly. Tap, tap. Cal's hands landed on Mary and Choi Han's shoulders. It would be bad if Choi Han started to speak and acted terribly, or if Mary used her GPS-like voice and said something nice. Cal then took his hand off of their shoulders and started to speak. Let's go. The two started to follow Cal, who walked forward without looking back. That was why he was unable to see all of Choi Han and Mary's movements. The Marquis subconsciously clenched onto the armrest. Cal Henitus, the two people in black who were standing outside the door. One was a man with black hair and black eyes, while the other was wearing a black robe that made it impossible to see any part of their face or body. Those two were probably the sword master and the necromancer. Seeing the two of them wearing black as well made the Marquis feel chills down his back. The two of them slowly started to move after the commander's order to, let's go. The Marquis could see Cal Henitus leaving without any regrets. Furthermore, he could see the sword master and necromancer who were looking around the hall. Choi Han and Mary looked around the hall as they slowly turned around to follow behind Cal. Mary's black robe made it so that the nobles could not see her gaze that was full of curiosity and wariness. She took a quick look around before following behind Cal. However, Choi Han's gaze was fully visible to the nobles. The highest grade expert, Marquis Sand Alan, he felt as if he could not breathe after seeing the sword master's gaze on him. Choi Han only looked at those who had opposed Cal. Are you not coming? Choi Han stopped glaring after hearing Cal's voice. Cal had stopped walking and turned around to see what was going on. He then turned away from the nobles and quickly followed behind Cal. What are you doing? Nothing, Cal Nim. Cal started to walk again as Choi Han approached him. The door slowly closed, and the view of Cal's back slowly disappeared. Screech boom. The commander could no longer be seen once the door completely closed. Crown Prince Albaru's voice filled the room. Let us start the voting for this issue. The process moved quieter than ever before. 1 hour later, Cal was able to hear the results through the Crown Prince. They had approved it. Other than a few votes, the rest supported the decision to send reinforcements to the Caro Kingdom. Daddy, do you think I'll get to meet the commander Nim? The father smiled as the child asked while banging on his silver shield. Of course. Isn't that why we got up so early to stand in the front like this? The child laughed at his father's words as joy and anticipation was evident on his face. The father was looking at the child with a nostalgic gaze. A few months ago, he had cheered for the Crown Prince and young Master Cal on their way to the Margoru Empire. The father still clearly remembered what young Master Cal had said to his son, who was cheering for him. I want to be a cool person like you, young Master Nim. The noble who was heralded as a hero had said something unexpected when his son had said that. You won't be cool at all if you are like me. Take after your father instead. Only your parents are cool enough to hug you and lift you up like this. He had never seen a noble who said things like this. Recalling that moment made him still full of pride. He remembered how his son's eyes had sparkled as he looked at him after hearing young Master Cal's words. And today, he was back to the streets with his son once again. He was here to greet Commander Cal Henitus on his way to the Caro Kingdom. Bang, bang. He could hear his son banging on his shield. He heard some of the people around him speaking at that moment. Do you think it is okay for us to send the Commander Nim to the Caro Kingdom when the war is not over yet? He's even taking the Sword Master Nim and the Necromancer Nim with him. Some of the Knights and the 1st Mage Brigade are going as well. But the Navy and the Knights Brigade are not going. The other Mage Brigades are not going either. That's true, but... The citizen continued to speak as if he was calming his scared friend. The Commander Nim personally said to His Highness that he would teleport right back if the Roan Kingdom was in danger. He considers our Roan Kingdom to be the most important. He started to get emotional and raised his voice. Did you not hear about the conversation the Commander Nim had with His Highness? I heard the rumors. A rumor spread like wildfire through the capital yesterday. It was supposedly a conversation between Cal and the Crown Prince. They had no way of knowing if it was true or not, but it sounded like something the two of them would say. Do you remember what the Commander Nim said during that conversation? The Roan Kingdom is strong. Yes. Although everybody thinks we are nothing, the Roan Kingdom managed an overwhelming victory and showed our strength, is what he said. He said we should trust in ourselves more, since we are strong, and help out those who are in need. He said we should let the world experience the strength of the Rhone kingdom once again. The father, who was caressing his son's head, nodded at the citizen's statement. You could trust the words of the person who protected the Rhone kingdom. Furthermore, we have the heroes, the sword master Nim and the necromancer Nim. So let's trust them. This was indeed the case. There were two very strong heroes, but to call a necromancer a hero— The man who was holding his son started to frown after hearing that comment. He opened his mouth to speak. However, the person talking to that citizen was faster. What's wrong with the necromancer Nim? The necromancer Nim is 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than those other Northeast region's nobles who did nothing. Did you not see the video? It was a dragon, a dragon. How great and mighty did those dragon bones look? Did you think that was evil? No, but still. You know those stories we've heard about. Who cares about those stories? What matters is that we survive. Good, he's saying what I want to say. The man smiled with satisfaction before lifting his son up to his arms. It was at that moment. Boo-woo-woo-woo, the sound of a trumpet could be heard. Daddy. He fixed his excited son in his arms and looked toward where his son was looking. Clang, clang. Swords were being drawn up toward the sky. All sorts of colorful mana orbs shot up to the air as well. Wow. The child watched the knights and mages walking toward them while in his father's arms. He then shouted toward his father. That mister must be the sword master Nim. He could see a man with black hair and black eyes at the center of the knights, the only sword master in the Rhone kingdom. It was a man with a pure yet strong face. He also looked handsome enough to draw people's gazes toward him. The child with the shield watched everybody walk by. The mage brigade, the knights, and the sword master. He saw them all. However, the person the child was searching for could not be seen. Cal Henitus. He was not visible. They could only see a carriage behind the sword master. Is the commander Nim inside the carriage? The child's eyes sparkled. The carriage window slowly lowered, as if it understood the child's thoughts. Wow, necromancer. He could see the necromancer wearing a black robe. The child cheered for this hero he had never seen before. Ha! However, his face was full of confusion. He could not see him. He felt as if there should be one more person in the carriage, and that it would be Commander Cal Nim. However, the Commander Nim did not show himself. Naturally, this was because Cal did not want to show himself. Young Master Nim, they are all calling for you. Mary, they are calling you too. There were cheers for the necromancer in the crowd as well. Of course, there weren't as many as the cheers for Choi Han, however. Nobody was cursing her. His Highness said that he would take care of it. Cal felt as if the Crown Prince had done something. He had told Cal not to worry, as they would only receive cheers during this progression. Cal had not asked about it because it was annoying. Still, Cal pretended not to see the hesitating Mary as he leaned back into the chair. Young Master Shield Nim, Commander Silver Light Nim. Ha! He could not help but sigh. Can't they stop with these cheesy nicknames? It was at that moment. Excuse me, young Master Nim. I'm not looking outside. He bluntly responded back, but Mary hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. Even Rayan, who was invisible, started to speak. Young Master Nim, one child is desperately calling for you. Weak human. It is the same child who shook his shield for you last time. I thought he would grow well, and he did grow quite a bit in just a few months. Damn it. Cal frowned quite a bit before moving toward Mary's side. He then peeked out the window. Egu. He could see the child who had an even fancier shield than last time. Cal remembered this child. You won't be cool at all if you are like me. Take after your father instead. Only your parents are cool enough to hug you and lift you up like this. This child had made him speak nonsense as he was nervous. Cal looked toward the father-son duo, who shook their shields fervently once they made eye contact with him before moving back to a corner of the carriage. He then put his hand up to his face. The number of shields had increased. He could see people with silver shields, swords painted black, and even some wearing black robes as they cheered. However, the number of shields was more than the others. Damn it, what if the shield becomes even more trendy? Cal's expression turned serious. He turned to the side to see Mary. He knew Choi Han would be looking cool as he walked in the front as well. I need to make sure to show off the two of them this time. If I do that and make the Dark Elves heroes as a group, if we manage an overwhelming victory, they will definitely forget about me. Cal, who had heard about the number of troops heading toward the Caro Kingdom from Guardian Knight Clope diligently, No, desperately thought about it over and over. Let's take a back seat this time. Let's use less of my power this time. Let's not use the shield if I don't have to. Those were the thoughts in his head as he teleported to the Caro Kingdom and had to greet someone. Oh, I knew you would be here now. Long time no see. Cal was shocked. The Caro Kingdom had requested reinforcements from the Rhone Kingdom as well as the Margoru Empire, the nation closest to them. The two nations naturally agreed to send reinforcements. Cal had thought about the reinforcements the Empire would send. He was quite curious as to how the Empire would act and what kind of reinforcements they would send, since the Empire was on the same side as the Indomitable Alliance. However, this person was not in his calculations. Have you been well, Your Highness, Imperial Prince Nim? The Margoru Empire's Imperial Prince Adin was smiling at Cal, who was standing on top of the teleportation magic circle. Why is this bastard here? What about the Empire? Don't you need to defend the Empire? Cal was flabbergasted. The Imperial Prince smiled as he responded back. Of course. Congratulations on the Rhone Kingdom's victory. Cal held back a scoff. Been well, my ass. You've probably been unable to sleep in anger after seeing the Rhone Kingdom's victory. He didn't need to see it to know that this two-faced bastard was angry about it. However, Cal smiled back toward the Imperial Prince. It was unexpected that he ran into the Imperial Prince here at the Caro Kingdom. Have you been well, young Master Cal? Cal responded back to the Imperial Prince happier than ever. Yes, Your Highness. I can stretch my legs and sleep well at night, thanks to our victory. Cal could see the corner of the Imperial Prince's lips shaking a bit. He felt good doing this. His smile became wider thinking about how there will be many other things in the future that would make him feel good. Weak human, it's been a while since you've smiled like this. Are you about to scam someone? Scam? No, I'm just smiling. Cal simply let Rayon's comments in one ear and out the other. Chapter 213. Now do you get it? 4. He could hear Imperial Prince Adin's calm voice. Yes, you should relax after a victory. You need a long break. Cal's expression turned oddly blank. You need a long break. Someone might think that he was being nice, but Cal was thinking that this two-faced man was telling him to die so that he could get a long break. Imperial Prince Adin was pretending to be a good person. Cal peeked at Adin while observing the others at the same time. He saw a few guard knights behind the Imperial Prince, as well as some of the Caro Kingdom's people with awkward expressions. I guess they weren't expecting the Imperial Prince to show up. It was obvious if he thought about it. If Imperial Prince Adin was the one who was bringing the reinforcements, the Caro Kingdom would have informed Crown Prince Alberu. Cal quietly watched Imperial Prince Adin take a step toward him. The Imperial Prince approached him before quiet speaking as if he was trying to whisper. That is why I was shocked that you responded to this request. I thought that you would be resting. Adin didn't expect Cal to personally come to the Caro Kingdom. He expected him to relax after his victory. The Imperial Prince was speaking as if he was wary of the Caro Kingdom, and Cal responded back in a similar way. I also did not expect to see you here, Your Highness. Why are you here? What are you scheming, and what are you trying to prevent? That was what was on Cal's mind. Someone walked into the teleportation room at that moment. Oh, you're here. Cal had never seen him before, but he had heard enough descriptions about this person that he was able to recognize him. Valentino, the Caro Kingdom's crown prince. I heard that you were in the office, but why are you here? Also, Imperial Prince Adin's longtime friend. Valentino patted Imperial Prince Adin on the shoulder as he casually continued to speak. Although there was a significant difference between an imperial prince and a crown prince, the two seemed very casual with each other. I am here because I heard that our empire's hero was showing up. The imperial prince smiled and pointed to Cal just as Valentino reached his hand out toward Cal. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming to help our Caro Kingdom. I was coming to greet you, but it seems this friend beat me to the punch. Crown Prince Valentino was famous for not caring much about positions and etiquette. That was why he was able to extend his hand out first to a foreign nation's commander. It is an honor to meet you. Cal shook Valentino's hand and showed him just enough respect as deserving of a crown prince. Valentino smiled at Cal's response. My type of person. I prefer it like this. I prefer people who are not overly respectful. Is that so? Cal let go of Valentino's hand as Valentino looked him over. Cal noticed this, but pretended as if he had not. Instead, he was curious about something else. Does Crown Prince Valentino really trust the Empire and the Imperial Prince as his close friend? Cal had heard a good amount about the indomitable alliance from that slightly crazy bastard, Clope. The Caro Kingdom was not included in the alliance. The Northern Alliance, Arm, and the Margoru Empire. The Caro Kingdom did not know about their relationship. If they did, there was no way that they would have sought reinforcements from the Empire. However, they may not know all of the sides of the Empire. The Empire had purchased many slaves for the alchemist's bell tower to experiment on. Was it possible that the Caro Kingdom did not know about the Empire's evil doings? I guess that ill find out eventually. Cal did not think much about it. The Caro Kingdom would lean toward one side or the other soon enough. All right, we should not stand around like this. Ill lead the way. Your Highness, that is my. No need. Crown Prince Valentino waved away the Caro Kingdom's administrator as he stepped forward in order to personally guide them. Cal had been watching this extreme friendliness as Imperial Prince Adden started to speak. I got to see your face, and I got to see our young master Cal's face, so I should head back now. I thought that you were going to stay until the military meeting tonight. Crown Prince Valentino, who had been chatting with the Caro Kingdom's administrator, looked toward Imperial Prince Adden with disappointment. Adin responded back with disappointment as well. I feel worried about leaving the Empire for so long, but Duke Houghton is here, so isn't that enough? I guess that is true. Imperial Prince Adin patted Valentino's shoulder. I pray for your victory. I'm not saying this as the Imperial Prince of the Empire, but as your close friend. Thank you. Valentino was truly thankful. Duke Houghton, soldiers, the Empire's Knights Brigade, and the Empire's mages. I know how much you've done for me. We will definitely win. Yes, that sounds like the friend that I know. The Caro Kingdom's people and the ones from the Rhone Kingdom who did not know about the Empire watched the two heirs share their bond of friendship with smiles on their faces. However, one person did not fall for it. Cal's expression had turned stoic without anybody noticing. This is weird. Imperial Prince Adden was acting weird. Why is he acting so friendly? He felt chills on the back of his neck and had an ominous feeling. Furthermore, Sword Master Duke Houghton, the Knights Brigade and mages. He had sent pretty much everyone except the alchemists. The Empire was being extremely benevolent to the Caro Kingdom. It would be a beautiful story if it was a true friendship. However, there was no way that the Imperial Prince would do that. It would be beneficial for the Imperial Prince if the Indomitable Alliance won. Weak human, that Imperial Prince bastard's smile is giving me the creeps. See, our Rayan noticed it as well. Cal looked toward Adden with even more suspicion. It was at that moment. Imperial Prince Adden's gaze turned toward Cal. It was nice seeing you again. It was my pleasure, Your Highness. The rest of the people from the Rhone Kingdom watched Cal and the Imperial Prince's conversation with a smile. The fact that Cal seemed close to the Empire's Imperial Prince made him seem reliable. Their smiles turned even brighter soon enough. Are you the Rhone Kingdom's newest and youngest sword master? The Imperial Prince had approached the Rhone Kingdom's pride and new hero, the sword master Choi Han. The Rhone Kingdom's Knights Brigade and First Mage Brigade felt proud seeing the awe in the Imperial Prince's eyes. However, one person did not fall for it. Cal suppressed the corners of his lips from going up. Oh, how interesting. The Imperial Prince's gaze was on Choi Han and Mary, however. He spoke to Choi Han instead of Mary, who had her head down. I didn't know that the guard knight from before was such a strong person. He then reached his hand out toward Choi Han. It was not easy for the Imperial Prince to reach his hand out toward someone like Choi Han, who had no titles nor rank. However, Choi Han was a sword master. On the outside, he seemed to be the youngest sword master on the continent. The birth of the youngest sword master. Can I shake your hand? The Imperial Prince looked toward Choi Han with a gentle expression that was full of admiration. Cal scoffed internally while watching him. Was his reason for coming here to scope out the enemy? Choi Han and Mary. Had the Imperial Prince wanted to see them with his own eyes? Cal could finally feel that the Imperial Prince was feeling a bit nervous. How could he not be? On the surface, the Empire and the Rhone Kingdom were currently extremely close to each other. They both shared the pains of being hit by magic bomb terror incidents, while Cal had even received the Empire's Medal of Honor. However, things started to go awry from Cal's territory. Cal could imagine how much anger was underneath the Imperial Prince's mask. Cal could leisurely watch the Imperial Prince while knowing that this person who wished to control everything would not have his way. However, he suddenly felt his cheek being itchy. In fact, his left cheek felt quite itchy. Human, Choi Han is looking at you. Cal turned his head. He could see Choi Han staring at him. Furthermore, he could still see the Imperial Prince reaching his hand out. Cal had sternly spoken to Choi Han and Mary before they teleported to the Caro Kingdom. The two of you do not need to act. If the situation calls for it, report to me first. One was a terrible actor, while the other was so innocent that she would probably tell them everything. Cal recalled what he had said before looking back toward Choi Han. Perhaps. Cal slightly nodded his head. Choi Han then respectfully shook Imperial Prince Aden's hand with a stoic expression. This punk. Cal felt extremely refreshed for the first time in a long time. Choi Han really was a good bastard. Ha ha ha, Imperial Prince Aden started to laugh out loud. My, you really are Commander Cal's loyal subordinate. He patted Choi Han's shoulder as if it was extremely funny. In some ways, it could have seemed as if Choi Han was being disrespectful. Cal interjected in order to gently continue the conversation. He is still rusty with etiquette, so I had warned him before coming here. It seems that he took me too literally. I thank you for being understanding, Your Highness. No, it was nothing. It's understandable from someone who is not a noble. To be able to reach this level of sword mastery at this age is not possible if you pay attention to any other things. Isn't that right, Choi Han? Who? Cal was amused that the Imperial Prince already knew Choi Han's name. Is someone in the Roan Kingdom's palace a mole for the Empire? A cold gaze brushed by Cal's eyes. It was at that moment. Choi Han responded back to the Imperial Prince. You are correct, Your Highness. In order to create our Ma history, I believe I need to focus on sharpening my skills even more. Our history. The Roan Kingdom's people felt a sense of pride. The black robe moved as Mary looked toward Choi Han's back. Our leg. The end of that word was probably end. Only Mary had understood and clenched her fists. Choi Han's terrible acting did not come out as he spoke the truth. Ha ha ha, indeed. What a wonderful young man. The necromancer behind you as well. Both of you are destined to be heroes. Why doesn't our empire have such individuals? I know, right? I'm sad that the Caro Kingdom doesn't have them either. The two heirs laughed as they slowly ended the conversation. I'll be heading back now. Imperial Prince Aden and his guard knights walked toward the teleportation magic circle and returned to the Empire. A few hours later, Cal participated in the Caro Kingdom's military meeting. There were only a few people sitting around this small round table. The Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince Valentino and the Empire's Duke Houghton. These two were familiar to Cal, however, there were others who Cal did not recognize. The Caro Kingdom's commander. He was the commanding officer for this battle, and one more person. The Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun Guard's bishop. He was there representing the churches. However, he did not show any animosity toward Cal nor Mary. He just smiled like a proper priest when he made eye contact with Cal. Cal recalled what Crown Prince Valentino had said to him earlier. The churches within the kingdom have agreed to help us. There shouldn't be anyone provoking your subordinate. They said so themselves, and we've been very stern with them about it as well. Cal was satisfied with how the Caro Kingdom had paid attention to things he may need. As war was on the horizon, the churches finally seemed to be able to differentiate between our side and the enemy. There were only a few people at this small round table, however. There were many people standing behind these seated individuals. There were all the guards for each of the individuals, with Mary, Choi Han, and Vice Captain Hilsman all standing behind Cal. Chapter 214. Now do you get it? 5. He had asked Mary before coming to this meeting. Mary, a priest of the Sun Guard, will be there. Do you still want to go? I think it is fine if you rest here with Rayan. I do not need to hide. I am strong. Vice Captain Hilsman told me that the words of the priests are bullshit. I also wish to be like Choi Han Nim and stand behind you, no matter what happens. If that is your will, then let's go together. Rayan had said something as well. Weak human, do not worry. I will protect good Mary. Rayan liked Mary quite a bit. Cal thought that it might be because their lives had a lot of similarities. Cal stopped thinking about Rayan and Mary as he looked toward the person explaining the plan. He needed to focus on the meeting. The battle will take place at the Caro Kingdom's castle Leona. The chief's finger pointed to a map of the Caro Kingdom. To the south of the Caro Kingdom is the land of death. one of the 5 forbidden regions. That is why there is no chance of the indomitable alliance coming through there. He drew an X with his finger over the land of death. He then moved his finger toward the center of the Karo kingdom. Based on their current route, there is a good chance that they will land on the central shores. The central shores are the closest point to the Karo kingdom's capital. The Karo kingdom had given up on a naval battle. Their navy was weak, and it was difficult to get reinforcements out in the waters. They thus chose to aim for a battle on the central shores instead. That place was less developed and did not have many people. In addition, there were 2 large mountains right by the shore. They didn't know what was making the indomitable alliance so confident to come to the central area instead of the northern area of the Karo kingdom. But it was a good opportunity for the Karo kingdom. That is why we have moved the food stored in warehouses and the citizens living in the Central Shores region, and have also moved all of our forces near Castle Leona. His finger pointed to the large castle by the Central Shores. Castle Leona. According to the map, it seemed to be larger than the other castles in the Karo kingdom. Castle Leona is located between the 2 mountains by the Central Shores. You can just think of it as there being no path to the capital without going through Castle Leona. Although the enemy could hike through the 2 mountains, the chances of that were slim. It was not that easy to climb past those mountains on foot. What is the number of ships in the Indomitable Alliance's fleet? The Margoru Empire's Duke Houghton asked the question. The Duke looked extremely natural in pretending not to know, even though he already knew about it. Approximately 500-600 ships, Duke Nim. There are many large vessels within the group. It is expected that a significant number of soldiers are inside of these ships. The problem was the quality of those soldiers. Ahem. The chief let out a fake cough before looking toward Cal and starting to speak. Their abilities in the Roan Kingdom's Henitus territory was significant. That is why we believe we need to pay a lot of attention to the castle defense. Cal just quietly listened. He would have probably thought of a way to stop them before the fleet arrived on shore, however. He also understood why the Karo Kingdom would choose to give up on naval warfare and instead plan to fight on the shores. The Karo Kingdom needed to protect themselves from the Indomitable Alliance. However, there was more. It needed to protect itself from the Empire and the Roan Kingdom. That was probably why they wanted to proceed somewhere that they could bring out the most of their strength. Cal was sitting still, as he did not wish to be deeply involved in another kingdom's issues. The chief continued to speak. As Castle Leona is a castle that protects the central shores, it is quite large. You can think of it as being a triangular shape with 3 towers at the center. Each tower is approximately the size of a decent small castle. Crown Prince Valentino started to speak. I guess that we can each defend a tower. He smiled and looked toward Cal and Duke Houghton, who both understood his intentions. The chief continued to speak. Yes, Your Highness. Since Castle Leona is built to the north of the shores, the central tower will be manned by our Karo kingdom and the northern tower by the Margoru Empire. As for the southern tower, the chief hesitated for a moment before looking toward Cal. They were originally planning on leaving the southern tower to the Roan kingdom. This was because they had promised a large number of reinforcements. However, the actual number that showed up was pitiful. Although the quality may be better than anyone else, there were less than 100 people. Could they leave the southern tower to this small number? That we calculated incorrectly when we planned, and were thinking about leaving the southern tower to the Roan kingdom. The chief used flowery language, as he did not dare to tell people who came to help them that there was an error, because they brought too little people. Duke Houghton, who realized the awkwardness, started to speak. Commander Cal, don't you have too little number to defend the entire southern tower? How about I share some knights and archers with you? What do you think? He was being decently respectful to Cal, who was a commander. Crown Prince Valentino and the Karo Kingdom's commander added on. No, it may make more sense for us to send more from our central forces. What do you think, Commander? I believe that is better as well. Since the Roan Kingdom's forces are extremely skilled, we should be able to handle the rest if the Roan Kingdom can take care of the enemy's core forces. The conversation was quite calm. Nobody was raising their voice while each side were trying to help the others up. The actions of each side made the chief feel good. The chief smiled as he started to speak. Yes, and each tower will be assigned healers from the Church of the Sun God and other light affinity churches, so you do not need to worry about any healing. Isn't that right, Bishop Nim? The chief looked toward the bishop, who came as the representative of the churches, and gently asked. The Caro kingdom had promised a significant amount of donations to bring them here. The churches naturally agreed after hearing the large sum. Of course, you do not need to worry. The bishop smiled as he continued. At least the Caro kingdom and the Magaru Empire won't need to worry. The chief's smile disappeared. The church alliance, and the Church of the Sun God, which was at the center of that alliance, was willing to heal the Magaru Empire's soldiers, even though there was some friction between the two groups. However, they were not willing for one place. However, it is impossible for the Rhone kingdom. Just what? Crown Prince Valentino frowned and looked toward the bishop. This was different than their original agreement. I cannot do anything about it, Your Highness. The bishop smiled and pointed toward the Rhone kingdom. That person will die if divine power is used on her. The bishop was pointing at the black robe. She is a necromancer who eats dead mana in order to survive. The church needed to have a positive relationship with the empire for future benefits. However, the Rhone kingdom's actions to support a necromancer was something that made them lose face. The church was somewhere where face and pride were more important than anything else. The empire's Duke Houghton let out a groan and leaned back in his chair. It was his way of saying that he was not going to get involved. Bishop, do you know what it means to act this way in front of people who have come to help us? Crown Prince Valentino's stiff expression turned toward the bishop. However, the bishop kept his mouth shut. They had not received the promised money yet, and it would be the Caro kingdom's loss if they pulled out. They just had to tell their believers that they could not help the Caro kingdom because it chose to take the side of a cursed existence. Our decision is firm. Crown Prince Valentino could not believe it. It was different than what they had discussed. In fact, the bishop put on an expression as if to say that he was the one who was wronged. I cannot do anything about it. We originally tried to help the Rhone Kingdom's people as well, however. Commander Cal and the Rhone royalty refused to hand the necromancer over. Is that so? You plan to fool around with people's lives like this? Crown Prince Valentino's expression changed. The bishop flinched at the cold gaze, but did not change his mind. Fool around. I am just saying there is someone who cannot be healed, as well as people who do not have the qualifications to be healed. It was at that moment. Wow, unbelievable. Crown Prince Valentino turned his head. He could see Cal smiling. However, there was a vicious aura about him. I didn't know you would speak such bullshit in a place like this. Cal really didn't know that they would bluntly say it like this. His confident words changed the atmosphere around the table once again. Valentino looked toward Cal with an odd expression. His eyes were full of curiosity after seeing Cal speak such rough words. However, the bishop could not stand it. Bullshit. He jumped up and started to shout. What did you just? I don't need it. What? Cal was extremely annoyed. He decided to forego any respect and return to his trash self for the first time in a while. I don't need any healing from bastards like you. What is this crude language to show such attitude to us? The trash Cal ignored him and started to speak. Mary. Cal looked toward Mary. He made her listen to useless crap. He was most annoyed with himself right now. He was worried that Mary would think that the Rhone kingdom was unable to get treated by priests because of her, and that she herself was someone who could not be healed. That was why Cal started to speak. He was going to tell her to not have such nonsensical thoughts. At least, that was his plan. However, Mary started to speak first. There is no reason for me to hide. Cal stopped himself from talking. I am cool. The mechanical yet innocent voice that did not have any sense of hesitation. Cal started to smile. I am going to kill that bastard. Cal disagreed with Rayon's words as he started to speak. It was not enough. Rayon's desired action was not enough to satisfy his trash self. Your Highness, why, you dare to ignore me? You dare to ignore the church? Cal could see the frown on the bishop's face. The real curse will be on you and the church. What? Cal changed his plans. As a trash, couldn't he change his plans based on how he felt? Wasn't that what made someone trash? Originally, his plan was to draw in the Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God in order to attack the Magaru Empire. However, there was now a change of plans. The Empire and the Church of the Sun God. These bastards are a set from now on. Who are they to decide who is qualified to be healed? The condemnation of the sun must fall on these bastards' heads. Your Highness, Cal made his intentions clear. We are enough for the Southern Tower. Commander Cal, I understand how you may be feeling, but we need to make sure nobody gets hurt. I will properly take care of today's issues. They will not get hurt. Valentino's mouth instantly closed. He could see that Cal was confident without an ounce of hesitation. Will not get hurt. Why? The Rhone Kingdom brought heroes with us. Cal's gaze headed toward the bishop who was still standing. Have you ever felt so much pain that you wanted to die? What the? We call the people who overcame such pain heroes. So much pain that you wanted to die. Mary recalled her past. She recalled the days of having to survive through being poisoned by dead mana. Choi Han also thought about his days of surviving in the forest of darkness. The people behind me are people who overcame such pain. Cal started to speak with more certainty than ever. They are people that I can trust to have my back. The two people behind Cal, especially the black-robed Mary, opened up their shoulders. There was no reason for her to cower or hide. Qualifications to be healed. I don't need such bullshit. As Cal mentioned, they didn't need anything like that. They were already perfect as they were. Cal stood up from his seat. Are you done with the briefing? Excuse me. Ah, yes. The chief honestly answered the unexpected question. The minor details will probably be delivered to each faction. Yes, sir, you are correct. Cal slightly bowed toward Crown Prince Valentino. Then I will be heading out first. I will come to look for you later. Cal was not angry at the Caro Kingdom. They had done as much as they could. It was just that the Church Alliance was blind. Commander, what do you think you are doing? Apologize for your ludicrous statements about the church. The bishop huffed as he looked at Cal. Cal walked toward the room door. He looked around at the gazes focused on him before finally looking at the bishop. He walked past him and quietly whispered, You lost your opportunity. Opportunity. The bishop looked back at Cal, wondering what nonsense he was spewing now. However, Cal kicked the door open and left without any hesitation. The bishop, who was watching Cal's rough actions, suddenly felt it getting chilly and turned his gaze before freezing up. Choi Han and Hilsman. The two of them were quietly observing him until Mary left, before following behind Cal and Mary as if they were guarding both of them. Cal's group could hear Cal's mumbling once they arrived at his bedroom. The Church of the Sun Guard has lost their opportunity to survive. Chapter 215. Reversal. 1. The soldier clenched onto the handle of his spear with a heavy heart as he stepped onto the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. He had stepped on top of these sturdy stone stairs for many years. However, the expression on his face as he stepped up these stairs looked as if he had eaten some disgusting food. Just why? He could see the outside behind the shoulders of the soldier in front of him. He then made his way out of the exit. Swoosh, a cool breeze brushed by his cheeks. He could see an open area in front of him as well. Castle Leona. There were also 3 towers surrounding this large castle. The soldier who was stationed on the castle wall by the southern tower curled up. Just why did I have to end up on the Rhone Kingdom's side instead of the Empire or the central area? He was one of the few soldiers stationed at the southern tower. The Rhone Kingdom had said that they had enough. However, they were told that a few soldiers were still needed in order to relay commands from the central forces. The soldiers' tasks were mainly delivering messages and doing other miscellaneous tasks. Of course, a spear was in his hand just in case it was needed. How empty. The soldier started to frown even more after hearing the other soldiers' comment. Empty. It really was empty. The Rhone Kingdom had less than 100 soldiers. It was nowhere near enough to fill the southern castle wall and the tower that was the size of a small castle. The soldier looked around before sighing. The Empire's side is amazing. The northern tower. The Empire's soldiers, knights, and mages filled the entirety of the northern castle wall. They could also see the sword master, Duke Houghton, who was leading them. They could also see numerous Caro Kingdom soldiers in the central tower that was slightly behind the other 2 towers in a triangular formation. However, there was a bigger issue at hand. Why are there so many? He could see the central shores underneath the southern tower. There were many large ships docked at the shores. The Indomitable Alliance and the Caro Kingdom's alliance had been at a standstill ever since early this morning. The soldier could feel his hands and feet shaking as he was preparing for his first ever war. Even if he couldn't be at the central tower with the rest of the Caro Kingdom's forces, being with the Empire might have raised his chances of survival. No, even if he had to fight, he wanted to fight somewhere that looked properly prepared. The soldier's expression was a mess. The enemy fleet was filling up the entire shore to the point that you could not even see the water. The entire area would be swarmed by the enemy if the soldiers and knights inside of the ships charged toward them. Just thinking about that large number of enemies charging toward this castle made the soldier get the chills. Of course, there were catapults and wooden pillars installed in order to fight against the enemies. However, that was at the central and northern towers. That was not the case in this empty southern tower, even if a bunch of strong people came over. The story of the Rhone Kingdom's victory was already widespread. People had been talking about this unbelievable victory quite a bit. Honestly speaking, the soldier had personally volunteered to come to the Rhone Kingdom's side. That was because the story of their victory was heating him up. I want to fight in such a battle and win against strong opponents. I want to be victorious. That was the reason he had requested to be with the Rhone Kingdom's forces. However, the reality of the situation was making him afraid. Why do you look so scared? The soldier lifted his head up. His senior soldier was speaking. This person had been a soldier for about 10 years longer than he had, and they had become close enough that he was like an uncle to him. He hesitated for a moment before responding back. I just wonder if I'll manage to survive. Spirit and survival were completely different issues. You can't think so negatively already. But it is the truth. The soldier's gaze went toward the other towers before returning to his own. He then lowered his head. I know the people from the Rhone Kingdom are strong, however. Will they have time to protect us while they fight? There will be a lot of gaps here due to the low number of people, making it much more likely that we will get hurt. The strong people from the Rhone Kingdom may survive. They may even be victorious. No, the Caro Kingdom alliance was expecting to either end up in a draw or a win against the Indomitable alliance based on their current forces. The Empire had brought over a significant number of reinforcements, and the side defending a castle always held the advantage. However, he had no way of knowing whether he would be able to see that victory. That was what was making him afraid. Even yesterday, the other towers were busy with things, but our side just had the knights and mages all digging. We don't even know why we are digging. The Rhone Kingdom's forces had spent all day yesterday digging through the ground. He had wondered if they were digging traps, however, that did not seem to be it. They just answered back that they were digging when he asked, making him even more frustrated. They won't even include us. We're all on the same side. He was casually speaking to his uncle like senior, just like he usually did. It was at that moment. Commander Nim, that seems to be the thought on their minds. I don't think that is good for morale. Ha! The soldier flinched. His senior stepped forward in order to block him. The young soldier slowly turned around. A group of people were climbing up the stone stairs behind him. They were the main characters of the overwhelming victory in the Rhone Kingdom. The young soldier could see the stoic expression on the red-haired commander, Cal Henitus's face. He didn't look scary, but he looked extremely difficult to approach. Behind him was Choi Han, the youngest sword master, the necromancer Mary, as well as the knights and mages. It was the entire group from the Rhone Kingdom. Oh. The soldier could not close his mouth and did not know what to do. Did he hear me? The soldier could see someone smiling at him. He knew this person. He had introduced himself in front of the Southern Tower's soldiers yesterday. Vice Captain Hilsman from the Rhone Kingdom's Henitus territory. Hilsman was the one who had just spoken. What do I do? The soldier's pupils started to shake. It was at that moment. The young soldier made eye contact with Cal. Do not worry. Excuse me. The young soldier asked back in confusion. He could see the commander walk past him to the top of the tower. The commander started to speak to the few soldiers assigned to the southern tower. I already consider you as being on our side. Although Cal spoke with no emotions, the words echoed in the soldier's mind. Let's all survive together and go for drinks afterward. Ah. The soldier watched Cal's back as he headed to the top of the tower. He could see the sword master and necromancer following behind him. Furthermore, he could see people starting to line up along the southern castle wall. They were the mages of the Mage Brigade and the knights from the Rhone Kingdom. They walked past the soldiers and stood as close to the ledge as possible. Someone approached the young soldier who was watching with a blank expression. Let me say something since it would be bad if the morale goes down. It was Vice Captain Hilsman. He puffed up his chest as he started to speak. There is a famous saying in our Henitus territory. No, it is actually starting to become famous throughout the entire Rhone Kingdom. Thinking about this phrase will make you not be scared. What is he saying? The soldier could not understand Vice Captain Hilsman clearly because the commander's words were still ringing in his mind. However, the soldier could not help but look at Hilsman after hearing what he had to say next. Hilsman felt the gazes of the few soldiers falling on him as he started to speak. The shield will not break. Ah! Hilsman let out an ah as if he had taken a drink. However, the soldiers could not hide their confusion. Cal's shield was known to be strong, however. This phrase had not spread to the other kingdoms yet. Vice Captain Hilsman smiled at the confused soldiers before he added on, "Just remember it. Everyone on our side holds this phrase in our heart. Our side." Those words made the soldier look in front of him. He could see the mages and the knights. Hilsman's voice echoed around his ear. "You will naturally come to think of this when we are fighting together. So let's give it our best." Hilsman left the group with that as he quickly followed behind Cal, who had disappeared up into the tower. "The shield will not break." The soldier repeated that sentence in his mind. He heard his senior soldier, the man who was like his uncle and had taught him spear arts since he was young, make a comment at that moment. "Looks like we don't need to worry." "Yes, sir." His worries had disappeared. "We just need to do our part properly." The soldiers checked for their horn trumpets, spears, and alarms after hearing the most senior soldier speak. Their jobs were to report the status of the battle. Commander Cal may have a video communication device. However, these soldiers were like the capillaries in your body that were required for blood to flow throughout the body. Their mindsets changed just a bit. Cal, who did not know this, looked toward Hilsman, who was slowly catching up and had a bitter expression. "What's with your face?" "Ha ha ha." Hilsman laughed out loud while Cal just let it go. He didn't know what Hilsman had said to the soldiers, however. The way he was smiling made him feel iffy. However, Cal did not have any time to pay attention to that. "Sir, you were here." One of the Caro Kingdom's knights came up to the top of the tower behind Hilsman. It was the knight who was assigned to help Cal out. He was also someone who was from a family of healers. Crown Prince Valentino had apologized to Cal numerous times, even though he was of a higher status. The apology was genuine. He also said that he was not comfortable sending Cal into battle without healers, even though Cal said his group would be fine, and thus dispatched this knight, as well as a mage who could do simple healing, to their tower. Just 2 people. Although they were only 2 people, Cal could feel that Valentino had really tried his best. He had said that he would send some more soldiers as well. Of course, Cal had said that they were not needed. He had a ton of money and potions. Cal was someone who walked around with highest-grade potions in a spatial dimension. He was capable of taking care of his people. "The wind is quite rough today." Cal nodded his head. His gaze was focused on the sights in front of him. Swoosh, he could see the shores along with the rough winds. He could see the large ships as well. There was also the large mountain to the left of the southern tower. Cal started to speak. "I can see the land of death as well." It was far to the south. The land of death was located between the mountain and the shores. This desert made up the majority of the southern region of the Caro Kingdom. Since the sun was about to set, the desert sands were still as red as blood. The Caro Kingdom's knight quickly started to speak. "The land of death may be visible, but there is no need to worry as it will not harm us. There is no reason for the enemy to escape in that direction either." The knight could see the commander start to smile. "Yes, they cannot escape." The knight felt an unknown sense of chill from Cal's low voice, however. He quickly returned to his senses and explained his reason for coming. "It looks like we will maintain this standstill, and the battle will start tomorrow morning." "Why?" "This is a region where it is difficult to use guerrilla tactics at night, and it is not easy for 2 large armies to fight at night either." The knight looked toward the shore with a slightly relaxed expression. "Furthermore, the enemy has not revealed themselves from their ships yet." That was indeed the case. Although they saw some people walking on top of the enemy ships, they had not seen anybody else. It meant that they were all within their ships. They will need to either walk or use something like horses in order to move forward. But the fact that they are still within the ships makes us believe that they will not attack today. They need to prepare before they can attack as well. That was one of the reasons the Caro Kingdom was so confident. A battle on the ground required both sides to reveal their cards. That was why the fact that they had not shown themselves, even as the sun was going down, made the chief believe that the battle would start tomorrow. Cal did not say anything as he nodded his head. The knight bowed his head. "Then I will head back to prepare." "Good." The knight looked at Cal, who did not give any other orders, with an odd gaze before heading down the stairs. He is taciturn. The story about how Cal had cussed out the bishop had made its way around. Maybe that was why. But the knight looked at the commander with amazement after seeing this taciturn side and hearing about the Cal's other rough side. I just need to wait at the castle wall. Since I made my report, he could not finish his sentence. Screech, a sharp noise, reached the knight's ears. Ah! He blocked his ears with his hands after hearing the noise, however. He had to quickly remove his hands from his ears. Boom! The ground started to shake. Ha! He urgently grabbed onto the wall. Screech! Screech! Boom! Boom! Numerous noises could be heard. What is going on? The knight used the wall for support as he urgently rushed down the stairs. He could see the messenger soldier at the bottom. Clang! The spear in the young soldier's hand fell to the ground. His face was full of fear. Perhaps. The knight turned his head. At the same time, a loud noise started to fill Castle Leona. Beep, beep, war. It was the alarm signaling the start of the battle. This. The knight's eyes opened wide. Screech, screech. It was the sound of wheels. Screech, however, it soon stopped making noise, as if it had gotten used to rolling. Boom, boom. The ground continued to shake. No, the shore was shaking. What the hell? The knight could not close his mouth. The ships were rushing toward them. The large ships moved out of the water and were coming toward the castle. There were wheels underneath the ships. Those wheels were working hard in order to move the ship across the land. Although the large ships were not moving, the enemy's small and mid-sized ships were driving through the ground. That's possible. That was the thought on the knight's mind, but whether it was possible was not the problem right now. He was seeing it with his own eyes. A thought crossed his mind at that moment. The northern shores are all sand dunes. The Caro Kingdom's northern shores were famous for their sand dunes. However, the central shores were the only shores in the entire Caro Kingdom that did not have that much sand. So the reason they picked the central shores was not because it was close to the capital. The knight could not say anything. Small and mid-sized ships that should be sailing across the ocean were rushing toward them like large carriages. Their speed was amazing. The hundreds of ships rushing toward them as the sun went down brought out a significant amount of pressure. They then noticed people appearing on top of the ships. He couldn't help but groan. Boom, boom. The bears were on top of the ships that were rumbling the ground. Their large shadows started to appear one by one on top of the ships. The bear tribe. The bears were in their berserk state. The bears on top of the ships were the brown bears and polar bears, which were known as being the strongest of the bears. They had expected the bear tribe, however. There was still a significant number of them. The knight's pupils started to shake after seeing the mid-sized ship at the front of the fleet. Ka-ha-ha! There was someone laughing in his berserk state on top of the ship. It was a bear that was close to 3 meters in size. White fur. The berserk polar bear was rushing toward the castle with red eyes. The other bears started to laugh as well, as if they were responding to his laughter. This scene made the soldiers and knights who had never experienced war before start to become afraid. Screech, boom, the doors on the large ships opened. Soldiers appeared like ants from them. The endless descent of the enemy soldiers made the knight gulp, split up. The polar bear's shout echoed throughout the shores. The ships split into 3 groups at that moment. Beep, beep, the alarm was still going off in Castle Leona. However, the knight could not hear the alarm anymore. He could only see the bears' ships and the enemy soldiers with the enemy knights behind them. What the? The enemy had the momentum. The knight could feel it. The level of pressure was different. It was at that moment. Pat. The knight jerked in shock as he turned around. He could see the person who had placed his hand on his shoulder. Commander Nim. He could see Commander Cal. He moved his hand away from the knight's shoulder before bending over to pick up the spear. Take good care of it. He then handed it over to the young soldier who had dropped it. The soldier received the spear with shaking hands. Cal patted the soldier's shoulders before walking past him. You can't lose your weapon when the enemies are in front of you. His confident voice was also calm. The commander walked past the soldiers and stood close to the ledge. In some respects, this was the most dangerous spot. However, the soldier could see the commander smile with a relaxed expression. His shaking hands finally stopped shaking. He heard the commander's voice at that moment. Choi Han. Yes, Kalnim. The soldier could see the sword master, who only seemed about a year or 2 older than him, standing next to Cal. Choi Han was waiting for Cal to speak. Cal looked down at the castle wall. He remembered a part of what Guardian Knight Clope had told him. The bear tribe is most likely leading the fleet headed to the Caro Kingdom. They wish for land. They are probably hiding a secret weapon as well. The bear tribe and the flame dwarf tribe are sly and have a lot of secrets. Cal opened his mouth to speak. That was it. These ships were the secret weapon. Although they could not make magic devices, the flame dwarf tribe was talented in making mechanical devices. Human, I can feel the power of magic stones coming from the ships. The flame dwarf tribe is the most shady and smart. Rayan's voice and Clope's information mixed in Cal's mind. They can't make magic devices. Isn't that ship being moved by mana? Cal started to smile. Kahaha, come at me. Cal could hear the voice of the berserk brown bears that were heading for the southern tower. The large polar bear from earlier had gone toward the central tower. Since they were sly, those loud shouts and laughter were all probably just an act. Excuse me, Commander Nim. We are getting a call from the central tower. The mage who was assigned to the tower cautiously offered the video communication device to Cal. However, she could see Cal starting to speak without looking at her. We can't lose a battle of momentum. Excuse me. It was the moment she asked in shock. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal pointed to the bottom of the castle wall. He could see the brown bears on top of the ship in the front of the group headed for the southern tower. Cal pointed to the ship. Break it. It was the moment he said that. Tap. A quiet stepping noise could be heard. Oh. The young soldier could not help but gasp. Choi Han was flying. The black-haired swordsman was flying as he kicked off the castle wall. His sword was covered by a black aura that was shooting up into the sky. Chapter 216. Reversal 2. He was like a bird, and this bird was aiming to catch a prey. Choi Han's body shot down toward the ground. I finally get to see you, you bastard. The brown bear in the vanguard ship did not flinch after seeing Choi Han. In fact, he shouted as if he had been waiting for Choi Han. You think that you can destroy this ship with that puny aura of yours? There was a reason the brown bear was confident. The fake dragon slayer Sarum had been the only one to return from the Henitus territory. Based on the message he had sent prior to the naval battle with the Rhone Kingdom, Choi Han's aura could not extend past 2 meters. That was why there was no way that he could cut through this ship that was multiple times the maximum size of his aura. The ship would not stop as long as the wheels on both sides continued to roll. I will definitely kill the Henitus bastards that killed my close friends. Only brown bears were on the ships heading toward the Rhone Kingdom's side. They were from the same tribe as the bears that had attacked the Henitus territory. The veins on the arms of the berserk brown bear started to become visible on their arms. One person was on the ground while the other was falling to the ground. The brown bear made eye contact with Choi Han. He could see that Choi Han was quietly muttering something. The brown bear subconsciously tried to read Choi Han's lips. How funny. Funny. The brown bear jumped up from the deck after suddenly feeling chills run down his back. Choi Han slashed his sword horizontally at that moment. His sword was moving slowly, albeit with a significant amount of strength. The sword headed down to the ground. This, dodge it. The brown bear subconsciously shouted. 2 meters. The black aura should not be able to go beyond 2 meters. However, the aura had turned into a spear the moment Choi Han struck down. It was a spear that seemed to never end. The black aura coming out of Choi Han's fingertip was extremely long, as if it was laughing at the comment about being 2 meters long. It then pierced through the ship. Barang! The first explosion of the battle went off. See, crazy. The brown bear landed on the ground and looked behind him with a shocked expression. The sword had pierced the ship. The ship was accurately pierced in the middle into 2 halves. The flame dwarf tribe had designed this ship to be capable of withstanding most average levels of magic. But such a ship was split into 2. But that was not it. It had also destroyed 2 more ships in the process. What the hell? Silence filled the battleground for a moment. The brown bear slowly turned back around. It's been a while. He could see the black-haired sword master. It's been a while since I shot my power out like this all at once. His gaze was focused on the brown bear. The brown bear subconsciously flinched. I heard that your aura was unable to get longer than 2 meters. The dragon slayer had not lied. However, there were different ways of being 1 meter long. There are things that were just 1 meter long, and then there were things that are normally 10 meters long, but were compressed into 1 meter. These 2 ways of being 1 meter long were very different. The Indomitable Alliance had received false information because the Dragon Slayer was more focused on healing himself than reporting on the situation. The Dragon Slayer was then captured by Cal, making the Indomitable Alliance unable to get the correct information. How funny. Choi Han's words echoed in the back of the brown bear's mind once again. Choi Han had truly found the brown bear's actions to be funny. Why was the side that had chosen to attack their corner territory seeking revenge? The majority of the brown bears were killed by the dragon slayer exploding the wyverns anyway. Why were the attackers blaming the defenders? Were they just supposed to die like the enemy wanted them to do? War was an extremely dirty mud field where some die and some survive. Choi Han did not want to show any pity or sympathy on such a battlefield, protecting my people and my family. Choi Han wanted to do that, even if it meant that he himself would get dirty in the process. Ooh. The black aura shot out of his sword again, as if it was responding to his thoughts. His aura was one step away from reaching perfect darkness. The tip of that aura sword headed toward the enemy. Tap. Choi Han pushed off the ground and shot forward. Cal's order had not been completed yet. There were still many things left to destroy. The people on top of the castle wall could not say anything as they watched Choi Han move. The Karo Kingdom's mage, who was on top of the southern tower, was at a loss for words after seeing Choi Han in action. Is a sword master really that strong of an existence? His overwhelming strength made the mage's hands start to shake. Her gaze headed toward the central tower and the northern tower. However, she focused mainly on the northern tower where Duke Houghton, the Empire's sword master, was located. They were too far away from the northern tower, so she could not see him clearly. However, she could feel it. They were shocked as well. It was at that moment. Please connect the call. She heard the commander's voice. She finally came back to her senses and looked down at the video communication device in her hand. Beep, beep. An urgent call was coming from Crown Prince Valentino. She quickly connected the call and looked toward the Roan Kingdom's people. They seemed used to this scene. This made her feel chills from head to toe. She recalled the story about how the Roan Kingdom had achieved their overwhelming victory. That story was true. Then we can also. Her hands started to shake for a different reason this time. At that moment, a small screen appeared on top of the video communication device. Commander Cal. It was Crown Prince Valentino. His confused expression that seemed to not know what to say appeared on the screen. Did you see it, Your Highness? He had seen it. He had seen it quite clearly. Valentino barely managed to open his mouth in order to respond. Even Duke Houghton said that it would be difficult for him to pierce through like that. He said that most sword masters have a maximum aura length of around 3 meters. He is not a typical sword master. Valentino could feel the weight of the war after looking at Cal. He is a hero. His voice was full of confidence. Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Valentino scoffed at himself for becoming shocked after initially calling the southern tower in concern and responded back. Commander Cal, I leave it to you. He could finally see that Cal Henitus was looking at him. I will not let you down. Valentino laughed before hanging up. The mage holding the video communication device put it away before looking back at Cal. The commander started to speak toward everyone at the southern tower. We will survive as long as possible until everyone gets here. Everyone. The mage seemed confused, however. Cal did not give her any time to think about it. The knights will protect the mages from any potential attacks. As for the mage brigade, Cal raised his hand. Ah! The mage curled up in shock from the sudden flow of mana. It was extremely shocking. Flap, flap. The robes of all mages in the mage brigade were fluttering wildly. The necklaces on their necks that had been hidden underneath their robes started to shine. Highest grade magic stones. Highest grade magic stones. Their necklaces each had 2 of these magic jewels that were full of mana. Ooh. The sudden movement of a large quantity of mana created vibrations in the air. The Karo Kingdom's mage had never felt this much mana before. Cal handed something to her at that moment. This is for you. Excuse me, a necklace was placed around her neck. Ooh. Her necklace responded to the vibration of mana around her. A necklace with a highest grade magic stone. The Karo Kingdom's mage looked toward the Roan Kingdom's northeast region commander. He started to speak to all of the mages, including her. Attack. Cal's hand was lowered. It was pointing toward the enemy. Ooh, a noise that was similar to the cry of a large wild animal started to ring from the southern tower. The vice captain of the mage brigade shouted out loud. Larok 5. Magic could be seen forming around all of the mages' hands. The Caro Kingdom's mage was shocked even more at how the mages were combining their powers. How long did they practice for? It was not easy gathering together multiple people's mana. It would only be possible if the group had worked together day in and day out for at least 1 year. There was a reason that they are so strong. The Caro Kingdom's mage clenched the magic stone around her neck. The Roan Kingdom had been secretly building their strength without anyone noticing. They had been preparing for a war that they had expected to happen in the future. The strength of the mages and the number of highest-grade magic stones were proof of that. Attack! The 5 mana orbs that had gathered together shot forward with the vice-captain's command. Bang! They heard another explosion. While the rest of the allies were thrilled, Cal was thinking internally. They're showing why they are so expensive. Cal had sold a portion of the highest-grade magic stones in his possession to the Crown Prince. Those magic stones then went to the Mage Brigade. I feel a bit better. The stress from the war was slightly relieved by the money he received. However, Cal remained emotionless without a single smile. This is weird. Cal recalled what the Guardian Knight Clope had said. Calnim, the Indomitable Alliance will definitely do something since our side has won 2 battles already. Only the final battle remains if they lose this battle. The final battle, that was referring to the battle at the Gorge of Death. That was why Cal felt something was off. Human, these guys aren't that strong. The bear tribe is strong, but they'll fly away if I flap my wings. Exactly. The enemy was surprisingly weak, as Rayan had said. Barang, Cal turned his head. The Northern Tower, the empire that was fighting diligently. They had a formation set up in order to defend, while Duke Houghton shot his aura toward the bears every so often. The empire was showing a lot of effort. They are working hard. Something definitely was off. He knew that they must have done something. Cal then looked toward the central tower. Kahaha, let's destroy the castle wall. Use the destroyed ships to climb up. 3 mid-sized ships had crashed into the central tower. He could see the central tower's walls starting to shake. The 3-meter-tall polar bear was blocking the arrows and magic with his body as he ordered the other bears. The Caro Kingdom's side was having a difficult time. It was only natural. The Indomitable Alliance was strong. It definitely was not weak, but they are still weak. How strong had they been when they had come to the Henitus castle? There had been wyverns, a sword master, and even one of Arm's red stars. But then why are only the bears here now? Something is weird. Excuse me. The knight next to him looked toward Cal. However, Cal was thoroughly looking through the battlefield. The soldiers who had gotten off the ships were preparing to advance with the knights. There were still many small and mid-sized ships at the shore. He thought that those ships must have wheels as well. They also had berserk bears shouting on top of them. Only about 100 ships had charged toward the castle. Cal looked at the ships in the front that had either crashed into the walls or stopped in order to prepare to attack, as well as at the small ships that were still heading toward them from the back. Those small ships were heading toward them at extremely fast speeds. Barang! Another ship by the southern tower was destroyed. Cal turned his head. All of the brown bears were rushing toward Choi Han. The mages managed to destroy a ship with a mana orb at that time. The sky was currently red from the sunset. He could see the broken pieces of the ship shining underneath. Cal then realized it. There's nothing on the ships. Excuse me. The knight asked back, but Cal's expression stiffened up without a response. There was nothing on the ships other than the bears. It made no sense. Why were the ships so empty? Cal could see the small ships coming toward them at that moment. He realized something else at this point. These ships that were gaining speed did not have any bears on them. There were only soldiers on these ships. It was the moment Cal's gaze landed on those soldiers. Rayan's voice echoed in his head. Weak human, those soldiers are shaking. They are crying. Cal looked at the enemy soldiers on the small ships. Each ship had less than 5 soldiers on it, however, they were all crying. Why? Damn it. He got the answer he was looking for. There was something on those ships. It was, at the very least, a bomb. Video communication device. Excuse me. Cal urgently gave an order to the Caro Kingdom's mage. Immediately connect me to His Highness. The small ships were not very far. The mage urgently started to connect the call. It was at that moment. Someone started to scream. It was the polar bear. He shouted with urgency. Attack. Destroy the castle wall before the sun sets completely. The small ships started to rush toward them at an even faster speed. At the same time, the bears in front started to shout in order to raise the morale. They then all started to charge toward the towers. Ah, die. This is revenge for our fellow tribe members. Choi Han fixed his grip on his sword after seeing the bears that had originally just tried to block his way starting to charge toward him. He was planning to get rid of them at once before the sun set. Choi Han's expression became even colder. It was at that moment. What the? Choi Han was baffled. They were running away. The bears that looked like they were going to charge at him were running away as quickly as possible. At that moment, a voice that was amplified with magic could be heard throughout the entirety of Castle Leona. It was a familiar voice. It was Cal. Everybody dodge. They are magic bombs. Bombs. Choi Han looked toward the small ships that were madly charging toward them, unlike the bears that were running away. Perhaps. Choi Han felt his body starting to float up. Choi Han, the human is worried about you. That is why I am rescuing you. Rayan's voice echoed in Choi Han's mind. Choi Han could see the small ships moving underneath his feet. The enemy soldiers on board were shaking in fear as these ships continued to charge toward the castle walls. Cal started to speak. Shield. The mages immediately started to activate shields. Part. The call was connected at that moment. Commander, what do you mean by a magic bomb? Are you saying those small ships are all magic bombs? Crown Prince Valentino's urgent voice could be heard. Who would believe that someone would put magic bombs on ships with their own soldiers? We do not have much time. I understand. The call was disconnected. Shields started to appear on the central and northern towers as well. However, Cal's expression did not look good. It was not enough. The shields were not enough to defend against the tens of ships that were filled with bombs. Amplification, magic was used at the central tower. Destroy those ships before they reach the castle walls. Magic shot out from the central tower and attacked the ships at that moment. Of course, the Karo Kingdom's mages were not enough to block all of the ships. However, they were able to destroy some of them. Barang, era. The enemy soldiers started to scream as their ships started to explode. Cal watched this happen as he quickly gave an order. Although we cannot block all of the enemy ships, fortify our shields and stop them before they reach the castle wall. However, he suddenly stopped. Rayon's voice could be heard in Cal's mind. Human, I smell magic bombs and that other smell. Barang. Another small ship was destroyed by the Karo Kingdom's magic. However, the ships behind them ignored this as they continued to charge forward. However, the Karo Kingdom's magic had stopped. Rayan continued to speak. It is that smell. It is the smell of dead mana. Crazy bastards. Black fluid started to shoot up into the air along with the magic bombs. Dead mana started to seep into the ground where the bombs had exploded. Cal turned his head. The northern tower. He could see an extremely sturdy shield surrounding the Empire's tower. Those damn Empire bastards. Dead mana bombs. That was created by the Empire's alchemist's bell tower. Those bombs were being used by the Indomitable Alliance. Cal recalled Clope's voice once again. The Indomitable Alliance will definitely do something. Was that something? Clope was talking about these dead mana bombs. Was the Indomitable Alliance so desperate for victory that they were willing to use this weapon that would make the world point fingers at them? He could see the enemy soldiers dying from being poisoned by dead mana. Cal started to frown. Even if they managed to destroy Castle Leona with dead mana bombs, the enemy would not be able to pass through the resulting dead mana zone either. So what were they planning? It was at that moment. Boo-woo-woo, boo-woo-woo, there were trumpet sounds coming from the shores. The enemy soldiers got back onto the ships. Two of the enemy ships were heading back to sea. Ha, ha, ha. Cal started to chuckle. The enemy ships were heading back into the sea. Cal immediately understood what was going on. They're heading for the northern shores. He finally figured out what the Indomitable Alliance was planning. The core of the Karo Kingdom's forces was gathered at Castle Leona. What would happen if they spread dead mana here and then ran away? Castle Leona would become useless. The shores would be covered by dead mana, such that they would not be able to chase after the bears that were running away. They would no longer be able to fight here. Even if those hundreds of enemy ships left, the Karo Kingdom side would not be able to do anything as they tried to deal with the dead mana bombs here. The Indomitable Alliance would head for the northern shores during that time. It was a simple question as to whether the ships would be faster. There was no way the Karo Kingdom side that had to deal with the dead mana bombs, and then make sure that the dead mana did not spread, would be able to move as fast as the indomitable Alliance's ships. There were some troops at the northern shores as well, however. It was a small number. Furthermore, there were citizens of the Caro Kingdom, as well as plentiful resources for businesses by the northern shores. See, Commander Nim, it is dead mana. I'm sure of it. He could hear the urgent voice of the Caro Kingdom's knight. The Caro Kingdom's knight felt despair as he watched the small ships approach them. He then looked toward the shield. The southern tower's shield was sturdy. It did not seem as if the dead mana would make it through. The northern tower's shield seemed sturdy as well. But what about our kingdom? The central tower's shield was weak. The Caro Kingdom's mages were not as strong as the Rhone Kingdom or the Margoru Empire's mages. What do we do? The knight heard something unexpected at that moment. You sly bastards. It was Commander Cal's voice. Cal's voice reached the ears of the few shocked southern tower's soldiers. Do not worry. The soldiers looked toward the commander. The small ships were still heading toward them. However, they could not focus on the small ships at this moment. A silver light. They all saw the silver light. Pad. A silver light started to appear in front of them. Weak human, do not worry. I can also create a silver shield. We can protect everyone. The silver light enveloped the southern tower, and then the central tower and the northern tower as well. Finally, it opened up its silver wings as a large shield appeared. A silver light was surrounding the shield. It was the silver shield that they had heard about. The southern tower's soldiers recalled what Vice Captain Hilsman had said before the battle. The shield will not break. At that moment, numerous loud explosions filled Castle Leona's vicinity. Bang, bang, bang. The small ships exploded, and the black liquid, the dead mana, started to fly toward the silver shield as if it was hail. Chapter 217. Reversal 3. Castle Leona was at least 5 times the size of the Henitus castle. People could see a black wave rushing toward them through the loud explosions. Caro Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino felt fear as he looked at that black liquid. A land covered by dead mana. Nothing would be able to grow on such a land. Any soldier who even touches dead mana would die. However, the word that came out of his mouth was something else. Shield. Boom, boom. Tens of the small ships crashed into the shield. Boom, the ground was rumbling. It then caused the castle walls to shake as well. However, there was an existence that was not shaking. Valentino started to speak. Dot, dot, dot. It looks like we can deactivate our shield. It felt as if another mountain had appeared in front of Castle Leona. However, that was a shield and not a mountain. It was a silver shield with the crest of a heart. That large shield was defending the front of Castle Leona from everything. The silver light was so thick that it looked as if multiple layers of shields were overlapping each other. Of course, Rayan's voice was going off in Cal's mind at that moment. Human, I think I really am a bit great and mighty. It is a 4-layer silver shield. The dead mana will not be able to touch us at all. We will save everyone. Cal listened to the 6-year-old dragon's excited voice as he made just a faint shield underneath Rayan's sturdy silver shield. His shield was not very strong, as he had to create an extremely large shield this time. The shield had gotten stronger than before, however. It was not strong enough to defend the entire castle. Dragons really are the best. Rayan's 4-layer silver shield allowed Cal's shield to shine brighter than ever. The indomitable Alliance and the Empire's bastards had created 3 times the strength of the shield they had seen in the Henitus territories battle. Unlike the Dragon Slayer's Sword of Disasters, which struck Cal's shield at a single point, this plan was to have multiple bombs explode in numerous locations at once. They expected that this would be too strong for Cal to handle. They thought it would be able to create a gap, or at least buy them some time. Funny bastards. However, Cal had a young dragon whose strength would not be matched by anything other than a dragon slayer. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Crown Prince Valentino, who had no idea about this, felt both relief and fear. Heroes are people who change history. They would be people who change the course of the continent through their victories. Only those people received the title of heroes. Commander Cal had told Valentino that he had brought heroes with him. In that case, who was the person that was leading these heroes? Your Highness. He came back to his senses after hearing someone calling for him. He then gave the general an order. Immediately go find the priests. Make sure you get every single one of the light affinity priests. The enemy was running away after flooding the land with dead mana. They needed to create a small path through the dead mana to chase after them. In order to do that, they needed the strength of the light affinity churches, especially the Church of the Sun God. They had shown this path of the sun in the past when they got rid of the necromancers. They needed this path made of divine power. The crown prince had noticed as well. He could tell that the enemy was not running away and that they were heading for the northern shores. It was not hard to decipher that. That was why they could not let the enemy go. They needed to prevent them from reaching the northern shores. If they couldn't stop them, they needed to at least hold them back as long as possible. Boom, boom. The explosion started to end as the rumbling died down. The silver shield started to become dimmer as well. He subconsciously groaned. Ah, ah, ah. The land was dyed black. A sticky black liquid covered the area, making it appear as if a black swamp had been created. Above that swamp were pieces of the destroyed ships, as well as the enemy soldiers that were dying from the explosion and dead mana. Hey, a nightmare Crown Prince Valentino turned his gaze back toward the ledge of the castle wall. He could see the young soldier that was shaking while saying this was a nightmare. Since the Caro Kingdom had urgently drafted soldiers, some of them were only 15 years of age. Such a sight was showing them the true despair of war. Cruel bastards. Valentino started to shake while thinking about how the Indomitable Alliance could leave their soldiers behind to go kill some other people. He felt a sense of fear. Do I need to send my soldiers to death like this to win as well? This was Crown Prince Valentino's first war as well. However, he needed to focus as he was the Crown Prince. This was the same for the rest of the Caro Kingdom's leaders by his side. They needed to fight in order to not become like that. He heard the chief speaking next to him. Your Highness, we cannot let the enemy go. The enemy ships were quickly boarding the bears, soldiers, and knights in order to depart. There were already tens of ships that had left the shore. The Caro Kingdom's commander started to speak as well. We need to hurry. It will be difficult to get past the debris, and the enemy soldiers, even if the priests managed to get rid of the dead mana. The commander was correct. The dead mana was an obstacle, however, debris from the destroyed ships, and the enemy soldiers were also in their way. Priest, no, call the bishop now. The crown prince was looking for a priest as he gave an order to the communication mage. Connect me to the northern and southern towers. Yes, your highness. At that moment, the crown prince could hear many people walking up the stone stairs. Tap, tap. He confirmed who they were before his expression turned brighter. It was the priests. The priests of light affinity that were assigned to Castle Leona were coming up with the bishop of the Church of the Sun God in the lead. The crown prince was happy to even see the bishop who had made him angry during the strategy meeting. He quickly approached the bishop. Bishop, your highness. The bishop calmly bowed toward Valentino. However, Valentino had no time for such formalities as he grabbed the bishop's shoulders and quickly started to speak. Please create a path through the dead mana. I heard it was possible for priests with light affinity. Please heed my request. Of course we need to get rid of it. It is the dirty dead mana after all. The crown prince felt that the bishop, who was responding smoothly, was reliable at least for this moment. The path of the sun. It was the path the Church of the Sun God was said to have created over the land that was covered in dead mana when they went to rid the world of necromancers. The holy knights had walked down that path to the final battle with the necromancers. One of the video communication devices connected at that moment. Your Highness, Duke Houghton, the Margoru Empire's Duke Houghton, the person who was responsible for the Northern Tower, was connected first. I am glad everyone is safe. Valentino felt thankful after hearing that one sentence before quickly starting to speak. The priests will soon create a path through the dead mana. We cannot let the Indomitable Alliance go, so I will need your help. But your highness. It was the moment the duke was about to respond. The bishop started to speak. What is it, bishop? It will take at least 1 month. What? Valentino could finally see the awkwardness in the bishop's gentle smile. We will need more reinforcements from back home to purify all of this dead mana. There are also a lot of preparations that need to get done, which is why we need at least 1 month. You are saying there is no way to make a path to chase after the enemies right now. Ahum, that is indeed the case. Valentino started to frown as he responded back. What about the path of the sun? We need a saint in order to do that. A saint. That answer put Valentino at a loss for words. He stared at the bishop, who was avoiding his gaze, as well as the other priests, who had their heads down, before he finally managed to speak again. Is it not possible to create at least a small path with divine power of light affinity? Can't you burn dead mana with divine power? Valentino sounded desperate. We just need a small path, just the tiniest of paths, just enough for our knights to go through in a single file line. We can only move a small number of knights with flight magic. Is it not possible? Ahem, you see. The bishop hesitated for a moment. That made Valentino wonder what was going on. It was at that moment he heard Duke Houghton's voice through the video communication device. Priests with light affinity are said to feel as if their entire body is on fire in order to use divine powers to purify dead mana. Purify. The guards did not let people use their powers for free. There was always a price to pay. Ah, Crown Prince Valentino finally understood why the priests were acting this way. Duke Houghton continued to speak. The priests were said to have endured the pain in the past to destroy the necromancers. They did it for justice. Although none of them were injured or died because of it, however, the sequelae from it made a lot of priests suffer in pain until they died. The priests in the back started to frown every time Duke Houghton spoke. Valentino and the others looked toward the priests. That was why none of them noticed the sneer on Duke Houghton's face. Nobody got hurt because Cal Henitus's shield was stronger than we expected. But it is successful since we are able to prevent them from moving. Even the Roan Kingdom's necromancer can't take care of this alone. There were too many enemies for the Roan Kingdom's magic attack, or a few knights being moved with flight magic could handle. Duke Houghton quickly fixed his expression before once again looking as if he was seriously worried about the Caro Kingdom. The bishop looked toward Crown Prince Valentino and started to speak. Ahem, it is difficult to take care of it immediately as there is a way to slowly and safely purify it. I ask for your understanding, your highness. But the enemy will kill the citizens and merchants up north if we let them go. And if those ships also have dead mana bombs on them. Boo-woo-woo, boo-woo-woo, Crown Prince Valentino could hear the enemy's trumpets in the distance. The northern lands may be covered in dead mana as well. That would be extremely disastrous. Honestly speaking, Valentino was hoping that the priests would sacrifice themselves just a bit. Duke Houghton had said that they would not die. His selfish desire was for them to sacrifice just a bit. Is even a tiny path difficult? Since there are so many of you, can't you share the pain? However, the bishop pretended not to hear him. He did not want to experience any type of pain. Why would he sacrifice himself when he wouldn't be affected by the enemy going north? We can also slowly purify the land if the northern shores become infected as well. Shouldn't we first prepare for the battle up north as quickly as possible? The bishop continued to speak. Ah, and even if you decide to give up on Castle Leona and head out, we will need some soldiers to complete the purification project. We also need some knights to protect the priests during the purification. The bishop was speaking as if Castle Leona was no longer able to be used for battle. Valentino's expression visibly became stiffer. Is that what you want to say right now? I have no choice. The priests with light affinity are the only ones who can complete the purification. Shouldn't you protect us since we are such precious existences? The bishop's gentle smile became etched in Valentino's eyes. The bishop was wrong. There were too many errors in what the bishop was saying. Although technically everything he said was correct, the crown prince felt as if he was wrong. However, he could not lash out or punish them right now. There was no way to get rid of the dead mana without them. Boo-woo, boo-woo, he could also continue to hear the enemy's trumpet. The laughter of the bear from earlier rang inside his head again like a hallucination. Escape, no, the enemy was moving to destroy somewhere else. Could he do nothing but watch them leave? Crown Prince Valentino and the leaders of the Caro Kingdom started to frown. They were also starting to get angry. It was at that moment. Ha! Some of the soldiers by the central tower started to gasp. Tap. They could see someone stepping on the ledge to land on the castle wall. Crown Prince Valentino's expression changed. Some harsh words reached his ears at that moment, just full of bullshit again. Commander Cal Henitus. He was the one who had just landed on the wall. Commander. Valentino called out to Cal with a shocked expression. Cal approached Valentino and started to speak. He had his usual calm and confident expression on his face. I flew over right away with flight magic. I felt as if I should say it in person. Say what? What did he come here to say? Valentino suddenly felt an odd sense of anticipation. He couldn't explain it, but he felt as if this person, whom he had not known for more than a few days, would be able to take care of his problems. He heard the bishop's voice at that moment. Are you saying that the fact that we are the only ones who can purify the dead mana is bullshit? Commander Cal, you dare to speak like that to us, right? That angry voice could not finish his sentence. We will catch them. There was certainty in Cal's voice. Valentino followed Cal and looked outside the central tower. Over 30 ships had already started to move. They were headed north as they had all expected. The bears had also now arrived back at shore and were slowly getting onto the ships. It seemed impossible. He heard Cal's voice again at that moment. All of the northern citizens and merchants will be killed if we let them go. I'm sure they have more dead mana bombs. It was what everybody else was thinking as well. However, this did not seem to provide any light to the darkness surrounding them right now. However, Cal's next words were something that nobody had heard before. Your Highness, do you know the story of people running away into the land of death? The land of death, the desert. Why is he suddenly talking about that right now? Valentino quietly observed Cal, who seemed to be speaking about something completely unrelated. He listened, because he didn't think Cal was the type to say something for no reason. They choose to head into the desert because it is difficult to survive in the territory due to the high tax rates. They run away to this desert that nobody is said to return from. What? To the land of death. And did you say the citizens are running away because of high tax rates? Nobody had known about this. The Crown Prince subconsciously raised his voice. He could see a smile appear on Cal's voice at that moment. But there are indeed people who manage to survive in the desert. Mary is one of those people as well. Cal did not say that part out loud. Mary was no longer a citizen of Caro Kingdom. Your Highness, people who do not know about giving up are able to step on the darkness to stand back up. Commander. We will catch them. Not know about giving up. Those words were etched deep in the Crown Prince's heart. At the same time, he could feel how Cal managed to be victorious in the Northeast region's battles. A commander who does not know about giving up. His voice echoed through the top of the central tower. We will definitely catch them. Ooh. The ground started to shake at that moment. Is it the aftershock from the explosion? It was the moment Valentino thought that was the case. Ha! The silver shield disappeared. The Crown Prince and the Caro Kingdom's leaders could clearly see the shores with the setting sun now. That! Crown Prince Valentino's eyes opened wide. There were still the ships at shore and the bears heading to the ships. Boo-woo-woo-woo, boo-woo-woo. There were also the sounds of the trumpets. However, a different noise was present as well. Swee-ish arrows. Tens of arrows made from wind were heading toward the bears and the ships. They landed on their targets. Boom, boo-woom. The sand by the shores shot up to the sky. What kind of attack is this? Anxious voices and screams filled the shore. However, Valentino's gaze was focused on somewhere else. Commander Cal Henitus. It was the location that Cal was staring at. Cal was staring at the land of death. There he saw something on the desert with the setting sun. He could see hordes of black moving across the red desert. Even from the distance, he could tell that their skin was as dark as black pearls. Valentino couldn't help but think of a race. He had not seen them before, but there was only one such race in the Western continent. Dark Elf. Cal was still looking at the land of death and the desert that was as red as blood. Dead mana is not an obstacle. The Dark Elves were crossing through the desert. In front of them was the Dark Elf Tasha, who was moving while being surrounded by wind. Many of the Dark Elves had arrows made by wind elementals above their heads. Cal turned his head to look at the Caro Kingdom's people, as well as Duke Houghton, who was still visible through the video communication device. The Roan Kingdom's forces are finally all here. Cal felt the rumbling ground and became certain. The enemy will not manage to escape. Chapter 218, Reversal 4. The Dark Elves almost seemed as if they were flying across the desert thanks to the wind elementals. The Dark Elf in front was moving the fastest as they approached Castle Leona. Squish, squish, the black liquid. She was stepping through the dead mana as if it was nothing. Nothing could stop her from walking forward. She arrived right underneath the castle wall that was full of debris from the destroyed ships. She stood on the black ground as she reported out. Commander Nim, everyone has safely arrived. Valentino subconscious gulped. Dark Elves. They were even rarer than elves and had been shunned by the Western continent until now. Actually, it was worse than that, as they were despised. Dark elves were known for living around places with buried bodies. Even though they had not harmed anybody, the fact that they lived around these dark places made people wary of them. Are they part of the Roan kingdom? No. Commander Cal's group. Crown Prince Valentino's gaze toward Cal changed once he thought about the necromancer as well. Scary. He was suddenly scared of Commander Cal. It was not because he was evil. In fact, the commander was actually a good person. However, the power of goodness without prejudice was scary to the Crown Prince. Of course, Valentino had no idea that these were the dark elves that had lived underneath the land of death. He was just amazed at Cal and the Roan kingdom's reach. He was also shocked at their decisiveness to bring out existences that were loathed one after another during this war. Your Highness, Commander. He looked toward Cal. Can we start our attack? The word attack and not defense came out of Cal's mouth. Crown Prince Valentino slowly started to smile. Why are you asking me? Didn't I already tell you earlier? Valentino recalled what he had told Cal before the battle. I leave it to you. I will not let you down. He was trustworthy. At the same time, Valentino felt thankful to the Roan Kingdom's crown prince, Alberu. The Roan Kingdom had sent the best they had to offer to help them. He could hear the order Cal gave to the Dark Elves. Don't let the enemies escape. Make sure to get them. The Dark Elves did not respond. They started to move in order to show their competence with their actions. The Dark Elves, who numbered as many as a large knight's brigade, started to move. Fire, water, earth, and wind, elementals of all different elements, started to help the Dark Elves out. Fire arrows were shot toward the shores, while water bombs flew toward the heads of the bears. The ground also started to shake and grab onto the ankles of the soldiers, heading toward the ships. The close to 100 Dark Elves started to run wild outside of Castle Leona. The one to stand out the most was Tasha, who was leading the group. She raised her voice. Don't let even one of them escape. The wind, that was stronger than any other Dark Elf's wind, was roaring next to her. Numerous wind arrows that were close to 2 meters long shot up into the air and flew toward the central shores and the ships. Bang! One of the large ship's deck was broken. Ah, ah! They could hear screams coming from the ship. The bears stared at the broken deck and the Dark Elves without being able to hide their shock. What the? Dark Elves? They still exist on the Western continent. Why are they suddenly coming out? Did the humans team up with the Dark Elves? Many of the bears and soldiers were shouting in confusion. They were all shocked by the entrance of an unexpected race. A loud voice shouted out at that moment. All of you, shut up. G-R-R-R-R-R-R. An animal's growl followed the shout. The indomitable Alliance soldiers finally came back to their senses and turned toward the voice. The polar bear beast person. The polar bear that was close to 3 meters tall stepped forward and shouted once again. We will proceed as planned. Mages, activate the shields in order to defend against the Dark Elves' attacks. Bear warriors, come forward. The stern voice calmed the chaos. They could see the polar bear starting to smile. We will kill them the moment the Dark Elves exit the dead mana zone. Chaos could be settled with madness like this. The polar bear feigned madness as he continued to shout. Rip them to shreds. This is going to be my first time killing a Dark Elf. It sounds fun. Ka. The other bears started to laugh as well. Dark Elves. Although the Dark Elves were known to be strong, bears in their berserk state were strong as well. Bears that numbered almost twice that of the Dark Elves that were standing by the ships. They were not afraid. In fact, the Dark Elves should be afraid of them. The polar bear shouted once more. Don't you dare take another step if you want to live, you Dark Elves. Our claws will rip you to shreds the moment you step out of the dead mana zone. The Dark Elves that were running out of the dead mana zone and toward the shores flinched at that moment. The bears' smiles became wider as the soldiers quickly started boarding the ships again. They were almost done, and the hundreds of ships were ready to depart. The Dark Elves remained still as they slowly turned their heads toward Castle Leona. Their leader, Tasha, was standing there. She mumbled to herself with a shocked expression. Are they idiots? Weren't the bears supposed to be shrewd? Would a shrewd person say something like that? Is he just an idiot? Tasha tilted her head to the side in confusion before giving the next command. The wind fluttered around her and amplified her voice so that everyone could hear her voice. Drench yourselves. The bears flinched at that moment. Boom! Boom, boom. The dark elves who had stopped suddenly stomped on the ground. Tasha's wind brushed by them and made the dead mana shoot up from the ground. The dark elves' bodies were covered in dead mana. However, the dark elves' eyes that were visible through the black liquid were brighter than ever. They could feel power flowing through their bodies. Tasha started to smile. They were currently on land that was covered in the precious and rare dead mana. What a great battlefield! There was no better place for the dark elves to run wild. She looked down at the other dark elves, who were drenched in dead mana. She then started to smile toward the enemy, who did not know the true scariness of the dark elves. There was a reason that they were rejected from the world, but still managed to survive. They had the power to survive in environments that no other races could. She started to speak. Attack. The dark elves that were covered in dead mana and surrounded by elementals obeyed her command. They started to run toward the shores. The enemy would have to run if they did not wish to be killed by the elementals or by being poisoned by dead mana. Shoot, we can't attack if they come at us covered in dead mana. The bears flinched. Hurry, hurry up and get on, hurry up. The Indomitable Alliance's knights quickly urged the soldiers to get on board. The crew members also quickly got on and prepared to escape. The dark elves coming at them covered in dead mana looked like devils to the soldiers. Fear filled the hearts of the soldiers, who were pushing each other in order to try to get onto the ships even a bit faster. They could survive if they ran away. Even Crown Prince Valentino and the Caro Kingdom's commander realized the fear in the enemy's eyes. The two of them made eye contact as Valentino quickly shouted, "All mages, prepare your magic. Attack their ships." They did not need flight magic in order to send the knights over. The dark elves were doing much more than the knights could ever do. They would tie the bears up at shore and attack the ships. In the meantime, they needed to do what they could do with magic in order to accomplish the same goal. Ooh, ooh. Crown Prince Valentino felt a rumbling underneath the castle wall and headed toward Cal. He knew it was shameless, but he wanted to ask Cal to put his shield up in case the enemy somehow attacked while the mages were focused on attacking as well. He walked up next to Cal, who was standing at a ledge at the top of the central tower, and quietly whispered, "Commander Cal, can I ask you to activate your shield? That way the mages can focus on their attacks." Crown Prince Valentino knew that Cal had coughed up blood and suffered every time he used his ancient power. Other than the information about the shield, it was the first thing that came up when he investigated Cal. Valentino finally realized that Cal looked extremely pale. However, Cal was actually fine. His skin just happened to be very white, so he was not actually pale. He was just a bit hungry. "Human, are you hungry? Should I secretly hand you an apple pie?" Cal deferred Rayon's question for a moment and looked toward Valentino. His calm gaze made Valentino feel apologetic and thankful at the same time. He was thankful to the Roan Kingdom's people who were willing to sacrifice themselves even when his own kingdom's priests were not willing to do so. It was at that moment, "I don't think I can create a shield." "What? It may be too taxing." Valentino let out a sigh. "I guess he's overworked himself already." Yes, the commander cannot faint while using ancient power. Commander Cal needed to persist. The soldiers had not forgotten about the silver shield just yet, and thanks to that, they were able to overcome their fear of the dead mana. Valentino apologized to Cal. "I'm sorry. I'm asking you for too much, because I need to destroy things." "What did you say?" Valentino could see the smile on Cal's face. That smile made his heart start to beat faster again. The Dark Elves weren't the end. There's more. Commander Cal, what do you plan to do?" Cal responded back in a confident voice. "Catch them as I promised." He was going to capture the ships. But how? It was the moment Valentino was about to ask that question. Crackle, crackle. The noise came from the other video communication device that had yet to be connected. The call to the southern tower had finally connected. He could see a person's face through the screen. No, what he could see was the black robe covering the person's face. Cal opened his mouth to speak. "Mary." "Yes, sir. Go ahead and start." "I understand." Valentino looked toward Cal. Cal smiled at Valentino and started to explain. The strongest existence, when surrounded with dead mana, is a necromancer. Valentino suddenly felt chills run down his back. The enemy had used dead mana in order to destroy the Caro Kingdom's defense. However, the situation had reversed. Valentino looked down at his feet. The rumbling had been going on for a while now. He had thought that it was the aftershock of the magic bombs. But was that really the case? Perhaps. He quickly turned toward Cal. It was at that moment. Gasp. The Caro Kingdom's soldiers and knights who were looking down at the bottom of the southern tower started to gasp. Crackle, crackle. The ground that was covered in black liquid started to wiggle. The young soldier who was on the southern tower could see the necromancer who was covered by the black robe. Black light was coming out from her sleeves. The ground was roaring while following that light. The thing that the Roan Kingdom's people had planted, had that been for the necromancer? The soldier gasped before looking down at the black swamp underneath the castle wall. Finally, something white started to crawl up from the swamp. Yes, crawled up was the correct phrasing. The ground split open. Well, the ground and the bags that were covering these white things opened up as they came up to the top of the dead mana. It was bones, pure white bones. Hundreds, no, thousands of bones started to crawl up from the ground. Even the bones that were underneath the debris broke through the pile in order to surface. How? Valentino grabbed the ledge and looked down at the bottom of the southern tower. Creak, creak. The thousands of bones that had crawled up were starting to gather together as if they were being controlled by a black spiderweb. Mary had worked on these bones while watching over Clope in the underground prison. The bones were starting to become whole again. The white bones followed the black threads in order to gather into different forms. The first to be created was a large foot and claw. Then was the body and the head. The last was the wings. Yes, wings, large wings. Two undead monsters with large wings were created once the bones finished gathering together. Valentino turned his head back toward Cal. These monsters were the ones that had attacked the Henitus territory. Wyverns. He could see Cal responding to his answer with a smile. Swoosh, he then heard the sound of something cutting through the wind. Valentino raised his head. The two large wyverns were shooting up into the sky. These wyverns had exploded because of the dragon slayer. However, not all of them had turned to dust. Their sturdy bones had remained. Cal had gathered up all of those wyvern bones. Why would I waste them? He then handed them all over to Mary. The result of that was currently visible in front of his eyes. Commander Cal. He saw that Valentino was at a loss for words and opened his mouth to speak. However, Mary spoke through the video communication device before he could do so. I am strengthening them now. Strengthening. Cal's expression changed. He had not heard about this before either. What does she mean by strengthening? However, Cal could not help but laugh after seeing what was going on. Ha, 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 boom, boom. The two wyverns stomped down onto the black swamp. The white bones contrasted very well with the black swamp. However, that contrast quickly disappeared. Our Mary really is amazing. Right, absolutely amazing. The black liquid was starting to disappear from the ground. The two wyverns were absorbing the dead mana. This led to their color starting to change. They now resembled the black bone dragon that had protected the Henitus territory. They now looked like two smaller versions of that black bone dragon. Valentino, who was watching this with a blank expression, could hear Cal's voice. I guess we don't need purification. The necromancer was absorbing all of it. Mary had found an opportunity to get even stronger. Cal spoke to Mary through the video communication device. He knew that she would know what he meant. Come, come. Cal continued to speak before the Crown Prince had a chance to voice his confusion. Choi Han, let's go. Yes, Calnim. Valentino could see the sword master jumping onto the castle wall from behind the black-robed necromancer. Perhaps. He turned back toward Cal after he thought about something. Cal was already standing at the ledge. Commander Cal, he could not finish his sentence. One of the black bone wyverns came up to the ledge and bowed its head. Commander Cal stepped on the wyvern's head in order to walk up and stand on its back. The wyvern's wings started to move. I will be back, Your Highness. Cal then flew away. Choi Han's wyvern soon approached him. Calnim. Choi Han had an odd expression on his face. Cal understood the reason behind it. Things changed from our original plan. The original plan was for Vice Captain Hilsman to be on this second wyvern. Choi Han and Hilsman were to attack the enemies from the air. However, Cal had to personally come as the situation had changed. Choi Han, you are to guard me from here onward. Block all magic and any attacks directed at me. Choi Han looked down at Cal's hand instead of responding back. Wind was swirling on top of Cal's palm. A vicious power that Tasha's wind arrows could not even compare against seemed ready to explode at any moment. The sound of the wind. That ancient power started to roam around Cal. Choi Han looked back up at Cal's eyes. Cal started to speak. I will create whirlpools in the ocean. The enemy will not be able to escape. Got it. The path out to the ocean. Cal was planning on destroying that path. Yes, Calnim, I understand. Choi Han's demeanor had changed. The two wyverns started to head toward the ocean. One of the wyverns was in front, as if it was guarding the other wyvern. Choi Han was on top of that wyvern. Cal looked down at the ground and the water while flying behind him. Chapter 219, Reversal 5. He started to think at the same time. It's going to get annoying. Cal looked down at the sound of the wind in his palm. Won't it get extremely annoying if I revealed another ancient power? People were already going nuts about his shield, so wouldn't they try to force him to do all sorts of things if he showed them this power as well? Will I be able to stop at just being a commander? Cal suddenly felt fear. He felt as if the slacker life was flying far, far away from him. He recalled his life as Rock Soo when he was extremely busy. He had to work so hard before and after he became a team leader. His life was full of aches every day. But it's not like I can just not do it. Is there no other way? Cal started to frown when he and Choi Han heard the invisible Rayan's voice. Weak human, I'll do it too. My whirlpools will be ginormous. Let's save them all. Ginormous. That word echoed inside Cal's mind. He was able to hide things from the Roan Kingdom's troops because the fog was present last time. He had brushed it aside as someone else had done it. Cal Nim. Huh. Cal looked in front of him. He could see Choi Han's back. Are you currently debating whether you should reveal another one of your powers? Wow, he's smart. I'm sure that it may just be my misunderstanding, but it looks as if you don't want to reveal another one of your powers. You're right. That is exactly it. Cal was amazed by Choi Han's perceptiveness as he agreed. He then casually added on, I'm scared. I'm scared of showing more of my power. He was actually scared that he would not get to rest. He was scared that his dream job of being a slacker would disappear. Human. Cal could feel a small paw patting him on the shoulder. Of course, he could not see it because Rayan was still invisible. Tap, tap, do not worry. You do not need to be scared. I'm a bit great and mighty. What? Cal's confusion was visible on his face, however, the mouth of the person whose face Cal could not see, Choi Han, opened and closed multiple times without being able to say anything. Scared, he never expected Cal to say such a thing. At the same time, he was at a loss for words since he thought of a reason why Cal would want to act weak in front of Rayan and himself. It is probably because the two of us are the strongest. He finally started to speak after a long time. There are times I am scared as well. Although the wind was no longer as cold as winter was ending, the wind brushing by Choi Han was still very cold. However, I think it will be fine as long as we are together. I will make sure to protect you. What the hell is he talking about? Why would he protect my slacker life? Cal could not say anything in response. Furthermore, if you do not wish to reveal another ancient power, I can do my best to stop the ships. But I have no plan to show any other ancient powers. Excuse me. Choi Han could not help but turn around. He could see Cal's left hand shooting out a silver strand of light instead of the sound of the wind. However, the sound of the wind was still roaming around his left hand as well. Choi Han could see Cal smiling. Human, why are you laughing like that again? Rayan looked toward Cal as well. The two wyverns stopped a bit ahead of the enemy fleet over the ocean. Cal shared the plan he had of using both powers at once. Wouldn't it be fine as long as other people think it is only one power? Cal looked down below. He could see that the enemy was looking at the two undead wyverns. He could also see mages appearing on the decks. He then recalled what that slightly crazy dude, Clope, had told him. Two of Arm's red stars are mages. One is an old man, while the other is young. The young one looks a bit dumb, and he only seems to be good at attack magic. The ships were still heading toward them. The mages standing on the decks of the ships were creating magic circles in the air. The different magic circles showed that the Indomitable Alliance's mages were preparing to use all different types of magic. Choi Han, yes, Calnim. Cal touched his wyvern's neck and moved it forward. He flew past Choi Han and continued to speak. The greatest defense is a good offense. At that moment, Cal felt a vibration in the air. It was coming from down below. Shoot more magic. Attack level 1. The mage's manas shot up to the sky. I understand. Clang, Choi Han took out his sword. Mary, let's go. Mary moved her hand as Choi Han whispered to the black bone wyvern. Choi Han's body started to head down. Black aura appeared at the tip of his sword. Barang, his aura soon clashed against the magic attacks. Keep attacking. Continue to raise the level of attack. Don't let him get close. Choi Han continued to descend without any hesitation. Another attack clashed against the tip of his sword and exploded. The wyvern's body turned at that moment. Barang. Another magic attack exploded, while Choi Han headed for another attack. He could see tens of magic attacks surrounding him when he raised his head. The ship had a magic stone on it. Although he didn't know the grade of the magic stone, the fact that a magic stone was present made the mages stronger than usual. However, Choi Han started to smile. It was not strong enough to kill him. It didn't matter as long as he didn't die. Screech Choi Han's wyvern's wings opened wide. It seemed to have opened up in order to block the magic attacks flying toward Choi Han. Choi Han felt Mary's intentions as he started to speak. Let's go. The pair from the Hennetus territories battle started to move together once again. Continue to attack. Do it in waves so that he doesn't have any openings. Keep it up. Bones are bound to break down. The tip of Choi Han's sword accurately pointed toward the tens of magic attacks coming up from below. It was at that moment. It was the moment that his elongated black aura struck against the magic attacks. Choi Han flinched. Boom! He had heard something. He turned his head and then he saw it. The water was going wild as a wave shot forward. He could see something cutting through the water behind it. It was a large silver wall. Ha ha ha! Choi Han started to laugh. As expected. Yes, this is the type of person he is. A large obstacle appeared in front of the ships that were heading for the northern shores. This large shield had defended Castle Leona before. Now it was placed in the middle of the ocean. Grab the wheel, turn the key, dodge the waves. Rough waves were created as the shield cut through the water. The soldiers grabbed onto whatever they could as their ships started to shake. They did not want to fall overboard. Why did the shield suddenly appear? You could even use a shield like this. Shouts of confusion could be heard on every ship. Son of A. Change directions, dodge the shield, turn the mast. Shoot, it's going to take even longer. This large shield was in their way. The enemy fleet quickly started to change directions in order to avoid the shield that had defended Castle Leona earlier. Choi Han, that shield will not break. That is because this slightly great and mighty Rayon Murus shield is in front of it. The 6-year-old dragon's voice echoed in Choi Han's mind. Ha ha ha! Choi Han could only continue to laugh. He then looked down below. The ships that were changing directions had to deal with something else as well. Ha! What is going on? What the hell? The ocean was roaring. Choi Han was certain that Cal and Rayon's whirlpools that were underneath the water were causing this situation. The whirlpools were preventing the ships from moving. The enemy was caught with the shield in front of them and the whirlpools underneath them. Why should he be afraid when he had friends like these? Let's go. Screech. Screech, the wyvern, headed down once again. It looked ready to slam into one of the large ships without any hesitation. However, it did not manage to do so. Shields. Activate the shields. The black aura was pointed to the deck before the wyvern could hit it. It was the ship with the largest magic circle. They were currently right above it. Ah, Choi Han. That slightly crazy bastard said that Arm has a magic brigade as well. The north is the land of knights. That is why the place with the most mages is probably Arm. Choi Han had found his prey. He also said one of the remaining 2 red stars is a mage. Be careful because he might be there. But Clope says that he is weaker than the Dragon Slayer. We can't trust everything a crazy person tells us. That was the truth. They could not trust him. They could not trust someone who was once their enemy. However, Choi Han trusted Mary and himself. That was why the black aura shot out to the ship with the most mages without any hesitation. Dodge. Activate the shields. All soldiers return inside. Change the magic circles to defensive ones. It was chaotic on the deck. It was at that moment. Plop. Choi Han could see a mage raising his head. The mage's hood came off and he could see the mage's face. He looked a bit dumb. However, his intuition was telling him something else. It was the moment that the mage's extremely skinny finger twitched. It's him, one of Arm's red stars. He was certain of it. Choi Han's aura changed directions. It headed toward the skinny mage. It was at that moment. Mary, the wyvern, stopped. There was also someone pulling him by the neck. Ha! Choi Han was dragged up by the neck without having any idea about what was going on. The wyvern Choi Han had been riding on ran away toward a different direction. Clope, that bastard is just crazy, totally useless. Excuse me. Choi Han turned his head. He could see Cal, who had dragged him up with shaking hands. He then saw behind Cal. Cal Nim. I know, damn it. Cal's wyvern opened up its large wings and started to move. It was headed toward the shield. It was the moment that Cal and Choi Han left where Choi Han had just been. Ooh, it was not a loud noise. It had brushed by them with a very quiet noise. However, Choi Han felt chills run on his back. It was a small thunderbolt, an extremely small thunderbolt. However, there was more to it than that. There was something that made Choi Han become nervous. He had no chance to figure out what that was as he heard Rayan start to shout. Human. That bastard is not human, that bastard. Choi Han lowered his head. Clope, you crazy son of a beach. Weak. He only knows attack magic. He could hear Cal swearing. He then saw it. It was the dumb-looking mage. His extremely skinny face that made it possible for Choi Han to see his cheekbones that were moving up to smile. He could read the mage's lips. Too bad, flick. The mage flicked his finger once again. A shield appeared on top of the ship. A small thunderbolt then landed on the shield. Boom. The small thunderbolt made a louder noise than Cal's shield when it had been activated. That thunderbolt let out tens of mini thunderbolts the moment it landed on the shield. It traveled through the shield and caused the ocean to roar. He's doing that on purpose. Weak human, the mage bastard is doing it like that for us to see. He could get rid of his magic, but is showing it off by creating that shield. Arms Mage was showing them his attack and defense on purpose. Choi Han clenched his sword. He heard Rayan mumble at that moment, but he seems a bit strong. Something is weird. He is not completely human. He's not human. I smell something familiar on him. Choi Han turned his head and looked toward Cal. He saw that Cal had his mouth closed. Cal had his head down while looking at the mage. The navigators on the ships were trying their best in order to move toward a different direction. However, this was difficult due to Cal and Rayan's whirlpools. However, Cal was not focused on any of that as he was looking at the mage. What did that bastard just say? Choi Han answered it for him. He said it smells like a lord. Lord. The only thing Cal could think of was a dragon lord. Although there should be no reason for it to smell like a dragon lord here, there was at least a dragon. Cal asked Rayan a question. Is that a dragon? Rayan's shocked voice responded back. Oh, weak human, you're right. It's a dragon. Cal felt his heart drop. Even if ARM was an extremely strong organization, a red star that served the white star was a dragon. An egotistic dragon was willing to serve someone. Why? Did he go crazy while having some fun? Should I call Iruhaben? Rayan's refreshing answer could be heard along with the sound of his wings fluttering. It's mixed with the scent of humans. He's a half-blood. Damn it. I guess it only makes sense for Choi Han's enemies in the novel to be at least of this level of strength. Kalnim, that dumb-looking mage's attack magic, is said to be weaker than the old mage. I'm certain that our own kingdom and the Perun kingdom's alliance will win. There will be no one capable of getting in your way, Kalnim. Clope, you bastard. I suppose it's my fault for believing everything a lunatic had to say. Chapter 220. Do not worry 1 week. Only good at attack magic. Cal started to frown. The dragon half-blood. This was his first time hearing about such an existence. At the same time, his intuition as someone who has read a large number of fantasy novels was telling him something else. There's no way a dragon half-blood is weak. Aren't most main characters or the final bosses in fantasy novels dragon half-bloods? Cal's expression turned serious. He immediately started to speak. Choi Han, Mary, again. Choi Han immediately stood back up and kicked off of the wyvern's back in order to jump into the air. The original wyvern that Choi Han had been riding on returned to support him. Rayan, make the shield stronger so that that bastard cannot run away. All right, human. Cal saw the silver shield becoming thicker as he looked around the water. The ships were still moving while following the roaring ocean. However, he noticed something weird. There's something there. The ships by the shore had not come out into deep waters ever since his shield appeared. They could not make the decision to go out into the deep waters after seeing Cal's shield and the roaring ocean. However, all of the large ships by the shores were now coming out. The largest of those ships was moving toward the shield without any hesitation now. It was as if they had been waiting for that mage and now felt confident to fight again. Rayan, I leave it to you. Cal turned his head. Choi Han said those words to Rayan before trying to head back down with the wyvern. However, he had no choice but to change directions. Snap, snap, snap. The dumb-looking mage snapped his fingers a few times. Snap, snap. A small thunderbolt appeared in the air every time he did that. Is it an attack? Choi Han could not move carelessly as he noticed the mage staring at Cal and him. Rayan was there, but he was still worried. He cautiously observed the tiny thunderbolts. Ha! His eyes then opened wide. The small thunderbolts started to shoot down. Barang, barang. They landed in the water between the ships. They nimbly dodged the large ships and made loud noises as they entered the water. They were causing waves that were much larger when the shield had appeared. Why is he shooting the thunderbolts into the water? Choi Han could not hide his confusion. Why was he making it difficult for his allies instead of just attacking? However, he could hear Rayan's angry voice coming from above him. How dare he? His voice soon sounded concerned. Human, human, Calnim. Choi Han lifted his head up in order to look toward Cal. Ah! Cal was holding back a groan. He was covering his mouth with his hands, but there was black blood flowing out of it. Although he could not see the invisible Rayan, he could still hear his angry voice. He broke my whirlpool and our human's whirlpool with the thunderbolts. The thunderbolts were like spears as they pierced and destroyed the whirlpools one by one. Choi Han could see Cal continuing to cough up black blood. That black blood gave him the chills. Choi Han made eye contact with Cal at that moment. Cal's gaze was strong and confident. It was giving him an order. Follow my command. That seemed to be what it was saying. The wyvern started to fly down, even without being told to do so. Choi Han could see an area that was still being struck by the tiny thunderbolts. He slowly headed down toward it. Choi Han started to speak. Let's hurry over. The wyvern seemed to have been waiting for him to say that, as it shot toward the mage like an arrow. Choi Han did not pay attention to the small thunderbolts raining down around him. The wyvern and Mary would dodge them for him. In return, he raised his aura to the maximum strength he could currently muster. Light slowly disappeared as the sword became almost completely black. Choi Han made eye contact with the enemy with that sword in his hand. I was bored from just watching. How wonderful. I didn't expect such entertaining people to be here. Choi Han kicked off the wyvern's head the moment he heard the mage's voice. Boom! He slammed down onto the deck the mage was standing on. The wyvern urgently changed directions. It then opened up its bony mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Crack! It ripped off the sail of the ship next to them. Boom! The black bone wyvern then stomped on the ship. Choi Han shot forward with his black aura at the same time. What an interesting human. The mage opened up his arms as if he was welcoming Choi Han. He then flicked his finger. Click! A clicking sound could be heard. Choi Han lifted his arms high up in the air before striking down with his sword. Bang! The black aura crashed against the small mana orb. However, neither of them exploded. Ah! Choi Han raised his black aura even more as he pushed back against the mana orb. However, the mana orb was not pushed back at all as it faced off against Choi Han's aura. The mage started to speak at that moment. It's been a long time since I've seen a human with a darkness attribute, but I didn't know that your plate was so big. The report from Siram, that child, was wrong. Siram. That was the name of the fake dragon slayer. The young mage sounded as if he was disappointed in Siram. Dragon half-blood. Rayan's words echoed in Choi Han's ears. He also felt something weird at that moment. This person is strong, but not that strong. So why? Why is my aura unable to move forward? It was the moment that Choi Han's confusion showed on his face. Imperfect darkness cannot defeat perfect light. Arms Mage spoke as if he was having fun. Choi Han could see the mage's white gold-colored hair. He could also see the same white gold pupils. It was a color that reminded him of the color of thunderbolts. Perhaps. Choi Han recalled how dragons all had different colors. Every living dragon had their unique color. That color was said to represent the dragon's innate attributes. However, a red dragon didn't necessarily mean that it was a fire dragon, and a blue dragon didn't necessarily mean that it was a water dragon. The only certain thing was that dragons that live much longer than humans could even use that innate color to present themselves. But something was weird. Isn't Iruhaben Nim the white gold color? Choi Han could see the mage who was looking at him as if he was looking at a cute toy. Your darkness is not perfect yet. Do you know that? My light is perfect. Snap. The man snapped his fingers again. Pad. Light started to come out of the mana orb that was fighting against Choi Han's sword. That is why you cannot win against me. Choi Han could see his black aura starting to break down. Imperfect darkness was bound to be destroyed by perfect light. The mage saw the bright light starting to overtake Choi Han and started to smile. He then looked around. He did not care whether humans died while fighting. It didn't matter to him even if those humans were on his side. It doesn't matter as long as it is fun. Yes, fun. He was willing to do anything as long as it was fun. That was why he had killed ally soldiers with the dead mana bombs and just sat back and watched even when Cal's shield and the dark elves appeared. However, things changed the moment that the two wyverns flew over to the ocean. He could not just sit back and watch when they got so close to him. He was sensitive to just one thing. There is the smell of a higher-ranking being. It was a scent that he absolutely despised, but desired at the same time. However, he could not be certain. That was because the scent was so faint. It was as if it was the scent of a child. But it wouldn't be that way if a true lord was alive. The existence that was considered to become a dragon lord in the future had already died. Dragon lord. This was not something that was passed down through the family. It was determined by nature and by the world. Bang! He heard the sound of light exploding once again. The mage raised his back up and looked toward the mana orb that was trying to cover up Choi Han. How sad. He was about to see a highly skilled swordsman getting injured. He would have tried to draw this man to his side if he had achieved perfect darkness. However, the mage soon started to smile. He immediately twisted his body. Barang! The black aura cut through the deck of the ship. The mage looked back at the swordsman who destroyed the deck and was chasing after him. Yurei still alive. The mage could not hide his shock. Although the mana orb did not look like much, it had a bit of light essence in it. How did he get away from it? Barang! The light mana orb ran into the black aura again. The mage looked at Choi Han, who was bleeding as if he had been burnt by light and could not hide his shock. How did you dodge? However, Choi Han ignored him. The light from the orb started to destroy Choi Han's aura little by little. Bang! The mana orb exploded once again, and Choi Han dodged this by moving forward. Crackle, crackle. His cheeks sizzled as the light landed on him. However, tens of light orbs appeared in front of Choi Han, who just managed to get out of the explosion from the previous mana orb. Can you dodge these two? The dragon half-blood mage seemed to be happy. Your sword will continue to experience the black aura being destroyed. In the end, your only choice would be to give in to the despair. Yurei doing something useless. Forget the opposite nature of their powers. Choi Han was objectively weaker than him as well. The mage found it interesting that Choi Han continued to come at him, even though he should know this difference of power as well. However, there was something he did not know. Choi Han grabbed onto his scabbard. Crackle, crackle. The light that trickled down the scabbard scratched at Choi Han's palm. Choi Han did not care if his black aura, his darkness, was destroyed. The forest of darkness. Choi Han had broken down, fallen over, and almost died numerous times in order to survive there. In the end, he managed to survive. It didn't matter as long as he didn't die. Try this one as well. Tens of light orbs shot toward Choi Han. Choi Han stared at them as he continued to walk forward. It was at that moment. Splarash. Choi Han could feel something shooting out of the water. The enemy might not know it, but Choi Han knew. It is Rayan. The power of an angry dragon was shooting out of the water. The whirlpool was no longer staying underneath the water. Rayan's whirlpools that had not been destroyed by the thunderbolts shot up into the air. They then started to fuse together. The wind was starting to form into a shape. Choi Han could easily tell what shape the wind was forming into. A dragon. The combination of wind and water looked like a large dragon. The shape was similar to the black bone dragon that had protected the Henitus territory. Choi Han understood Rayan's intentions. At the same time, he felt someone blocking his way. The black bone wyvern. It was defending against tens of light orbs. The wyvern opened up its wings. Bang! The wyvern's black wings surrounded the light orbs as if it was hugging them. Darkness was not the only thing that was the opposite of light. Death. Death was also the opposite of light. Choi Han understood Mary's intentions clearly. He turned around and then immediately started to run while showing his back to the mage. Choi Han used the ship's ledge as a stepping stone in order to shoot up into the air and step onto the being that was lowering its head to him. The dragon made of wind and water. Choi Han was now standing on top of that dragon. There was mana that was serving as his footholds. Choi Han, our human, told me. He could hear Rayan's voice in his head. He told me to help you. Choi Han called forth his remaining aura. The imperfect darkness shot out from the tip of his sword like fire. Choi Han's darkness was rough and violent. It started when he had been crawling at the bottom of the food chain in the forest of darkness. Choi Han was that darkness. He also had a message for you. He said to catch him. Drip, drip. Some of the black threads around the bone wyvern started to fall to the ground. It was barely managing to retain its shape. And don't worry. We are great and mighty, even if your darkness is not complete yet. Choi Han finally opened his eyes. His innocent smile was missing. In its place were all sorts of darknesses. Choi Han's darkness was despair. Since it was his own, it got stronger every time he faced a type of despair. The situation at Harris Village, his true nature he had been hiding from Cal, and his true self that felt more happiness and hope than despair, revealed his true nature. The birth of a hero. The Choi Han that should have reached this point far earlier in the original novel finally started to become that character. Ah, the wind and water dragon let out a roar. At the same time, magic spells started to pile up from the faraway shores. It was magic from their allied mages. Those magic spells could not compare to strength of the small thunderbolts. However, they were enough to stab into the enemy ships. Yes, we are strong. Choi Han responded to Rayan's statement. The dragon started to move on top of the water. The first target was this mage who was laughing while standing on the deck of the ship. This is really weird. What is this odd scent? The mage still remained calm. The dragon knight known as Choi Han shot his sword toward that mage once again. Cal, who had been watching this for a while, started to speak. I thought I just told you to make the whirlpools visible. You're right, it is a tornado. As for the other part, I turned it into the shape of a dragon because dragons are great and mighty. Since Rayan could not reveal himself, he chose to help out in a way that was shaped like him. Cal felt the corners of his lips starting to twitch. How am I going to explain that later? That was causing him serious concern. At that moment, Cal noticed an apple pie appearing in thin air as he heard Rayan's voice. Human, can I use that? Ah, why do I always understand whatever he says? He could understand it even if parts were missing. Cal confidently started to speak. You said that that bastard's light is perfect. You're right. However, you have something similar. Yours is purer. Was the mage the only one with a thunderbolt? Human, yours and mine are greater than his thunderbolts. Of course, you don't need to do anything since it is difficult, human. I will do it instead. Cal had a pure light power as well. Well, it was a purely obsessed with money fiery thunderbolt. It loved money so much that it was scary. I can't let Choi Han or Mary overdo it. Rayan can't reveal himself either. Their mage's attacks were limited due to the distance. The dark elves also could not do much out in the water. All of the large ships at shore had come out into the deeper waters at this point. The dark elves could only hold the bears behind in order to buy time. Cal heard a voice in his head for the first time in a long time. Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Can I eat this too? The super rock and glutton each spoke in his mind. Cal looked down at his palm. The fiery thunderbolt seemed as if it wanted to eat the smaller thunderbolts that were currently above the water. Chapter 221. Do not worry, too. Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Can I eat this? Cal ignored the super rock and the glutton. He clenched and then unclenched his fists. Let's use it. He decided to use the fiery thunderbolt. Thunderbolts had a tendency to be much stronger over water. That was why he needed the fiery thunderbolt in order to destroy the mage's thunderbolts. He could not take a step back and just watch when others were getting hurt. Crackle, crackle. The fiery thunderbolt started to fiercely rotate in Cal's hands. At the same time, the sky started to roar above his head. Ruyumble. That noise made Choi Han raise his head. He could see the clear sky. However, Rayan was speaking in his mind. Choi Han, our human says he's going to strike with the fiery thunderbolt, but don't worry since I will be the one to do it. I am a bit great and mighty. The child's ramblings continued in his head. Although it could sound annoying, Choi Han smiled and swung his sword. Slice the black aura cut through a piece of the deck. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen such an entertaining human like this in a long time. The mage with white gold hair dodged the black aura as he continued to laugh. It could not be helped. Choi Han was charging at him with red eyes, even though he had injuries throughout his body. He had not seen anybody do something like this in a long time. What a chaotic aura! He could see the black aura shooting out in multiple directions. This chaotic aura was running wild, as if to show that the calm and peaceful aura from earlier was all a lie. At the same time, it felt free. You've been wearing a mask. He had taken off the mask that made him look poised as a noble or a knight and returned to his wild self. He was like a wild animal that did not look at anything other than its prey. However, the mage sneered at the wild animal. You think you can beat me? How entertaining. This wild animal was probably the strongest swordsman among the humans. He was born with a significant amount of talent. Due to that reason, this wild animal had probably never met an overwhelmingly strong opponent like himself. That was what the mage was thinking. Who did you say will win? However, Choi Han was the weakling instead of the dominant wild animal, the forest of darkness. He had been the weakest existence in there. He had to dig a hole and hide underneath for multiple days at a time, even while starving himself in order to survive. And there were times that he would have to go days without being able to sleep. He could not even groan when he was in pain. He needed to survive. It was a matter of life and death instead of winning and losing. The enemy had to die for him to survive. That was it. I will kill you. Choi Han kicked off the dragon that was made of wind and water and shot up into the air. The black aura became a rotating arrow as both Choi Han and his sword shot toward the mage. It seemed to be a violent attack. It was also an attack that would not let go of the enemy, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Ha! The mage sneered at Choi Han once more and dodged. Bang! Bang! The black aura arrow and the water dragon's jaws soon landed where the mage had been standing. Goo, the ship started to tilt toward one direction as it slowly started to sink. Ah! Save run. The people from the Indomitable Alliance who were on the ship tried to escape. However, the small thunderbolt was still on top of the water, and light mana orbs were continuing to shoot into the water. It was light with the thunder attribute. Ugh! The moans of the people who escaped into the water could be heard. However, those moans could not be properly delivered above the water. Ruua. The dragon's mouth that was filled with both wind and water rushed toward the mage once again. Bang! Another piece of the deck broke off with a loud noise. The mage had already moved back into the air. The water dragon was right on his tail. The water dragon and the mage looked like two snakes that were coiling together. And then there was the black aura that was aiming for the mage's neck. Pow, pow, pow. The mana orbs shot out, but they were useless. So annoying. The mage started to frown. The black bone wyvern that was almost completely destroyed continued to use its body in order to defend the water dragon from the mana orbs. The mage who was staring at the black bone wyvern made eye contact with Choi Han. Choi Han asked a question in confusion. Why are you running away? The mage started to smile. Oh, you were aware of it. It was at that moment. Boom, 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 they could hear the sound of drums. At the same time, Choi Han realized that a different noise had disappeared. Ruyumble, the roaring of the sky. The sound of Cal and Rayon's fiery thunderbolt had disappeared. Instead, it was the sound of drums that was taking over the area. Boom, 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 boom. It was not just one ship. The largest of the Indomitable Alliance's ships were full of people beating on the drums. These large ships had braved the roaring water in order to get from the shores to the vicinity of the Silver Shield. Boom, boom, there were people in black outfits with stars on their chests beating the drums while standing on the deck. They were members of ARM. Choi Han's body started to move up. The water dragon was shooting up into the sky. He could finally see it. He looked down at where he had been fighting against the dragon half-blood mage. He could see the ship that was starting to sink. The large ships were creating a circle with that ship at the center. There were a total of 20 ships. He could not see the Indomitable Alliance people who were the original navigators. People wearing arms black outfits had taken over all of the positions. At the same time, something was happening on the decks of these large ships. Uwuang, lights started to appear from their decks. They were creating magic circles with high-grade magic stones. No way. Choi Han looked down at the 20 magic circles and suddenly had a thought. Are they all a single spell? Ahaha, now do you get it? Choi Han could see the mage continuing to laugh. The mage then opened his arms up. This is the strength of the human mages that I have trained. Choi Han thought about what Cal had told him before. Arm supposedly has a magic brigade as well. Choi Han realized who had created that magic brigade. He subconsciously stomped his foot. Splash, splash. The water on the top of the water dragon's head splashed. Choi Han was asking Rayan a question with his actions. I don't know anything about magic, but Rayan, you know what is going on, right? Isn't that the case? Choi Han continued to tap the head of the water dragon with his foot. However, he soon pulled his sword back out. Let's go. The water dragon started to move again the moment Choi Han spoke, hoping that Rayan heard him. Why? Why do you still not give up? Choi Han could see the mage sneering at him. However, Choi Han focused his gaze on the mage as he let the water dragon quickly move forward. Splarash! Splarash! The large water dragon cut through the water in a rough fashion. It was rushing forward while trying to attack the mage. The black bone wyvern followed behind the water dragon as well. The mage laughed as he welcomed them with open arms. Boom, boom, the 20 magic circles started to intertwine and become fused as one. The mage who was standing in the middle of all of this was still laughing. I will kill you all. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. At the same time, multiple light mana orbs started to float around him. He welcomed the still developing wild animal with a bright smile. Come. Choi Han looked at the mage as he kicked off of the water dragon's head and shot up into the air. It was the moment that the mage smiled while seeing him jump up. Tap. The black bone wyvern supported the bottom of Choi Han's foot. He passed by the mage just like that. The black aura sharply curved. Barang. A loud explosion occurred on the large ship that the magic circle was being fused together on. The black aura looked like the devil as it caused a ruckus on the ship's deck. You bastards! The water dragon attacked the mage at that moment. Roo-oo-ah! Choi Han could hear the roar of the water dragon. Snap! Snap! The mage, who had only been snapping until now, used both hands in order to cast different magic spells. He pierced the water dragon's mouth with a light spear. He then cast a shield on the ship so that the black aura could not destroy it anymore. How entertaining. The mage was scoffing at Choi Han, who tried to use such a strategy, but you are too late. Snap, snap, snap. The mage started to snap multiple times as shields appeared around all 20 ships. Choi Han and the wyvern were unable to break through those shields. It was at that moment. Boom! The drumming stopped. Silence filled the area. This made Choi Han have an ominous feeling. He could see a large purple magic circle. There was an eerie power coming out from the magic circle. Choi Han then turned to see that the mage was smiling widely. He could also see the mage's cold eyes. The silence finally broke. Humans really have many things to pay attention to. The man with the cold gaze confidently spoke to Choi Han. That is why they are annoying and pitiful. Well, I guess it is cute as well. Boom! All 20 ships beat their drums at the same time. It was at that moment. Ooh, the lines connecting the 20 magic circles together started to shake. Purple light then started to spread in the air. Ah! Choi Han grabbed onto the wyvern's neck bone. Swoosh, swoosh, wind was gathering inside the magic circle. The black bone wyvern was having a hard time flying straight, almost as if it was in a storm. He heard the mage laughing at that moment. Ha ha ha, how pitiful. All of the people in the castle are going to die. The mage looked as if he wanted to roll over and laugh his heart out. Choi Han whispered to the black bone wyvern's bones. Mary, let's go. Choi Han did not know where he wanted to go. However, he continued to tell the black bone wyvern, and in turn Mary, to go. We need to go, Mary. However, the black bone wyvern was faltering and unable to navigate the rough winds. The black bones were still sturdy. However, it seemed to be low on power after defending against the lights with its body. Choi Han then felt something above his head. He lifted his head up in order to see. He could see the purple sky and a purple wind that was heading toward it. Swoosh! The wind now resembled vines as it wrapped around each other. It then finally turned into one large orb. The purple orb was roaring as if it was ready to bring down disaster onto the world. Boom, 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 the beating of the drums could be heard again. Kahaha, ah, so fun. I knew it would be fun to come to watch. The mage turned toward Choi Han. He could see Choi Han blankly staring at the wind. What do you think? This is what great magic is like. The mage gently asked the first person he was curious about in a long time. However, his expression soon turned odd. Yes, it is great and mighty. Choi Han was smiling. He could see a small light beyond the purple orb in the purple sky. It was slowly cutting through the purple sky. That light was red in color. It was a color that Choi Han was familiar with. He started to slowly smile. He could see the water dragon flying back toward him. Choi Han, You won't get hurt. Neither will Mary's bones. He could hear Rayan's voice in his head. Choi Han saw a flashing red light at that moment. It was the fiery thunderbolt. The fiery thunderbolt was headed down toward the purple orb. He could feel Cal and Rayan in the thunderbolt. Rayan's strong power was especially present in it. Splash! Choi Han and the black bone wyvern grabbed the water dragon at that moment. Actually, it was more as if they were embracing it. The water dragon quickly moved and stopped somewhere. They passed by the indomitable Alliance's fleet. They then approached the large silver shield that was blocking the enemy. Choi Han looked toward the other side of the shield. He could see someone standing there. "Are you okay?" Cal asked in a calm voice. He had his usual stoic expression as he handed Choi Han a potion. At the same time, the fiery thunderbolt in Cal's other hand, as well as the fact that Cal had curled up in order to not get hurt, caught Choi Han's attention. "Hey, stick to the shield." Cal ignored the smiling Choi Han and stuck close to Rayan's shield. He then covered his ears. Bararararararang. The fiery thunderbolt pierced through the purple orb. "I truly am the great and mighty Rayan Muro, and I am 6 years old. I am great and mighty." Cal started to think. Dragons really are great and mighty. Chapter 222. Do not worry. 3. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? The super rock's imposing voice quickly disappeared. Boo-woo-woom. The silver shield started to shake. Well, Rayan's silver shield was shaking violently, and Cal could feel it shaking at the tip of his hands. Holy F! Cal just barely managed to prevent himself from swearing. The ocean, the sky, the red thunderbolt, and the purple wind. All of those mixed together, making it impossible to tell where the sky ended and where the ocean started. The roaring storm made it so that you could not see the ocean beyond the silver shield. Swoo-woo-wash, bang, bang, bang. The wind was knocking on the silver shield. It had drawn up the ocean water and turned it into something similar to hail, looking as if it wanted to swallow up the silver shield as well. A serious situation would have occurred if this wind would have reached Castle Leona or the central shores. Both of the mountains to the sides of Castle Leona would have been destroyed, killing many people in the process. Cal peeked out with his eye through the rough winds and tried to see beyond the silver shield. Splash! He felt the ocean water splashing on his head. A giant water spout was spinning beyond the silver shield. The water spout did not seem to be able to support its large size. "Human, did you see my strength? I did that." Cal had only used a very weak version of the fiery thunderbolt. The majority of it was Rayan's magic. This kid has gotten much stronger ever since he fought against that fake dragon slayer. "Yes, you are a bit G-cough." Cal let out a light cough. He then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He had a salty taste in his mouth. "Human, why are you bleeding when you didn't even use 1/3 of the strength in my paw? Did I calculate wrong? That's impossible. How weak is your body that you use power that is the equivalent to the size of a rat's poop, and you still cough up blood? You truly are an incomprehensible mystery." Cal responded back while feeling refreshed. "I'm fine." However, the invisible Rayan and Choi Han started to frown. On the other hand, Cal now had a decent idea about how his reaction to the ancient powers worked. The indestructible shield has definitely gotten stronger ever since the glutton priestess ate the vitality of the heart last time. That was why the shield no longer put any burden on Cal's body unless it received enough damage to break. However, the other ancient powers still made the vitality of the heart work if he used just a little bit of it. "I can't do much about it since my plate is small." It was like this because the plate inside Cal's body, the source of his abilities, was lacking. "I'm fine, so don't worry." He casually waved the two of them away and looked down at the battlefield. He could calmly observe the scene since Rayan's silver shield was very strong. There had been explosions and a waterspout occurring for the last 10 minutes. The ocean slowly calmed down and returned to normal. Drip, drip. Cal felt water dropping on his head as he continued to look beyond the silver shield. Everything was destroyed. Cal had his gaze focused and did not respond, even when he heard Choi Han's voice. Choi Han understood Cal's reaction. Everything was broken. All of the numerous ships that had been on the water were flipped or destroyed. He could also see the dead and barely alive soldiers. Seeing the pitiful situation of the enemies outside this safe shield made it easy to understand what Cal was thinking. That was the type of person he was. However, Choi Han was only half right. Cal started to speak. Rayan, why he could not believe the scene in front of him, Why did the dragon half-blood not use a shield? What? Choi Han turned his head to look toward Cal. He could see Cal looking shocked. Rayan started to speak to both of them. Human, Choi Han, something is weird. Rayan had seen a white gold shield surrounding the large ship just before the fiery thunderbolt pierced through the purple mana orb. Someone with that dragon half-blood's level of skill would be able to protect them, but it looks like he withdrew the shield. What? Choi Han was shocked. He didn't use a shield to protect his allies. Wait, he removed the ones that were present as well. Why? It was the moment that question came out of Choi Han's mouth. His body started to move. It's coming. Ru-Wu-Wa. Rayan's water and wind dragon shot up in front of the silver shield. Bang! An explosion happened at that moment. A light orb exploded as a part of the water dragon's body blew up and water shot up into the air. Choi Han stepped on the silver shield in order to jump over to the other side. His rough aura shot down toward the water. Bang, bang, bang. Choi Han's aura also ran into a few light orbs before it disappeared. The water then split open. Shara, a single person shot up through the gap in the water. The multiple layers of white gold shield around him had prevented even the water from landing on him. The person standing on top of the water was naturally the dragon half-blood mage. Ha ha ha, this is where I was. The mage's cheekbones went up and he started to smile before he made eye contact with Cal. His allies are dying behind him. Even those from Arm's magic brigade seem to be dying. But he is laughing. Snap, snap. Another small thunderbolt appeared in the mage's hand as he shot it toward the shield once again. This was naturally blocked by the water dragon and Choi Han, making it unable to break through Rayan's silver shield. The thunderbolt just bounced off the shield. It then headed toward the water. Crackle, ugh, my body. The thunderbolt fell into the water and took the lives of the mage's remaining allies. Of course, the mages who used shields or flight magic, and the knights that were skilled enough to climb onto the flipped-over ships managed to survive. The soldiers of the Indomitable Alliance continued to die in large numbers. Isn't he a psycho? Cal subconsciously commented. It was at that moment. Who? The mage and Cal made eye contact. The mage ran straight toward Cal. Choi Han's sword and the water dragon tried to get in his way. Snap, snap, snap. However, they could not defend against the mage who was surrounded by numerous mana orbs. Cal did not have time to escape to the back. Bang! The mage almost instantaneously reached the silver shield and crashed into it. The forehead of the dragon half-blood started to bleed. However, he was still smiling. He flattened himself against the silver shield and observed Cal, who was on the other side. To be more accurate, he was observing the area around Cal. I smell a lord. That power from earlier was definitely a dragon lord. I know it was. I've smelled it before. This crazy bastard. Cal could not help but think that way after seeing this scene that seemed to be straight out of a horror movie. Are you a dragon? The mage's eyes sparkled. The fiery thunderbolt. That thunderbolt was made up of pure natural power and mana. This was not something a human mage could do. A dragon. There was definitely a dragon's power mixed in. What is that thing that is invisible next to you? He could feel it. He could feel it clearer and clearer as he got closer. He could feel the invisible presence next to that bastard. However, the presence was faint. In fact, that red hair, Cal Henitus's presence was much larger. The scent of nature was flowing out of him. That was why he felt that something was off. You're a dragon, Are you a dragon that came out to play? Is it you? Or is it that thing next to you? Bang, bang. The dragon half-blood's two fists slammed against the shield. This crazy bastard. Does Arm only have lunatics like this? Cal looked toward the completely insane person and started to speak. A dragon that came out to play my ass. Sounds more like your brain went out to play. Stop spewing such nonsense. Ha ha ha. The dragon half-blood started to laugh at Cal's response. Yes, I knew you would be that way. Dragons are always good at doing things like this. They feign ignorance and then play around with people much weaker than them. Kahaha, how fun. This is so much. He could not finish his sentence. Scratch. The dragon half-blood moved away. A large black claw was cutting through that exact spot. It was violent enough to be moving like a dragon's front paw. However, the dragon half-blood mage was already floating in the air, still not familiar with it. It was strong, but awkward. The dragon half-blood mage's pupils started to get cloudy. Perhaps, he looked back toward Cal. That clear red hair and the shield. He had thought that it was an ancient power because he originally believed it to be pure wood power. But was that really the case? He thought about the red dragon. It looked as if it was a living animal. However, that fire went out, leaving only death behind. He then recalled the fiery thunderbolt from a moment ago. It was surrounded by magic, but he felt pure fire underneath it. There was a lot of a dragon's power as well, and even me, who had received a dragon's blood. But this generation no longer has a red dragon. He was certain of it. Is it possible? Is there another person like me, inexperienced? A dragon that had yet to go through its first growth phase was inexperienced. It didn't know how to use its powers properly. The dragon half-blood was partly a dragon as well. He naturally went through growth phases as well. Even a dragon half-blood went through 3 growth phases, just like a normal dragon. He had gone through 2 growth phases. A dragon that had yet to go through its first growth phase and a dragon half-blood were easy prey for him. The mage started to laugh like a lunatic. Piwah! Everything, really everything is showing up. The mage could see the water dragon, the black bone wyvern, Choi Han, and the many magic spells flying toward him from Castle Leona. He then looked back toward Cal. I guess I need to get serious as well. Light started to shine from the dragon half-blood mage's body. Ha! Human, something is weird. Cal heard Rayon's shocked voice in his mind. That dragon half-blood has not been using all of his strength until now. That wasn't his full strength. He is strong. Cal looked toward the mage. The mage's white gold mana was roaring and making his robe flutter. At the same time, his hair started to stick up in the air. At the same time, he started to look livelier and full of vitality. The mage looked toward Choi Han, who was chasing him with the black aura. Do you know why I didn't care whether or not my allies died? Choi Han was curious, but that did not slow down. However, he still really wanted to know. He could not understand it. However, Choi Han started to frown after hearing the dragon half-blood mage's response. I want even more humans to die. The more the better. Light then started to shine from his entire body. Choi Han did not stop even though it was extremely bright. He suddenly got the chills. That bright light in front of him, that light felt like extremely thick darkness. The light that seemed to be much stronger than before felt as if it was burning his body. Choi Han could feel his palms starting to sweat. He felt as if he would die if he went into that light. I might die. His incomplete darkness would disappear without a trace. However, Choi Han did not stop. It was at that moment. I will kill all the humans. I will kill them all, even if it is the last thing I do. All. That word made Choi Han turn pale. He turned his head. He could see the Karo Kingdom's mages flying toward them, darkness that was weak against light. He thought about the dark elves as well. Perhaps, Kahaha, die. The dragon half-blood's body shot toward the shore. And no, Choi Han turned his body. He could see something going in front of him. Crazy bastard. The red hair of the person moving in front of him caught his attention. Cal was flying in front of him while riding on the other black bone wyvern. As for Rayan, he was being the wind in order to assist the black bone wyvern and Cal. Boom! Choi Han turned his head around after hearing the loud noise. The shield, the large shield that had been blocking the path, started to rise up into the air. Silver wings appeared on both sides of it as it followed behind its master. Weak human, do not worry. I will make sure nobody gets hurt. It was not just Cal's shield that was following behind. Rayan's silver shield was following behind its master as well. However, light was fast. Speed and destruction. Those were the attributes of the mage's light. The dragon half-blood mage quickly arrived at the shores. The dark elves and bears, as well as the Karo Kingdom's mages who had come through a path Mary had made through her purification of dead mana, were all present there. There were a lot of people still on the castle walls as well. That he could see the anxious humans, those useless creatures. These were beings he would not pay any attention to if that bastard from Arm did not have him by the collar. Your Highness, the Karo Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino could not say anything when the chief called to him. His hand that was on the ledge was shaking. He had seen that explosion from the shores. This battle was beyond the level of human capabilities. He could now see the mage who was smiling even with a bloody gash in front of him. And then he saw behind the mage as well. Death to all, there were hundreds of light arrows. The dragon half-blood mage waved his hand with a bright smile on his face. It was the moment the mage's hand stopped. Those arrows shot down toward the humans below. Shield, activate the shields. Your Highness, please escape. Crown Prince Valentino could not say anything while looking at the attack coming from the sky. He could feel the chief trying to pull his arm, however, he could not move. The light arrows looked as if they were a punishment from God. It looked as if everything would burn down because of those arrows. Oh, Lord, the bishop called to his guard as he started to run. However, the crown prince was looking at the soldiers. The castle wall was a total mess. Despair was in his eyes as he looked around. However, there was still a strand of hope. That hope was the reason, Your Highness, you must go. It was the reason he did not move. And finally, he could see that hope. He could see a set of large black wings. He then saw a person with red hair on top of it. I knew it would be like this. The dragon half-blood smirked as he raised his voice. He saw the person who managed to follow him, even though he was extremely fast thanks to his light affinity. Cal Henitus. He had suddenly appeared in front of the arrows. You call yourself a human even though you could move that fast. Crazy bastard. They both said things that the other could not hear. Cal reached his hand out. He felt two small paws supporting him. Let's do it. I understand, human. Everybody on the ground looked up at the sky. The sun had already set. However, night had not yet arrived. In fact, their eyes were in pain due to the extremely bright light. The light seemed to foretell the coming of the end of the world. It was the moment those hundreds of lights fell to the ground. A silver light covered the ground once more. The silver shield that resembled a Milky Way that had fallen on the ground blocked the light. Bang, bang, bang. Everybody lowered themselves onto the ground. The ground was shaking. Even the sky was shaking. The bright light made it so nobody could see anything. Ha ha ha, I knew you would protect the humans. The dragon half-blood could see Cal beyond the shield. He found it funny that Cal would defend against the light arrows, even with a frown on his face. It was because he had time to run. Why would he put his own life on the line in order to kill some humans? Why would he dirty his hands like that? He could see Choi Han and the black bone wyvern that could not approach him. Yes, you cannot approach such a light. The black bone wyvern would burn if he approached, and that bastard would be seriously injured as well. That was the difference between perfect darkness and this man's imperfect darkness. Snap, snap, snap. A teleportation magic circle appeared underneath him after he snapped 3 times. As the person who had made arms teleportation magic spells, it was easy for him. Bye, have a nice one. He smiled and looked down toward Cal. He then flinched. Cal was smiling. Cal was hearing a voice in his mind at that moment. Human, I learned that I'm not great and mighty. That is why I have made up my mind. I will learn everything and understand it all in order to make it my own. The young dragon had learned something while fighting against the fake dragon slayer. If you are not great and mighty, then you have to work hard in order to get there. The young dragon had learned about disasters last time, and this time, I learned about light this time. A small light shot down from the dark sky. It was small and fast. However, the power inside of it was extremely hot and destructive. The dragon half-blood felt that it was similar to his light that he had developed for 900 years. The light was heading for his back. This bang, another loud noise filled the air. However, only Choi Han, Cal, and Raeyoung could see this. The others could not see anything as the light was too bright. However, people opened their eyes after hearing the bang. The banging continued. Does he keep replenishing his stock of light arrows? Why is it that it is not stopping? There were a few people who did not close their eyes. Valentino was one of the people who had kept their eyes open, even when they were getting watery. Crown Prince Valentino kept his hands on the ledge as he slowly looked at the dark sky. The light had disappeared, and he could see something that resembled a small lamp. It seemed pitiful in comparison to the large shield and the hundreds of light arrows. The owner of that lamp was standing tall. Commander Cal, the black bone wyvern and the red-haired man. Cal waited until the light that surrounded the sky disappeared. And then once the calm night returned, Cal started to move. He pulled back the silver light. Drip, drip. Cal could see the drops of blood falling down from the black bone wyvern's head. This blood was the dragon half-blood mage's blood. However, Cal did not manage to catch him. I guess it hasn't gone through its first growth phase. I had fun. The dragon half-blood grasped the light piercing through his body and started to laugh. He then created another volley of arrows, instead of trying to escape. That was a wise decision. It held Rayan and Cal back and prevented Choi Han from approaching him. The light arrows headed toward Choi Han and the black bone wyvern this time. You can't do this if you have a weak mind. The dragon half-blood used teleportation magic, while Rayan had no choice but to put a shield around Choi Han. The two split apart like that. Cal recalled the dragon half-blood's voice that had spoken to him in his mind. You are like me, a person who has received dragon blood, so I will protect the young you. However, I will also be the one to kill you. Ha ha ha, what kind of bullshit is this? However, Cal didn't pay much attention to it. Human, I left a trace. Let's go catch him as well. It wouldn't matter once they caught him. I'm sorry, Calnim. Choyhan flew over on the black bone wyvern and started to speak. Tap, tap. Cal patted him on the shoulder and responded back. Let's go down. Cal looked down below. He could see people standing there. The people who have survived the attack of the light arrows were looking up at Cal. Boom. The black bone wyvern descended, and Cal stepped back down onto the ground. Vice Captain Hilsman ran toward him as soon as he landed. Cal let out a fake cough after seeing Hilsman's sorry sight. Their allies had survived while one enemy had escaped. This was good enough. They just needed to capture the one that ran away. That was what Cal was thinking as he opened his mouth to speak to Hilsman. It was at that moment. Young Master Nim, no, Commander Nim, the shield truly did not break. Hilsman's voice was full of admiration. Cal started to frown. He could see Crown Prince Valentino behind Hilsman with a similar expression that was full of admiration. Chapter 223. Do not worry, 4. The Crown Prince seemed to be crying as he ran toward Cal. Cal wanted to retreat backwards when he saw the Crown Prince's face. Valentino ran forward without any worry as Mary had already purified the dead mana on the ground. Commander, he grabbed onto both of Cal's hands. Egu. Cal turned his gaze beyond the Crown Prince's shoulders and off into the distance. However, Castle Leona happened to be behind Valentino. He could see the castle walls as well as the soldiers, knights, and mages standing on the wall. Many eyes were focused on Cal. Welp. That was the only thought on Cal's mind right now. He heard a voice behind him at that moment. Commander Nim, we have captured the bears that did not manage to escape onto the ships. It was the dark elf, Tasha. Cal welcomed her voice. He quickly moved his hands out of Valentino's grasp and turned toward her. Tasha lifted both of her hands up once they made eye contact. She was still covered in dead mana. Ah, Commander Nim, I apologize. I can't approach you because of the dead ma. It's fine as long as we don't touch. Tasha smiled after seeing Cal walk right up to her. You are correct. You will be safe as long as we don't touch. Cal looked past Tasha's shoulder. He could see the shore in the distance. Why, you bastards? You cheaters! The other dark elves were surrounding the remaining bears. The dead mana seemed to be carried by the wind as it created a wave-like ring around the bears. It must have been hard gathering them into one spot. Cal looked at the center of the bears. He could see the large polar bear that was almost 3 meters tall. He was sitting on the ground with his berserk state removed. His body was covered in injuries. The wind from the elementals had created those injuries. It must have been hard capturing that polar bear as well. Tasha smiled at Cal, who was looking past her shoulder. There was red blood on her shoulder. The liquid dead mana and blood mixed together as it dripped down her arm. It was the proof that she was an existence that was in line with nature. Although she had dead mana, she was still similar to other life forms. Red blood was clear proof of that fact. Tasha used her hand to press down on the bloody area as she opened her mouth. Is this your first time seeing a dark elf's blood? All blood is pretty much the same color. Tasha's smile became brighter at Cal's stoic response. Cal found Tasha, who was injured but smiling brightly, to be weird as he took a handkerchief out of his pocket. I know potions don't work on you, so use this to help stop the bleeding. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Tasha caught the handkerchief Cal threw toward her as she continued to speak. Then we will take care of the rest as well. That Tasha could see the person approaching them from behind Cal. It was Crown Prince Valentino. All of the dark elves lived in the underground city underneath the land of death. This was someone who might end up ruling the Caro kingdom that encompassed the land of death. She observed how Valentino hesitated without being able to walk right up to them. He was hesitating because he was afraid of the dead mana, and because he was not familiar with the dark elves. That was how the dark elves had been treated until now, and quite possibly the same thing she would end up experiencing for the rest of her life. However, Tasha noticed something different than usual. That was amazing. Let us chat later, though. I'm a bit afraid of the dead Mana. Tasha could see the awkward yet honest Valentino. Scary but amazing. And more importantly, he said, let's chat later. Tasha responded to Valentino's honest comments with a slight bow as she turned around. Wind gathered underneath her feet, and she quickly moved back to the shore as there was still work to be done. She could see the knights opening up a path for her to fly by them. They were opening up a path and not pointing their swords at her. That fact made it impossible for her to stop smiling. On the other hand, Cal's lips were slightly twitching. Commander, grab. Valentino grabbed onto Cal's hands again. Cal gently pushed Valentino's hands away as he started to speak. Your Highness, there are still enemies down there and a lot of clean-up work to be done. There are also areas that still need to be purified, so it looks like we need to quickly get things rolling. Stop holding my hand and let me go. That was what Cal was implying. It was the moment he said that. Screech. The doors of the central tower opened widely. Mages then carefully walked out over the purified area. They were the Caro Kingdom's mages. Some of them were already using flight magic in order to head down to the shore. Do not worry. I don't plan to burden you with all of that as well. The ships we had moved up north will head back down. The knights and the mages will capture the rest of the enemies, so you don't need to worry. Valentino stopped for a moment before continuing to speak. But it looks like we will need to leave the dead Mana to you. He did not want to leave it to the bishop or the churches with light affinity. He could not trust them. Furthermore, Valentino was currently extremely angry with the churches. However, there was a different emotion on his face as he looked at Cal. You do not need to worry too much about everything. It looks like you can relax now. We all managed to survive thanks to your indestructible shield. Driving me nuts. Cal really felt as if he was going crazy. He wanted to quickly move away from Crown Prince Valentino's teary face. He preferred the Rhone Kingdom's Albaru. Seeing Valentino looking at him with admiration made him get the chills. So now the rest of us need to help lessen the burden on your shoulders. What a fearsome enemy. Crown Prince Valentino was a fearsome enemy. Cal truly felt that this was the case. He had to work hard in order to prevent himself from frowning, a stoic expression. That was the most he could muster right now. Valentino closed his mouth after seeing that expression on Cal's face. Cal's expression was telling him that they could not let their guards down just yet. The way he was looking at Castle Leona told Valentino that there was still a lot to get done. Yes, the Indomitable Alliance had not given up yet. The war was still going on. Squeeze. Valentino subconsciously tightened the grip he had on Cal's hands. Weak human, is the Crown Prince holding your hand too tightly? Why do you have such an expression on your face? Is it painful to just shake hands now too? You are too weak. I am worried about you. I'll need to ask Goldie Gramps to find you some wonder drug. No, it isn't either of those. Cal just wanted to run away and leave both the young dragon and the Crown Prince behind. However, Cal's eyes soon became cloudy. His eyes turned away from the gates of the central tower. It then looked toward the gates of the northern tower. A person was coming out with the knights and mages behind him. It was the other sword master, the Margoru Empire's Duke Houghton. He was walking out with a happy expression on his face. Cal took a step closer to Crown Prince Valentino. He then paid close attention to make sure Duke Houghton would not be able to see his lips. Your Highness, I have something I must tell you. Of course, what is it? I am all ears if you have something to say. Valentino smiled brightly until he heard what Cal had to say next. The dead Mana bombs. Do you know who made those bombs? Cal made eye contact with the sword master, Duke Houghton. Cal motioned back with his eyes after seeing Duke Houghton smiling at him. However, his lips did not greet Duke Houghton. They were saying something else. The enemy is sometimes smiling behind your back. Behind my back. Crown Prince Valentino suddenly felt chills run down his back. He heard a familiar voice at that moment. Your Highness, Commander Cal. The Crown Prince slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice. He could see Duke Houghton approaching him with a smile on his face. Valentino turned his head back to see Cal, who was not smiling. I will treat you to a delicious feast later, whenever it is best for you, Your Highness. I will be waiting. Valentino looked toward Cal with a complicated expression. He could see the blood on the corner of Cal's lips. He could also see Cal's completely soaked uniform. Then I will return to my territory now. The Crown Prince silently watched Cal walking toward the southern tower with his head down. Choi Han and Hilsman followed behind Cal while the two wyverns flew back up and headed toward the southern tower as well. Commander, that was amazing. I've never seen something like that ever before. However, Cal ended up running into Duke Houghton. Duke Houghton threw away the seriousness of a sword master and seemed as if he could not hide his joy. The necromancer's strength was so thrilling. So was the sword master's power. I was shocked at your shield as well. We all survived thanks to you. Thank you very much. The Duke did not care for following the noble hierarchy as he bowed toward Cal and showed his sincere thanks. Seeing both the Crown Prince and the Duke being so respectful to him seemed nice. However, Cal did not think that way. Why? But it looked like the enemy's purple orb was hit by some type of thunderbolt before it blew up. Was that also someone from your side? It was because Duke Houghton was scoping out their strength like this. Nice, my ass. It's just full of scheming. But Cal preferred dealing with someone like this over someone like Valentino. Cal's expression turned serious. I'm not sure. I thought the Empire had done that. It wasn't you. Ha, our Empire. It wasn't us. Was there someone else there? Cal's expression turned serious. I'm not sure, I see. I guess I need to look into it. I thought that you had prepared that large thunderbolt with magic, since you did not use your sword, and just stood in the back leading the troops. Duke Houghton's expression turned odd. Is he complaining that I did not fight in the vanguard with my sword? However, Cal's expression seemed too serious for it to be that. Duke Houghton was about to respond when Cal continued to speak. To be honest with you, I am suspicious about the dead mana as well. How do you think the Indomitable Alliance turned dead mana into bombs? They are all nations focused on knights, so they should be lacking in magic and other skills like that. I must look into that as well. Duke Houghton and the Caro Kingdom's knights and mages around them all nodded their heads. That was the truth. It was definitely worth investigating. We cannot let any more people get hurt. That phrase made the knights clench their fists. However, Cal was looking at the silent Duke Houghton. Duke Houghton put on a smile again as he responded back. Yes, of course. Our empire will assist in the investigation as well. We need to figure out the origin of such dangerous items. I knew the hero of the empire would agree with me. Although the empire will soon go from the hero to the enemy of the continent. Cal said goodbye to the shameless Duke Houghton and ended the conversation. Then I will be on my way now. All right. Our empire will put in more effort with the cleanup. Thank you very much. Clean up my ass. He already needed to observe them in order to check if they destroy anything that might be used as evidence against them. Of course, the dark elf Tasha was assigned to do that. Cal trusted her to do a good job as he headed back to the southern tower. The gate slowly opened as he arrived in front of it. The ones to open the gate were the Caro Kingdom's soldiers. They were the few soldiers who were stationed at the southern tower. The young soldier from before had his spear on his belt as he pushed the door open with both of his hands. The heavy gate slowly opened up. Screech, the young soldier, could see someone through the gap as the door opened. It was the commander, who was covered in blood and water. Behind him were the sword master and vice captain Hilsman, who both looked terrible as well. The young warrior pushed the door open with all of his strength as he watched them. He pushed so hard that his hands started to shake. However, all sorts of emotions about managing to survive and being able to open this door were mixed into those shaking hands. Screech, boom, the southern gate finally opened completely. The soldier watched as Cal entered the tower. There was nothing he had done here. However, just watching such a battle had made it difficult for him to breathe. But the people in front of him were the ones who had participated in that battle. The young soldier flinched as he made eye contact with Cal. He noticed Cal looking at his shaking hands and quickly hid them behind his back. He didn't know why he did that. The commander's voice echoed inside the southern tower at that moment. Let's share a drink since we all managed to survive. The young soldier remembered what Cal had said before the battle. Let's all survive together and go for drinks afterward. The soldier made eye contact with Cal once again. Of course, the ones who are not old enough will need to drink juice. Ah, the soldier started to smile. He then had an expression that even he himself would think was weird. It was one that was neither smiling nor frowning. However, the young soldier's hands were not shaking anymore. The soldier clenched his fists as he watched the back of the commander who was walking away. Woo 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 yee yee. He heard the cheering of the soldiers from the other towers. It was because the crown prince had announced the end of the battle. However, the southern tower was quiet. The people here who were feeling the joy of managing to survive were quiet on the outside. However, their hearts were beating faster than ever. On the other hand, Cal was not feeling the silence. It was loud inside his mind. Human, are we eating steak? What are we going to eat? However, Cal enjoyed the ruckus in his mind for once as he rubbed his belly. He was planning to eat all of the delicious food in the Caro Kingdom. Although there were many things that he still needed to deal with, Cal started to smile. It was at that moment. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? He heard it clearly even though it was loud in his mind. There was someone else speaking in his mind as well. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? It was the super rock. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Why is he like this? Did he break? Cal stopped walking. The super rock continuously asked if he was trying to sacrifice himself. Why is he like this? It's scary. Cal suddenly forgot about the steak and the wine. All he felt was chills down his body. Rayan started to speak into his mind at that moment. Human, we got a call from the Super Rock Villa. The priestess cage called. The crazy priestess cage. The Super Rock Villa. The crazy priestess who had been excommunicated from the Church of the God of Death. Why had she suddenly called? She should be resting in the Super Rock Villa with the half-saint, Jack, and the sword master, Hannah. Ah, it got disconnected. They left a message. The video communication soon ended. Rayan read the message that Cage had left on the device. Young Masternim, the stone pillar in the underground plaza is shaking. I think it might break. Is it okay if this breaks? I am ending the call and leaving a message since you are probably still in the middle of a battle. Give it your best. I am praying to the God of Death on your behalf. I've been saying I will convert to the Church of the Sun God if you got hurt. Please keep up the good work. It was a calm message that fit Cal's personality. However, Cal started to frown. The stone pillar in the Super Rock Villa. There was the entrance to the path that the Super Rock had sealed up. This was the same path that the monsters from the eastern continent used to come through. The stone pillar blocked the entrance to the path. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? This stupid Super Rock. Cal heard Rayan's excited voice. Human, are we going home? Can we see everybody? I want to see everyone. Cal just closed his eyes. It was pitch black. All he could see was darkness. Chapter 224. Do not worry, 5. Vice Captain Hilsman, who had been following behind Cal, quietly walked up next to him when he noticed that Cal had stopped and closed his eyes. Choi Han and Mary just watched from the side. Hilsman then flinched after hearing what Cal was mumbling. Young Masternim, are you dizzy by chance? No. Cal slowly opened his eyes. He then felt annoyed after seeing the way Hilsman was looking at him. Although Hilsman's face currently showed concern for Cal, Cal did not like it. Cal subconsciously let out his inner thoughts. Why is it so hard to live? I can't play, I can't even relax. He didn't know it would be so hard to be able to lay around in bed all day doing nothing. Cal shook his head and started to walk again. Hilsman watched all of this with a sad expression. Pat. Someone patted him on the shoulder at that moment. Let's go. It was Choi Han. Hilsman turned around to look at Choi Han before flinching. Why, yes. Let's go. We need to move quickly. The young master Nim does everything quickly. Mary walked past Choi Han and Hilsman with her black robe dragging on the ground. She caught up to Cal. Hilsman had never seen Mary walk so fast before. Choi Han followed behind her as well, and Hilsman recalled Choi Han's expression one more time before feeling chilly again and starting to walk once again as well. Weak human, life is meant to be hard. I learned that when I was 2 years old. Of course, there will be more good days than bad days. I learned that when I was 4 years old. Weak human, let's eat all of the delicious food. That will make us happy. Cal's mind was still filled with the ramblings of the super rock and the young dragon. Cal's plan to resolve the voice in his head was to contact the source of the problem. It's been a while, young Master Nim. He could see the crazy priestess cage, casually waving her hands. The Super Rock Villa. There was a video communication device that Rayan had created for the villa, which only allowed them to contact Cal. He could also see the blonde twins behind Cage. The sword master Hannah, who survived being poisoned with dead mana, and the half-saint Jack. The two of them greeted Cal as well. Young Master Nim, I heard you did something amazing. You truly seem to be someone who follows the light of truth. Saint Jack's innocent expression made Cage, Hannah, and Cal all be at a loss for words. Finally, Hannah interjected. You need to leave some for me. There's plenty for you. And when we go to the Empire, well, you already know, right? A smile appeared on the face that seemed to be filled with black spiderwebs. Yes, I'm training just for that moment. I'm going to dye the palace red with blood. Cal turned stoic. He didn't plan on dyeing the palace red, however. Hannah continued to say whatever she needed to say without waiting for his response. How's Mary? She's doing well. She seems happy to be able to see the dark elves again. Cal noticed Hannah pick her sword up and leave after hearing his response. She seemed to have nothing else to say. He heard Jack's voice again. Hannah is working hard every day in order to gain the strength to defeat the evil arm and save the Empire. She wants to help you, young Master Nim. Jack's perfectly innocent smile made Cal feel a bit guilty. However, he brushed it aside as he had something to do. Miss Cage, what is the status of the stone pillar? Cage started to frown. It started yesterday. She recalled what she noticed yesterday. I woke up feeling a bit off. It felt as if the guard of death had dropped by. I decided to take a walk around the forest of darkness with Miss Hannah just in case. I thought that an enemy might have arrived. However, we did not find anybody. No monsters even approached them because Hannah had both her golden aura and black smoke coming from her body. That was why Cage had thought that it was just an odd dream. But it was the moment we entered the underground plaza. Bang! A loud noise had echoed from inside of the plaza. Cage ran toward the source of the noise in shock and managed to figure out the source. This exploded and made that loud noise. A piece of chain was on her palm. It was part of the many chains that were covering the stone pillar. A piece of the seal around it had exploded. The stone pillar started to be a bit weird after that. Cage continued to speak with an iffy expression. I thinking bouncing is a better word than shaking for what it is doing. Cal ended up with the same expression as Cage at that moment. Are there still chains around it? Yes. Approximately 1/5 of the chains are still there. I put a temporary seal on the broken areas with the power of the guard of death. It sounds like I need to hurry back. Cage waved her hand in order to say that it was not needed. You don't need to hurry. It doesn't look like it will break any time soon. If anything pops out of it, I'll use the power of the guard of death, or Miss Hannah will use her aura to Kai and defend against them. Although I was excommunicated, I still seem to find it difficult to say the word kill as a former priestess. Ha ha ha, Cage laughed out loud while Cal rubbed his eyes with his hands. I need to go back soon. He didn't know what those people would end up doing. The crazy priestess, the even crazier sword master Hannah, and the doofus of a half-saint. He just realized that this combination of people was terrible. They could go around destroying everything and healing each other in order to return without any injuries. I can't allow my villa to be destroyed. He couldn't lose one of the many things he needed for his peaceful slacker life. He could not just let the issue be, as there was a reason for him to head to the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent. He needed to go there in order to find the water of judgment. And then I can put on the crown. He was planning on controlling the crown that loves dragon blood once his body was balanced. Human, are we going home? Are we all meeting up at the Super Rock Villa? Cal stopped thinking about it after hearing Rayan's excited voice. Yes, we are all going to meet up there. Oh, young Master Nim. I brewed some alcohol with the fruits from the Forest of Darkness. I will reveal it when you all get here. Sure, that sounds good, Miss Cage. I was bored, so I made some cups out of wood as well. Yours is special as it has a silver shield on it. Look forward to it. Drinking alcohol in a silver shield cup, ah. I will contact you soon. Cal casually responded back to Cage, who was laughing, and Jack, who urged him to return quickly as he was the one who helped Cage brew the alcohol before ending the call. Egu, my head. Cal put both of his hands on his head. I need to contact Iruheben Nim and that lunatic Clope. At that moment, the bedroom door clicked open. Cal noticed Rayan did not turn invisible and started to speak. It was bound to be Choi Han, Mary, or Hilsman. What Cal stopped moving. He turned his head. He could see Choi Han, who was bandaged up, as well as Mary, who was wearing her usual black robe. Squeak! The wheels started to roll as a large food cart entered into the bedroom. On the cart was a tray that was full of food and wine. Cal could hear Rayan gulping next to him. Choi Han noticed the gaze of the dragon as he started to speak. I thought you might be hungry. You are fabulous, Choi Han. You truly are smart and wonderful. Cal jumped up and moved the food to a table. Choi Han, Mary, and Rayan's magic helped him, making the table almost instantly full of food. Cal sat down and asked, "What about Hilsman?" "He is with the soldiers telling people about the shield battle and discussing things with the Caro Kingdom's knights." Shield battle, discussing with the knights. Cal's expression turned odd, but he decided it sounded normal as Hilsman had become close with Tunka's Whipper Kingdom's soldiers as well. Furthermore, he was too hungry to think about it. He started to eat right away. The others started to eat as well, and soon the only noise in the room was the sound of Rayan's excitement. "Human, this is delicious. Have some. Mary, you should have some of this. Choi Han, you need to eat a lot in order to heal faster." Cal sighed while watching Rayan take a bite, and then passing all the delicious food off to the other people as he handed new plates to Rayan one after another. It was the moment Rayan moved a piece of steak to someone else's dish, and Cal placed a new steak in front of him. Beep, beep. The video communication device at the center of the table was glowing red. It was an emergency call. Cal wanted to chuck the plate of steak after hearing the alarm, however, he put it down gently as it was delicious meat. He then started to think, is it the Breck Kingdom? Maybe Lark, or the Roan Kingdom again. Cal sighed and turned his gaze to the video communication device as Rayan informed him of who was calling. "It is Goldie, Gramps. Iruhaben." The gold dragon was the one who was calling. Iruhaben had not responded when Cal left him a message last time. Cal wiped the sauce off of his mouth and gave the order. "Connected." Cal's expression stiffened up while thinking about why Iruhaben might be making an emergency call. Rayan immediately connected the call, and a man with white gold hair appeared on the screen. "It's been a while." Iruhaben had the majestic air of a dragon, as usual. Iruhaben looked at Cal, Rayan, Mary, and Choi Han at the other side of the screen and started to smile. He then noticed the look in Cal's eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cal bluntly asked his question. "Do you have a son?" Cough. Choi Han choked while Mary gently put down the fork in her hand. At the same time, Rayan's round eyes were looking toward Cal. However, Cal was thinking about someone. The dragon half-blood with white gold hair. Dragons were said to each have their own unique colors. Cal did not know anything about the dragon half-blood. However, if they had a mix of dragon and human blood, wouldn't they follow the dragon's color as well? The only white gold dragon Cal knew about was Iruhaben. Cal's calm gaze headed toward Iruhaben, who was looking right back at him. "Yes, I guess the chaos of war can make a human go crazy. I understand. Has it been that hard? You unlucky human, Tusk Tusk." Iruhaben clicked his tongue as he looked toward Cal with a pitiful gaze. Rayan's paw that was covered in sauce patted the back of Cal's hand as well. "Weak human, the white gold hair from earlier was from magic." Ah. Choi Han and Mary let out a gasp, while Cal was at a loss for words. That was why Rayan explained the story of the dragon half-blood to Iruhaben instead. Iruhaben said just one word after listening to the story. ... Interesting. Cal looked back toward the ancient dragon. He would normally die. "Excuse me," Cal asked in confusion as Iruhaben tilted his head and answered back. "Do you know why dragons are an unmatched existence? It is because nobody else can handle them. Of course, the dragon slayers eat dragons. However, eating them and receiving the bloodline of a dragon are completely different things." Iruhaben had a serious expression that was also full of curiosity. "Interesting. Usually, dragons and humans do not make children. The child is unable to handle the dragon's blood and thus dies after suffering for a bit. Even if dragons are shameless, they wouldn't go to that level. Dragons are rational creatures. Although they are violent and emotional on the outside, they are rational enough that even if they fell in love with a human, they would not get them pregnant. That was their natural instincts telling them it wouldn't work. But you are saying there is someone who managed to survive." Iruhaben's curiosity about the dragon half-blood only continued to grow. The fact that he was alive was shocking. The fact that he avoided the little kid and ran away should mean that he's at least gone through his first growth phase. Goldie, dragon half-bloods go through growth phases as well. Of course, there is dragon blood inside of them. Ah, I see. Rayan seemed to be happy to see Iruhaben for the first time in a long time, as he asked all sorts of questions in order to continue to conversation. However, Cal realized something odd. This made his expression slowly turn odd as well. He had not noticed because of Iruhaben's shockingly handsome face and his question about his son, however, he could see it properly now. Eruhaben Nim. What is it? One dragon was looking at Cal through the screen, while another turned his head in order to look at him as well. Cal slowly continued to speak. The scenery behind you seems familiar. Ah, I am by your house. The super rock villa. Yes, I'm in the forest of darkness. Did he find out about the stone pillar? Cal's expression turned serious. It was at that moment. My house was destroyed. That is why I came to see you and to stay here for a bit. Excuse me. The video communication device had been glowing red. Cal now understood the reason behind it. You know about the Ten-Finger Mountains, right? It was the location of the elf village. Yes, I do. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling about this. You protected their branch of the world tree, correct? That was robbed a few days ago. Ah, Choi Han let out a gasp. I went to the elf village because of that, and my lair was destroyed when I got back. Ho ho, they think they can do whatever they want because I won't make it past another year. Was it done by arm? The elf village was definitely armed, but I can't be sure about my lair. I'll need to look. However, why did that word sound so scary to Cal? Cal started to get anxious. The reason for it was quickly revealed. Where in the Caro Kingdom are you right now? Cal hesitated to answer. Ray unhappily answered at that moment. Castle Leona, the biggest room on the third floor of the southern annex. Rayan followed up with the coordinates and the approximate location of the room. Cal tried to shut Rayan up, but Rayan was much faster. I see. Click. The call was suddenly ended. A weird noise then appeared inside of the room. Pad. A bright white gold light filled the bedroom. A voice could be heard as the light disappeared. It's been a while. It was Eruhaben. Goldie. Rayan flew over toward Eruhaben, however. Eruhaben flinched after seeing Cal's expression. Why do you have such an expression on your face? Eruhaben thought Cal might find it burdensome or annoying if he arrived, but expected Cal to deal with it. That was why he had prepared a present, however. The expression on Cal's face was different than he had expected. Rayan recognized Cal's expression as well. Human, why are you smiling like that again? Cal ignored the two dragons as he looked at the other person who came with Eruhaben. It's been too long, Rayan Nim. You have become even more gloriously cute in the time we have not seen each other. This elf Pendrick has found another joy in life. Pendrick praised Rayan before looking toward Cal. Young Master Nim, it has been a while. Cal slowly reached his hand out toward Pendrick, the eternal dragon fanatic who was speaking properly again. Long time no see. Cal smiled brightly. Pendrick was an elf who could not handle elementals but had healing abilities. He had died early in the novel, however. He was talented enough to play the role of healer in Choi Han's group for a while. His healing abilities that used the power of nature instead of divine power didn't seem that different from divine healing abilities at a quick glance. The Empire and the Church are a set. Cal did not forget about that. The moment he saw Pendrick, something clicked in his mind. Pendrick, I am so happy to see you. Is that so? I am so happy to see you welcome me like this after our short time together. Of course. Shall we do something good together? Excuse me. Cal planned to destroy the Empire and the Church from the bottom up. He needed to do that in order to fill them with his own people so that he could restructure the entire place. You are just a believer of the Sun God starting today. Excuse me. Pendrick looked toward the two dragons in confusion. Eruhaben took a step back, while Rayan flapped his wings while saying that it was a good thing. In the end, Pendrick had no choice but to look back at Cal. You happen to develop the power to heal people along the way. You developed those powers through a pure and just person. That person was a pioneer of sorts. The person he was talking about was naturally the half-saint, Jack Pendrick. Cal asked with a bright smile, I'll be providing your lodging for a while. Don't you think you should pay me back somehow? Pay me back. That phrase made Pendrick flinch. Chapter 225. Do not worry, 6. Eruhaben flinched as well. Hey, you back. He looked around at the other people in confusion. Choi Han nodded his head with a nostalgic look. You are correct. He definitely does need to pay for his meals. Mary nodded her head as well while Rayan shouted with joy while floating next to Eruhaben. You're right, you must pay for your meals. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. I've also paid for my meals and received 20 silvers as my allowance. Eruhaben's expression continued to get worse. He then heard Cal speaking to Pendrick again. I heard elves are not materialistic. You won't ask for a reward for doing a good deed, right? He was speaking in a gentle tone. It was not a wrong statement either. Cal recalled how the elf village tried to use him and thought about how he could use Pendrick and the other elves. He then calmly addressed the silent Pendrick. Pendrick, don't you agree? I do. Good. Pendrick blankly watched Cal, who patted him on the shoulder with a bright smile. He was wondering what mess he got himself into as soon as he got here. Cal handed him a pristine white priest robe at that moment. It was the same one that the group had worn when they were pretending to be priests with Saint Jack in the past. All right, go to work. Work hard. Cal gave the order with a gentle voice, while Eruhaben let out a fake cough and stepped backward. Pendrick continued to watch blankly before taking the robe from Cal. 1 hour later, a priest that Cal brought with him started to let out a holy white light from underneath the southern castle wall. The Battle of Castle Leona. The thing that came at the end of that battle was yet another battle. Egu, my back. I guess it's time for me to quit being a soldier. You've done it for a long time if you've been a soldier for 15 years. I thought you were going to take your pension and open a restaurant. That's the plan. The soldier, who had been a soldier since he was 20, patted his back as he sat down on the pile of rocks. A young soldier next to him looked around Castle Leona before starting to speak. I finally understand what they mean when they say that behind a war is another war. Castle Leona and the shores in front of it. Many people were currently moving around busy at work. They were working to restore the area to how it was prior to the battle. The young soldier and the veteran were two of the people assigned to restore the castle wall. I thought we would get to rest and relax for a few days since the battle was over. The veteran snorted after hearing the young soldier's comment. You little punk, we haven't even purified all of the dead mana. At least they are feeding us well. I guess that is true. The Caro Kingdom had been providing sumptuous feasts for the soldiers after achieving victory. They even provided a cup of alcohol the day of the victory. The veteran started to speak to the young soldier, who seemed to be disappointed that reality was different than what he had imagined. It is because His Highness is a just person. We need to do this in order to defend against any future attacks, and for us to be able to return to our normal lives once the war is over. He pointed to the central tower with his chin as he continued to speak. Even the high-ranking people are not resting right now. He started to frown. There are also people who cannot move because they are injured. How can we rest and relax right now? The commander-nim is currently recovering, isn't he? Yes, that is what they said. The young soldier started to frown as well. Who were they talking about? It was not someone from the Caro Kingdom. Cal Henitus, commander of the Rhone Kingdom's northeast region, that was whom they were talking about. It was said that Cal Henitus had used his large shield as he had done in the Rhone Kingdom and was currently recovering from the damage to his body. And the people from the Rhone Kingdom are the busiest right now. So how can we slack off when it is our territory? The veteran's gaze headed down to the shores. He looked toward the dark elves that he was told were scary and terrible in the past. Those dark elves were currently using their elementals in order to gather the remaining dead mana. They were working so hard, not resting day or night, in order to purify the dead mana just a little quicker. Watching them made the veteran feel guilty. What he didn't know was that the dark elves were extremely happy to gather up all of this dead mana. They had never seen such a large pile of precious dead mana before. Hey, gather all of it and don't leave even a single drop behind. This is all precious medicine, wonder drugs. Tasha whispered so that only the dark elves could hear as she urged them to move quickly. However, there was no need to do that. We already know that, boss. Don't talk to us right now. We need to focus on not wasting a single drop. The dark elves were already working hard with smiles on their faces in order to not waste even a single drop of the dead mana. The shores were quickly being purified thanks to their efforts. The large amount of dead mana made it so the dark elves could not stop smiling. The soldiers who did not know about this were touched by the dark elves being hard at work as they focused their gazes at the southern tower. They then turned to look at the gates of the southern tower. The Rhone Kingdom's people were visible through the open gate. I am amazed every time I see that light. Me too. A white light was coming out from the other side of the gate. The person who was touched by that holy white light jumped up and bowed to someone. Thank you very much. It was nothing. The handsome man's gentle smile seemed holy as well. They said that he is a priest nim that the commander nim called over. Yes, he said he brought him over because he thought we needed someone to heal the regular soldiers. Although the priest had a scar by his eyes, rather than looking scary, the weak-looking man was working hard to heal the Caro Kingdom soldiers. The necromancer was helping him with miscellaneous tasks. The handsome priest touched the corners of his twitching lips as he whispered to Mary before the next patient arrived. Miss Mary, when will I be able to take a break? I'm not sure. Pendrick was currently using Tasha's magic device in order to make himself look human. He looked toward Mary with desperation, but she was stern. The young masternym said, "Do whatever you think is fitting to pay for your meals. I'm happy to be able to do some good." Mary was just stating the truth and her own feelings, however. Pendrick heard her mechanical voice differently. Are you really thinking about how much work you are doing when you are doing something good? Although that was not Mary's intentions, Pendrick's face turned even paler. He felt that Mary's mechanical voice was cold. Hey, Elfie, let's work. Helping people is fun. Let's save everybody together. Inside his head was Rayan's endless ramblings that seemed to brainwash him. Rayan was next to the two of them, while remaining invisible as Cal had told him to protect them. Of course, Rayan only agreed to this because Choi Han and Aruhaben were serving as Cal's guard knights. Ha! Pendrick put a smile back on his face as he greeted the next patient. However, the problem was that he looked like a priest who was happy to see a healed patient. A soldier who had no way of knowing this looked toward him with admiration. He then thought about someone else. Arone Kingdom's priestnim is here helping us, but the bishop ran away. Heh! Did you see him running away? I saw their asses as they ran away from the light arrows. So much for people who claim to serve the light. A soldier shook his head in disbelief. And that's not all. They crept back out after the battle and claimed that they would heal people, but they were only willing to heal the knights or people of higher ranking. All they did for the regular soldiers was throw over a roll of bandages. Exactly. They even only handed over the bandages because His Highness strongly argued for it. One of the soldiers stabbed his shovel into the ground in anger. They were really fast when they were taking our donations, but they ran away even faster. Dirty bastards. Bad. Be reasonable. The believers will be angry at you if they hear you. The soldier became even angrier after hearing his friend's remark. I am one of those believers. The reason he was angry was because he was one of the believers of the Sun God. I volunteered to be a soldier because I trusted the word of our God. The Sun God told me to do it. He said I should step up and be the light as darkness approaches us. That was the reason I joined the army, and the reason my parents were so proud of me. His friend could not say anything to calm the huffing soldier. All he could do was pat the soldier who lowered his head on the shoulder. Cheer up. The Sun God is shining light on this land because there are people like you. You seem to know exactly what to say even though you don't believe in a god. This much is nothing. The soldier chuckled and raised his head back up after hearing his friend's remark. He could still see the priest healing more soldiers. Which church is that priestnim a part of? Haven't you heard? About what? The soldier looked toward his friend in confusion. His friend quickly shared the information that had been going around. A lot of people have asked him which church he was a part of. He just silently raised his hand and his friend pointed up with his finger. He just pointed at the sky and smiled without saying anything. The sky. He lifted his head up to the sky. He could see the blue sky and the sun. Yes, the sun. The bright sun made it difficult to keep looking up. Whatever. He shook his head, however. He still peeked toward the priest, who was giving off a light that was as bright as the sun. The priest's smile seemed to flow very naturally with the bright light. He apparently said something else with it. What did he say? He suppressed his beating heart as he looked toward his friend who answered back. He said, "The revered being says that light shines in the darkness and does not shrink even if you share it. A light that brightens the darkness will soon arrive in the world. I'm just sharing the light with people as I wait for that moment." The soldier's expression turned odd after hearing his friend's response. He recalled the teachings of the Church of the Sun God. The sun finds the darkness and shines its light on it. The sun is great enough to shine its light on all life forms. The soldier felt his heart beating wildly. His friend then patted him on the shoulder. There. Let's just get back to work." Sure. His friend went back to work while the soldier picked up his shovel and lifted his head up. He could see the central tower beyond the wall. The sun was currently visible above the top of the tower. The sun. The soldier thought about the sun god as he started to shovel once again. He could feel the sun shining down on him. On the other hand, there was an area that was still cold even with the sun shining down on it. The table inside was full of delicious food. Such a feast was only possible due to the end of the battle. However, it also symbolized that this meeting was important. However, something was off with Valentino, the Caro Kingdom's crown prince. He could not say anything even with this feast in front of him. The soup in front of him was already cold as well. Valentino did not pay any attention to the soup as he looked toward someone. He was looking at Cal Henitus, who was sitting across from him. Cal seemed to have no problem continuing to eat. Even the guard knights were outside of the room, so only the two of them were at the table. Cal was giving off a very noble-like vibe as he continued to eat. However, Valentino's hands were shaking to the point that he could not hold a spoon or a fork steady. The only thing that he could grab with his shaking hands was the knife next to the fork. A knife. That was the focus of Valentino's gaze right now. So, what you are telling me? Valentino was speaking in a choppy manner. He looked again at the documents next to his soup bowl. The dead mana bombs were created by the Empire. Cal continued to eat without responding back. Valentino did not take offense as he continued to speak. The Empire and the Indomitable Alliance are on the same side. Valentino slowly started to frown. But the Empire still sent soldiers to us, and Adin, that bastard, came to cheer me on as well. Adin, the Margoru Empire's imperial prince. Cal raised his head the moment Adin was mentioned. He made eye contact with Valentino as he responded back, "Please eat. You need to be full in order to fight." He then lowered his head back and continued to eat. Valentino could not say anything while looking at Cal. At first, he had wanted to say that Cal and the Roan Kingdom were lying. The documents they provided were difficult to believe at first, and he wanted to tell them not to destroy the good relationship between the Empire and the Caro Kingdom. The Roan Kingdom was not very close to the Caro Kingdom. He could not blindly trust the words of such a kingdom. However, Valentino did not say anything without thinking through it first, and after a while he started to lean in one direction. The Roan Kingdom was the kingdom in the most similar situation as the Caro Kingdom. He could also see Cal's pale face. Valentino turned his head. He could see the Dark Elves and the Roan Kingdom's people down by the shores. They were helping out with the cleanup, and he had also heard about how a priest and the necromancer were healing the common soldiers. Furthermore, Cal and his sword master had fought a fierce battle where they almost died. Although he had not managed to ask Cal about the fiery thunderbolt yet, he was fully aware of Cal's shield. Such a strong person had protected Castle Leona while getting injured in the process. Valentino slowly picked up his spoon. He then opened his mouth in order to speak. "Yes, we must be full in order to fight back." Cal raised his head, and Valentino's gaze headed toward the knife. "We need to be full in order to raise up our blades." Click. However, Valentino soon put the spoon back down. He then picked up the whole bowl of soup and started to drink it. It was a completely classless act. Clack. The empty bowl was placed on the table as Valentino looked toward Cal and continued to speak. "You can eat anything when you are hungry. You also become desperate." Valentino was hungry. Information, power, a sense of unfairness, anger, and betrayal. All of these things were making him hungry. He needed to fill his empty stomach. "Commander Cal, I wish to speak in secret with Crown Prince Albaru." "Of course." Cal picked up his knife and cut a piece of steak as he responded back. "He will fill your empty stomach, Your Highness." Valentino looked toward the steak on Cal's plate that was getting cut into pieces as he gulped. He then made eye contact with Cal once again. Both of them started to smile. One side was thinking about revenge, while the other was thinking about blowing up the Empire and the church as a set. The two people who were having different thoughts were both smiling brightly. Chapter 226. Do not worry, 7. The day for Cal's departure arrived. Of course, not everyone from the Roan Kingdom was leaving. However, Cal, as well as a portion of the mages, the knights and dark elves, were all leaving today. Most of the Empire's forces were leaving as well. Commander. Grab. Cal barely managed to smile at Crown Prince Valentino, who grabbed his hands again. "I will see you next time, Your Highness." "Yes, yes." Valentino smiled gently toward Cal with a sad expression before erasing all emotions from his face and turning to look at someone else with just a smile on his face. "Thank you for all of your help, Duke Houghton." No, your highness. The Margaru Empire and Karo Kingdom's friendship is known by everyone. Friendship, my ass. Cal snorted internally at Duke Houghton's words while admiring Valentino's poker face. He's good at acting. Cal recalled what Albaru had told him when they chatted last night. Valentino, he's quite humane. Honestly speaking, he is a pretty good person. Valentino was someone who would show anger when he was angry and sorrow when he was sad. He was someone who cherished the citizens of his kingdom while knowing how to use fear and anger as he needed. That was the evaluation Albaru had of Valentino. But the Karo kingdom is the land of casinos and auctions. He is someone who rose to the position of crown prince in such a kingdom. However, emotions and rationality were extremely different. He calculates things faster than anybody I know. That is why he won't let go of us until the end of the war, regardless of whether he trusts what we have to say or not. Also, Albrew looked toward Cal with an odd expression. He seems to admire the Roan kingdom quite a bit. Your Highness, did he explain his admiration with a straight face? Albaru and Cal looked toward each other and chuckled. His style doesn't suit me, me neither. They had agreed for the first time in a while. Cal recalled that conversation as Duke Houghton approached him. The Crown Prince was thanking each of the Empire and Roan Kingdom's leaders and saying goodbye to each of them one by one. Duke Houghton took that time to approach Cal. I hope to see you again in the future. I wish for the same, Duke Nim. Absolutely. Cal absolutely wanted to see him again in the future. Good. I have never seen anybody with such a strong shield in my life. It is an honor to know someone with such profound strength. It is embarrassing to hear that from a sword master like you, Duke Nim. The two were chatting jovially. Duke Houghton shook his head. No, I reflected a lot after seeing you in the Roan Kingdom. Duke Houghton had a sincere smile on his face. He then looked at the people around Cal. This is how you should grow your strength. Grow extremely strong while remaining quiet. Duke Houghton did not say that part out loud. His gaze then headed back toward Cal. The red thunderbolt. He still had not figured out the identity of that power. It was strong enough to destroy Arm's magic circle. Who could that power belong to? It did not belong to the Empire, Arm, nor the Indomitable Alliance. Then it had to be someone from the Roan Kingdom, and the person in front of him was the center of the Roan Kingdom's forces. Ha ha, Duke Nim. It will be a useless power once the war is over. Duke Houghton jokingly started to shake while looking at Cal. I'm scared of the Roan Kingdom. What is there to be scared about? The Roan Kingdom and the Empire are on friendly terms with each other. I have the symbol of that friendship on me. Cal pointed to the medal that was inside his jacket. It was the Margaru Empire's Medal of Honor. He looked extremely proud of this medal as he moved his gaze back to Duke Houghton. Duke Houghton smiled back. Cal Henitus. He was someone at the center of the Roan Kingdom's strength, as well as the string that tied the Empire and the Roan Kingdom together. They just needed to slowly conduct their investigation of the Roan Kingdom. They could do it while gently dealing with Cal Henitus. Ha ha ha, of course. I am extremely happy to see the Margaru Empire's medal on you. I must be going now. See you next time. Of course, Duke Nim, we must meet again. Cal looked as if he really wanted to visit the Empire again as he said the word must. Duke Houghton hid his relief and sneer as he walked into area for the teleportation magic circle. Cal quietly watched him leave. Weak human, aren't we heading to the Empire in order to destroy everything next time? Cal naturally ignored Rayan's question. He then touched the corners of his lips. He had a natural smile on his face. His smile was not forced as he was speaking the truth. He would definitely return to the Margaru Empire. Human, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about destroying things? Cal ignored this as well before stepping onto the teleportation magic circle. Choi Han, Mary, Tasha, and Hilsman. He could see all of their faces. Cal closed his eyes as the teleportation magic circle started to vibrate as the others stood there with unexplainable expressions on their faces. He then opened his eyes. He had already returned to the Roan Kingdom. Hyang Nim, Orabuni, the Roan Kingdom's front lines of the northeast region, the Henitus territory. This was where he had returned when he opened his eyes. He had returned home alone. His family was present to greet him. I am back. Human, I am back as well. We are back at House 1. Rayan was naturally with him. Count Deruth approached Cal, who was stepping off the teleportation magic circle. He looked at his son's face and body before patting him on the shoulder. Welcome back. He did not say anything else. It was the same for Countess Violin. She nodded her head when Cal bowed toward her and then turned around. I had them prepare all of your favorite foods, so let's go eat. She then started to walk toward the dining room first. Count Deruth left with her. Cal felt relaxed as he started to walk as well. His siblings, Basin and Lily, approached him as he did that. Hi, young Nim. I did not manage to buy any souvenirs. Cal answered back before motioning with his chin that they should hurry. Basin hesitated for a moment after seeing Cal's action before starting to speak. I heard that there will be a large celebration parade for the Roan Kingdom's people who managed to achieve an overwhelming victory in the Caro Kingdom. Why did you return here alone? Everyone other than Cal were heading from the Caro Kingdom to the Roan Kingdom's capital. The Roan Kingdom's side had prepared a welcome back parade for them. Basin thought that his brother was the one who deserved to be there the most. However, his brother had declined that spot and returned home alone. His parents did not ask about it. However, Basin and Lily were both curious. They wanted to know why Cal was avoiding such a glorious position. It was because Cal was a source of pride for them. Basin could see Cal frowning as if what he had said did not make any sense. Something like that does not suit me. It is fine as long as we won. I do not need anything else. He would have to deal with the terrible sight of people waving shields at him if he went to the parade. Cal was relieved that he could escape on his own. Even without him present, Choi Han, Mary, and Tasha would be the focus of everyone's attention. That was his goal. Furthermore, he was not worried about not being in the procession. Hilsman, Tasha, and His Highness will take care of it. The combination of Vice Captain Hilsman, the dark elf Tasha, who was knowledgeable about the kingdom's politics, and the crown prince who was good at taking care of business, was reliable. He didn't even have to worry about the terrible actor, Choi Han, nor the innocently good Mary with the three of them around. Choi Han and Mary agreed as well. He had expected the two of them to retort back. However, both of them, especially Choi Han, seemed to be listening carefully to everything he told them. Ah, Choi Han, just ignore the nobles even if they talk to you. His Highness will take care of everything. I understand. Please do not worry. Cal saw the innocent smile on Choi Han's face and moved on. He had heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Choi Han, why are you smiling like that? Why is he saying that to Choi Han? Cal turned his head back after hearing Rayon say the words that were usually reserved for when he was about to scam someone. He could still see Choi Han with the same innocent smile. He could also see Mary, who was standing there with her fists clenched. Ha ha ha! Do not worry, young Master Nim. Mr. Choi Han and our Mary will do a good job. The two of them are stronger than you think. But I know that they are strong. Ha ha ha! Cal started to frown because he did not understand why Tasha was laughing so loudly. He then patted the final troublemaker Hilsman on the shoulder before giving him a warning. As for you, don't bring up that nonsense about young Master Silver's shield or what not. Ha ha ha, I understand. Young Master Nim. Cal recalled Hilsman's loud laughter as he started to walk. He then mumbled to himself. Being at home is the most peaceful. He always had to do so much work whenever he left the house. His siblings who heard Cal's comment looked at each other but kept their mouths shut. Their older brother's large back felt quite small today. Cal had no idea about any of this as he focused on the food in front of him. However, he needed to respond to Countess Violin's questions every so often. Cal, did the Caro Kingdom feed you properly? Yes, they did. Cal, have you been sleeping well? Well, I usually sleep well, I see. Cal, has anybody looked down on you for not having a title? Not for that reason, but the Church of the Sun God's bishop did look down on me. I see. Cal honestly responded to the questions before taking another bite of the juicy sausage made by the Henitus family chef and starting to smile. On the other hand, Count Deruth looked at the cold gaze in his wife's eyes before looking at his son, who was happy because of a simple sausage, and filling his bitter stomach with cold water. It's our house. It's been so long. Rayan rushed past Cal in excitement and headed down to the underground plaza with the super rock villa. Tusk, Tusk, the little kid has only improved his physical strength. Iruhaben clicked his tongue as he leisurely walked next to Cal. They were at the super rock villa underneath the forest of darkness. Cal, who had returned here for the first time in a long time, looked toward the holy twins and the crazy priestess who were chatting with Rayan as he peeked toward Iruhaben. What is it? The ancient dragon felt Cal's gaze and asked. Arms dragon half-blood that we met mistook me for a dragon half-blood as well. How could he mistake him for something so preposterous? Cal was shocked at the bastard's extremely wacky thought and felt iffy about why someone would think that way. That was why he had shared this fact with Aruhaben and managed to see his reaction. You! He seemed to be holding back his laughter. Cal started to get a bad feeling as he stared at the ancient dragon, who was trying very hard to hold back his laughter. Iruhaben then walked in front of Cal before casually answering back. How can you be a dragon half-blood when you have that item with you? That item. Hearing that made Cal flinch. There was a crown in Cal's spatial pocket bag that was inside his inner pocket. It was the crown that was said to like dragon blood. He then heard Iruhaben's quiet chuckles. You really are extremely unlucky. You always bring back such useless things. Cal was at a loss for words. He was amazed at the same time. There was a reason that an ancient dragon was an ancient dragon. He was amazed that Aruhaben could feel the aura of the crown that Rayan could not feel. That was why he was relieved when standing in front of the shaking stone pillar. The crazy priestess Cage, whom he had not seen in a long time, started to speak in a calm voice. About 2/5 of the chains are broken, but it looks like you used the power of the god of death to hold it down. He should at least do this much. Cal turned his gaze away from Cage, who seemed to make light of the situation, and looked back at the stone pillar. It was the path that the super rock was said to have sealed. It was supposed to last 100 years. I knew he sounded a bit crazy, but it looks like I can't trust him. 100 years, my ass. It looked ready to break at any moment. Screech, screech. The chains were still moving, and the stone pillar looked ready to fall over. He could take a peek at the path underneath each time the stone pillar jumped up. It was an oddly purple color. It didn't look like somewhere Cal would want to venture down. Cal turned his head and looked toward Iruhaben, who started to speak. It looks like the other side was broken. This is reacting to it. The other side. The eastern continent. Yes, someone must be messing with it on the eastern continent side. Cal's expression became darker. Who was touching this stone pillar? Anybody with enough strength would not touch the seal on this stone pillar. Is it arm? Cal asked the great ancient dragon, who was aware of even the crown in his position. Iruhaben Nim, then what should we do? Iruhaben responded right back as if there was nothing to debate. What can you do? Just don't worry about it. His face seemed very reliable as he told Cal not to worry. Cal thought that he could see the wisdom of the aged dragon. Cal was waiting for Iruhaben's response when Iruhaben smiled gently and sternly responded back. We can just destroy it first. Oh, Goldie, let's destroy it. That feeling of Iruhaben being reliable quickly disappeared from Cal's mind. Chapter 227, but it's more comfortable here. However, Cal had one last hope as he turned back toward the stone pillar. He could see the large stone pillar as well as the dark red magic circle on the ground around it. There were also the chains that were breaking apart. The chains. Cal looked back toward Iruhaben, who started to smile. No, the stone pillar. What a reckless ancient dragon. Yes, Goldie, let's destroy it all. Do dragons just like destroying things? Cal looked at Rayan, who was flapping his wings. The amused, crazy priestess Cage. The sword master Hannah, who kept clenching and unclenching her fist as if she was itchy. And the concerned saint, Jack, as he sighed and started to speak. I'm the only normal one here. Iruhaben Nim, what if that leads to monsters coming over from the other side? The Forest of Darkness had a lot of mutant monsters. When he researched into it, the mutants were the result of the Eastern Continent's monsters that had come to the Western Continent using this path. The Super Rock had built a villa in this underground plaza, as well as the stone pillar to seal the path. That was why it was possible that monsters would cross over again if they broke the seal, and my house will be destroyed. This was the reason Cal was serious. Cal Henitus. Iruhaben had a serious expression on his face. He then pointed to himself with his finger. I am a dragon. The one who made this seal was just human. Although it was a unique and strong seal, even in Iruhaben's eyes, it was just something that a human had made. I just need to seal it once again. It's not that hard. Cal quietly observed the ancient dragon with white gold hair that was smiling in a relaxed manner. Rayan slowly approached them. Human, I will be able to do it soon too. I will be able to do it next time if I watch the gold dragon do it this time. I am very good at learning. Saint Jack started to speak as well. Dear Lord, dragons truly are great and mighty. Cal pointed to the stone pillar as the two dragons looked at him. Let's destroy it then. Sure, destroy it. Let's destroy them all. Cal looked toward the stone pillar that would soon be destroyed. However, the ancient dragon's response was different than what Cal had expected. Sure. Iruhaben gave a short response before waving his hand in the air. PSSSSSSSSSS, a grey powder slowly floated up into the air. The large stone pillar was slowly disintegrating into dust. Cal felt chills as he watched it disappear without making a sound. Screech, screech, ah. The crazy priestess Cage covered her ears with her hands. Hannah was already covering her brother Jack's ears as well. Screech, 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 the screeching of metal echoed in the plaza. The source of that noise was not the stone pillar, the talismans surrounding the pillar, nor even the chains. It was coming from the dark red magic circle on the ground. This magic circle gave off quite an ominous feeling. The magic circle was screeching as it started to warp. It's because the seal was broken. It will disappear soon. The noise disappeared soon, just as Iruhaben indicated. The talismans and chains were floating in the air as the stone pillar disintegrated into nothing. And Cal subconsciously took a step back. He had no choice. His body felt weird. His entire body felt as if it was pounding. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Looks like I have to eat something again. The voices of the super rock and the glutton priestess echoed in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. His heart started to beat wildly as well. The vitality of the heart suddenly activated. At the same time, the fire of destruction and the sound of the wind started to appear by his hands and feet. Cal realized the reason for it. Pat, pat. Iruhaben's hand and Rayan's paw landed on Cal's shoulders. Weak human, what is going on? Little kid, do you really need to ask? It is because of that path. Rayan's round eyes headed toward the path that was glowing purple. An extremely wide path that resembled a cave appeared on the ground. Is it because of the eerie aura coming from there? Human, you are too weak. Even the saint over there is fine. Tusk, tusk. Iruhaben removed the loud dragon child from Cal and proceeded to pat Cal on the shoulder. Ha! Cal felt himself calming down as Iruhaben did that. The vitality of the heart and all of the other powers slowly calmed down as well. Cal Henitus, that path is an incomplete path. That must be why incomplete existences react sensitively to it. The ancient dragon and Cal made eye contact. The ancient power of water attribute that you own. That is something you possess, but not something that is inside your body, right? Your body is incomplete because of that. Iruhaben had used a water attribute magic to surround Cal as he patted him on the shoulder. The water of judgment, the ancient power that he had yet to find brushed across Cal's mind. He also thought about the crown he would use afterward. I am okay now. Iruhaben put his hand down after hearing Cal's response and slowly started to walk toward the path. Cal followed behind him. Iruhaben made a noise as he looked inside the path. Ho! It was a gasp. What is it? Cal could not finish his sentence as he too was at a loss for words as he looked inside the path. Opa, don't look inside. This, terrible. The fake holy maiden tried to quickly shield her brother Jack, but he had already looked inside. Even the crazy priestess Cage could not stop frowning after looking inside. What was inside the large path that was shining purple? The light from the plaza was letting them see inside the path. The gold dragon's eyes slightly lowered. It looks like there was a war. There were numerous skeletons filling up the path. There were so many skeletons that it filled up the large cave's walls. The entire cave, other than a small path that was only wide enough for one person to go through, was filled with skeletons. These skeletons had somehow not rotted over time. There were skeletons of all sizes inside the cave. Some of the larger ones were as tall as Cal. Although he had no way of knowing what creatures these bones belonged to, he could at least tell that they were huge. However, the experts, Iruhaben, the sword master Hannah, and Rayan all realized something. The ancient dragon's voice echoed in the area. A single person killed them all. A single person. A single human had done this. The path was so deep that they couldn't see the end from the entrance. The ancient dragon had realized that a single person had filled this entire path with bones. It could not be helped. Iruhaben turned his head to look at Cal. You ate this power, right? Cal could not say anything. He was busy looking at the numerous skeletons. He could also the weapons that had killed them. Large spears. Large spears made of rock numbering in the hundreds, no, thousands, had pierced through the bones and stabbed the monsters against the cave walls. All that was left in the middle of the spears was enough room for one person to walk by. Cal thought about that person. The scary giant cobblestone. He still did not know anything about that power. This was because Cal did not want to sacrifice himself. He had not ever responded to the super rock's question. However, he had seen a portion of that power today. He seems to have been an average-sized person. That was what Aruhaben had observed based on the sight inside of the cave. There was only enough room for an average human adult in between the bones and the stone spears. He seems to have been pretty strong. He probably awakened his abilities after being involved in one too many wars. Iruhaben looked around the cave before suddenly asking a question. But how did he go in? I was wondering that as well. Cal agreed with Iruhaben, but he could feel something. It was almost like an intuition. Humans cannot go through this path. The super rock had explained to Cal when he had first arrived at the villa. Humans were kicked out. It was the same for elves and dwarves. Only monsters seemed to be able to go through. My friends and I were unable to solve the mystery of this path. However, we sealed the path from the east to the west in order to prevent even stronger mutant monsters from coming through, and I guarded the western entrance. The super rock had said that only monsters could enter this path. So then was the owner of these stone spears not the super rock? No, it's definitely the super rock. Cal's intuition was telling him that this was the case. It was telling him that these stone spears were the super rock's power. I can't understand it at all. Indeed. Cal had been agreeing with Aruhaben since earlier. Indeed. That was the only thing he could say right now. That was why he was just repeating himself over and over. Then I should go inside. Indeed. Excuse me. Cal looked toward Aruhaben. But only monsters can go inside. But I'm a dragon. Cal could not say anything about it. But I can't go. Rayan chimed in and Aruhaben responded back. I'm the closest to perfection in this world. Little kid, you haven't even gone through your first growth phase yet. I have nothing to say. Rayan admitted defeat as Iruhaben chuckled and said something to Cal before entering into the path. I'll go figure out where in the eastern continent this leads to. However, Cal stopped him before he could go. Iruhaben Nim, what is it? Why don't we create a teleportation magic circle by that entrance? Why? Cal happily answered Iruhaben's obvious question. So that I can go. The water of judgment and arms forces. He needed to go to the eastern continent in order to find some information about them. The problem was that there was nothing Cal knew about the eastern continent. The parts of the novel that Kim Rok-soo had read did not discuss much about the eastern continent. All right, I understand. Just wait. Iruhaben then walked into the path. Cal just sat down on the ground. He wasn't worried about the ancient dragon, but he knew that Rayan would not leave. Human, I will wait here. Yes, yes. Cal just laid down on the ground. His house really was the best. It felt extremely relaxing to lay down on his front yard. Saint Jack and the crazy priestess Cage left a basket of food for them before leaving. A few days later, Iruhaben came back with an expression that seemed to be saying that he saw a lot of odd things. Iruhaben Nim, why do you have such a strange expression on your face? They were currently in the plaza, however. Cal was sitting on a comfortable couch while eating fruit. Iruhaben then looked at Rayan, who was patting his full stomach and studying a language book for the eastern continent, as he responded back. Poor me. Cal was able to figure out what Iruhaben was thinking based on their conversation. That was why he had jumped onto the teleportation magic circle knowing Iruhaben didn't really mean it. The group that was going to head to the eastern continent all gathered around him. It's been a while since we last traveled. This is my first time going to the eastern continent. Just trust me. The great and mighty Rayan Muru has memorized all of the eastern continent's languages. Our youngest is really smart. The children, averaging 9 years old, chatted amongst themselves as they roamed around Cal. However, Cal was not looking at the children as his gaze was focused on some other people. It made sense for Iruhaben to go, however. He was not too happy about the others that were going. The eastern continent. They needed someone who knew a lot about the eastern continent to go with them. That was why Ron and Beacrox were coming with them. Ron should have a good idea about the layout of the eastern continent. He then needed some muscles since Choi Han was not here. Iruhaben was difficult to boss around. That was why another sword master was going with him. Hannah, be careful out there. Opa, I got it. Use the video communication device if there is an emergency. I'll come back right away to kill them all. Haha, you always worry about me too much. Why would you kill people? Don't worry. Cal frowned after hearing the sword master Hannah's vicious comment. The two of them made eye contact at that moment, and Hannah smiled at him. Thank you. I've been itchy for a few days. What was itchy? Cal wanted to ask that, but decided not to do so. He then motioned to Aruhaben, who silently activated the magic circle. It was an extra-large magic circle in order to be able to teleport across continents. Furthermore, there was also a language magic placed on it in order to allow them to use the Eastern continent's common language. It was a complicated spell, even for an ancient dragon. The magic circle started to ripple. Have a safe trip. Come back soon. Cal let the magic circle control his body as Cage, and Jack bid farewell. It will probably be late at night once we arrive. Cal heeded Iruhaben's words as he closed his eyes. He was standing on top of a mountain when he opened his eyes. The sun is coming up. Cal could see it as well. It was just about to become morning. The early risers were probably already up and heading to work. Cal slowly turned around. He could see the large stone pillar. The destroyed chains and ripped-up talismans were gathered by the side of the pillar. My goodness! Cal scoffed while looking at the condition of this stone pillar. He then heard a voice coming from behind him. Who are you? Cal turned his head. He looked down the mountain. There were tens of houses around the middle of the mountain. There were many people moving to and from those houses. Furthermore, Cal could see people with sculpting tools and axes heading up to where he was standing. He had made eye contact with them. Who the hell are you guys? Cal looked at the clothes of the people talking to him. They wore outfits made of animal fur and hides, as well as had handcrafted arrows and dull swords and axes. There was a total of 5 people. Ha! Anybody would be able to tell that they were mountain bandits. Cal was certain based on his years of experience reading fantasy novels, as well as someone who had seen mountain bandits on his way to the capital in the past. He heard Iruhaben's voice at that moment. They seemed to live on this mountain, a mountain covered in wild shrubs and people. It was the place for looted items to gather together. All of the people moving to and from the ships were mountain bandits. Cal understood why Iruhaben had been mumbling about his life earlier. Cal peeked behind him once again. He saw the large stone pillar. It was currently being shaped into a sculpture. Although it was only partially completed, Cal felt as if he could see an ugly mountain bandit with a large axe in his hand. The bandits in front of him all looked as if they were minions, and the one depicted in the incomplete sculpture was, naturally, the boss. It was a simple deduction. Cal heard the bandits speaking again. What is up with these old and stupid-looking peoples? You dare to intrude on the mountain of the indomitable ruler. Iruhaben added an explanation. Their leader's name must be the indomitable ruler. Cal let out a sigh. Why did the name have to include indomitable? He was tired of that name. However, things were better this way. Ron. Yes, young Master Nim. Doesn't your intuition as someone who once lived in the eastern continent say that they are mountain bandits? That does seem to be the case, young Master Nim. Cal turned his head. Beacrux was already putting on a pair of white gloves. Beacrux confidently asked when the two of them made eye contact. Shall I go? Cal looked toward the other side. The sword master Hannah was clicking her scabbard. On and Hang, who were probably with the invisible Rayan, were busy observing the scenery as if this discussion didn't matter to them. Cal turned back to the bandits. He did not want to see blood when the dwarves had dug some pits for them. He didn't want to get used to killing and didn't want to make anybody get hurt. However, he did not have any up-to-date information about the eastern continent. Beacrux, take off your gloves. Ron, Hannah. In that case, he just needed to loot them. Cal's gaze headed to the middle of the mountain again. Wonderful friends had come to greet him. He should accept their welcome. Let's do a simple introduction. Cal was smiling brightly toward the bandits. Hello, friends. There was nobody he knew here. Cal was planning to do a clean sweep. Taking things from these bandits would be the first step. Chapter 228. But it's more comfortable here. 2. The corners of Cal's lips were twitching. Human, you are smiling like that again. He has that weird smile. He always smiles that way when he is excited. Rayan, Hang, and On all spoke one after another, however. Cal did not listen to them at all. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Beacrux was wiping the dust off of his white gloves. Although there was not much dust to start with, he could see the 5 people kneeling in front of him turning pale each time they heard the noise. However, none of the 5 had any injuries or blood stains on them. Ho ho ho. Ran had just laughed before moving quickly to choke each of them once. I'm itching to fight. A few of the trees nearby ended up being destroyed by the sword Master Hannah, who didn't get to do anything. Becrux was busy wiping the dust that was caused by Hannah's attacks off of his gloves and clothes. Of course, the 5 pale people were shaking in fear after seeing Hannah's golden aura and black smoke combination. Becrux asked Cal a question after making sure that his outfit was spotless. What should we do? Should we torture them? Gasp. The people kneeling gasped. However, Cal had no intentions of listening to this vicious chef. He felt bad for the 5 extremely scared bandits. He too would be scared of going up against the combination of Hannah, Ran, and Becrux. Cal leaned on a boulder as he gently smiled and addressed the 5 people. Don't be scared, okay? The 5 of them turned away from Cal and focused on the ground. Why are you avoiding my gaze? I'm not a scary person. We can't chat if you don't look at me. He had a Ruhaben use language translation magic on him, so it would be a waste if he didn't get to use it effectively. The bandits' pupils were shaking as they looked back up at Cal. They could see the red-haired man who was smiling at them. He's the scariest one. This group of bandits was skilled as they had survived a year as bandits. They had seen many strong individuals during that time, however. The people in front of them were stronger than they could ever imagine. The head of this extraordinary group, the red-haired man, made them feel like candles in the middle of a storm. Cal looked toward the bandit kneeling in the center. You, he pointed at that bandit with his finger. Yes, sir. Answer my question. I don't want to. I really don't want to. I'm afraid he's going to kill me. The bandit was stuttering as he asked back. Me, but there are others as well. This is my first year, so I do not know much. The bandit had a look of despair as he saw Cal tilt his head to the side. Because I feel like it. Why? You don't like it? Cal asked, thinking that he would make someone else do it if this one did not want to do so. There were 5 people, so he had options. No, not at all. Please ask away. Cal felt iffy after seeing the kneeling bandit suddenly start bowing toward him. However, he decided to ask anyway as he seemed determined to answer his question. He had already heard the approximate location of this mountain on the eastern continent from a Ruhaben already. That was why he asked something else. Tell me 10 bad deeds that your group has committed in the past month. Excuse me. I thought you said it was a question. The bandit's pupils were shaking as he looked past Cal to Becrux, who was putting on a new pair of white gloves. They were currently by the large stone pillar at the top of the mountain. A man's desperate voice echoed in the area. 1. We robbed a small merchant guild's carriage 2 days ago. He looked around before continuing on. 2. We stole all the money from travelers going by. There were a lot of travelers this past month. We believe in equality, so we robbed both the poor and the rich of all of their money. I cannot count how many people we have robbed this month. 3. We collected a significant amount of toll money whenever a mid-sized merchant guild traveled through. We pretty much emptied their pockets. We did it, even if the merchant cried. You all deserve to be beaten up. You're even worse than me. The comment from the woman covered in black scars made the bandit's hands start to shake. However, Cal's gaze made him continue to report the 10 worst deeds. 10. We destroyed a large-size merchant guild's carriage using logs. We stole the money that was inside and used it to buy booze and fool around. The bandit received a new question from Cal once he finished. What about human trafficking or the slave trade? The bandit responded back right away. We do not do those. Why? Are we supposed to do that? The bandit's pupils shook for a moment before he finally responded back. That is because our boss is a former slave. Oh, Cal's pupils turned cloudy for a moment. That is why we kill any slave traders who we find traveling through the mountain. The bandit got scared after seeing Cal smile and quickly explained further. As for the slaves, we let them go or let them join our group. I did not report that because that was a good deed and not a bad deed. Cal looked toward the bandit and casually remarked, what an oddly bad group. Well, are bandits supposed to be good? The bandit could not understand Cal at all. However, Cal's questions did not stop there. Tell me everything about this place and your organization. Yes, sir. Clank, clank. The sound of the sword master clinking her sword in the scabbard made it impossible for the bandit to decline. The morning sun was beating down on the bandit's back, however. He could not help but feel extremely cold. Cal listened to all of the information before starting to speak. So, what you are saying is that your organization is in control of this mountain, which is called Mount Lieb. Your organization's name is the Indomitable Bandits, and the leader's nickname is the Indomitable Ruler. Yes, sir. What terrible naming sense. Excuse me. Cal ignored the bandit's shocked expression as he started to think. Mount Lieb. That was the name of the mountain with the large stone pillar. He recalled what Aruhaben had told him. It is a mountain in the northwest region of the eastern continent. Even I didn't know about this mountain because I didn't have many reasons to go to the eastern continent. It's a fairly normal mountain. Lots of merchants and travelers pass by through every so often. That evaluation had confused Cal, but something is weird. Iruhaben had been confused as well. This place is not as dangerous as the Forest of Darkness, so why is the stone pillar here? I didn't even see any monsters. In fact, other than these bandits, it is a peaceful mountain. How weird. Cal had the same sentiments. The bandits were able to rule the mountain, and people were able to walk through because there were no monsters. However, the Super Rock had placed the stone pillar in order to avoid the monsters of this continent. Was there a change to the eastern continent after the ancient times? That was the only explanation he could come up with. However, Cal started to get annoyed. It could not be helped. He pointed to the pillar behind him. So the reason you touched this stone pillar was because your leader's birthday is coming up, and you wanted to create a sculpture as a gift. Ruwal, the bandit's eyes were rolling as he answered back. That is correct. We thought only our leader's image should take place at the top of the mountain. I see. Cal started to smile brightly. They were trying to create a sculpture for their leader. He needed to listen to the Super Rock repeatedly ask, "Are you going to sacrifice yourself?" and come all the way to the eastern continent for this minor reason. The mental anguish had been worse. He was so worried that his house would be destroyed. I need to completely empty their stash. The bandit curled up in fear after seeing the anger on Cal's face. I am a just person. I can't pretend I didn't see people doing bad things. What kind of bullshit is this? That was the thought on the bandits' minds. They could see Cal slowly get up as the morning sun shined down on him. The bandits gulped as Cal pointed behind them. The bandits slowly turned around. Cal was pointing down below. He was pointing toward their base at the middle of the mountain. Lead the way. The 5 bandits became teary after hearing Cal's voice. He walked leisurely behind the bandits as he petted Hung, who was in his arms. Human, what are we going to do now? Cal casually answered once he heard Rayon's question. We need a house in the eastern continent as well. The bandits flinched before they started to walk faster while Rayon became excited. Is Mount Lieb going to become our house? Cal did not respond back. Mount Lieb, this decently large organization, had built their base at the center of the mountain. High-quality, wooden fences were built in front of the base in order to defend against intruders. However, some people appeared in front of the fence at this moment. The guard bandits raised their voices. Who goes there? Who dares to come to this place? Some of them started to frown as well. You traitors, how dare you bring intruders here? The 5 bandits had been getting up early in order to finish the sculpture. Seeing them bringing back intruders instead of finishing the sculpture made them angry. They were coming back with their heads down as well. They could easily tell that these 5 bandits had brought the group of people because they were scared. Boo-oo-oo, boo-oo-oo, a horn flute sounded as the base became rowdy. This was the first time intruders had come to their base. However, the expressions on the faces of the bandits at the wooden fence were not urgent. You think you can take us down with that small number? That's impossible, ha-ha-ha. There's 3 in their group that look old or weak. Ron, Iruhaben, and Cal's eyebrows all twitched. Or are you coming to surrender to us? Ah-ha-ha. The 5 bandits' faces turned paler and paler as more bandits provoked Cal's group from the fence. Kneel if you don't want to die. We will at least let you keep your life if you do that. One of the 5 bandits responded back after hearing a familiar voice mocking Cal's group. Shut up if you don't want to die, you stupid idiots. His voice was full of anger and sorrow. What? The bandits who had been happily mocking the group from the fence suddenly became anxious. They became even more anxious after seeing what followed. Why, you know nothing. Ah, he was crying. The rookie bandit who had to chat with Cal earlier could not hold back his tears anymore. Pat, Pat. Cal patted that bandit on the shoulder. You have a lot of tears. The bandit was in disbelief after hearing Cal's comment, but could not stop his tears. He had never met anyone as scary as these people in his life. He had thought that their leader was the scariest person in the world, but he was wrong. Who goes there? At that moment, the bandit heard the voice of the person he used to think was the scariest. The leader of the bandits showed up at the fence. Cal turned toward the source of the loud voice. The leader of the indomitable bandits, the indomitable ruler, that was what people called him. Nobody knew his real name. However, there was a slave branding mark on his right arm, as he was a former slave. The leader Nim is extremely strong. Of course, he, does not seem to be as strong as all of you. Cal was curious to find out the strength of this former slave and leader of a large bandit organization. However, he started to frown the moment he saw the leader. Rayan started to speak in his mind. Human, doesn't that leader remind you of someone? Yes, he resembled someone they knew. Cal could immediately tell who that person was. Oh ho, the leader's eyes sparkled. He put his large axe on his shoulder as he started to smile. Kahaha, I haven't seen punks like this in a while. The leader's eyes focused on Hannah and Beacrux. It then stopped on Cal, who seemed to be the boss. I can smell it. Wow, he really is similar. This bastard is just like him. Rayan's voice echoed in his head the moment Cal had that thought. Ah, Bob. Rayan finally thought of the same person. The leader then stepped on one of the ledges of the fence. I smell strong people. He shouted that before jumping off of the fence. Boom. The man was close to 2 meters in height and had a great body that was muscular and filled with scars. He also had brown hair that was shooting out in all directions like a lion's mane. Rayan's voice echoed in Cal's mind once more. Tunka, Bob, he's like that idiot. Cal started to laugh. He could not help it after hearing Rayan's comments. The large man who jumped off the fence started to laugh as well while looking at Cal. To be specific, he was looking at Beacrux and Hannah. Hey, you must be strong. I can smell it. Cal recalled how Tunka had rushed toward Watira after saying the same thing. He had ended up in a mess like a shrimp caught in between two fighting whales because of it. He had come to the eastern continent because he was scared that this person who resembled Tunka would destroy his villa. Well, it was partially to learn more about Arm and the Water of Judgment as well. However, he had been so worried that his house would be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Cal let out a refreshing laugh. He knew what was best for people like this leader. Cal reached his hand out. Pat. Cal patted Beacrux on the shoulder, capture him and punch him just 3 times. Chapter 229, but it's more comfortable here. 3. It became completely quiet at that moment. However, that silence was soon broken by someone's loud laughter. Ha ha ha, you're going to capture me and beat me up. Ha ha ha, ah, you are really funny bastards. Boom. The large axe on his arm slammed down on the ground. The bandit leader started to glare at Cal. I hate weaklings who boss other people around the most. He was from somewhere that kept slaves locked up and made them fight. The gladiator arena. It was the place he had to fight against his sworn younger brother. His younger brother had made him smile up to the day of the fight. The bandit leader had to survive at the arena since he was 12 years old. The bastards that made him fight against his sworn younger brother were weaklings who only gave orders with their fingers. It feels good when I kill those types of bastards. His large body started to move. Gasp. The bandit who Cal was consoling gasped after seeing the bandit leader heading over toward him with the large axe. The axe was the size of an average adult. It was the symbol of the bandit leader's immense strength as well as a source of fear for the others. Even merchants would get scared when they saw this axe. Or am I going to die? Do I need to dodge? All sorts of thoughts clashed in the bandit's head as he felt his body freeze up. However, he heard someone's voice at that moment. What nonsense are you talking about? The bandit turned his head. He could see a look of being unfairly judged on the face of the red-haired man. He thinks it is an unfair judgment. The bandit found it to be odd, but Cal truly felt he was wronged. Only sit back and give orders. Cal wished he had such a life. Why would he come all the way to the eastern continent if he could live that way? He would roll in bed and never get up. Cal was more emotional than ever from feeling wronged as he reached his hand out. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the mountain. The bandit looked forward with his jaws dropped in shock. He could see Cal. He could also see the shield coming out of Cal's body. The axe was blocked by the shield. It did not manage to even leave a tiny scratch on the shield. The bandit leader put some more strength into his hands. He could see the red-haired man looking at him from the other side of the shield. He didn't know if this shield was made of magic or something else. However, his palm became numb the moment his axe struck it. He was born with a naturally gifted body. That was why he had never felt pain or that he did not have enough strength. He was even able to win against most middle-grade knights. However, he felt that his strength was lacking for the first time in his life. The corners of his mouth started to go up. Heh. He could see the cold gaze of the man on the other side of the shield. Yes, it was this feeling. Gladiator. There was something that allowed someone like him, who could originally not even lift a sword, to rise up from the bottom. It was not his gifted strength, but this sensation. The type of excitement you feel when you are walking on a tightrope. In the end, he had killed that sworn brother of his. He had felt sorrow as well as excitement the moment he killed his sworn brother. There was the sorrow that he was now alone. However, there was the excitement that he had won against his sworn brother who was stronger than him. He had realized that he was a crazy bastard. Heh. A bright smile appeared on his face. You weren't a weakling. You were strong as well. He could see the red-haired man opening his mouth to speak. You can't even reach his ankles. What? Cal continued on as the bandit leader's eyes became full of confusion. I feel sorry for Tunka. Who? The bandit leader started to frown as his opponent was talking about someone else when he was standing right there. He raised his axe once more. It was at that moment. He felt something behind his back. He started to get the chills. The bandit leader flinched as he twisted his body. However, he was already too late. Ah! His large body tilted to the back. There was a hand in a white glove that was choking him. The man with the white glove easily pulled his body forward. The bandit leader tried to resist, but it was futile. He turned his gaze to the side. He could see a man's gaze as his body fell to the back. There was coldness and annoyance in the gaze. The man looked spotless as he held a greatsword in his gloved hand. The man calmly asked the bandit leader a question. Have you washed lately? What bullshit ah? Pow. The bandit leader's body that was falling down was slammed to the side. The side of the dagger had struck the bandit leader's body, delivering the shock through his entire body. Bang! The bandit leader's body slammed against the wooden fence. Ah, the ground is shaking. Hold on. Hey, hold on to me. The bandits who were leaning over the wooden fence held on for dear life as they could not hide their emotions. Anxiety, shock, and fear. All sorts of emotions filled the faces of the bandits, but Beacrox did not care as he looked toward Cal. Cal opened his mouth to speak. 2 more hits. Beacrox sighed and put on a new pair of white gloves as he approached the bandit leader. Ah! The bandit leader slowly raised himself up from the ground. There was a giant dent in the shape of his body on the wooden fence. But as someone who was born with a naturally gifted physique, there was not a single injury on his body. However, his internal organs were still shaken up from the impact. What the hell? Shock was evident on the bandit leader's face. His mind was more shaken up than his internal organs that were still shaking from the impact. He had expected the enemy to be strong. However, he never expected them to be this strong. He looked toward Beacrox, who was approaching him, and clenched his axe once again. His hands were shaking. Why would such strong people show up at Mount Lieb? He clenched his fist and started to smile as he pondered that question. He just needed to defeat these strong individuals. He could feel that excitement again if he could do that. On the other hand, Cal let out a sigh. Tunka is definitely the stronger person. He had expected more from this bandit leader, as he and Tunka seemed to be the same type of person. However, this guy couldn't even reach Tunka's ankle. But that was probably why he was a bandit. Young Master Nim, isn't Beacrox strong? Why are you asking such an obvious question? Cal casually responded to Ron's obvious question as he observed Beacrox. Ron was talented in using his dagger for assassination. His son Beacrox was the opposite, as he used a greatsword. The son had created his own path using the knowledge passed down from his father. He was someone who fought silently, even while wielding a greatsword. Beacrox's sword style was as spotless and clean as his outfit. His style was fancier than most knights. It was as if he was beautifully decorating food. He attacked as if he knew the places on the human body that would hurt the most. Beacrox's sword style was a combination of all of those. Bang! Another loud noise could be heard. Cal could see the axe flying away as Beacrox's palm headed for the bandit leader's back. Pow, that's 2. Ah! The bandit leader fell forward after being hit in the back. Anger and intense pain were evident in his gaze. He felt weak. He was too weak. That was why he recalled what he had done as a young gladiator in order to survive. He grabbed a handful of dirt before his body hit the ground. It didn't matter if it was unfair. It was his way of survival. His body twisted before it hit the ground. The bandit leader made eye contact with Beecrox, and his hands started to move. He heard the red-haired man's voice as he did that. "Ha!" He sounded shocked. The bandit leader started to smile. "Yes, I need to at least do this to deserve the title of indomitable ruler." The dirt in his hand was flung toward Beecrox's eyes. He felt as if he needed to do this to feel better. The dirt was thrown into the air as the bandit leader's body hit the ground. Boom! He fell with a loud noise, however. The bandit leader laughed on the ground as he looked toward Beecrox, who was covered in dirt. The originally spotless noble-like man seemed extremely shabby like himself now. He heard the red-haired man's voice once more at that moment. "I feel sorry for him." What? It was the moment the bandit leader felt something was off. "Do you wish to die?" The dirt-covered Beecrox's vicious eyes glared toward the bandit leader. What? The bandit leader felt his body turn stiff after seeing the new vicious look in Beecrox's eyes. The large sword pierced the ground next to him. Pook! The great sword was stabbed deep into the ground as Beecrox's angry eyes continued to stare at the bandit leader. Beecrox took off his white gloves. Plop, plop. The white gloves were flung to the ground. Beecrox then started to speak to the bandit leader who was looking at him. "I will not kill you or make you bleed. I will not even torture you." What? Torture? Beecrox lifted up a finger as the bandit leader looked back at him with shock. One. It could mean the one hit that he still had left, however. Beecrox meant something else. 100 hits. Just endure 100 more hits. Cal listened to Beecrox's voice as he turned his gaze to a faraway mountain. Pow, pow, pow. The pounding noise sounded like background music that surprisingly went well with the beautiful mountain Cal was looking at. "Ah, please, stop. I'm so Cal could hear the bandit leader's scream as well as the mumblings of the bandit who was standing next to him. "See, this is why you should have listened to me. You know nothing." Cal patted the bandit on the shoulder. The bandit's face went from pale to blue, however. Cal did not pay much attention to it as he looked toward the wooden fence. The other bandits flinched at his gaze before holding onto the ledge or their weapons. He could see fear and despair in their eyes. However, the bandits quietly opened the door for them after seeing their leader receive over 50 hits. Cal soon became the owner of the best house in the area, the bandit leader's house, as well as the expensive leather seat inside. "Hey, yes, sir." The bandit leader, who sported two black eyes, bowed respectfully as he responded to Cal. Multiple spots on his face were blue from being hit. However, there were no scratches, blood, or even broken bones. Cal took a bite of fruit that one of the sculpting bandits had brought over as he continued to speak. "You guys are in control of Mount Lieb." "Yes, sir. Speak properly." "Yes, sir." "Hang Nim, why am I your Hyang?" "I'm sorry, bandit leader Nim." "Egu, why am I the bandit leader?" Cal was in disbelief, but just let it go because it was annoying. "There is something for all of you to do starting today." The bandit leader gulped as he looked at Cal. However, Cal was looking at someone else. The former bandit leader turned his head to look at the person as well. It was an old man with a benign smile on his face. He seemed fit for an old man, however. He gave off the aura of a scholar with a dagger by his side. Beecrox and Hannah both gave off the aura of a strong person right away. However, this old man did not seem strong at all. Is he a strategist or something? What is up with this weak old man? The former bandit leader had a blank expression on his face when Cal started to speak. "He is our Beecrox's father. Father Nim, nice to meet you." The bandit leader smiled brightly as he respectfully greeted Ron. Cal's calm voice continued to speak as he did that. "I heard there is an organization that has taken control of the Eastern Continent's underworld." "Why, yes. Although they lived in the mountains, they needed to be knowledgeable about the underworld to sell their stolen goods. The Eastern Continent's underworld had been shaken up because of an organization for approximately the last 10 years or so. Everybody was busy protecting themselves after realizing there was a new power in control. However, the underworld was something that existed in the shadows, so trade continued to flow quite freely. Even if a single organization took control of it, it was hard to say it was completely unified. The underworld was such a place. "You are called the indomitable ruler." "Yes, sir." His intuition as the former bandit leader and an experienced slave gladiator was telling him something. I have a bad feeling about this. He could see Cal smiling brightly as he had that thought. Why do you ask, sir? The bandit leader could see Cal's smile as he responded back. You will be one of the underworld's rulers starting today. Excuse me. And this is the person who will be your boss. The former bandit leader could see the cold gaze in Ran's eyes. Ran Marlin, the last head of the Marlin household, one of the top 5 assassin households in the eastern continent that was destroyed by Arm. Cal had brought him back to the eastern continent. Chapter 230, but it's more comfortable here. 4. Ran's cold gaze headed toward Cal. Cal quickly turned his head away while making it look as nonchalant as possible. Human, Grandpa Ran's gaze is vicious. Cal's shoulders shuddered after hearing Rayan's comment. It could not be helped. Cal had not told Ran in advance that he would take control of the eastern continent's underworld. All he had said was to come with him since Ran knew the eastern continent well. Young Master Nim. Ran's voice did not have its usual gentle nature. The old man's vicious voice made Cal respond as a reflex. You are the only one I can trust to handle this. It was the truth. Compared to the terrible actor Choi Han, the innocent Mary, or the oddly talkative Vice Captain Hilsman, Ran was very fitting to be the ruler of the underworld. However, Cal could not look at Ran. He was scared. No matter how strong he got, this old man was oddly even scarier than Choi Han. Someone who charges at you and someone who stealthily approaches you and cuts your head off. Which of the two would be scarier? It is naturally the latter. Ran Marlin was talented in quietly taking people's lives. Cal kept his mouth shut and tried his best to avoid Ran's gaze. However, Ran was focused on Cal's back right now. He was giving off such a scary aura that the former bandit leader kept his mouth shut in fear as he peeked back and forth between Cal and Ran. Beacrox was in the corner, cleaning the dust off of his greatsword, and pretending not to care, however, his full attention was on his father. The silence was broken as Ran started to speak. The person who has lost everything once and ran away has lost his viciousness and is now an old man. Ran was talking about himself. He had run away with Beacrox after the Marlin household went down, and he had lost the rest of his family. He had lost his original viciousness and was now just an old man. He was too old to continue to develop like Choi Han or Mary. Ran was trying to tell Cal, who was asking him to take control of the eastern continent's underworld, the harsh truth. It was at that moment. He could hear Cal's voice. It was full of disbelief. No more lies. Ran flinched. Cal still could not look at Ran. Weak, not vicious. Old. If Ran was considered weak, all of the other assassins in the world would need to retire. Why was he acting so modest, unlike his usual self? Cal did not hide the disbelief in his face. Ran could not say anything as he looked at Cal, who showed his true emotions. No more lies. Ran looked toward his young master, who was too tall to be called a puppy now. He could hear him grumbling. All you've been doing during your free time is cleaning your dagger. Weak. You don't know how scary you look each time you do that. My goodness. The smile on Ran's lips quickly disappeared. He looked down at his hands. What Cal had said was true. He was indeed wiping his dagger every day. There was a simple reason for it. It was because he didn't know when the enemies might appear, and because they were in the middle of a war. There was no way he could keep his weapon away from himself during such a time. However, he suddenly thought about something. Is that really the only reason? He turned his head. He could see his son Beacrox wiping his greatsword off. His son did not avoid his gaze and looked him directly in the eyes. An odd smile appeared on his son's usually stoic face. Father, you were caught. That was what the smile seemed to be saying. Yes, he had been caught. Ran started to slowly smile as well. It was a cold smile that was far from his usual gentle smile. Choi Han, Mary, and Hilsman. His hands and feet had been itching to move as he watched their battles. While his feelings were a bit different than the sword master Hannah's itchiness for battle, his entire body was boiling with passion. He knew that the chances of an old man like himself growing were much smaller than the chances of those younger punks. However, he could not put his dagger down. He had trained his fake arm early every morning before going to wake Cal up. What was the reason for that? Old, my ass. You still got decades to live. He looked at his puppy young master Nim, who was grumbling. A benign smile appeared once more on Ran's face. Young master Nim, everything you said is true. Cal slowly turned his head. He felt his heart sink the moment he made eye contact with Ron. I have too much greed to be a boring old man just yet. Why is an old man's gaze so vicious? Cal put his hand over his heart and gulped. Ron did not care as he looked toward the bandit leader and started to speak. We return grace at 100 times the value of what we received, while we get our revenge by bringing death to our enemies. Ron believed everybody had an internal candle within their minds. The candle slowly starts to go out as you get older until the light goes out and you live your life in a cold world filled with darkness. However, he had been wrong. The thing that was putting out the candle of his heart was not the shrinking base, but the wind that he allowed to enter. Furthermore, he had chosen to turn away from the small flame that continued to burn. He finally realized it. Ron started to take care of the small flame that was close to going out. Doing that allowed him to feel it properly. He could feel his unwavering determination that was saying that he could keep on going for a long time. Young Master Nim, thank you very much. He thanked the person who helped him find that tiny flame that was still burning strong inside of him. On the other hand, Cal was feeling chaotic. What is with the sudden revenge by bringing death and then thanking me? He was anxious as he could not figure out what was going on, however. Seeing Ran's gaze returning to normal, along with the benign smile, made him relax, for now. His heart that had sunk in fear started to beat normally again. He heard someone's voice as he calmed back down. But Bandit Leader Nim. The former bandit leader looked toward Cal and cautiously started to speak. Cal looked at him with a gaze that seemed to be asking, "What do you want?" As the bandit leader continued to speak. "Won't we need a lot of money to control the underworld? In terms of strength, I believe these great individuals around you should be enough." Cal's expression turned odd. I guess he really isn't the same as Tunka. Tunka would not have cared about money or anything else other than destroying everything. In that aspect, this former bandit leader was surprisingly sly and intelligent. That was probably what allowed him to escape from slavery and become the leader of a bandit group. Cal calmly started to speak, as he liked people like this who knew how to use their heads. You needed more money and strength in order to move up in a dirty place like the underworld. As the bandit leader said, money was more important than strength in the beginning stages of taking control of the underworld. Do it with your money. My money? Yes, your money. Don't you have a lot saved up from all the bad deeds you've committed? Cal was planning on taking everything from this bandit group. There is none. What? The former bandit leader awkwardly scratched his head at Cal's question. We live as if each day is our last. We only have enough money to party for about a week. Ha 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 ha. The bandit leader felt the atmosphere getting colder as he laughed even louder. However, his back was quickly being covered in sweat. He gulped after seeing Cal sigh and brushing his face with his hands. He felt as if he was suddenly in serious danger. He heard a calm voice at that moment. "Then I will give it to you." "Excuse me." The bandit leader watched as Cal took a bag out of his pocket and threw it onto the table. The pretty large bag fell onto the table and opened up. Clattering. All sorts of jewels fell out of the bag. Wow, shoot, wow. The bandit leader could not speak properly. He had robbed quite a few merchant guilds. Until now, however, he had never seen so many jewels before, nor anyone who would calmly throw them around like they were nothing. The bandit leader's gaze headed toward Cal, the owner of the bag of jewels. Cal had changed a portion of his earnings from the auction house into jewels and brought it with him before coming to the eastern continent. He casually added on to the bandit who was looking at him. "Well, I can bring you hundreds of bags like this, so you won't need to worry about money." The former bandit leader felt as if there was a bright aura coming from behind Cal. At the same time, he felt a sense of fear. Who was this person who had such strong individuals such as his subordinates and had so much money? Cal got up from his seat at that moment. The former bandit leader who had been kneeling jumped up as well. "We will start at a nearby city." "Got it." "Yes, sir." The bandit leader responded loudly, and Cal walked past him before adding on. "Good. We will start with mental conversion now." "Excuse me. We need to fix that rotten mind of yours that made you do those terrible deeds." Cal watched Ron gather the jewels as he ignored the gaze of the bandit leader, who would not be able to use even 10 gallons without permission in the future. He then looked toward Beacrox, who put on a pair of white gloves and got up from his seat. That made the former bandit leader ask a question. "Why do I need mental conversion?" That was his question. Don't I need to become even more terrible in order to be the ruler of the underworld? Don't I need to become even more rot? Cal had no problem responding to that question. It's whatever I want. The bandit leader was at a loss for words. In addition, anybody who continues their bandit ways will be beaten to a pulp. Anybody who steals someone else's things or hurts someone else will be goners. The bandit leader had a lot he wanted to say, but could not get himself to say it. I thought you wanted me to be the ruler of the underworld. Isn't doing what you're saying just turning me into a good person? However, he kept his mouth shut after seeing the cold gaze in Cal's eyes. Cal walked out the door as he said one last thing to the bandit leader. As for your sculpture, you're dead if you make it. Cal ignored the shock on the bandit leader's face as he walked out of the house. He could see the bandits bowing their heads and moving away once they made eye contact with him. He heard Rayon's voice in his head at that moment. Weak human. Something is weird. Why are you giving him all of that for free? I'm sure Grandpa Ran will use the expensive jewels properly, but you are spending money too frivolously. Cal calmly responded back to the child who seemed to be in a state of chaos. It's nothing much. Think of it as an investment of sort. A weak human, what does that mean? Cal looked toward the direction of the city that was the closest to Mount Lieb. It was the city that the bandits went to sell off their stolen goods. That meant that the underworld was quite developed there. Cal started to smile. He needed to take control of a few of the organizations in charge of the underworld in that city in order to start the takeover of the entire eastern continent's underworld. Once that happens, the wealth of those organizations will naturally become his. I'm going to take all of the money away from the bad guys. Of course, he was only planning on taking money from Arm and other really terrible people. Wouldn't stealing from bad guys make him even worse than them? He'll properly enjoy being trash. Since there was nobody who knew him here, he was planning on taking whatever he can. So human, you're saying that we're going to take money from the bad guys. That is the case. I like this way of making money very much. Cal felt as if he could hear Rayon's wings fluttering. Cal and Rayon were both silently laughing. Iruhaben, who was coming back from observing the stone pillar, noticed this and had an ominous feeling after seeing Cal's expression. Why is the unlucky human laughing like that? The kittens On and Hung, who had gone with Iruhaben, started to mumble. Nuna, I don't know what is going on, but it looks like we're going to have some fun. I think there is a good chance that it won't be fun at all. Nobody, including Iruhaben, heard the sighing of the silver kitten On. Cal looked at the former bandit leader who was coming out in order to receive his mental conversion as he asked, what is the name of the closest city? It is Liban City. What is it famous for? It is a free city. So many adventurers and mercenaries frequently come through. That made Cal smile while the bandit leader flinched. A free city. That meant that there were no noble families that ruled over it. It was a city controlled by a few people in power. Furthermore, it was a city with a lot of mercenaries. In that case, what would they be famous for? Then the underworld must be famous as well. The bandit leader put on a sly smile at Cal's question. It is quite famous in the eastern continent's northwest region. There should be a ton of people to backstab. Cal decided where he would start to build his base in the eastern continent. A few days later, the ancient dragon Iruhaben let out a deep sigh. Now I know how you end up being so unlucky. You put yourself in such terrible situations all the time. Egu. However, nobody was listening to his ramblings. They were all busy taking care of their individual tasks. Mio, Mio. The two kittens quickly jumped up the wooden steps and headed toward the second floor. Screech, screech. The wooden steps screeched as the kittens jumped on them. Human, I will follow them as well. Rayan was flying in the air above On and Hang. Beecrux frowned as he wiped the table with his gloved finger. It returned with a lot of dust. Although Beecrux was sighing, Cal was quite satisfied with what he saw as he turned toward Ran and the former bandit leader. Not bad. Indeed, young Master Nim. Ran almost looked toward the former bandit leader with a satisfied gaze. The former bandit leader blinked his now black eye as he started to speak. I am quite knowledgeable about Liban City. Liban City. It was the closest city to Mount Lieb, and the place that the bandit leader had always came to sell off his stolen goods. It was a city with a quite developed underworld, as well as one of the free cities. Many mercenaries and adventurers came through this city. Screech, screech. Cal looked down at the steps that screeched every time someone stepped on them. Yes, it is very old. It was a deserted inn that looked as if a strong breeze could knock it over. Cal was satisfied as he looked at the three-story inn that the bandit leader acquired in Liban City. He then continued to speak to the bandit. Hey, the basement. Yes, sir. The former bandit leader quickly headed toward the counter. He then moved a table in order to reveal a hidden door. Screech, the door to the basement that had not been used for a long time, slowly opened up. The bandit leader quickly started to explain. There used to be an illegal casino here in the past, and the owner was my friend. What happened to him? He fled to another city with his money. That's why the inn was deserted. Yes, sir. It has been deserted for around 5 years. Boom! The door to the basement opened completely with a small noise. Cal could make out the steps through the darkness. It is a small three-story inn on the outside, but has enough space in the basement to fit at least 300 people. Cal started to smile along with the bandit leader. You're quite smart. Hee hee, thank you. The bandit leader scratched his head and answered in embarrassment. This would be the perfect place as a secret base to do bad things. Smart boy. Thank you, hee hee. Cal left the smiling bandit alone as he pushed the inn door open. Screech, it became loud as soon as he came outside. He could hear many people speaking on the streets. Where are you going today? Someone was looking for a person to catch a wild boar that was ruining their field. That's where I'm going. Someone supposedly found an old base over the mountain. It seems to have a lot of history behind it. Oh, then I should head over there as well. Cheap traveler's robe for sale. We have other equipment as well. This is the Inn of Flowing Dreams. We have a grand opening discount for all guests. Extended stay guests welcome. Cal smiled while standing outside the inn. Many mercenaries and adventurers, as well as residents of Liban City, were busy starting their days. He could see some street artists as well. This seemed to be the gathering spot for all of the bright spots of Liban City. He was full of satisfaction. The bandit leader had found a great spot. It's full of energy. Cal turned his head. He could see the part of Liban City that was still dark and quiet. That was the red light district and the location of the underworld. He turned his gaze away from the side that would become vibrant during the night time and looked at the new plaque he placed over the inn entrance. Hope and adventure loving in Cal had come up with the name for the inn. The old three-story inn. Starting today, this would become a place that adventurers and travelers come to find hope and love. Of course, the hidden meaning behind the name was that there would be plans in the basement for the dream and hope of backstabbing the bad guys, and the heart-pounding adventurers of going into the bad guys' bases and making them kneel. Isn't it a great name? I really came up with a great name. Cal had a warm gaze as he looked at the old inn. It was a good start. Chapter 231, but it's more comfortable here. 5. Cal immediately started to move in order to continue this good start. He headed out of the small yard in front of the inn entrance. One of the neighborhood grandmas looked toward Cal and the old inn with curiosity. Did you buy this inn? Yes, grandmother. The old woman looked at the handsome red-haired young man with satisfaction and worry. This is a good location, but it is very old. Oh, and it doesn't look like you have heard the story about this place. The owner used to run a gambling ring until he fled with his money. I heard about it. The young man hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak with a vigorous expression. But shouldn't it work out if I work hard? I have many people working with me. All of us are planning to work hard as if we are living a new life, so please take good care of us. Egu, you are such a good talker. The young man's positive demeanor made the old woman start to smile and nod her head. Of course, us new neighbors should look after each other. My husband runs the bakery in the next alley. Come to our shop if you need bread. Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. The old woman received the thank you from the young man holding two kittens as she headed toward the alley with her bakery. A nice young man moved in. It was good news for the old woman. Cal finally lifted his head up once the old woman was no longer visible. The door slightly opened at that moment, and someone started to speak. Our hope and adventure-loving inn's goal is to provide warm meals and a relaxing room at a cheap cost for all travelers. Got it, we understand. Yes, sir. Someone asked, and others energetically responded back. And our hope and adventure-loving inn also seeks to backstab the bad guys, while our adventures will consist of taking their stuff. Got it. We will remember it deep in our bones. Yes, sir, yes, sir. No matter what you say, yes, sir. Cal started to frown. The bandit leader who was coming out of the door flinched and started to shake. Tell everyone to work quietly. Rumors spread before the rats, and the birds know about it. Don't you know about that? Oh, of course. The bandit leader quickly came out of the door and closed it. The sounds of the people inside could no longer be heard once he closed the door. Hey, clean the window properly. Make sure there isn't a single speck of dust. Each speck is a single white glove. The energetic voices of the bandits quickly disappeared. The bandits were tormented for 3 days and nights before they came to Liban City. Cal then picked 5 bandits who looked useful and brought them with him. Ironically, they were the same 5 bandits who had been heading to the stone pillar in order to turn it into a sculpture. They were now completely loyal to Beacrox and Cal. The 5 bandits who became the first 5 staff members of the Hope and Adventure Loving Inn would now be responsible and law-abiding staff members. Cal left the work to the staff as he proceeded with his own tasks. Cal looked down from the top of a building that made it possible for him to see the entire Liban city. The Mercenaries Guild and the Merchant Guild are the 2 most influential guilds in Liban City. That is what they say, sir. The bandit leader energetically responded back. It would suffice to say that Liban City is controlled by the Mercenaries Guild and the Merchant Guild during the day and the Underworld during the night. He was responding back with as much information as possible as he peeked around. They were on top of a tall roof. He didn't understand why they were chatting here, however. He just silently watched Cal and the 2 cats who were eating junk food, the old man who ended up being the scariest person of the bunch, as well as the man with white gold hair who had earned Cal's respect. The bandit leader decided not to think about any of it as he just explained everything he knew. After looking at the history of Liban City, it makes sense that the mercenaries and merchants have a lot of power in this city. History. Yes, sir. The bandit leader coughed after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be telling him to explain, and then proceeded to speak. This place was said to be full of monsters in the past. The monsters roamed in Liban City as well as the surrounding region, including Mount Lib. Cal's gaze headed toward Iruhaben. Iruhaben was already paying attention to the bandit leader. Monsters. They were the reason that the stone pillar had been placed here. That is why no kingdoms nor nobles were able to extend their reaches into this region. The mercenaries gathered here instead. The bandit leader nodded his head at Cal's comment. Yes, sir. The merchants soon followed after noticing that the mercenaries were here. The adventurers showed up as well. Soon enough, this free city had been developed. The monsters slowly dwindled after that as well. The number of monsters went down. Yes, sir. That was why the other kingdoms tried to take control of Liban City that ended up a free city. However, the mercenaries and merchants had already gained a lot of power prior to that. Furthermore, although the number of monsters had decreased, there were still enough monsters to scare people away and keep this as a free city. The number of monsters had decreased. Cal's gaze headed toward Ran. I knew that Leon was a free city. However, I didn't know about such a history. Ran was originally from the East region. There was no need for him to know the details about a small free city in the northwest region of the eastern continent. Human, why do you think the number of monsters went down? I'm curious. Right. Cal was curious to know how the monsters in Liban City that required the super rock to create the stone pillar to defend had disappeared. Iruhaben seemed to be having the same thought. However, Cal had another thought at the same time. What about the mayor? The mayor. There needed to be a public figure who took care of the free city. The position of mayor is passed between the Merchant Guild and the Mercenaries Guild each election. Is that so? Yes, sir. That is why people who are not part of either group have a lot of complaints. But what can they do about it? The underworld bastards are already in cahoots with the Merchant Guild and the Mercenaries Guild. There is no way that the average citizen would be able to win against them. Really? The others don't get any say. The bandit leader stopped talking. It was because he saw the smile on Cal's face. The witty bandit leader felt chills on his back and started to speak almost as a reflex. The mayor has never been someone from the regular citizens. This is because there is no shrimp that can win in a battle of whales. Well, a regular shrimp won't be able to win. The bandit leader and Cal made eye contact, but well, there could be a shrimp that ends up winning. Right, Ron. Young Masternim, I do not wish to be a shrimp. Beacrox is really good at cooking. Ron watched his puppy young Masternim, who was smiling while avoiding his gaze. He was certain that Cal was hatching another plan in his mind. Everybody was slightly worried, as Cal tended to do things on a large scale whenever he did something. However, Cal did not know about this as he thought about all sorts of things before asking the bandit leader a question. Do the Mercenaries Guild and Merchants Guild have connections with the underworld? That is part of the reason that Liban City is called the City of Pleasure and Lawlessness. They work together quite frequently. Then who are the strong ones in the underworld? Two organizations are strong in Liban City. The bandit leader took a map out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. Cal immediately opened it. It was a map focused on the east side of Liban City, which was divided into pieces. One side is an organization that has been controlling Liban City ever since it was founded. It is an organization led by someone named Mostu, and they are pretty close with the Mercenaries Guild. And the other is Arm. Yes, sir. They are the other organization. They have a bad relationship with the Mercenaries Guild. And the Merchant Guild, they always remain neutral. Cal looked at the map of Liban City's underworld. Although the map was divided, there were many spots on the map that were marked with circles as well. What are these circles? The small organizations that are still around. Really? The bandit leader flinched after seeing an evil smirk on Cal's face again. That, the old man that I sell my goods to run his own independent region. This map is something I received from that old man in the past. The past? Yes, sir. Approximately 6 months ago. Arm's influence is slightly stronger now. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the map with his finger. You need a strong foundation in order to control the underworld. Isn't that right, former bandit leader? Correct. Hypothetically speaking. Cal's gaze headed toward Ran. What would happen to Liban City if Arm took control of Liban City's underworld? They would become their subordinates. So would the Merchant Guild and the Mercenaries Guild. Cal looked at the map and started to think. A few words came out of his mouth. Mayor, mercenaries, merchant, Mostru, the mayors of the other cities. Iruhaben shook his head after hearing Cal say mayor twice. The unlucky human was screwing up his life again. However, it sounded like this time he would not be screwing up his own life, but someone else's life. Iruhaben looked at the bandit leader's pale expression, as well as the blank expression on Ran's face. Cal started to speak at that moment. How often does the mayor change? You see. Yes. The bandit leader hesitated after seeing Cal's gaze that was waiting for the answer before finally responding. Funny thing is that there are only about 3 months left. Ha ha ha. Oh, Cal let out a gasp as his eyes started to sparkle. The bandit leader felt annoyed at his useless wit and avoided Cal's gaze. Of course, Cal was not looking at the bandit leader. He was quickly plotting things in his head. I need to shake Arm at their roots in the eastern continent if I want to catch them. The starting point is important. It will not be enough to take care of them only on the western continent. That was the reason Cal had come to the eastern continent, Liban City. Cal had a lot to gain here as it was a free city. It was somewhere where a person's identity did not matter. Tap, tap. Cal's fingers that were tapping on the map started to get stronger. The bandit leader who was watching this with caution made eye contact with Cal. Go, excuse me. Go do what you have to do. Ah, yes, sir. The bandit leader bowed in his clean outfit before heading down from the roof. His movements were quite agile for his large size. Cal started to speak once the bandit leader disappeared. Iruhaben Nim, looks like I will need to learn more about Liban City's history. Cal looked toward Iruhaben, who knew what he had to do without Cal needing to say anything. How can you learn about its history? You will need quite ancient information if you wanted to know the history starting from the Super Rock's time. It was not easy getting old history for anywhere. This was especially true when you were not looking for written history, but the truth. Cal could see Iruhaben casually answer back. I just need to ask a dragon. Excuse me. What? A dragon? An existence revealed itself in the air as Cal became shocked. Goldie, there are other dragons. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Little kid, there are 10 dragons on the eastern continent. Wow, I want to meet the other dragons. No. Iruhaben spoke sternly as he said that. That bastard is crazy. If he is crazy using dragon standards. Cal did not say this out loud. Then Goldie, how do you know him? You have a really good personality. The corners of Iruhaben's lips twitched at Rayon's question, however. The gold dragon let out a fake cough without smiling. Ahem, because I have a good personality. Iruhaben started to frown as if he was thinking about that dragon and continued to speak. I protected him when he went through his first growth phase. Protected him. Goldie, why do you need to protect them when they are growing? Iruhaben's expression turned hard at Cal and Rayan's question. Didn't I tell you that I was planning on making this kid go through his first growth phase in my lair? I think you did. Cal recalled when Iruhaben had taught Rayan many things. That was so that I could protect him. My lair is the safest place. As you all already know, dragons go through a total of 3 growth phases. The body's plate grows with the first growth phase. The physical appearance does not change, as it is only creating the foundations for the dragon's future growth. The dragon then grows significantly during the second and third growth phases and becomes stronger as well. There are growing pains each time. Not all dragons are the same. There are rankings in a dragon's level of strength, and the dragons that will go on to become stronger will suffer the most. I didn't know. Cal had not known about this. All he had known was that dragons go through 3 growth phases. The novel did not discuss a dragon's growth. However, it almost seemed obvious once he thought about it. It would be weird if they didn't have any reaction to a sudden explosive growth. I assumed you knew this, but I guess you didn't. I didn't know. I am great and mighty, but I did not know this. But it is fine because I learned it now. The little kid has turned weird. Iruhaben patted the black dragon's round head as he continued to speak. That is why young dragons suffer a lot when they go through their first growth phases alone, but it looks like you won't need to suffer. Even I know that. I am not worried. Rayan's shoulders moved up and down as he stealthily peeked at the rest of the group. Of course, Iruhaben noticed this and started to smile. This little dragon had grown quite a bit, and he had grown properly. Although he was not like a dragon, he still grew up like a dragon. Iruhaben made eye contact with the black dragon. You will naturally have to be there as well, Goldie. The ancient dragon let out a laugh. He found it cute that the little kid was pretending not to know that he did not have much time left. Iruhaben patted the black dragon's head a little harder. Little kid, I'm a very busy person. He expected Rayan to grumble as usual as he said that. In fact, Iruhaben was looking forward to the little kid's usual reaction. However, Rayan's expression turned hard. Human, why are you calling me in such an ominous way? Cal, who had been sitting at the edge of the roof and looking at Rayan, had an odd expression on his face. His face soon started to turn into a frown as his gaze headed toward Rayan's chubby front paw. A video communication device appeared in Rayan's paw. Beep, beep, it was an emergency call. Human, it is a call from the slightly crazy bastard. The one calling was the slightly crazy guardian knight, Clope Seca. Cal had no idea what this bastard had to say. Chapter 232. Something obvious. 1. Cal headed back to a corner room on the 3rd floor of the old inn. He left Ron outside the door and had Rayan immediately connect the call. Human. Are we going to fight against that slightly crazy bastard today? There's no need. However, contrary to what he was saying, Cal's expression did not look good. He recalled the battle in the Caro Kingdom. He had suffered significantly because he had trusted Clope's comments about how the dragon half-blood was weak. Just thinking about that made him want to forget about working with the Perun Kingdom and instead just smashing them apart. Crackle, crackle. He watched as the screen floated above the video communication device and waited for Clope. He had made up his mind to give Clope a piece of his mind. Calnim. However, Cal became anxious once the call connected. First of all, don't clasp your hands like that. Clope appeared on the screen with his hands clasped as if he was praying toward Cal. I had a feeling you would be uncomfortable with this, Calnim. Clope Seca lowered his hands as he sat there with a calm expression. In return, Cal's expression turned extremely odd. He looks fine, but he's a total loony. Calnim, the reason I called hold on. Cal cut Clope off and asked, I've been curious about this for a while, but why do you keep calling me Calnim? Your position is higher than mine. Just call me young master like everyone else. People will think it is weird. It was fine for Choi Han to call him Calnim, since he had done so from the beginning, however. Clope Seca could not call him that, especially thinking about how they would work together in the future. Cal thought that Clope would understand the meaning behind his words. I cannot do that. Calnim is not just a young master or a commander. Calnim is the G-stop. Cal felt as if he should not hear what Clope would say next. He didn't want to hear that word that started with a G. Cal held back his sigh and continued to speak. Why have you been quiet all this time, and just now giving me a call? Clope could see that Cal was looking at him with a cold gaze. even though his voice was calm. It had been much longer than 1 week since Cal had the whale tribe strike the Perun Kingdom's northern patrol stations. Cal had given them 1 week, however. The Perun Kingdom had not contacted him until now. Why did it take them so long to respond? Clope smiled after seeing that Cal was still calm, without any signs of anger nor uneasiness. I could not come empty-handed. Cal started to smile. I knew this guy's head worked well. Yes, you can't come empty-handed to make a deal. The Caro Kingdom's battle. The Perun Kingdom had realized that they needed a new source for survival other than the Indomitable Alliance after seeing the results. They also knew that the Roan Kingdom was the one who would give them an alternative path for survival. Screech. Cal leaned back onto the old chair and motioned toward Clope with his chin. He was telling Clope to show him what the Perun Kingdom had brought after such a long time. I will decide after I see what you brought. Cal and the Roan Kingdom had the upper hand and could make up their mind afterward. Clope had to stop the corners of his lips from going up. I knew I was right. The path to a legend. Clope had felt chills throughout his body after hearing about the Caro Kingdom's battle, hearing about the appearance of the Dark Elves, and how Cal's shield had defended against the light arrow was electrifying. He knew that Cal would have underestimated Arm's mage after his unintentional misinformation. Even then, Cal managed to defeat a formidable foe who suddenly appeared. That was what a hero, no, what a legend should be able to do. The White Snake could see a path to survival in Cal. That was why he had done everything he could in order to prepare this for him. The Indomitable Alliance is currently barely managing to hold on. It was obvious. They had been destroyed in both of the major battles, but they cannot retreat just like this. Arm, which has somehow become the central figure of the Alliance, is pushing for a final stand. Arm's final stand. Cal could easily imagine where the location of this battle would be. He thought about two different people. Rosalind, who had thrown away her position as a princess in order to focus on being a mage, and Locke, who would end up walking the path of the Wolf King. He was thinking about the Breck Kingdom, where the two of them currently were, as well as the Gorge of Death within the Breck Kingdom. The final battle will be at the Gorge of Death. Clope could no longer stop himself from smiling. It was because Cal's expression was one of someone who already knew about it. As expected, Cal Nim's foresight is amazing. It is fitting for someone who will become a legend. Clope. Cal quickly cut off the crazy bastard's nonsense. He then observed the white-haired guardian knight, Clope Seca, who was looking at him. Currently, only the Roan Kingdom and a few of the Perun Kingdom's people knew about Clope's whereabouts. The rest believed that he was currently missing or that he had been killed in the Henitus territory. That was why there were many uses for him. Cal slowly started to speak. If it was you, with the weakened Indomitable Alliance, no, let me put it differently. Cal's side will naturally be the ones to win the battle at the Gorge of Death. The winning side can enjoy their victory. But what about the losers? The strength of the three kingdoms in the north will be dismal after they lose at the Gorge of Death. The Perun Kingdom, Askasen, and Norland will all be weak after the battle. Wouldn't the weakened north be easy prey for someone? Was there anything easier than swallowing up a weakened enemy? Cal might be wrong, however. Why would Arm spend so much resources in order to have the Indomitable Alliance prepare for a final battle? Maybe Arm realized that they would not be able to take any of the southern lands through the Indomitable Alliance, and were instead thinking about taking the northern lands instead. The Lion Tribe, Bear Tribe, and the Flame Dwarf Tribe probably all want their own territories. In that case, would they want the difficult-to-acquire southern lands or the easy-to-take northern lands? The answer was obvious. Clope Seca, the enemy is within your ranks. Cal was giving Clope and the Perun Kingdom a warning. It was at that moment. Heh. Cal could see Clope Seca suddenly starting to laugh like a maniac. Heh, Cal Nim, you really are heh. What is wrong with him? Cal's pupils started to shake. It seemed as if Clope was getting crazier, even though all he said was to be wary of Arm. Cal slowly tried to move away from the screen. Human, this guy is not just slightly crazy. Cal and the 6-year-old dragon had the same thought. Clope started to speak at that moment. Cal Nim, we are prepared. The person who had been laughing like a maniac had returned back to normal. Cal's expression was still iffy, but his expression changed after hearing what Clope had to say. We have prepared a route to invade all the way to Askasen and Norland's palaces. What? Cal flinched. He then observed Clope. Clope still had a calm expression on his face, however, his eyes were glowing. We have prepared the shortest route from the Perun Kingdom in order to take down both Askasen and Norland. We have also installed a large-scale teleportation magic circle in the Perun Kingdom's Knights training ground. That is the reason we were a bit late. There was something that Cal had missed until now. Clope Seca was the crazy person who had waged war against the continent in order to make himself into a legend. He had already been crazy. He was someone who would do anything and figure out everything necessary in order to achieve his goals. I plan to offer that route to the Roan Kingdom. No, I offer that route to you, Calnim. Clope slowly started to smile. You mentioned that Arm may aim for the northern kingdoms, right? Clope Seca. He knew very well that the true symbol of his household was a white snake. It was because that was his personality as well. However, he had strong feelings about being a person from the Perun Kingdom. Why? The Perun Kingdom's royal family and leaders were the ones who had turned this white snake household into the Guardian Knight household. They too had felt strongly about being citizens from the Perun Kingdom for similar reasons. A bright smile settled on Clope's face. Calnim, that action that Arm may or may not take, that is our Perun Kingdom's specialty. He was talking about being the hidden enemy within the alliance. The Perun Kingdom was confident that they could do it as well. We just have to do it before Arm makes their move. No, Calnim, you and the Roan Kingdom can do it first. The Perun Kingdom had found a route for survival and was offering this as part of the deal. Cal honestly responded back to Clope, who was on the other side of the screen. You crazy bastard. Ha ha ha, don't I need to move quickly in order to keep up with a legend? Cal sternly responded to Clope, who was now laughing. Put your dad on the line. He felt as if he needed to talk to someone sane right now. Cal chose to chat with Duke Seca instead of Clope. The call soon ended. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Weak human, will the Roan Kingdom control the entire north? Do you think that is possible? Cal scoffed at Rayan's comment, however. He felt chills at the back of his neck as well. But according to that white-haired father-son duo, although we may not be able to take their hand, wouldn't the Roan Kingdom be able to threaten the three northern kingdoms? Cal could not respond to Rayan's question this time. In the end, he opened the room door with an ominous feeling. Click. The door opened, and he could see Ran, who was standing guard. He then sternly spoke to Ran, who was looking at him. I will be heading back to the western continent for a bit. I will be back in a month, so you know what to do, right? Ran understood exactly what Cal was getting at and responded back. I will prepare a plan to eat up the Liban city's underworld. 1 month should be the perfect amount of time to plan for the opening of the inn as well. Ran truly was reliable. Cal looked toward the dragon standing next to Ran. The ancient dragon casually responded back. I will look for another dragon while you are not here. I'm sure that you need to learn about the history of Liban City. Thank you very much. The ancient dragon stepped up in order to figure out the secrets behind the history of the city. Cal gave a short thank you before using the teleportation magic circle to return to the western continent's super rock villa with the children averaging 9 years old. Cal finished his preparations at Super Rock Villa before moving elsewhere. He was wearing a clean black uniform. The teleportation soon completed and Cal's sight returned. Your Highness, Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. He could see him in the distance. This was a secret teleportation magic circle inside the palace. Cal had used this to stealthily enter the palace. Cal started to speak in reflex as soon as he saw the Crown Prince's face. You are as fancy and passionate as the rising sun as usual. Cal stopped talking. He quickly returned to his usual voice as he continued to speak. Your Highness, I know this is going to sound terrible, but what's wrong with your face? Did something happen? Alberu Crossman. His face was a total mess. He seemed tired from being stuck in the middle of a bunch of annoying things. The way he was standing as he greeted Cal seemed a bit desperate as well. Is there something for me to do again? Cal started to get a bad feeling again. Cal Henitus. Alberu was not using the title of commander, and instead was using his name for the first time in a long time. However, there was no energy in his voice. Cal started to consider teleporting right back. It was at that moment. Alberu started to speak in the most serious voice he had ever used. You only seem to have people that cause headaches around you. Excuse me, people that cause headaches. Ah, Cal quickly understood what he meant. Alberu was talking about the people who had been staying in the capital while Cal was in the eastern continent. Choi Han, Mary, and Hilsman. Cal nodded his head. Yes, I'm sure His Highness found the terrible actor Choi Han and the innocent Mary to be hard to handle. For someone like Alberu, who found it difficult to handle even the Caro Kingdom's crown prince, Valentino, Choi Han and Mary must have been extremely difficult. Cal had a good understanding of it. I guess Choi Han and Mary are really difficult to handle. One was too stiff and terrible at acting, while the other was too innocent and nice. Cal could see Crown Prince Alberu scoffing at his response. Your meaning of difficult is quite surprising. Excuse me. Never mind. It's nothing. Alberu shook his head. He then turned around and started to walk, making Cal follow behind him with a confused expression. He heard Rayon's voice in his head as he walked. I knew Choi Han's smile was weird. What is he talking about? Cal looked at Alberus back as they headed out of the secret underground room. He heard Alberu's voice at that moment. You seem to be someone who is quite loved. Are you really sick, Your Highness? You have suffered quite a bit. Just what was going on? Cal did not understand Alberu's words as he continued to follow behind him. Click. Alberu opened the door heading back to surface, and they appeared in a room. It was Alberu Crossman's new office. It was the same one he would use once he became king. The office was full of papers. Cal heard someone's voice as he took a step back in disgust. Young Master Cal. Cal looked toward one of the walls. A screen from a video communication device was taking up an entire wall. Long time no see, young Master Cal. He could see a face through the video communication device. It was someone whose beautiful red hair was different than Cal's in that it resembled the sun in the middle of the day. Rosalind. She greeted Cal with a smile. Cal smiled back and greeted her as well. Long time no see, Miss Rosalind. She smiled again and asked a question. The Indomitable Alliance is heading down in 2 days. Yes. Rosalind's smile became even wider after hearing Cal's short response. We will get to see all of them, the Bear Tribe, the Lion Tribe, and the Dwarves. Of course. The Flame Dwarf Tribe made devices for them to cross the Gorge of Death. Correct. Rosalind, who was wearing a robe over her leather armor, pushed the corners of her lips back down with her fingers. A battle against the Indomitable Alliance. Although she did not wish for it to happen, a part of her had been longing for this moment. She had stayed at the Breck Kingdom even when her friends were fighting in the Roan Kingdom and the Caro Kingdom. She did not contact them via video communication device either. It was partially because she believed they would win, however. There was one main reason. Rosalind. She knew that there was royal blood flowing in her body, the blood of a king. Although she had thrown away her position as a princess, the blood still flowed through her. That blood was making her angry right now. The blood of a king could not forgive those who aimed for their territory. It was for the Breck Kingdom and her family, as well as for the people who were precious to her that were coming to help the Breck Kingdom out. It was so that she could protect all of them with her own hands. It was also so that she could relieve her anger against those who were aiming for her land. Rosalind had been training to become stronger with Cal's help. She was happy knowing that the time that she had been waiting for was near as she asked Cal a question. Will the enemy be able to get past the Gorge of Death? Rosalind could see Cal starting to smile. What an impossible imagination. He was saying that the enemies getting past the Gorge of Death would never happen. I will see you soon. Rosalind said a short farewell before ending the call. Cal turned around and looked back at Crown Prince Alberu. Alberu motioned for Cal to speak. Your Highness, it looks like we will need to gather people together one more time. It was now the end of winter. They needed to do it one more time before spring arrived. Cal started to prepare for the final battle against the Indomitable Alliance. Chapter 233. Something obvious, too. The battle at the Gorge of Death would take place in 2 days. Cal had to busy himself in the remaining time. Ah, well, at least he was supposed to. Cal brushed his face with both of his hands. Choi Han, what is this estimate sheet for? Cal was waving a piece of paper in his hand. Flap, flap. The paper that was fluttering in Cal's hand had a lot of numbers written on it. A piece of the palace had been broken, and this was the breakdown of the costs of the repair. Choi Han silently lowered his head. Cal sighed and picked up another piece of paper. That paper fluttered in the air as well. He was looking at Mary this time. Why did 3 nobles suddenly fall ill? An innocent and mechanical voice responded back. I am not sure. They were curious about my powers, so I showed them a bit of it. Mary recalled the small gathering that had happened after the parade. It was only a small celebration, as the war was not over yet, however. It looked as if the world was sparkling in Mary's eyes. It was an extremely shocking experience for Mary, so Tasha had helped the overwhelmed Mary head out to the terrace to rest. Three nobles had appeared at the terrace at that time and spoken to her in a friendly way, asking about her powers. She thought that they were trying to get close to her and showed them a bit of her power. But they suddenly said that I should throw young Master Kalnim away and join up with them. They said that we could then take you down and take power for ourselves. Heh. Cal turned his head after hearing suppressed laughter coming from behind him. Crown Prince Albaru had his head down on his desk with his shoulders moving up and down. It was obvious that he was struggling to keep himself from laughing. Cal's lips started to twist, and the black robe started to speak in a serious manner. She had become wary of the three nobles at that moment. So then, am I their enemy? That was what I asked them. They responded back with, "You can be the enemy, or you can come and join us from here on." The three nobles were people from the central faction. They were trying to pull Mary toward their faction, however. Mary heard the nobles' conversation about power differently. I wondered if they were from Arm as they were talking about taking you down, young Master Nim. I thought they were either from Arm or the Indomitable Alliance. However, I just remained quiet as you told me not to fight. But then they just suddenly fainted. Mary recalled how the three people had suddenly started to faint. They were weird people. Mary could not understand the courage that those weak people had to say that she could be their enemy. Ha! Cal let out a deep sigh. He could still hear Albarus snickering, but he ignored it as he looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han's situation was a typical click. One of the noble's sons threw a glove at you. Choi Han lowered his head once more. Someone else responded in his stead. Yes, sir, young Master Nim. It was Vice Captain Hilsman. During the celebration, Marquis Alan's successor suddenly questioned whether Choi Han was really a sword master and threw a glove at him in order to issue a challenge. Cal had a blank expression on his face. Fantasy worlds always had the spoiled young masters who challenged the main character or other strong characters. Marquis Alan. The Alan household was known as the strongest martial artist household in the southeast region and the entire Rhone kingdom. And I'm sure Choi Han would normally have ignored such a thing. Of course, we remembered your orders and ignored him. However, that noble's son then started to talk crap about the Henitus household. What did he say? He said that, for being a martial arts household, the Henitus household is extremely weak. All they do is use money in order to have strong subordinates to protect them. Well, they're not wrong. Cal didn't really take it as talking crap. Although the members of the Henitus household knew how to handle the sword, there were no extremely strong individuals. Lily does show great potential, however. It was still only potential for now. Furthermore, the person had said that they were rich and had strong subordinates. Isn't that even better? It didn't annoy him at all. However, contrary to his expectations, Hilsman still seemed to be angry as he was huffing and puffing. That was why Choi Han accepted the challenge. He ended up destroying the palace's training ground in the process. But it is not his fault that that young master was so weak. Piwahaha. Albarus' laughter hit Cal's ears like background music. Hilsman continued to speak. Of course, Marquis Alan appeared and took that young master with him. He then apologized to Choi Han and said that he would apologize to the Henitus household as well. A message will be sent to Count Henitus soon. My poor life. Albaru's laughter became even louder. Human, I truly am the best. Rayon's voice echoed like background music in Cal's mind. He then jumped up from his seat. Choi Han and Mary tilted their heads in confusion as they looked toward Cal. Even the Crown Prince held back his laughter as he looked at Cal. Where are you going? The Crown Prince asked with a serious expression. I'm going to go get some air, Your Highness. Oh, should I go for a walk as well? Albaru could see a blank expression on Cal's face. But I am going to the north. What? Cal's walk was to quite the distance away. I will be back in half a day. Cal needed to go north before going to the Breck Kingdom. It was because of the ancient dragon, Eruhaben's request. Eruhaben was still in the eastern continent, looking into the stone pillar and the Liban city region on Cal's behalf. He had something to do on the western continent, and Cal agreed to do so in his place. I need to go see the elves. The north. That lake was probably still surrounded by snow. He needed to go see the elves and the world tree. I'll be back in half a day. Yes, Your Highness. It was fine as long as Rayan was with him. Then we just need to finish the preparations while you are away. Mary, Choi Han, and Hilsman's expressions changed after hearing Alberus' comment. Cal looked around at them and nodded his head. That sounds great. Cal went for his walk with a light heart, the elf village underneath the lake with the world tree. Here, we gathered some more. The young elf priestess took a pouch out of her loose sleeves and handed it to Cal. Clang, clang. The refreshing sound of coins hitting each other reached Cal's ears. The world tree has not said anything, but I thought that we would need another bag of money. I gathered it on my own accord. We cannot have a sea of fire. The young priestess made it sound like she was close to Cal as she welcomed him with a bright smile. Thanks. Cal debated it for a moment before taking the bag of money. It should be fine to take it because elves are not materialistic. Cal was not the type to reject when someone gave him free money. Instead, he took a small jewel out of his pocket and started to speak. Lead the way. I understand. The world tree has been waiting for you. The young priestess energetically started to walk. Cal slowly followed behind the young elf. Oh, Rayan Nim, your cuteness is just as explosive as ever. I get to meet Rayan Nim like this again. I can die happily now. The great and mighty Rayan Nim. He could hear the voices of other elves coming from behind him. Rayan, who puffed up his chest and was flapping his wings, pointed his front paw toward them. I am busy right now. You can admire me a bit later. He then chased behind Cal. Cal peeked toward Rayan and then patted him on the head as he continued to walk toward the world tree. In addition to Aruhaben's request, he had something to ask the world tree. He headed for the spot where the leaves of the large trees rustled in the wind. It was the average-looking tree at the center of that bunch. Cal could see that the world tree looked even more average than last time. Hey, world tree, have you been well? One of the world tree's branches slightly trembled as if responding to Rayan. The world tree had lost 3 branches while telling Cal 3 things last time. Find Rayan's parents. There is an existence that has gathered 3 ancient powers. Find the water of judgment. Cal remembered what the world tree had told him. Calnim, you can speak to the world tree like last time. I guess it is possible to chat now. The world tree had fallen into a slight slumber after telling Cal those 3 facts. The young elf put on an odd smile and nodded her head. Yes, short conversations are possible. Cal slowly headed toward the world tree. He then put his hand on the trunk and closed his eyes. Cal, it's been a while. The world tree sounded weak. Cal held the small jewel with his other hand. This is the item that Aruhaben Nim made. There is a defensive magic in order to protect the elf village and world tree Nim within in it. Iruhaben had decided to strengthen the defensive magic around the world tree after one of the branches was stolen and had asked Cal to take care of it. Rayan will install it. It will not take long. Is that so? Thank you. Tell Iruhaben thanks as well. The world tree's voice was slightly shaking even though they were just having a short conversation. Cal's expression turned into a frown. The world tree must have realized this as it started to explain. I am still in recovery. I've already recovered a good amount. I should return to full strength within the year. Cal was glad to hear this. If the world tree was at full strength, there would be no reason to strengthen the defense. However, Iruhaben chose to strengthen the world tree with defensive magic because it was hurt. You look like you have some questions. Is there something you wish to say? Cal's shoulders flinched. He debated it for a moment before starting to speak. You don't need to respond if something similar to last time will happen. The young priestess who can only hear Cal's voice flinched after hearing, like last time. She recalled how the branches had fallen down. Her heart was beating so fast just thinking about it. Rayan recalled that as well and started to frown. Sure. Cal started to speak after hearing the world tree's response. He made it a little vague, knowing that Rayan was by his side. He knew that the world tree would still understand. Where do I need to go to find it? Not the water of judgment. The others that he had to find. He was talking about Rayan's parents. Cal bit down on his lips. He didn't want to ask if he didn't need to do so, however. It was difficult to find any clues. This was especially because they were currently in the middle of a war. I guess I can answer this one. Cal subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The weak but slightly strengthened voice entered his head. I'm sure it is not the answer you want to hear, however. This is my current limit. Not the answer I want to hear. A king is someone who is accepted by nature. Why is the world tree suddenly talking about a king? Cal started to frown. However, he had no choice but to pay attention to the world tree's words. An existence that should have died is alive. The hand touching the tree flinched. Cal had asked about Rayon's parents. However, he had heard a different response. The existence that should have died in volume one of the birth of a hero. Rayon Muro. Nature has accepted that existence. Nature had accepted the existence that should have died. The one that has a twisted fate. That alone was enough to receive the qualifications to survive. Changes, the forbidden and the unbelievable. Plop. Cal felt something pat him. He then calmed himself back down. He could see Rayon's round head when he looked down. Human, is everything okay? Cal heard the faint voice of the world tree at that moment. That is what nature truly is. A continuation of the mysterious and the ever-changing. That was the way nature worked. Is it possible? Cal was thinking about the king that nature would approve. The chubby dragon that was slightly more than 1 meter and 20 centimeters slowly started to frown. Human, why are you looking at me like that? The young priestess approached them and started to speak as Cal could not respond back. The world tree nymph has fallen asleep again. I know. He'll come visit again next time. Rayan had a disappointed expression as he kicked the sand on the ground with his feet. How disappointing. I wish to speak to the world tree as well. There's no way, right? Cal shook his head to get rid of such thoughts. There was no way that was possible. If what he was thinking about was correct, he had started off by causing an extremely serious issue. There's no way saving a single dragon would cause that big of an issue. Dragon Lord. Cal could not say that word out loud as he started to speak to Rayan. Let's hurry back. All right. I will hurry so we can go see Lark. Cal watched as the 6 years old dragon took the jewel he had received from Eruhaben and flew off toward the defensive barrier before pushing everything off in his mind. A half-day later, with only 1 day left before the battle with the Indomitable Alliance, Cal was standing on top of a teleportation magic circle with Rayan. He was headed somewhere other than the Roan Kingdom right now. Pad. Cal opened his closed eyes. He could hear the invisible Rayan's voice. It's been a while since we've seen everyone. Cal started to smile. They were inside a small tent. A teleportation magic circle was drawn within this tent. There were 2 people greeting him as he stepped out of it. Long time no see. Rosalind and Lark. The 2 of them welcomed Cal over. Choi Han, Hilsman, and Mary had not come over yet. Cal had come here stealthily without anybody else knowing about it. Cal was smiling brightly as it had been a while since he had last seen the 2 of them. However, that smile quickly disappeared. Long time no see, young Master Cal. Rosalind was smiling, but there was something slightly odd about it. Next to her was Lark, who had his head down and could not look at Cal in the eyes. The wolf boy Lark. He could not dare to look Cal in the eyes. Cal flinched after seeing Lark act this way. Is he upset because I left him here alone for a long time? It was the moment Cal had that thought. Young Master Nim. Yes, Lark. Long time no see. Cal put a hand on Lark's curled-up shoulder after hearing his upset voice. Pat, pat. His hand patted Lark's shoulder. You suffered quite a bit on your own here. It was the moment he said that. I'm sorry. Cal could see the now slightly taller Lark's face. Although his head was down, Lark's eyes were looking at Cal. Lark hesitated for a moment before starting to speak with shaking lips. I can't go berserk anymore. What? What is he talking about? Berserk transformation. It was when beast people were at their strongest. It was the moment that their animal features and their human features became much stronger. But that wasn't possible anymore. He can't do it even though his first berserk transformation already happened. Lark continued to speak despite his shaking hands as Cal thought about this issue. However, Lark's voice was extremely shaky. I need to hurry up and become the Wolf King's successor. I really need to do that. Originally, Lark would have grown after the despair caused by losing Pendrick. It looks like I cannot get stronger. But this Lark was different than the one from the novel. He wanted to be stronger, but could not go berserk. Cal looked back at the tall young boy who could not look him in the eyes. Chapter 234. Something obvious. 3. The young boy with his head down. Cal could also see Rosalind, who was looking at Lark with a concerned expression. He was a beast person who could not go berserk, even after his first berserk transformation had already passed. Rosalind did not know what to say as this was the first time she had heard about such a situation. It made it even more difficult for her to say anything to the weakened Lark as she herself had gotten much stronger in the past few months. That was why her expression did not look good as she gazed toward Lark and Cal. It was at that moment Rosalind's body flinched. Plop. The tent's entrance was lifted up, and someone shouted inside. Commander Nim, the Roan Kingdom's forces have arrived. They were calling for Rosalind. She was the commander for all magic in the Breck Kingdom. She had come back to her senses thanks to the person outside. The Roan Kingdom's forces, although they were not large in number, friends that she could trust to cover her back were coming. It was a happy and welcomed arrival. At the same time, she recalled the upcoming battle and knew that she needed to hurry. However, Lark's current situation made her hesitate. She heard a quiet voice at that moment. Pat, why is a young boy like you so skinny? Rosalind could see Cal pat Lark on the back before heading toward the tent entrance. Cal opened up the flap in order to exit as he looked toward Lark. Let's go. Lark fidgeted and could not move. Rayan, push him. Those words made Lark flinch. He could then feel a small paw gently pushing his back. Everybody wants to see you. Let's go, Lark. Although he was invisible, Lark could feel Rayan's existence based on his paw and his voice. Lark thought about the people waiting for him, as well as the dragon pushing him as he bit down on his lips and slowly started to walk. He was extremely weak if he could not enter his berserk state. He was still stronger than the normal person, but compared to the others, compared to his family, he was so weak that he was likely to be a burden. That was why he was not confident enough to greet them. Cal started to speak as soon as the young boy stopped right in front of him. Focus on my back. Follow behind me and don't think about anything else. Lark's head slowly raised up. Pat, pat. He could feel the small paw patting him on the back as well. The flap covering the tent entrance was completely lifted. Lark could see the Breck Kingdom's people standing in formation outside the tent. The Gorge of Death. Many people had been stationed at different spots on the long and dangerous gorge ever since a few days ago. They were using magic in order to stealthily hide their movements. This was the spot where the largest number of people were gathered. Rosalind and the leaders of the Breck Kingdom were all here. Lark could see the leaders and their forces standing outside. They had all gathered here in order to see a single person, the Roan Kingdom's northeast region's commander. They were all waiting for him. Lark could see Cal heading out of the tent. He had heard a lot about the war while spending time with some of the Breck Kingdom's mages at the Gorge of Death. Lark naturally had heard about how much work Cal and the others had put in. That was why Cal's back seemed extremely large to him. Cal seemed to be someone who was worlds apart from someone like him. However, Lark then heard Cal's voice. Are you not coming? Cal still had his back toward Lark, but he was standing there without moving. Lark then felt two gentle pushes on his back. One was Rosalind, while the other was the invisible dragon. Lark slowly started to walk. He no longer paid any attention to the Breck Kingdom's leaders outside the tent. He walked while only looking at Cal's back. That was why he seemed curled up as he looked down at the shorter Cal. However, nothing was preventing him from walking forward anymore. Cal started to walk as he looked around. There was a large number of people gathered here. However, the majority of the Breck Kingdom's forces were stationed at the closest city next to the Gorge of Death, ready to move at any moment. Cal looked toward Rosalind, who walked up to him and started to speak. Are all the troops moved? Yes, young Master Cal. We installed teleportation magic circles at multiple points around the gorge, while the knights and soldiers will all gather early tomorrow morning. The information about the Indomitable Alliance was currently being sent through Clope Seca. The Roan Kingdom had decided that it was better for the Indomitable Alliance to not know about Clope and the Perun Kingdom's betrayal until later. That was why the Breck Kingdom's preparations for the Indomitable Alliance were done as secretly as possible. Early the next morning. That was the time Clope had said the Indomitable Alliance would make their move. Young Master Cal, the number of forces we are currently moving should not seem odd, even if the Indomitable Alliance manages to notice it. Of course. As Rosalind mentioned, the number of people that were already at each spot seemed normal and not as if they were preparing for battle. The Indomitable Alliance had not given up yet. In that case, where else could they strike? Anybody would be able to tell that it would be the Breck Kingdom. People could not easily believe it because of the Gorge of Death, however. It would seem normal that the Breck Kingdom would send approximately 100 soldiers to places around the Gorge of Death, just in case. Rosalind started to speak. The Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom's mage brigades will be able to properly show themselves this time. Cal looked at Rosalind's confident smile and chuckled. This was the mage brigade's true leader. Rosalind had not shown herself until now. She was a highest-grade mage with the qualifications to be a future magic tower master. She had spent the last few months strengthening herself and her magic abilities. The thought of using that power for the first time was making her mind run wild right now. I'm curious about this method that the dwarves figured out in order to cross the Gorge of Death. Cal recalled one piece of information Clope had provided after hearing Rosalind's thought. The Flame Dwarf tribe will supposedly play a big role in the upcoming attack. They said that they found a way to freely move across the Gorge of Death. However, they will not reveal the method until right before the attack. It looks like they are seeking redemption for the ships at the Caro Kingdom. I think they are trying to exaggerate their abilities by revealing it at the last possible moment. Anyway, I will let our Roan Kingdom know as soon as I find out, so it shouldn't matter, right? Ha 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 ha. Cal started to frown after recalling Clope's crazy laugh as well. He would only trust half of what that crazy bastard said from now on. Rosalind did not see Cal's expression as she pointed to her side. Ah, young Master Cal. You know Count Ekros, right? Cal's gaze headed toward where Rosalind was pointing. Count Ekros. He was the #1 disciple of the top mage in the Breck Kingdom, making him the second-ranked mage in the entire Breck Kingdom. Of course, Rosalind was not a part of that ranking. Cal clearly remembered how Ekros had ignored and looked down on him when he visited the Gorge of Death last time. Count Ekros flinched as soon as they made eye contact. He subconsciously gulped. Cal Henitus. Ekros clearly remembered how Cal had come with the Tiger tribe earlier in the year. The Cal from back then and Commander Cal in uniform today felt extremely different. It could not be helped as Ekros had heard about everything Cal had done. The battle at the Henitus territory, the battle at the Roan Kingdom's northeast region's shores, and finally, the battle in the Caro Kingdom. All of those deeds had made Count Ekros embarrassed about his past actions, however. He felt relief knowing that the Cal who came to assist the Breck Kingdom was reliable. Long time no see, Count Ekros. Yes, Commander Calnim. It has been a while. Count Ekros subconsciously used respectful language toward Cal, however, neither of them realized the change. I knew he would be like this. Rayan had realized it, but Cal did not have time to pay attention to him. Commander Nim, Cal Nim. Cal could see a group of people walking toward him from the other side. They were the Roan Kingdom's First Knights Brigade and the Mage Brigade. Finally, there was Choi Han, Mary, and the rest of his group. Count Ekros looked toward the main characters responsible for the Roan Kingdom's victory and took a small step back. They had already won 2 battles. The aura around them was completely different than his own. Cal looked at the people around him and started to speak. Let us start our meeting. The dwarves' method of crossing the gorge, the lion tribe and bear tribe, and even the enemy soldiers that will come with them. They needed a good plan that would make all of them walk on top of their palms. Cal headed back to the tent with Rosalind and the other leaders and passed by Lark, who was standing behind him. He walked by and said something to Lark. Let's eat dinner together tonight. Cal saw that Choi Han, Mary, and the others, who were not a part of the meeting, surround Lark and continued to walk without any second thoughts. What are you doing? Are you not going to eat? This tent had been created for Cal. A decent dinner table was set up in this quite large tent that was imbued with soundproof magic. Cal continued to eat the food in front of him and peeked toward the other side. Did the Breck Kingdom not feed you? And no, they did. Lark flailed his arms in shock. However, Cal's expression did not look good. Kim Roxu had once had to starve in the past. He did not enjoy seeing children looking so skinny. Although Lark had always looked feeble and his tall height made him skinny from the start, he seemed even thinner now. Cal looked at Lark, who was holding a fork but unable to eat anything, before turning his gaze back to his plate. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it so that you can eat some food. Lark flinched and looked at Cal. Only Rayan, Cal, and Lark were at the table. The others were eating dinner together elsewhere. Lark knew the reason Cal had prepared this meal for just the 3 of them. He slowly started to speak. Really, I really trained very hard. I wanted to show you that you were right to trust me, and so I trained as hard as I could. I trust you. Lark had trained endlessly at the Gorge of Death in order to thank Cal for trusting him. He had worked so hard, such that he had almost passed out numerous times. Every day felt so long at the gorge of death if he did not do that. But most importantly, he didn't want to be left behind as his friends got stronger. I pushed myself harder and harder after hearing about how Choi Han and the others performed during the battles, the story of how they had protected the Hennetus territory, the story about the battle at the Rhone Kingdom's shores. Hearing those stories had made his heart beat wildly. My family did these things. He was so proud that he wanted to share it with everybody while being thankful that they were okay. He then used it in order to motivate himself as he was left alone at the gorge. I read through the Wolf King's diary that you gave me, young Master Nim. He had a wonderful tool to assist him. The diary that Cal had given him. That diary had been written in someone's blood. Cal had read that diary as well. He looked toward Lark. This was written inside the diary. The reason Cal had left Lark here alone had to do with the diary as well. The young boy started to recite what he had read in the diary. Wolves need to know about loss and loneliness. Only when they are alone can they realize the importance of those that are precious to them and become stronger. Locke did not disagree with the statement. He agreed with the old diary. The words written in dry blood were correct. He too had gone through his first berserk transformation when he had lost the Blue Wolf tribe and his family. That was when he had first found a way to get stronger. What the Wolf King was saying was true. Although a wolf may shed its own blood, it will not allow those precious to it to bleed. Lark had agreed with the Wolf King here as well. It was better for him to bleed than for those precious to him to bleed. He really believed this to be the case. I read that over and over and trained really hard. But Lark saw that the hand holding his fork was shaking, and so he clasped his two hands together. Chapter 235, something obvious for, suddenly. It really had been all of a sudden. I suddenly couldn't go berserk. I can't remember how I did it. I need to quickly overcome it and take care of the issue, but I don't remember the method. It really was all of a sudden. I don't know why Lark. Since when did it stop working? Pat, pat. Lark stopped talking as Ray unpatted him on the shoulder. However, his eyes were still showing signs of uncertainty. He suddenly cannot enter his berserk transformation. This sudden regression of strength. Lark knew when it had started. That was why he could not say it. It would make him seem too stupid and useless. That, you see, the moment it started was. The tips of Lark's lips started to turn blue. Cal started to speak at that moment. No need. Lark flinched and looked to the other side. I'm sure it'll return someday. Excuse me. Lark could see that Cal was speaking with a calm expression on his face. Lark could feel the emotion coming from Cal through his expression and his voice. First, we need to fatten you up. Relax and roll around doing nothing. He's right. Lark, you are too skinny. They were extremely calm, as if they had come here on a vacation. That made Lark open and close his mouth a few times before finally managing to get a few words out. But the battle is coming up. Battle. It was such a scary and fearful word. And, however, the response he got back was extremely calm. Lark suddenly felt upset. He started to speak. I couldn't go berserk since I heard about the war. Oops. Lark's expression crumbled after revealing that fact. He lowered his head and buried his face in his hands. He recalled the moment he realized he could not go berserk. It was when Rosalind told him about the upcoming battle. It was when she had told him that the Indomitable Alliance was headed to the Breck Kingdom for a final battle. His heart had started to beat wildly at that moment. It was then that he realized he could not go berserk anymore. Ever since that moment, ever since I learned that we are going to fight, I haven't been able to go berserk anymore. I should be fighting alongside everyone else. But why is it that I cannot go berserk right before the battle? Lark was full of despair at that fact. In fact, he was despising himself. Anybody could see why he would be like this with this timing. It's like I'm trying to avoid the battle. It's as if I am afraid. I need to grow quickly to help. Lark recalled Rosalind's look of confusion about how to console him, as well as the shocked expressions on the faces of the others, whom he had not seen for a while. Their concerns for him made him hate himself even more. Choi Han and Rosalind Nuna saved my siblings and me. Lark did not think he came all this way on his own. There were too many people who helped guide his cowardly and timid self. Young Masternim also saved us and gave us a home. I need to pay you back for that. But why am I like this? That was why Lark hated himself right now. He was embarrassed. Forget the Wolf King, he was just a weakling. Lark sighed after seeing that his two hands were still shaking. He heard Cal's voice again at that moment. It's okay. Cal put down his fork and looked toward Lark. Lark. It sounded as if Cal was telling Lark to look at him. The young wolf boy slowly raised his head. Cal admitted his mistake and started to speak. There are people around you. Lark had never seen such an expression on Cal's face before. I left you here alone, hoping that you could learn about a wolf's loneliness. However, I did not want it to be painful. I also did not want you to be scared. Cal was not such a terrible person to want something like that to happen to a child. He thought Lark would not feel too lonely as he knew that he had a family. However, this timid child seemed to have felt pressured and burdened rather than loneliness. Loss. Originally in the novel, Healer Pendrick's death led to Lark's first berserk transformation and helped him grow. However, Cal had no plans on doing something crazy like that. Lark was only 15 years old. You had to be a lunatic to do something like that to a child. There is no reason for you to hurry. You saved me and you trusted me. Lark's mumbling stopped as soon as Cal asked a question. Would you throw me away if I was weak? What something like that was unbelievable. Lark throw Cal away. Lark's eyes opened wide in shock as Cal smiled back at him. Lark, you wouldn't, right? Cal picked his fork back up. So don't ask something so obvious. Just eat something obvious. Lark was suddenly at a loss for words once again. If you want to repay me for my trust, show me that you are healthy first. And just watch. Your friends know, your family members are stronger than you think. Clang. Lark could see Rayan pushing a fork toward him. Cal continued to speak. Even I am strong enough to protect you during a battle. Cal was speaking in a joking tone. Lark had seen many new expressions on Cal's face today. Lark slowly picked his fork back up and started to eat. Food tasted good for the first time in a long time. He had not enjoyed even the most luxurious food while he had been at the gorge of death. Delicious. Eat a lot if it is delicious. Lark watched Cal pushing a plate full of food toward him as he continued to stuff food in his mouth. He felt as if something else would pop out if he did not do that. He suppressed his emotions by stuffing his face with food. Rayan just quietly watched as Lark did that. The black dragon's dark blue eyes then peeked to the side. The 6-year-old dragon continued to chew as he looked toward Cal. Cal sent Lark out of his tent once Lark was full, and then looked around the quiet tent. Looks like I can sleep for about 3 hours. He would be busy starting early in the morning. He needed to get at least a short nap in so that he could do that. Of course, there were still people standing guard, but one of his roles was to sleep right now. Rayan, what is it, human? Connect the video communication device, please. Cal thought about Lark and decided that he needed to call that person. Honestly speaking, it is difficult enough to protect myself right now. It will be hard to protect that tall kid. Cal could not trust his own level of strength. That was why he was planning on using his network. He watched as Rayan prepared to take the video communication device out. By the way, human, what is it? Cal made eye contact with the 6-year-old dragon who stopped connecting the device and looked toward him. Rayan looked at Cal and asked, I cannot go through my first growth phase. Is that okay? Cal recalled how Rayan had buried himself underneath the blanket and cried about how he was not great and mighty because he could not activate his first growth phase. Cal wondered why Rayan was suddenly bringing that up. He thought that it might be because of Lark's berserk transformation situation, but regardless, he chose to answer back after seeing the dragon's gaze that seemed to be begging for a response. Didn't I answer that last time? Don't ask me something so obvious. Is it okay if I am weak? What the heck is he talking about? Cal was in disbelief at what the scary dragon that was far from weak was saying before casually answering back. I thought you were weak when I met you in the cave. The small paw touching the round video communication device flinched. The cave. Rayan recalled the moment he first met Cal. His powers were restricted as he was kept under mana-restricting chains. He was weak back then. He was so weak to the point that he could not even run away and could only live in the dark cave while pretending that he didn't hear anything nor think for himself. Then he was saved. He was saved even though he was not strong. Rayan felt the rough hands caressing his head. He also heard Cal's quiet sigh and mumble about how a 6-year-old dragon is still a child. Rayan, although I am weaker than you, I've lived at least 30, no, 15 years more than you. But I am still weaker than you. I'm not even as strong as you front paw. Is that a problem? Cal realized his mistake and quickly changed the years before looking at Rayan. It is not a problem at all. The young dragon's stern response made Cal nod his head as if he was saying, "Isn't that all that matters?" Rayan went back to connecting the video communication device while peeking at Cal. He then started to speak again. "Human, why did you save me? I'm just curious." Rayan could see Cal leaning on the chair as he responded back. "Why did I save you? Just because. Why do you keep me by your side?" Cal casually but honestly responded back to Rayan, who seemed to have more questions than usual today. "Do you need a reason? Do we not need a reason? Why you saved me and why you travel with me? Do we really not need a reason for that?" Rayan had not asked until now, but he had been curious. Everything in the world had a reason. All things were connected, and those connections led to different situations. He knew that there must be a reason that Cal and he were traveling together. The dragon was curious as to what that reason might be. The human who claimed to have lived at least 15 years more than he had answered back. "Your house is our house. Is that not enough? Your house is our house." Rayan repeated that statement in his head. He didn't know why, but it sounded catchy. Rayan thought about that for a while before storing it in his mind. He suddenly felt full. The 6 years old dragon slowly started to smile. "You're right, human, that is enough." Cal didn't know what was going on, but sternly spoke to the once again energetic Rayan. The call. "Ah, right. This great and mighty dragon will connect it right away." The call was soon connected. Cal left the snickering Rayan on his lap as he finished the call. He then headed straight for bed. He would not be able to sleep properly once the battle began. 3 hours. These 3 hours were very precious. Cal laid down on the bed without any hesitation in order to get his precious sleep. Cal, who laid down in his uniform so that he could get up at the last possible moment, could see Rayan putting out the light inside the tent. Rayan then laid down next to Cal on the bed. However, Cal did not care as he closed his eyes. It was easy to fall asleep as he ate until he was full along with Lark. "Human, human." Cal heard Rayan's voice right before he fell asleep. This 6-year-old really has a lot of questions today. The scariness of questions overwhelmed Cal. However, Rayan continued to ask his question. "Human, would you save me again if you went back in time? Why is he like this today? I told you not to ask something so obvious. Human, would you save me again if I become that weak again and require you to save me?" Cal moved his sleepy body and put his hand on Rayan's head. He felt himself slowly falling asleep as he answered back. "Of course I would save you." Cal then fell asleep. Rayan watched Cal for a long time before burrowing next to Cal's side and rolling up his body into a circle before closing his eyes. "I will save you even if you are weak." Those words echoed in Rayan's mind. Thanks to that, he could easily fall asleep. Soon, the light breathing noises of the adult and the young dragon filled the tent. The next day, beep, beep, Cal squirmed after hearing the sound of the alarm. He needed to open his eyes, but could not easily do so as he wanted to sleep some more. "Ooh!" Cal squirmed a bit more before forcing himself to open his eyes. He could see the ceiling of the dark tent. Beep, beep, the sound of the alarm. The alarm was sounding in order to wake Cal, as well as the others nearby. Cal sat up on the bed. "Agu." He sounded like an old man getting up. Cal lifted his hand up and tried to wipe the side of his eyes. He then flinched. Something is weird. It was too quiet right now. It should be very loud right now. Someone should be pushing on his stomach right now. But no, it was quiet. Cal heard something instead. Hoo hoo. It was someone breathing. However, it was kind of rough breathing. Cal slowly turned his head. Beep, beep. The alarm was still going off around him. Cal's eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness and let him see the existence next to him. Yes, right next to him. This existence was curled up sleeping right next to him. He could see the curled up black dragon. Cal slowly reached his hand toward Rayan's forehead. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. He had heard this type of breathing before. Cal's palm landed on Rayan's forehead. Cal started to frown. It was hot. It was too hot. Rayan's body was on fire. He could see Rayan's black wings fallen to his sides without any strength. Rayan's face looked as if he had lost consciousness because his fever was too high. The battle was about to start in just a few moments, but Rayan was sick. Chapter 236. You won, Rayan. Cal called out to Rayan. However, all he got back was the rough sound of Rayan's breathing. It was completely different than when he had caught a cold last time. Cal blinked after seeing Rayan, who seemed to be sleeping but had a serious fever and was breathing heavily. The first growth phase. That was the only thing he could think of. Cal recalled what Aruhaben had told him in the past. He's quite smart. He's able to learn 3 months' worth of content in only 1 month, but he is not growing. He's not hitting his first growth phase. It's about time for it to happen. I wonder what is going on. Rayan was a dragon who could not grow even though he had learned everything he needed to learn in order to activate it. Cal recalled what he had heard as he was falling asleep. Human, will you save me again if I become that weak again and require you to save me? Damn it. Cal couldn't help but swear. It was not because he recalled what Rayan had told him. Bayap, was there a need for an alarm to wake people up to continue to ring this loud? Should they be making this much noise when they should be wary of the enemy hearing them? Cal bit down on his lips after suddenly thinking about something. He then looked toward Rayan. The young dragon had Cal's video communication device in his spatial dimension. The Guardian Knight Clope. He had only contacted Cal through that specific video communication device. Cal had ordered him to contact him through his personal video communication device if anything changed with the Indomitable Alliance's plans or if any urgent situations came up. Of course, he did give a separate video communication device's information to him in case of emergencies. Beep Calnim. A voice called for him from outside the tent. Choi Han was calling his name. Cal brushed his eyes with his hands. What if something happened during the 3 hours he was sleeping? No, what if it happened once Rayan became sick? If Clope had contacted him during that time, then Cal would not have been able to answer that call. He didn't have Rayan to connect him. Beep, this was not the sound of an alarm. It was a warning signal. It meant that something had happened. This is driving me nuts. Cal stopped frowning as best as possible and headed out of the tent. Plop. He could see soldiers hurriedly moving about outside the tent. Light continued to flash from the teleportation magic circle located at the base as well. The soldiers and knights stationed at the nearby city were all being teleported over. Calnim, the enemy is appearing on the other side of the gorge. Cal turned his head toward the direction of Choi Han's voice. He could see Choi Han, Hilsman, Mary, and Lark. He could also see some of the knights of the Royal Knights Brigade, no, the core members of the Roan Kingdom's forces. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Choi Han and Lark, come inside. The rest of you stand by. Choi Han found it odd that he was calling them inside, but followed Cal's order anyway. He could see the urgency in Cal's eyes. The enemy did not seem to be the problem. Had Clope betrayed them? That thought made Choi Han hurry. He then saw the darkness inside the tent and stopped walking. Calnim. Even Lark, who was following behind him, stopped in shock. Choi Han and Lark could see Rayan, who was on the bed with his eyes closed. The expression on Choi Han's face changed. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared. I was wondering if the Guardian Knight betrayed us. This must be why you didn't say anything about the current situation, Calnim. Choi Han realized that Cal had not received any information from Clope right now. He felt upset after seeing Rayan being sick, even though they were in an urgent situation. Calnim. But seeing that Cal, who should be the most upset, was calm made Choi Han be able to calmly continue to speak. We noticed 10 minutes ago that the enemy was using teleportation magic circles to do large-scale transportations. That is why we are gathering our forces as well. They were using the large teleportation magic circles that the Mage Brigade had prepared for the gathering. Although it is 3 hours earlier than expected, all 5 large teleportation magic circles are currently being used to gather the Breck Kingdom's forces to the Gorge of Death. The Gorge of Death cut through the western continent from east to west. They had placed 5 teleportation magic circles by the center of the route that was the shortest distance to the nearby Breck Kingdom city. The 3rd magic circle was located at the center of this route. That was where Cal was currently stationed. Rosalind is currently at the border of the Breck Kingdom and the Gorge of Death in order to prepare for the enemy attack. Cal did not say anything before turning to look on top of his bed. The only person who knew about Cal's group's situation and was able to use a video communication device was Rosalind now that Rayan was out of commission. However, she was currently waiting to fight against the enemy. I guess Iruhe Nim will not be possible. It was difficult to contact the ancient dragon right now. Many different thoughts passed through Cal's head. At the same time, he remembered something he had heard as Kim Raksu when he first started a proper job. You must be calm. A person who handles information must always have a cool heart. Got it, newbie. It was what his former team leader had told him. The voice of the man who noticed Kim Rock, Sue's talents, and helped him grow was always calm. Although his insides were boiling, Cal's cold gaze looked toward Choi Han. However, he called for someone else. Lark, yes, sir. You will stand by my side no matter what. No matter what. Got it. Lark clenched his fist and responded back. Yes, yes, sir. Lark's mind was boiling as well. Beep, beep. Lark's mind became complicated along with the loud sound of the alarm. Cal turned and headed toward the bed once Lark responded. He used a blanket to wrap the curled-up Rayan. He covered him from head to tail. The small dragon that was only 20 cm in length was quickly covered up. Cal picked him up and held him in his arms. He could not leave him here. However, he could also not stay here by his side. So what else could he do? He had to carry him with him. Choi Han. Choi Han started to speak as soon as Cal called for him. I will stay by the three of your side at all times today. That will be my priority. Cal, Lark, and Rayan. Choi Han was clear about where he needed to be today. The battle was an issue, and he wanted to help Rosalind protect her kingdom. However, his family came first to him. What are you talking about? However, Choi Han could see Cal frowning at him. He seemed to have his usual grumbling expression. Choi Han, you destroy them before they get here. Destroy the enemy before they arrive. Choi Han's expression turned odd. At the same time, Cal headed over to Lark and handed him the wrapped-up Rayan. Cal's arms that were holding Rayan up were slightly shaking. Although he was not very long, the now chubby Rayan was quite heavy. Here, excuse me. Yes, sir. Lark carefully held Rayan in confusion. He could feel Rayan's weight in his arms. Once he looked down, he could see the heavily breathing Rayan that no one else would be able to see. Lark put some strength into his arms after feeling an unexplainable feeling. The existence that he thought was strong because he was a dragon was not as heavy as he expected and was currently sick. Rayan was also part of Lark's family. Are you not coming? Ah, yes, sir. Lark quickly followed behind Cal. Stick to my back without getting away at all today. Got it. Yes, sir. Lark understood Cal's intentions. He was trying to protect the two of them. Although he had a calm expression on his face, how worried must he be on the inside? Lark knew exactly what he had to do during this battle. Carry the sick Rayan. Follow behind Cal properly. They weren't much, but the fact that he now had something to do during the battle made Lark's body start to fill with strength. Wolves became stronger when they had someone or something to protect. There was only a slight difference between loneliness and a sense of belonging. That was a fact that neither Lark nor Cal knew much about. Choi Han watched as Cal left the tent with Lark. Plop. The flap was lifted again, and Cal stood in front of the Roan Kingdom's core forces that were looking at him. Mary Hilsman, the Mage Brigade, and the 1st Royal Knights Brigade. Be-yip. Although the alarm was going off and it was chaotic, the Roan Kingdom's forces were waiting for Cal without any worries. Cal stood in front of them as Choi Han came out of the tent and walked up next to Cal as well. Cal started to speak at that moment. Our goal for today is simple. Cal clearly explained their goal to the group. Choose defense over attack. The Silver Shield. The source of the power that people knew about was Rayan. The defensive strength of Cal's shield was only possible because Rayan was with him. It was impossible to expect him to be able to do the same feats today. However, Cal could not show his weakness to them. He could only give them a different order. Do not go far. Do not be alone either. Make sure you are always moving in groups of at least 3 people. Although they came to help the Breck Kingdom, Cal cared more about his life and the lives of the people from his territory first. He was making sure that he and the people close to him survived. That was why Cal was telling the Roan Kingdom's people to choose to act defensively, except for one person. Choi Han clenched the scabbard in his hand. He nodded his head instead of responding to Cal, who was looking at him. Go out before defending. That was why he was the only person who was told to destroy the enemy before they arrived. Choi Han understood the meaning of that clearly. Rayan was not available. Then he was the only one left. Cal started to speak again as Choi Han started to smile. Everybody to your positions. The mage's robes and knight's armors made different noises as their formations started to move in different directions. Cal started to walk somewhere as well. Mary, Hilsman, Choi Han, and Lark were next to him. Did something happen to Rayan Nim? The mechanical voice of Mary was shaking for once. Cal looked toward the black robe and the concerned hillsman next to her as he responded back. Something came up. He could see the two of them flinch. However, Cal did not say anything to them like, relax. You needed to face your troubles head on. That was the only way to accurately determine the situation and find a path out. Cal explained this fact to the two of them. That is why you both need to make sure that you are alert so that nothing happens to anyone else. Mary and Hilsman closed their mouths at that response. Do not get hurt and stay alert. Mary's shaking lips and Hilsman's concerned expression quickly returned to normal. Cal turned away from the silent duo and headed toward someone. Rosalind. He needed to go to her. She was the one who would have the best grasp of the current situation, and he needed to ask for her help. Cal could see Rosalind's back. Swish, swish, the wind was blowing. It was still dark, as it was very early in the morning. The Gorge of Death was made of extremely deep cliffs that twisted left and right for hundreds of kilometers. Rosalind was at the deepest cliff that was the border between the Breck Kingdom and the Askasen Kingdom. She was standing there looking at the Askasen forces on the other side of the cliff. Next to her was the Mage Brigade and the large teleportation magic circle. Pad, pot. The large teleportation magic circle continued to flash non-stop as knights and soldiers continued to appear. However, Cal did not look at any of that. Just what he heard Vice Captain Hilsman's voice, however, he could not pay attention to him at all. He looked across the cliff. It was the enemy land. Many flashes of light were appearing there as well. Another light flashed on Cal's side. It was the light that was coming off of the large teleportation magic circle. Tens of those lights were flashing on the other side of the cliff. Seems fitting for the final battle, the other side of the cliff. A large number of enemies were looking at them as they stood by the gorge. It was an impossibly large number of enemy forces. Flap, flap. The flags that symbolized that they were part of the Indomitable Alliance were fluttering in the rough winds on the other side of the gorge. It was an unbelievable number in comparison to the number of soldiers that had attacked the Caro Kingdom or the Rhone Kingdom. Furthermore, the northern lands, including the Perun Kingdom, were all kingdoms of knights. Knights were stronger on the ground, and if they are strong on the ground, they would naturally have strong soldiers as well. Other than the river at the bottom of the long cliff cutting between the Breck Kingdom and the Askasen Kingdom, no source of water existed here. I expected it, but seeing it in person makes it feel real that there are a lot of them. No, there are more than what that crazy bastard told us. Excuse me. There were more enemies than what Clope had told him. Specifically, there were too many soldiers. Miss Rosalind, young Master Cal. Cal's hand was placed on Rosalind's shoulder. A single question continued to fill his mind. He quickly whispered in Rosalind's ear. How are they going to cross with that many people? That many people. Just what were they going to do to get all of them across the gorge? Chapter 237. I will. You too, the gorge of death that splits the two kingdoms is still there. No matter how strong they are on land, the enemy cannot get here if they do not have a way to cross the gorge. In fact, the Breck Kingdom's mages had the advantage as they could use long-distance attacks to strike from the other side of the gorge. They had a lot of soldiers, but it didn't matter if they couldn't attack. Young Master Cal, that's what I wanted to ask you. Did something happen? Rosalind had been waiting for Cal until now. She was waiting for Cal to bring her information from Clope. However, Cal's question made her realize that Cal had no information as well. Rayan is sick. Rosalind's expression changed. She quickly took out a video communication device and handed it to Cal. Where should I connect you to? His Highness, Prince Albaru. Rosalind did not say anything else as she started to channel her mana in order to connect the video communication device. However, she did not need to do that. Beep, beep, her video communication device started to glow red. She immediately connected the call and handed it to Cal. Cal, Your Highness, what did he say? Albaru Crossman was the only other person's contact information that Clope had. It was because Albaru was the only person who would know what Cal was planning to do and take care of things properly. Cal was certain that Clope had told Albaru how they were going to move the troops. Cal was waiting for Albaru's response. It was at that moment. Commander Nim, the soldiers are stepping back. A knight shouted toward Rosalind. At the same time, Cal could see the enemy soldiers moving in formations. The large number of soldiers were all moving at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to shake. At the same time, a path appeared from in between the soldiers. Cal heard Albaru's voice at that moment. Apparently, they made wings. They supposedly got the idea from seeing the necromancers flying monsters in the Henitus territories battle. Albaru Crossman urgently continued to speak. Cal could see the bears walking through the path between the soldiers. Since it was difficult to control the wyverns without Clope, they supposedly killed them all. The dwarves then used the wyvern's bones, steel, and magic stones to make wings. They were able to make multiple wings with every wyvern. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to shake with every step the bears took. They were the Beast People tribe that was known to be the most numerous of the strong Beast People, the Bear tribe. There were large wings on each of their shoulders. They were bone wings that were imitating wyvern wings. The large bears in their berserk states were able to carry those wings. Rosalind's urgent voice could be heard. "Your Highness, how many of them are there?" She looked toward the bears that were starting to appear on the other side and asked as Albaru immediately responded back. "At least 1,000. That was not a small number. There were at least 1,000 enemies that could fly in the air. It's not just the bears. It is 1,000, including the dwarves." Cal could see the strong but short dwarves with smaller wings behind the bears. The Flame Dwarf tribe. They appeared for the first time in this war. They were all short but muscular and had strong-looking weapons in their hands. Furthermore, dwarves in general were known for being physically strong. Rosalind watched them and started to get a headache. How are those wings activated? If they are using magic stones, it has to be using magic. Can't the mages just shoot them down with magic when they are in the air? She then suddenly had a different question. How will the soldiers cross over? Cal and Albaru soon answered that question for her. That's not it, is it? One more thing. Albaru immediately responded back. Screech, screech. They could hear the sounds of machines. It sounded as if extremely heavy wheels were moving. Commander Nim, the knights are stepping back as well. Now the enemy knights were stepping back as well. Tens of thousands of enemies were moving now. A large item appeared between those moving soldiers and knights. They made a bridge, something to connect the two sides of the gorge in multiple locations. The dwarves had announced that they were going to build bridges. The 1,000 soldiers with wings are meant to fight until the bridges can be installed. The 1,000 flyers were not aiming to attack them directly. The enemy was aiming to defend as well. Their jobs were to protect the bridges. That is a bridge. Rosalind could not trust Albaru's words. No, it is not a bridge. That was not a bridge. There are magic bombs on it. She looked toward the large item being pushed on top of wheels. She was certain that there were magic bombs inside of it. Ooh, Wang. She could tell by the vibrations coming from the other side of the gorge. They were full of magic bombs that were on the verge of exploding. Rosalind heard Cal's voice at that moment. The soldiers and knights are continuing to withdraw. It looks like their goal was to cover those things. Their goal was to prevent the Roan kingdom from seeing. Rosalind looked toward the wings and magic bomb that the soldiers and knights had been covering up. Cal continued to speak. The cliff. A path will be created if you destroy both sides of the cliff. I suppose that is a bridge of sort as well. Rosalind looked down. She could see the ground. The cliffs were on separate sides of the gorge. However, if both of these cliffs crumbled, the debris from the cliffs would cover up the gorge. Rosalind could see the enemy continuing to withdraw. They were stepping back as if they were doing their best to avoid the impact. Destroy the gorge of death. Rosalind then turned toward Cal. Albaru started to speak again. He said that the dwarves had one goal. They are trying to create a path for them to be able to come down to the south at any time. This was the final battle. However, it was the final battle to prepare for another start. They will destroy the gorge that hinders their ability to do that. The dwarves had prepared for this final battle with thoughts about destroying one of the 5 forbidden regions. That is why the Askasan kingdom and the Norland kingdom moved all of their forces in order to show their support for the dwarves' decisions. It explained the sudden increase in the number of soldiers. This was the way of the rest of the Indomitable Alliance showing their support. It would mean that they would not lose even if they lost this battle. It would give them the option of planning for the future. These damn bastards. Rosalind could not understand the thoughts of people who were pushed into a corner. That was why she had not expected such a situation. That was also why the sights in front of her were making her anxious. Rosalind's expression became cold as she started to speak. Back. Everybody move back. She then gave another order. All mages get into attack formation. Rayan was sick right now. Rosalind felt that she was the only one here who could take charge of the magic. She gave an order to the mages who were teleporting the soldiers over. Stop the teleportations. Excuse me. Magic bombs and the resulting explosion. It would be more difficult with the soldiers here. The soldiers may end up getting dragged into the explosion as well. She needed to delay their teleportation. Furthermore, magic was more important than the soldiers right now. They needed long-distance attacks. Everyone prepare to attack. She decided to have the mages responsible for the teleportation magic circles to join in on the attack as well. The greatest defense was completely sealing the enemy's attack. Rosalind hid her anxiety as she continued to give order after order. She then heard something she did not want to hear. Boom, 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 the bears with the large wings. They started to run. They started to run toward the cliff. Hundreds of them jumped off the cliff as if they wanted to get help flying up. Boom, boom. Rosalind's pupils started to shake as she watched them move. She also heard something else she did not want to hear. Ooh-ooang, the large container with tens. No, an unknown number of magic bombs started to make noises as well. The device activating it seemed to be slow, however. It was progressing bit by bit. It seemed as if it would be flung this way soon. Is alchemy mixed in as well? All sorts of thoughts were on her mind right now. It was at that moment. Miss Rosalind. She could hear Cal's voice. Young Master Cal. Rosalind, who looked toward Cal with despair on her face, flinched. Consider it as payment in advance. Cal handed her a small pouch. Rosalind could not help but flinch at Cal's sudden action. It was because of what was inside the slightly opened pouch. She could feel large vibrations inside. It was as if the contents were responding to the magic bombs. A large amount of mana could be felt inside the back. Rosalind received the pouch with slightly shaking hands and opened it up. It was a spatial pocket bag. There are hundreds of highest-grade magic stones. Rosalind could not breathe for a moment. Just one highest-grade magic stone was extremely precious. However, hundreds of them were gathered together and resonating. Use them. Cal walked past her after telling her to use the magic stones. He then walked over to the mages manning the teleportation magic circle. This was the large teleportation magic circle in this base. Does the blinking light mean that the other side is requesting teleportation? Excuse me. Yes, that is correct. Please let them through. Excuse me. But the mages looked toward Rosalind and the enemies across the gorge. Please hurry. Rosalind nodded her head as Cal asked once more, and the mages activated the teleportation magic circle again. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The first group had lifted up into the air. Ah, Rosalind could see approximately 100 bears shooting up into the sky. They were flying. The wings only moved a little bit. It didn't seem normal, however. They managed to do their job of keeping the bears up in the air. They were standing in a line and staring as if they were ready to fly toward the Breck Kingdom's forces at any moment. Attack magic and flight magic. She thought of a way to block them. She clenched the pouch in her hand and immediately turned toward the mage brigade. It was now a battle against time. I will help as well. Mary picked up her spatial pocket bag that was full of bones. Rosalind smiled and walked toward the mage brigade. It was at that moment. Pad. The teleportation magic circle flashed. Swoosh, the wind brushed by Rosalind and blew toward the source of the light. Rosalind turned her head. Her long red hair fluttered as she saw someone appear. It has been too long. Gashanim, the shaman Gashan, the leader of the tiger tribe, had appeared with the tigers. Rosalind could see the wind gathering around Gashan. She stopped walking toward the mage brigade. She then heard Cal's voice again at that moment. Gashan, use your wind incantation. Also, call your crows over. Gashan used the crows as if they were familiars. They had helped quite a bit in order to deliver messages when they had destroyed Arm's fleet over the ocean between the western continent and eastern continent last year. However, there were many other ways to use them as well. Ho ho ho, do they just need to bother those large crows in the air? Large crows. Gashan's expression was calm as he pointed to the bears. A shaman. Unlike mages, he could directly use the power of nature. The Gorge of Death had the strongest winds in all 5 of the forbidden regions. Gashan revealed his sharp fangs as he could not hide his excitement. At the same time, Cal started to speak to Rosalind. Miss Rosalind, let's move them to the other side. Cal was pointing to the tigers. Rosalind looked toward them as well. Numerous tigers started to appear through the teleportation magic circle. Grrrrrrrrrr, grrrr. Their steps became stronger as they walked out of the teleportation magic circle. The tigers were slowly growing after turning berserk. They then started to laugh. They were enjoying Cal saying that he would send them to the location of the enemy. The ally mages and soldiers heard another set of noises as they gulped after seeing the scary expressions on the tigers' faces. Another 100 enemies followed the first group into the air. Boom, 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 that noise made them miss a different noise. Pad. It was the sound of the teleportation magic circle activating again. However, the mages and Cal noticed it. He walked toward the teleportation magic circle. Long time no see, last night. Cal had contacted someone after learning that Lark was unable to fight. Flick. A strand of water wrapped around the woman's arm. Witira, the future whale queen. Whales were weaker than dragons, but still able to contend with them. At the same time, they were also the strongest in the world other than dragons. Whales. The woman who was the leader of the whales. The humpback whale beast person Witira clenched onto her water whip as she responded back to Cal's greeting with a smile. Young Master Cal, I didn't want to come alone, so they came with me. Young Master Nim, it has been a while. Ahem, it has been a while. It was the half-blooded whale Pazetin and Archie, the greatest whale warrior. Witira had brought the two of them with her. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. Cal listened to Rayan's rough breathing coming from behind him as he started to speak to the beast people. The whales and tigers were known to be the most aggressive of the beast people. Cal was not pushing them toward defense as he had done with the others. He saw Choi Han pulling out his sword and told them to do what they did best. Destroy everything. Chapter 238. I will, you three, destroy it all. The first people to respond were the ones who were always with Cal. Choi Han. Rosalind called out to Choi Han. At the same time, she clenched one of the highest-grade magic stones in her hand. Choi Han started to run toward the cliff's edge. Uwuang mana started to vibrate around Rosalind. Her other hand was busy casting a magic spell. She made a total of 5 movements. The moment all of her movements ended, tap, 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 Choi Han kicked off the ground. Rosalind started to smile. She had been the most level-headed one in the birth of a hero. In other words, she had no sense of fear. She was able to throw away her position as a princess and did not put a limit on herself by believing that she could become the tower master of a magic tower. However, level-headed did not mean calm. Her gaze headed toward the enemies. You're all dead. Her hand headed toward Choi Han. Shara, a wind surrounded Choi Han's body. Flight magic. Rosalind sent Choi Han into the sky and then proceeded with her next actions. Mage Brigades 1, 2, and 3 prepare the strongest attack magic circles. She threw a highest-grade magic stone to both the Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom's respective mage captains who were approaching her. There was no hesitation in her movements. The captains caught the highest-grade magic stones in shock. The 4th Mage Brigade will create a haste magic circle in order to send our allies to the back. Another highest-grade magic stone was thrown to the captain of the 4th Brigade. The Royal Mage's number 1 disciple, Count Ekros, approached her at that moment. He was the vice-captain of the 3rd Mage Brigade. Commander Nim, what about flight magic? The Tiger Tribe, Whale Tribe, and the experts on Cal's side. They needed flight magic in order to send these strong individuals to fight against the bears. Making others flying in the air was not an easy magic to accomplish. You needed to be at least a middle-grade mage in order to do that type of magic. I will do it. Excuse me. Rosalind did not even look at Count Ekros as mana started to appear around her. I can take care of it. Return to the 3rd Mage Brigade, Vice-Captain. Count Ekros flinched and stepped back. 1, 2, 3. The red mana that flowed out of her body became like threads as they wrapped around her. No, it was as if waves were floating around her. Ekros, you cannot consider Princess Rosalind Nim with regular standards. There is a reason she threw away her position as a princess. Ekros remembered what the Breck Kingdom's royal mage, his master, had told him before. He then looked around. There were numerous mages when they combined the Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom's mages. Ekros had never seen so many battle mages gathered together before. No, he had never seen so many mages gathered together like this at all. It was because there was no magic tower right now. A magic tower. That was a place where hundreds of mages would gather together. However, the current magic tower had fallen. Ekros looked toward Rosalind's back. So many threads of red mana were surrounding her that he could not see her anymore. The woman who was leading the mage brigades seemed as fiery and explosive as her red hair. Ekros, I'm looking forward to Princess Rosalind Nim, no, Mage Rosalind's future. So pay close attention and learn from her during the battle. Master, I think I understand the future that you are looking forward to. Count Ekros turned away from Rosalind. He quickly started to walk to his position. At the same time, Rosalind looked toward the person standing next to her and started to smile. Don't worry, young Master Cal. She jokingly added on. I'll make sure to pay you properly for all of the magic stones. I will give you a discount if you buy them in bulk. Rosalind chuckled at Cal's response and closed her eyes before opening them back up and starting to shout. At the same time, the red threads floating around her shot toward a single direction. Please move. The tigers reacted to her shout. The ground rumbled as the large tigers started to move. Shaman Gashan's voice could be heard from within the group of tigers. Oh, wind, please bring forth the black wings. Pook. Gashan's staff was stabbed into the ground. They could then hear cawing coming from the distance. Caw, caw, caw. A black cloud seemed to be heading toward them. The black cloud headed toward them with the rising sun on its back. However, the black cloud was not just coming from one direction. Tens, no, hundreds of crows were flying toward them from all directions. Rosalind and Gashan made eye contact. Gashan smiled and started to speak. They will be the ground for the tigers that were able to fly up thanks to your help. These crows would become temporary footholds with the tigers every step in the air. They will also blind the enemies. The crows would gather together in order to prevent the enemies from being able to see. In that moment of temporary blindness, the tigers and Choi Han will strike. Wonderful. I like it. Rosalind nodded her head, closed her eyes, and opened up her hands. SHHH. The highest grade magic stone floated up as the red mana threads followed her movements to wrap around the tigers' bodies. Rosalind's red hair was glowing red like the rising sun. Boom, 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 boom. The tigers kicked off the ground with force. The red threads sent the tigers up into the air. Plop. The mana threads connected to Rosalind ripped, however, the connection was still there. The red threads surrounded the tigers and slowly became transparent until they became the wind. Keh, we meet those bear bastards once again. The tigers split up. They each had to handle tens of bear tribe enemies. It was in one verse many type of situation. However, the tigers could not hide their excitement. You bastards are the tigers that killed our brown bear tribe members. The tigers scoffed at the brown bears that were growling at them. Why are you blaming us when it was your own actions that killed them? Plop. The tigers could feel the crows flying underneath their feet and lending them their bodies. They heard their leader speak from the ground. Run like you are in the mountains. That was Gashan's order. The mountains were where the tigers could be at their strongest. Run as if they were in the mountains. One of the tigers licked his lips. He kicked off the crow underneath his foot. The tiger's white dojo uniform fluttered in the wind. Can you handle over 10 of us on your own? The bears moved their wings and rushed toward the tiger that was coming toward them. The tiger started to laugh. How would someone wearing around some obnoxious set of wings defeat a tiger of a mountain? The tigers who had the black ground, crows, and the transparent wind had nothing slowing them down. They were able to easily jump over the bears that were rushing toward them with those uncomfortable wings. They were moving as if they were the ground that was rumbling with an earthquake. The tiger started to move. He then landed behind the bear who was talking to him. The tiger moved his hand and grabbed onto the fake wings. Why, you, eek. The bear struggled, but he could not move very well with the tiger holding onto the wings. However, the rest of the bears rushed toward the tiger at that moment from the north, south, east, west, and above. Anybody could see that the tiger had nowhere to run. You can't go anywhere. You will end up dying here. Ahaha. The bear with the wings grabbed started to laugh. You bear bastards are so noisy. What? The bear raised his head. He could see the tens of bears rushing toward the tiger, however, the tiger was smiling. The bear that had his wings grabbed suddenly got the chills. The tiger started to speak joyfully. We are on a mountain, a mountain. There are no flat plains on a mountain. The gentle smile seemed vicious because of his fangs. When it comes to a mountain, you have either the top or the bottom. Perhaps it was the moment the bear's eyes opened wide open. The tiger kicked on the black ground again. He then started to descend. The gorge of death. The tiger fell into the darkness of the gorge with a bear in hand. Why, you crazy? The bear felt chills from the wind brushing by his face. He then started to feel fear from the laughter of the tiger behind him. The tiger put some strength into the hands that were holding the large wings. Screech, crack. He ripped the wings apart. They were broken. The tiger continued to break the wings as they fell. The bear could see the pieces of the wings falling down underneath him, pieces of bones and metal. They all started to fall one by one. And finally, I should save the magic stone, though. The magic stone did not fall. Instead, the bear felt a hand starting to choke him. Goodbye. Ah! The bear could not breathe. The bear had not been able to do anything because of the large wings that had hindered him from moving properly. His neck was grasped by the tiger's hand. Ah, ah! The bear's neck tilted to the side with a groan. He had lost consciousness. The tiger let go of the bear's neck. The bear continued to fall to the ground. However, the tiger took a step forward. Tap. The crows lent him their bodies as footholds. The tiger raised his head. He could see the gazes of the bears looking down at him. He started to smile toward them. All right, let's go up. The tiger casually walked up toward the enemies as if he was walking up a mountain path. There was no fear or hesitation in his walk, but he could see the slightest trace of fear in the eyes of the berserk bears. This is why you bear bastards are useless. Who cares if you are smart? When you can't use your numbers' advantage, you are all just cowards. The white dojo uniform's wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. The tiger felt the breeze by his side as he headed back up to the sky. This was the case throughout the area. All of the tigers were roaming through the sky, showing the bears the fear of those who ruled the mountains. Rosalind opened her eyes. She had safely delivered the transparent wind to the tigers. Her eyes were bloodshot. Those bloodshot eyes of hers looked toward a direction. Boom, boom, boom. She was looking at the other side of the cliff. The winged bears who had yet to fly up had changed directions. They were now heading toward her, the location of the Breck Kingdom's forces, instead of the sky. Ooh-wong. Rosalind looked toward the round container behind the approximately 300 bears running toward her. She heard a mechanical noise as light started to surround the round container. Dwarves with wings were protecting the container along with the enemy mages. Rosalind started to smile again. Boom! She heard the ground rumble again as hundreds of bears started to rush toward her. They were dodging the tiger tribe and the crows while trying to destroy the mage brigades. Rosalind stretched her hands forward and shouted, 3. The ground underneath her feet started to rumble. The robes of the mage brigade's mages fluttered, while a group of mages who were standing in a circle around a highest-grade magic stone all reached their hands out as well. They could feel the fluctuation of mana in the air. Rosalind was preparing a spell to destroy the wings of the bears flying toward her. Half. I will kill half of those flying bastards in the gorge. 2. Then I need to cast a spell while making sure it doesn't affect the tigers. Rosalind turned her head. She made eye contact with the shaman Gashan, Caw. The crows started to create paths. Routes for the attack magic spells to go through were starting to be created one by one. 3 for the mage brigades and 1 for Rosalind. A total of 4 paths were created. They could see the bears crossing the gorge. We need to first attack the bears, and then attack or stop the container. Although it might strain her body, Rosalind planned on using multiple large-scale attack magic spells in a row. Since there were a lot of highest-grade magic stones, she needed to block that container even if it was painful for her to do. She needed to make it stop moving or have it blow up on the enemy side. She bit down on her lips. With that size, it'll be a problem even if it goes off on the other side. The shock from the magic bomb would reach the Breck Kingdom's side as well. However, it was still better than going off on the Breck Kingdom's side. She opened her mouth to speak. 1. The attack would start as soon as she said that word. Oh, Miss Rosalind. She heard someone stopping her at that moment. She could see Cal, as well as people moving behind Cal. Tap, tap. One woman floated up into the sky. Her hair that was blue like the ocean fluttered in the air. At the same time, a large water whip cut through the air. Flick. Ha! Dodge. It's the whale tribe. The bears urgently dodged the whip. However, the whip was not aiming for the bears. The thunderbolt-like whip reached the other side of the gorge of death. Bang! A loud noise was heard as the ground on the other side of the cliff collapsed. In its place was a water whip. However, the whip soon disappeared. Instead, the woman with the whip around her arm used the pull from her whip to land on the other side. Witira was the first to land in the enemy territory. She picked her whip back up and split the water whip in her hands. Chhhhhhhhh. The whip easily divided into two. Witira started to move with a whip in each hand. Rosalind watched this before slowly starting to speak again. 1. The bear tribe's voices filled the area right before she gave the final order. Damn it. Half of you chase the whale. The other half of you do as we planned. Hurry up. The people leading the bears sped up as they flew toward the Breck Kingdom's forces. The sight of hundreds of wings flying forward like arrows gave them the chills. Miss Rosalind. However, Rosalind could not say anything. Instead, she looked toward Cal, who continued to call her name. It was when the bears were only about 10 meters away from the Breck Kingdom's forces. The Breck Kingdom's people flinched in fear. At the same time, all of the Roan Kingdom's people's gazes went toward a single person. The person receiving these gazes, Cal, had a silver thread coming out of his hand. At the same time, a loud noise echoed on both sides of the Gorge of Death. Boom! A silver shield appeared and crashed against the bears. Ah! Cal's mouth started to bleed. Rosalind could not understand why Cal was defending her. Barang! Bang! Barang! The bear's wings and Cal's shield continued to crash into each other. Rosalind started to speak. Young Master Cal, you don't even have Rayan. The power that always protected Cal's silver shield. Rosalind knew about Rayan's shield. That was why she had watched Cal activating the shield with shaking eyes before urgently speaking. I just need to use attack magic in order to defend against the bears, and then find a way to stop that container. It should be possible because we have the whale tribe and the tiger tribe as well. Rosalind could see Cal smiling at that moment. Although he was smiling, he looked as if he was annoyed. Miss Rosalind, I will keep it short. Cough. Black blood started to come out of Cal's mouth again. This made Cal's complexion turn worse, however. Nobody else was able to see it due to their fatigue. The whales will not block the container. Neither will the tigers. Just what not block the container. They're not going to stop the magic bombs. Miss Rosalind, you and half of the mage brigade attack the container, while the other half will create shields and prepare to run. Won't the bomb go off? Tens of bombs will explode. The bears were still crashing into the silver shield as they spoke. Rosalind quickly continued to speak after seeing the calm and confident gaze in Cal's eyes. The mages were waiting for her to attack. If the bomb goes off, a bridge will definitely be created. The enemy soldiers will cross over using the rubbles as steps. We will have a lot of casualties because of their numbers. The enemy will not be able to cross. Excuse me. Cal made sure Lark and Rayan were still behind him. He then coughed up some more blood and felt much better. He had a smile that would cause Rayan to say, Human, why are you smiling like that? As he quickly tried to forget about the emptiness from Rayan not saying it, he then opened his mouth to speak. He was waiting for the moment the gorge started to shake. The enemy will be met with anger. The dragon's rage will shoot up. Dragon's rage. Ah, Rosalind let out a gasp. She had forgotten about it. Earlier this year, Cal had the tigers plant them inside the gorge. It was a pillar of fire that would reach the heavens. It was a pillar of fire that was multiple grades higher than the one that the alchemist's bell tower has made. The pillars of fire that the ancient dragon Iruhaben had created were quietly sleeping underneath the gorge of death. We will start to trick the enemy from here on. Cal's smile was etched in Rosalind's eyes. Chapter 239, I will. You four, however, although he was smiling, Cal's mind was working faster than ever before. He needed to hurry. Rayan was unable to fight. Cal was someone who always thought about the worst-case scenario. He looked down at the video communication device in his hand. It was still connected to Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Cal started to speak to Albaru, who should have heard his conversation with Rosalind. Your Highness. Ha ha ha. Laughter was coming from the video communication device. Albaru looked at Cal from the other side of the screen. The flame dwarves, their enemies, were trying to destroy one of the 5 forbidden regions. The Gorge of Death cut through a portion of the continent. They were trying to destroy that gap between the two portions. Normally, he would be thinking that the enemy was crazy. But it's nothing compared to the bastard who already installed the pillar of fire into the gorge. Albaru had been shocked by Cal's scale before he could be shocked by the enemy's scale. However, he still understood it. Yes, this bastard has always been crazy. He was something who was trying to destroy the gorge of death before the enemy could do it. And there was someone who had the same thought that Cal had. And I am the same. Albaru immediately started to speak. There was no need to listen to Cal anymore. There was a card that the Roan Kingdom, specifically Albaru, could put to use after the Pillar of Fire was activated. It was already set in stone. I will make sure it is ready. I will wait for your signal. Stop bleeding every time. You're a rich. Use some potions or something. I understand, Your Highness. Rosalind's mouth opened and closed a few times after watching Cal and Albaru casually chat with each other. However, she could not get any words out. Has Crown Prince Albaru always been like this? Furthermore, aren't the two of them too calm? Is it because it is not happening in the Roan Kingdom? However, Rosalind knew she could not think like that. Cal had been the one who had bled the most until now. Barang, bang, barang. The wings continued to bang against the shield. Ah, really? Cal wiped the blood off of his mouth each time as he sent out an even thicker silver strand of light from his hand. The shield was not shaking, even without the help of Rayan's shield. Looks like I don't need to eat more yet. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Cal listened to the disappointed glutton priestess and the repetitive super rock before purposely putting on an expression of struggle. However, there was still calmness in his voice. Miss Rosalind, please hurry. Activate your magic as soon as I give you the signal. Rosalind finally managed to say something. All right, she agreed and turned her head. One of the knights who were waiting near her quickly approached her after seeing her looking at him. Rosalind quickly gave an order to the knight. Cal, who was listening to her give the order, had a look of struggle on his face as he said a few things as well. That made Rosalind start to chuckle. She could manage to laugh even though they were in the middle of a battle. She looked at Cal with an expression that was full of mischief. You're trying to make me use everything I have. Please give me your best, Rosalind. Rosalind cancelled the attack magic spell that were ready to go in her hands. She then moved her hand toward the pouch with the highest grade magic stones. Rosalind. She had become obsessed with magic after seeing the royal mage cast some spells when she was a little girl. She then quickly realized that she was talented in magic. She could feel mana even when she was just standing still. She had decided to bet everything on that feeling. That was why she had taken the courses to become a queen during the day and studied magic all night until she reached a certain level. Finally, she had earned her freedom through magic. Furthermore, she had seen a miracle during that freedom. Dragons, Rayan and Eruhaben. Rosalind had focused on each of Eruhaben's lessons, as well as the magic that the dragons used. They were using spells that went beyond the limits of human mages. Although she too was human, Rosalind wanted to surpass that limit. I'm a very greedy person. Rosalind knew that she was a very greedy person. Why? Because she wanted to surpass the limits of humans. After experiencing that miracle, her goal was to reach that same level before she died. After escaping from a burden called royalty, having a goal of overcoming a giant hurdle was worth challenging for her entire life. Please give me your best, Rosalind. Cal had said that while calling her Rosalind instead of Miss Rosalind. She decided to follow the words of the only person to realize her greed. Forget Iruhabenim, my current skills are not even enough to reach the level of Rayan's paws. However, you did not need to follow the standard procedures all the time. Claring. The sound of stones clanging against each other could be heard in her hand. Her hand that was inside the bag of magic stones came back out. She then started to take out magic stone after magic stone. She turned around after holding tens of magic stones in her hands. She then headed toward the mage brigade. I'll be waiting for you. Cal nodded his head at Rosalind's statement before he looked toward the front. Why, young Master Nim, stay behind me. Yes, yes, sir. Locke bit down on his lips after seeing Rosalind with bloodshot eyes in a different atmosphere than usual, the bloodied Cal and the sick Rayan in his arms. Boom, boom, boom. Locke's heart started to beat faster and stronger, fear and concern about the battle. The tall Locke's body could not be covered by the shorter Cal's back. That was why he could see the beings that were crashing into Cal's shield. Furthermore, he could also see the tigers and Choi Han in the sky. They looked to be in dangerous situations. Stop paying attention to useless things. Focus on your tasks. Locke's shoulders flinched at Cal's comment. My tasks. His tasks were to be behind Cal and to hold Rayan. Locke did not look at anything else other than Cal's back. He held onto Rayan a little tighter. Boom, boom, boom. Lark could hear his heart beating loudly even in the middle of the deafening battle. He was slowly realizing it. It was happening from deep inside his heart. The feeling was slowly rising up from there. Fear and concern. An emotion different than those was rising up as if it would eat up his wildly beating heart. Lark's eyes started to turn red as he watched Cal's back. Cal did not know about this as he poured more power into the shield. He was frowning so much, and he did not seem to be doing well. Kehe. Yes, keep defending like that. The bears ruthlessly rammed into the shield as they continued to laugh. Their goal was to stall for time anyway. That was why they were actually thankful that Cal had used his shield to help them stall for time. Your face looks hilarious. The bears could see Cal's neck and uniform becoming wet from his blood. They could also see the serious frown on his face. Of course, Cal was just acting. He was also not wiping the blood off on purpose. He was much better now than when he was bleeding from every orifice during the battle at the Henitus territory. But the enemy had no way of knowing about this. However, the hundreds of bears in the sky were not just calm. It is not breaking easily. The shield was sturdy as expected. It only shook for a moment, even when hundreds of wings slammed into it. It was similar to a castle wall that was trying to stay firm no matter what. Will it block the bomb as well? Some of the bears suddenly got the chills. Although it was not likely, the fact that Cal had defeated the dragon half-blood made the bears from Arm think about the what-ifs. Of course, Cal had no plan on being a castle wall or keeping this up for a long time. He was just going to stall for time until he reached his limits before making a run for it. The bears who did not know this were thinking that Cal might persist until the end. Some of the bears raised their voices to order their subordinates. Make sure to block the whales no matter what. Boom, boom. The bears who were flying landed back on the ground. Flame dwarves, bears, and knights got in the way of 3 individuals. They were naturally the 3 whales. It was difficult for bears to defeat whales. Whether it was in weight or strength, they were no match for the whales. However, the bears seemed relaxed compared to the hesitating knights and soldiers of the indomitable alliance. The bears quickly shouted the reason that they were relaxed. We are not afraid of whales that cannot go berserk. Bears lived on land. Whales lived in the ocean. That difference was preventing the whales from going berserk. Whales needed water in order to go berserk. Not a small amount of water made from magic, but large quantities of water, such as in a tsunami, to go berserk. The whales were strong. However, although the whales that could not go berserk made the bears feel fear, they were not in despair. Ha ha ha, the bears could hear the killer while Archie starting to laugh at that moment. He then slammed his fists against each other. Bang! The sound of bare fists slamming was chilling. Archie's gaze headed toward the hundreds of flame dwarves, bears, and knights in his way. It feels terrible to be ignored by a stupid bear. Archie was known for being a whale with a terrible personality. He leaned on one foot and frowned as he started to speak. You useless idiots. That was all he said. Then he started to move. Archie moved quickly toward the enemies. However, there was someone who was moving even faster than him. Chhhhhhhhh. Archie sighed while looking at the water whip that was brushing past him. Some people have said that he has a bad personality. However, in Archie's opinion, the royal humpback whale beast people were even worse. Bang! The areas that the 2 water whips went through ended up destroyed, as if a sword master's aura had cut through the area. The shocked knights of the Indomitable Alliance moved back, while the mages activated shields in front of the large container. Defend it no matter what it takes. Just 3 more minutes. One of the flame dwarves shouted as loudly as possible. Ooh-wang, light started to fill up the container even more. Steam then started to appear from the large container with the magic bombs. 2 large containers were pointed at the same spot. They were pointed toward the Breck Kingdom, specifically the shield on their side. 3 minutes. It was a short yet long duration of time. See, Isle, they could hear things starting to burn. The knights of the Indomitable Alliance looked toward the water whips. The whips that had split into 2 were being held by the bears. Ugh! Whales were the strongest of the beast people. The bears who were holding onto the whip of the future whale queen felt as if their palms were being cut by a blade, but they continued to hold on. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, gia-ra-ra-ra. The rough breathing of the berserk bears could be heard as they held onto Watira's whips for dear life. However, someone suddenly appeared between them. To be specific, the person fell onto the bears' heads. The bears immediately let go of the whips and stepped back. Boom! The ground broke as if it was a window from Archie's fist. At the same time, Paziton's sword used that opening to attack the bears. 2 minutes. The pupils of the flame dwarf that was shouting the time remaining were shaking. Witira was running toward him in a straight line. Bang, bang. When he looked up, the black-haired swordmaster who used black aura was freely flying in the air with the help of the crows as he killed bear after bear. Reeb, reeb. The wings were ripped. Kahaha. The tigers were laughing even though they showed signs of being scratched by the bear's claws. The tigers did not care that their white dojo uniforms were being stained with blood as they rushed toward the bears. They made sure to grab onto a bear and rip their wings off to make them fall into the gorge. The flame dwarf bit down on his lips. They truly were strong. There were too many strong individuals on the enemy side. However, all of this only worked for short battles. Longer battles would always be won by the side with overwhelming numbers. In that case, they just needed to make as long a battle as possible. They needed to destroy the Gorge of Death. 1 more minute. The flame dwarf shouted once again. The knights stepped back at that moment. The knights and beginner mages retreated backward, even with the whales rushing toward them. Instead, the ones with the wings blocked against the whales with all they had. The berserk bears were using their numbers to barely hold off the 3 whales. The flame dwarves put on their wings and started to fly. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. The dwarf calling out the time prepared to fly up and look to the other side. Cal Henitus, #1 on the Indomitable Alliance's kill list. He could see Cal barely holding the bears off with his shield. He had already defended against the bears for 5 minutes. It was shocking. However, it would be difficult for him to defend against these bombs. It was because his shield was not large enough to defend the entire gorge. The Gorge of Death was much larger than Castle Leona. They just needed to destroy one spot. Then the enemy would fall. 10. The flame dwarf called out as he started to move his wings. Ooh. He could feel the container starting to shake underneath his feet. A heat as hot as what he felt when blacksmithing crawled up his legs. Block it. Activate the defensive magic circles. The flame dwarf could see the movement of Cal's lips. Cal was shouting louder than ever. The flame dwarf scoffed. 2 of the containers were directed toward Cal's shield. 3. The bears who were fighting against the whales kicked off the ground. One of the bears marked the whales as he flew up. It looks like you're not so great when you can't go berserk. 2. The flame dwarf's voice could be heard. There should be an explosion in 1 second now. The bear who had marked their ways suddenly flinched. He could see the whales smiling as he kicked off the ground and flew up. What the? He could see the shape of Watira's mouth. It's not enough. Not enough. What is not enough? He then saw the whales jumping into the air. They were moving very quickly. They were stepping on crows and using Gashan's wind in order to head up into the sky. The tigers and Choi Han also quickly headed up to the sky. The hundreds of crows all headed up into the sky as well. Higher and higher. They kept going higher without looking back. The flame dwarf calling the numbers out from above the container kicked off into the air. 1. Screech, boom. The direction of the 2 containers changed. The containers that were pointed at the shield were now pointed underneath it. They were headed toward the cliffs that were supporting the Breck Kingdom's forces. The flame dwarf and the middle-grade mages who were near the containers all flew up into the sky. Ooh, the containers started to make noises. Extreme heat was coming out of them as well. Finally, light shot out from the 2 large containers. Destroy it, destroy it. The flame dwarves cheered while looking at the containers. Tens of strands of white light came out of the containers. The numerous magic bombs all poured out toward the cliff. Kahaha, a bridge will end up being created no matter how much you defend. The cliffs would fall from the explosions. The soldiers of the Indomitable Alliance were already far away, outside of the bomb's range. The flame dwarf tribe cheered while watching the tens of white light shooting out of the container. It was at that moment. Share the silver shield disappeared. At the same time, Cal wiped the blood off of his mouth and said a single word. Attack. Lark's body started to quickly move following behind Cal. The sound of the wind was roaming around Cal's feet. Lark heard the ground rumbling at that moment. Ooh, another loud noise shook the Breck Kingdom's forces. They could see the tens of white lights shooting down. One woman reached her hand out toward the lights that held the magic bombs inside them. Tens of mages from 2 mage brigades were behind her with their hands on the magic circle. Tens of highest-grade magic stones created a circle around Rosalind, who was standing at the center of the magic circle. Drip. Rosalind ignored the blood at the corner of her lips as she started to smile. Fire, stretch forth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A large fire shot out from the magic circle, a fire that looked as if the sun had descended shot forward. To be specific, they were heading toward the tens of white light. What the? What the? Why are they attacking? It will be destroyed. The flame dwarves and bears shouted and noticed the enemies rushing past them and into the air. Choi Han, the tigers, and the whales. They were continuing to move higher up along with the crows and the wind. They continued to head higher up, as if that was the only way to survive. Just what the flame dwarves suddenly got the chills and looked down. The white light and the large fire crashed. Bararang, the gorge of death. A loud noise that seemed to be orchestrating death echoed in the area. Ha ha ha, what do you think, young Master Cal? Rosalind laughed out loud, even with blood on the corners of her lips. She looked toward Cal, who was carrying her and running. Cal used more of the sound of the wind as he pointed behind him. Rosalind raised her head to see what was going on, a large explosion. There was a mix of the white light and the red flames. She then felt the vibrations of the ground. The gorge of death was going to be destroyed. They could not avoid it. However, something that ate up that light appeared from underneath the gorge. Cal stopped moving once he reached the safe zone. He then turned around. He looked toward where the white and red lights had disappeared. He looked toward where the cliff was breaking. Fire was shooting up from deep underneath the gorge of death. Cal recalled a conversation between the ancient dragon, Iruhaben, and the young dragon, Rayan. What color should we make it? Little kid, what color do you like? You mean for the fire? Yes, I am greater than the alchemists, so I can easily change the color of the flame as I wish. The natural powers of fire will not change just because you change the color. Goldie, then make it the majestic black color. It is majestic because it is my color. I don't want to. I'm going to do whatever I want, little kid. Barang, barang, barang. The orbs with the liquid fire started to explode. A large fire absorbed the white and red lights, the gorge of death. It appeared as if death was descending on the gorge. The dark blue fire started to absorb everything else. Ha ha ha! Cal started to laugh. The dark blue fire shot up into the sky as if it wanted to eat up the sky as well. The fire that was the same color as Rayan's eyes started to dominate the gorge. Dragon's Rage. The battle was only just beginning. Chapter 240. I will. You five. Originally, the Gorge of Death should have been destroyed from the magic bombs coming out of the large containers. Boo-woo-woom, the cliff started to break apart. The broken pieces started to fill up the deep gorge. H. How is this? The knights of the Indomitable Alliance urgently got off of their horses after feeling a rumbling that was beyond what they had expected. They were clutching onto their reins, however. They did not even notice this action, as they were at a loss for words while watching what was happening in front of them. This was the same for the people on the Breck Kingdom's side as well. The soldiers who had been running away from the magic bombs quickly got back up after having fallen from the shock of the explosion. That is, from our side, the soldiers could not help but shake at what their allies had done. Their gazes all headed to a single direction as they got back up. They were all looking at Cal and his group. They were the only ones who were looking at this explosion with calm expressions. It was just one part of the gorge of death that was hundreds of kilometers long. Those few kilometers of the gorge were filled with rock and dirt. The Indomitable Alliance's plan succeeded. Rosalind started to laugh, even though the enemy's plan had worked. Why? It was because she could see a wall of dark blue fire gulping up the broken area of the cliffs. The dark blue flames glowed in Rosalind's red pupils. Dragons really are amazing. Although her insides were not well because of her overuse of mana, she could not stop laughing. She heard a quiet voice by her ear at that moment. Miss Rosalind, I'm going to let you down now. Rosalind flinched. She was still being carried over Cal's shoulders. She slightly turned her head. She could see that Cal's arm was shaking. Ah, this weak person was realizing that she was being carried by this weak person. Rosalind felt extremely sorry. She quickly got off of Cal's shoulder. She then looked toward him, expecting to see him frowning from being tired. She then flinched again. His extremely calm face was looking toward the dark blue wall of fire. The bridge was blocked. The gorge of death spanned hundreds of kilometers. The enemy's bridge that should have appeared in the middle of the gorge became useless. because of the dark blue wall of fire. Of course, the enemy may try to do the same thing at the other cliffs around the Gorge of Death. However, the dragon's rages that were installed throughout the cliffs would block them each time. Miss Rosalind. Yes, young Master Cal. Now the Mage Brigade can slowly take down the enemies in the sky. Rosalind was already giving orders to the Mage Brigade with her hands and having them prepare long-distance attack magic spells. She continued to speak with a much more relaxed disposition. Have the knights and soldiers line up against the cliffs so that we can detect and prevent the enemies from attempting to do the same thing again. It was now going to be a prolonged battle. Cal's group managed to block the enemy's path, however. It also meant that the Breck Kingdom side could only attack the other side with magic as well. Although they had strong individuals with them, there were not enough of them to handle hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers. Furthermore, Rosalind wanted to win while having the least number of casualties as possible. The enemy will end up retreating in a prolonged battle due to a lack of supplies. The North always has a shortage of food in springtime. The Breck Kingdom does not have such issues. We cannot allow that. Excuse me, a rare, stern voice answered back. We cannot let it become a prolonged battle. Young Master Cal. Rosalind's heart started to beat faster again. Cal had a relaxed expression on his face, however. There was nervousness in his eyes now. Nervousness. It was a word that did not fit well with Cal. That was why Rosalind was getting worried as well. At that moment, Cal turned away from the dark blue pillar of fire. We need to quickly take care of them. Cal's battle was only just beginning. It was a fight against time from here on. Cal could not stop fighting because of a certain individual. It was someone Rosalind had heard about but not experienced herself. But Cal had experienced his strength before. Cal called forward someone who had been preparing ever since earlier. Mary. The black robe moved toward Cal. The sky had turned dark as night was approaching, now only being lit up by the dark blue light of the wall of fire. That made Cal's red hair stand out. Those things over there. Mary looked toward where Cal was pointing. He was pointing at the winged individuals that were floating around the pillar of fire, looking concerned. Cal gave the order as soon as she looked toward those winged individuals. Get rid of them. Get rid of all of them. Mary, those wings have skeletons on them as well. Ah, Mary let out a gasp. Rosalind was also shocked as she looked at Cal. Dead wyvern's bones. A necromancer who can make skeletons move. It was the moment an image was created in Rosalind's mind. The necromancer underneath the black hood started to smile. I understand. Her mechanical voice echoed in the area. At the same time, black threads started to come out of Mary's hands. Flap, flap. A black bone wyvern flapped its wings. It then kicked off the ground and flew up. Cal lifted his head up. Someone fell down from high in the sky and toward the flying black wyvern. Tap. The wyvern's body lightly shook. However, the person who landed on top of it did not shake at all. Choi Han, the black-haired sword master, grabbed onto the wyvern's neckbone as they headed back up next to the dark blue fire. A group of crows flew next to him. The hundreds of crows had created a black road in the sky. It was as if they were creating new ground in the air. One of those crows landed on Choi Han's shoulder. It then opened its mouth, and a familiar voice could be heard. This is Kalnim's order. It was the voice of the tiger shaman, Gashan. The crow was a familiar that was delivering its master's voice. And there was more than one familiar. The tigers in their white dojo uniforms were high up in the air looking down at the dark blue wall of fire. The crows also gave an order to these tigers who were patching up some light wounds. The enemy's wings are all remains of the dead. Destroy all of the wings. Remains of the dead. The tigers properly understood the meaning behind those words. Their gazes headed toward Choi Han and the black wyvern that were flying back up. Caw, caw. The black birds that delivered the orders started to ride the wind and move again. Choi Han followed their movements and flew up before taking out his sword. Clang. Black aura came out of it. Choi Han could see some people moving by him and going down. The three whales smiled at Choi Han before heading toward the ground. He could hear the voice of the killer whale, Archie. A fire made by a dragon is a bit difficult for us. We will take care of the ground. Choi Han responded with a short nod before moving even faster up into the sky. Archie shook his head at Choi Han's vicious appearance. That guy is not normal either. He heard a loud noise as he had that thought. Bang! The black aura cut through the air. Ah! The flame dwarves' bodies were pushed back. They all looked down at the weapons in their hands. The weapons that were slashed by the aura broke into pieces and fell down. Crackle. The pieces were then gobbled up by the dark blue wall of fire. The black aura was scary, but the flame dwarves were more scared of that wall of fire. How could there be such a fire? A flame dwarf who was holding now just the handle of an axe subconsciously gulped. Their plan had failed. There was a fire where there should have been a bridge. As they were the flame dwarf tribe, they could feel the fierceness of the fire extremely well. Could there be a human who could create a liquid that was filled with such a pure power as this? The flame dwarves were surrounded by an unknown sense of fear. No, it was actually a fear that they knew about. They knew that neither humans, dwarves, beast people, nor elves could create such a pure fire. The existence that could create this fire was someone the flame dwarves feared. However, they could not withdraw. No, we need to do it on our own. We can't live under someone else's rule forever. In order to overcome their fear, in order to escape from someone else's rule, the flame dwarf tribe had already done things that they shouldn't do. They controlled their wings to move again. However, they could not hide the fact that they were shaking in fear. There were less than 30 tigers and the sword master. On the other hand, there were still hundreds of people from the Indomitable Alliance flying in the air. There were still beings that were guarding the flame dwarves. Barang, the bears clashed against Choi Han. You crazy bastards, a pillar of fire. Are you planning on setting the entire gorge of death on fire? One of the bears shouted at Choi Han as he quickly looked around. The flame dwarves seemed to be in shock from the pillar of fire and the ineffectiveness of the magic bombs. This is why slave bastards can never change. The bears were looking at the flame dwarf tribe as if they were trash for claiming that they could get this done, but were now being scared. The tigers were bleeding, but continued to take down the bears one by one. Crazy bastards. The bear bit down on his lips. There would be the lion tribe on the eastern continent and the bear tribe on the western continent. That was the deal that made them take out the western continent's wolf tribe and the eastern continent's tiger tribe. But how could things get messed up like this? They are also in cahoots with the whale tribe. They were planning on giving the ocean to the mermaids and using them to arm's advantage. However, the whales had messed it all up. He should have known things would go weird as soon as they appeared. However, the bears that finally figured out the flow of things could not stop. The video communication device on his waist shined and delivered the bear tribe's ruler's orders. Fight. Persist. The smart bears could not go against their ruler's orders. He was a mid-level administrator, so they had to listen as he raised his voice and commanded them. Kill the crows first. Make it so that the tigers cannot move freely. A loud noise reached their ears at that moment. Barang, the bear looked to the front. He could see his subordinates fighting against Choi Han's black aura. Crazy bastard. The black aura that was shooting up into the sky was similar to the dark blue wall of fire. Contrary to the sword master's gentle-looking face, the black aura was violent and chaotic. The sword master seemed to be purposely letting the aura run wild. He may look gentle, but you can't judge a book by its cover. The bear lightly tapped his fists together. Tang! He could hear the noise of his gauntlets clanking. At the same time, his wings started to move. He rushed toward the center of the battlefield. Barang! His gauntlets smashed into a portion of Wyvern's wing bone. The bear turned his head in order to look at Choi Han. The two of them made eye contact. He smiled at Choi Han before ordering the nearby bears. Destroy the wyvern. It was an airborne battle. The tigers and the sword master were in the same boat. They just needed to get rid of their rides. The bear could see Choi Han lightly biting down on his lips. This must be the right method. The bear's eyes became cloudy as he dodged a black aura coming his way. Ah, the aura was fast. However, the bears continued to hit the wyvern's body at that moment. Boom, boom, bang. The wyvern skeleton raised its claws and tried to slash at the nearby bears each time. However, it was too slow. The wyvern's claws could not touch the bears other than leaving light scratches on their wings. Kahaha, you think wings made of metal and bones will break by those stupid claws? The bear laughed at what the necromancer on the ground was doing in order to try to protect the wyvern. However, her actions made the black-haired sword master unable to regain his balance and stumble. It was a 2-for-1 deal for the bears. Who cares if you can use aura? I just need to dodge. The bear dodged Choi Han's aura once more. Yes, the place that this sword master had shown his strength until now was the ground. Well, sometimes the water as well, however. It was never the sky. Although that sword master had fought against the dead guardian knight, Clope, that was when he was riding a dead dragon's bones, and not a black wyvern's bones. We are able to move more freely in the air. The bear was certain about this, and this certainty led to a change in his actions. Boom, bang, the wyvern shook. Choi Han could not even use his sword properly because of the shaking, nor could he block the enemy's attacks. Ah, Choi Han let out a groan. The wyvern continued to twist its body and scratch at the bears with its claws. However, the claws still could not touch the bears other than leaving light scratches. Ha ha ha, how fun. I will throw you and the wyvern into the fire that your allies created. The bear was smiling to the point that his fangs were showing. I'm not so sure about that. The bear could hear Choi Han's voice at that moment. At the same time, Mary quietly said something on the ground as well. It's ready. Black light started to come out of the black wyvern's empty eye sockets.